Chapter 001 The Scoundrel. What the hell is this place? Qiu Bai surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings, a look of confusion etched across his handsome face. He mumbled under his breath, furrowing his brow. It was somewhat salty and had an unpleasant aftertaste. Spitting out the mixture of mud and dried leaves, Qiu Bai began to scrutinize his environment. He found himself in a lush forest teeming with trees, the ground overgrown with weeds, while various animals darted between the trees. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the treetops to sway and rustle. Qiu Bai frowned, contemplating, "It seems I've truly traversed into another realm." He was indifferent to how he had arrived in this place. Survival was not a concern for him either. With arms and legs intact, could he possibly starve? For Qiu Bai, the most critical aspect was the nature of his new surroundings and whether he was familiar with them. Host has successfully traversed system activation is in progress. At that moment, an AI voice resonated within his mind. Qiu Bai, though inexperienced, had seen enough to understand. In recent years, with the explosive rise of short video streaming and the popularity of online dramas, even middle-aged individuals were aware of what a system entailed. Many of them became engrossed in it, akin to how they once avidly pursued the works of Jin, Gu, Huang, and Liang. As a young man, Qiu Bai was no exception. Thus, upon hearing the AI voice, he recognized that his golden finger had arrived. The divine word system is being activated. Activation successful. With the AI voice echoing, Qiu Bai felt a surge of new memories flooding his mind, revealing the functionalities of the word system. The rarity of entries was classified into 6 categories: white, green, blue, purple, gold, and red. Entries could be triggered through learning and could also be plundered by defeating or killing enemies. An upgrade could be performed once a month, randomly promoting designated entries to higher levels. Given that the host's previous entries were deemed too inferior, the system has concealed all of the host's entries. The host has activated the divine word system, and the novice gift pack has been issued. Upon hearing the system's AI prompt, Qiu Bai felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. The system had the audacity to reject his meager entries, rendering them all invisible. My own system, Qiu Bai silently repeated to himself, calming his emotions before commanding, "Open the novice gift pack for me." The host has opened the novice gift pack and acquired the entries: Unparalleled Celestial Beauty Gold, Innate Dao Body Gold, and Photographic Memory Gold. Unparalleled Celestial Beauty Gold, Unmatched Charm, Ethereal Aura, Maximum Affinity. Innate Dao Body Gold, naturally attuned to all meridians, cultivation speed 10 times that of an average person. Photographic Memory Gold, exceptional memory, capable of retaining complete information after a single glance. As the AI prompts continue to sound, Qiu Bai momentarily froze before bursting into boisterous laughter. Previously, he had felt that the system's dismissal of his inferior entries was a sign of disrespect. After all, how could one level up without entries? Now, seeing these 3 golden entries, he felt grateful for the concealment. As a transcended being, what purpose did lowly entries serve? Only golden entries were worthy of a transcended individual's beginning, especially since he had traversed bodily. If he couldn't wield an advantage after such a transformation, what was the point of traversing? He might as well return to a mundane life. At least there would be various forms of entertainment to keep him laughing daily. He could also engage in online discussions, freely asserting his opinions. Fuse all entries. Without hesitation, Qiu Bai issued the command. In the next moment, he felt his body undergoing a transformation. The sensation was incredibly delightful, akin to soaking in a hot spring, warmth enveloping him entirely. The warmth around his waist was particularly intense. In no time, Qiu Bai felt utterly refreshed, as if an old vehicle had been rejuvenated into a new one. Full of vigor, he felt as if he were a dragon or tiger. As the AI prompt faded, a translucent panel materialized before Qiu Bai. Host, Qiu Bai. Age, 18. Cultivation level, unremarkable. Martial arts mastery, none. Lightness skill mastery, none. Entries owned: Unparalleled Celestial Beauty Gold, Innate Dao Body Gold, Photographic Memory Gold. It seems traversing has made me younger. Qiu Bai closed the panel devoid of attributes, glancing down at his sagging clothes, the denim hanging loosely due to the absence of a beer belly. Tightening his belt, he casually chose a direction and began to walk forward. The forest was vast, and after walking for quite some time, he had yet to find an exit. Qiu Bai discovered that this dense forest was not situated on flat ground, but rather nestled within a mountain hollow. This could be a bit troublesome. Looking up at the moderately warm sun, Qiu Bai felt an intense dryness in his throat. He glanced down at the direction of the tree shadows to ascertain his bearings and continued onward. Not long after, the sound of rushing water reached his ears. Upon hearing the water, a look of joy spread across Qiu Bai's face. He quickened his pace, gradually breaking into a light run towards the source of the sound. As the mist enveloped him, Qiu Bai stood before a waterfall. The waterfall was not large, cascading down from the mountain and pooling into a clear pond below. The water was crystal clear, revealing fish swimming within. Qiu Bai crouched by the pond, cupping his hands to drink. The icy spring water slid down his throat, providing immense relief. Before he could take another sip, a swirl of black hair emerged from the water. The scene resembled a beautiful maiden rising from the depths. In the next moment, a head broke the surface. Plop! Qiu Bai, mouth still filled with water, sputtered and sprayed it everywhere. From the water, a pair of hands emerged, brushing the hair aside to reveal a stunning face. The waterfall cascaded down, causing ripples across the pond surface. Yet, Qiu Bai's gaze was captivated by the fair skin visible beneath the water. Ah! A sharp cry pierced through the sound of rushing water. Even the water's roar could not drown it out. Scoundrel! The woman in the water exclaimed indignantly. With a swift motion of her hand, she raised a wave, drenching Qiu Bai from head to toe. Shaking his head to clear the water from his face, he looked up again. In the blur, he saw the woman leap gracefully, her whereabouts unknown. When Qiu Bai's vision cleared, his complexion paled. The woman, wielding a long sword, soared towards him, the blade pointed directly at him. Feeling the immediate danger, Qiu Bai wasted no time and scrambled to his feet, fleeing into the forest. However, in the next instant, he felt a sharp pain at his knee, sending him sprawling forward. The woman pursued, her sword poised against his neck. Feeling the cold steel, Qiu Bai swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he explained. Miss, it's a misunderstanding, truly a misunderstanding. What misunderstanding could there possibly be? The woman pressed the sword forward, her tone icy. Were you not just peeping at me while I bathed? Yes, I did look, Qiu Bai quickly clarified, but I didn't mean to. Excuses. The woman retorted, her sword advancing again, seemingly intent on silencing him for good. Just then, a voice rang out. Shainer, hold your hand. Upon hearing the voice, Qiu Bai felt as if a weight had been lifted off his shoulders and shouted. Miss, I truly did not intend to spy on you bathing. I merely came to drink water. I had no idea you were bathing here. Moreover, to be honest, I did end up drinking your bath water. You, the woman, referred to as Shainer, momentarily lost her words, yet still fumed. You scoundrel, what nonsense are you spouting? I'm not speaking nonsense, Qiu Bai replied, feeling wronged. I was parched and saw water here, so naturally, I came over. How was I to know you were inside bathing? Do you think my sword is not sharp? Calm down, calm down. Feeling the cold blade, Qiu Bai struggled to swallow and fell silent. Footsteps approached from behind, halting beside the woman known as Shainer. Moments later, the sword threatening Qiu Bai's neck was withdrawn, revealing a pair of cloth shoes in his line of sight. Shainer, go put on your clothes. The owner of the shoes, holding a sword, instructed Shainer, Mother is waiting for you. All right. Shainer acquiesced, cautioning, Mother, do not let this scoundrel escape. Go on. The owner of the cloth shoes spoke calmly. As the footsteps faded, Qiu Bai felt the spine of the sword tap against his back. Youth, stand up. Following the command, Qiu Bai rose to his feet and gazed up at the woman before him. This woman appeared somewhat older, yet her fair complexion obscured her true age. Only the bun at the back of her head indicated she was a married woman. However, despite being married, she exuded an allure that seemed to surpass that of her daughter. What is your name? The beautiful woman held her sword with ease, casting a gentle smile in his direction. Qiu Bai cautiously replied, "My name is Qiu Bai." "Qiu Bai, you look like a monk. How did you end up in the territory of my Huashan Sect?" "Ah, is this Mount Hua?" Qiu Bai exclaimed in astonishment as he gazed at the beautiful woman before him. He hastily waved his hands and explained that, "You have misunderstood. I am not a monk, You lecherous scoundrel. Are you actually a monk?" The woman's voice resounded once more, laced with indignation as she retorted, "How dare you call yourself a monk while you brazenly spy on me bathing? Miss, you truly have it all wrong." Qiu Bai replied with a wry smile, "Firstly, I did not intentionally spy on you. It was purely a coincidence. Secondly, I am not a monk. My hair was burned in a household fire, so I simply had it cut off." "Excuses. Keep on with your deceit." The woman stood before Qiu Bai, her silver teeth clenched tightly. Qiu Bai turned to the beautiful woman, speaking earnestly, "Heroine, I cannot clarify this matter with her. I beseech you to make a judgment, for I truly did not mean any harm. Come with me to the Hall of Righteousness." The beautiful woman replied, sheathing the sword that was in Shainer's grasp, her tone calm and composed. "I must consult my senior brother on how to deal with you. Rest assured, my senior brother, known in the martial world as the Gentleman's Sword, will surely not wrong you." Chapter 002. The Master's Wife, the Gentleman's Sword, and Yue Buqun and Qiu Bai gazed in astonishment at the beautiful woman before him, then turned to glance at Shaner beside her. His mouth opened and closed several times. Yet no words escaped. He had been pondering where he had traversed to, and now it seemed he had found himself in the world of the smiling, proud wanderer. The enchanting woman before him claimed her senior brother to be Yue Buqun and had a daughter named Shaner. Her identity was unmistakably revealed. She was none other than Ning Zhongze, the second most alluring Master's wife in the realms, with the first being the renowned Huang Rong. The woman beside her was naturally Yu Lingshan. Goodness, he had just crossed over and was already embroiled in such thrilling events. With this thought, Qiu Bai raised his gaze to Yu Lingshan, noticing that beneath her attire lay a figure of remarkable allure, though the garment itself concealed it well. Upon a second glance, he thought, would she dare to gouge out his eyes? Yu Lingshan, aware of Qiu Bai's lingering gaze, raised her sword menacingly and declared, "Enough of that." "Very well, Shaner," Ning Zhongze interjected, patting Yu Lingshan on the shoulder. "Lead the way ahead, of course, mother." Yu Lingshan shot Qiu Bai a fierce glare before striding ahead with a light step. Ning Zhongze then addressed Qiu Bai. "Come along, Qiu Bai." Noticing his hesitance, she offered reassurance. "The Huashan Sect is a reputable martial clan. We do not resort to random acts of violence. Rest assured." "Thank you, Lady Ning." Qiu Bai expressed his gratitude and moved forward. "Oh, how did you know my surname?" Ning Zhongze remarked, somewhat surprised as she walked behind him. She recalled only mentioning her senior brother's name and had not disclosed her own circumstances. How did this young man know her surname? Qiu Bai chuckled softly. Lady Ning mentioned that her senior brother is the Gentleman's Sword. Though I am not a wanderer of the martial world, I have heard the names of Huashan's Gentleman's Sword and Jade Maiden. The Huashan Jade Maiden, it has been ages since anyone has mentioned her. Ning Zhongze smiled, shaking her head as memories of her youthful days, wielding a 3-foot sword in the name of justice, flooded back. Qiu Bai was unfamiliar with the ways of the martial world, yet he certainly recalled the illustrious title of Ning Zhongze, the Huashan Jade Maiden. Enough with the flattery, Ning Zhongze chided lightly, having long surpassed the age where she would be swayed by sweet words. Instead, she inquired, "Now, tell me, what is your situation?" Upon hearing her question, Qiu Bai halted his steps, turned to Ning Zhongze, and with a wry smile replied, "Lady Ning, if I were to say that I suddenly found myself here while beseeching the heavens for aid, you would surely find it hard to believe. Would you not?" Meeting Qiu Bai's gaze, Ning Zhongze felt a shift in her emotions and promptly altered her tone, smiling as she replied, "Whether you are to be believed or not is for my senior brother to decide. You need not worry. Mother, hurry." At that moment, Yu Lingshan turned back to urge, "Monk, why are you lagging behind?" Qiu Bai preferred silence. Yet he recognized his progress. At least he was not a lecher. Huashan is renowned for its perilous cliffs, and the path to ascend is singular, akin to a formidable chasm. Due to its treacherous nature, the 5 peaks provide little space for establishing a sect's base, making it seemingly impossible. The Zhongze Hall, serving as the Huashan Sect's residence, was constructed during its peak, sprawling across a vast area, nestled between Chuyang Peak and Yunnu Peak, backed by the latter and facing east. Qiu Bai traversed the woods alongside Ning, Zhongze, and Lingshan. They soon beheld the Grand Jingqi Hall. The Jingqi Hall was a two-story structure, embodying the architectural style of the Lei Feng. The front featured a martial arts arena built from stacked stones, flanked by auxiliary buildings such as weapon rooms, with disciple dormitories constructed against the mountainside behind. The numerous buildings attested to the former glory of the Huashan Sect. At this moment, the martial arts arena lay empty, devoid of any practitioners. Ning Zhongze furrowed her brow and remarked with annoyance, "Chong'er is not leading everyone in sword practice. Who knows where he's gone off to? Mother, one must balance work and rest in martial arts." Lingshan chimed in, linking her arm with Ning Zhongze's and smiling. "Senior brother is diligently practicing his swordplay. His skills are the finest among us. You rascal." Ning Zhongze chuckled, shaking her head. In her eyes, she held a certain fondness for her eldest disciple, Ling Huchong, despite her disapproval of his indulgent nature. With such talent, he squandered it on idleness, preferring to evade responsibility, drink, and gamble. She often mused that had she possessed Chong'er's innate ability in her youth, her senior brother would not have struggled as he did. With a sigh, Ning Zhongze stepped into the Jingqi Hall. The interior was spacious, and the first thing that caught the eye was a circle of chairs at the far end. Qiu Bai regarded the surroundings of Jingqi Hall with great curiosity. It was here that Ling Huchong, having mastered the Dugan Nine swords, had triumphed over Feng Bu Ping with nothing but a broom. Not seeing Yue Buqun within the Jingqi Hall, Ning Zhongze turned to Lingshan and instructed, "Shaner, go to the Yu Bu Wei Pavilion and summon your father." "All right, I'm on my way." Lingshan shot a glare at Qiu Bai before bouncing out of the hall. Watching her retreating figure, Qiu Bai pursed his lips and hesitantly inquired, "Lady Ning, may I ask how old Miss Yu is?" "Oh." Ning Zhongze looked at Qiu Bai with mild surprise, then shook her head and chuckled. "Shaner will be 18 by the end of the year, so. Miss Yu is a few months younger than I am." Qiu Bai shamelessly grinned at Ning Zhongze, saying, "I turned 18 in February. Who would have thought Miss Yu would not reach that age until the year's end?" "Ah, Shaner is nearly 18. Ning Zhongze mused softly. "Time truly flies. I too have grown old." "Lady Ning, you are far from old," Qiu Bai insisted, his gaze fervently fixed on her as he excitedly proclaimed, "In all my years, I have never encountered a fairy like Lady Ning." "Enough with the flattery," Ning Zhongze responded, her heart slightly stirred, shaking her head with a smile and a hint of exasperation. "Regardless of your compliments, it is my senior brother who will decide your fate." "Heaven help," Qiu Bai lamented, "I merely speak the truth." Ning Zhongze glanced at him, smiled without elaborating further, then turned her gaze toward the entrance. Noticing her action, Qiu Bai understood that Yue Buqun was about to arrive, and thus refrained from speaking further. As expected, moments later, footsteps echoed from outside, one light and one steady. The lighter steps were undoubtedly Lingshan's, while the steady ones belonged to Yue Buqun. "Mother, I brought father." Lingshan's voice preceded her arrival. Still clad in her emerald attire, she appeared at the entrance of Jingqi Hall, bouncing in with a cheerful expression. "Mother, you were mistaken this time. Senior brother hasn't been slacking. Father summoned him to the Yu Bu Wei Pavilion to practice internal skills with everyone." "Very well. It was my oversight," Ning Zhongze acknowledged, ruffling Lingshan's hair. Then gazing at the figure emerging at the door, she smiled. "Senior brother, you have arrived." "Indeed." Yue Buqun nodded calmly, stepping into Jingqi Hall with a measured pace, seating himself in the circle of chairs while raising his gaze toward Qiu Bai. Qiu Bai scrutinized him with curiosity. Although Yue Buqun had surpassed 50, he appeared remarkably well-preserved, hardly showing signs of age, looking rather like a man in his 40s. His frame was lean, exuding an air of righteousness. Garbed in flowing robes, his hair neatly arranged without a single stray strand, it was evident he secured his hair beneath a cap with a net. Yue Buqun observed Qiu Bai for a moment, frowning as he noted his unusual attire. "You are Qiu Bai, are you not? With that appearance, are you perhaps a renounced monk from some temple?" Qiu Bai was taken aback, smiling wryly. "Mr. Yu, please discern that I lost my hair due to a fire at home." Thus, I had it all cut off and am not a renounced monk. Is that so? Yue Buqun paused in thought, then nodded, his tone serious as he continued. I understand the misunderstanding between you and Shaner. Do you have anything further to add? Mr. Yu, I beg your forgiveness for my rudeness. Upon seeing Ning Zhongze and Yu Lingshan, Qiu Bai had made a decision. He acknowledged Yue Buqun as his master. Speak, what is it? Yue Buqun regarded Qiu Bai, his expression unchanging, revealing nothing of his thoughts. Plop. To Yu Lingshan's astonishment, Qiu Bai knelt down abruptly, exclaiming, My family has fallen victim to mountain bandits. Our home has been burned to the ground. I beseech you, Mr. Yu, to show mercy and accept me into your fold. Yu Lingshan's mouth opened in shock, momentarily speechless. This was not how it was supposed to unfold. She had meant for her father to seek justice and reprimand the lecher who had spied on her bathing. Yet it had transformed into the lecher seeking to become a disciple. She felt utterly bewildered and needed a moment to gather herself. Yue Buqun remained silent, turning his attention to Ning Zhongze. Sister, what say you? Meeting Yue Buqun's gaze, Ning Zhongze regarded Qiu Bai thoughtfully for a moment before replying. Senior brother, although there are misunderstandings between Qiu Bai and Shaner, I believe he harbors no ill intentions. Accepting him would not be detrimental. Since my sister has said so, Yue Buqun's expression remained unchanged. Only the corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he smiled and said, Qiu Bai, you shall become my disciple Huashan. Thank you, Master Yu. Qiu Bai quickly expressed his gratitude, but realizing it was inappropriate to address you as Mr. Yu, he swiftly corrected himself, saying, Disciple humbly thanks Master. Without hesitation to amend his address, Yue Buqun raised his hand to halt Qiu Bai, stating solemnly, Gather the disciples early tomorrow for the initiation ceremony. You may adjust your address then. However, Qiu Bai paid no heed to this remark and cheerfully replied, Thank you, Master. I understand. Humph. Yu Lingshan bit her silver teeth, pouting as she coldly remarked, Don't think that because you have taken my father as your master, I will forgive you. Qiu Bai, unfazed by Yu Lingshan's words, stood up with a grin, saying, Junior sister, I shall rely on you for guidance in the future. Just call me senior sister. Why add a junior? At Qiu Bai's address, Yu Lingshan's eyes widened in annoyance as she glared at him. I have corrected it. I shall address you as senior sister from now on. Qiu Bai feigned innocence. That's more like it. Yu Lingshan patted Qiu Bai's shoulder, lifting her chin with a proud smile. From now on, you shall be my junior brother. I will look out for you. I am grateful to you, senior sister. Qiu Bai responded with a cheerful grin. The little girl, Yu Lingshan, was cherished by everyone in the Huashan Sect, and having someone as her junior brother naturally brought her joy. As for her declaration of not forgiving Qiu Bai, she readily chose to forget it herself. Qiu Bai then turned to Ning Zhongze, bowing respectfully as he gazed at her shoes beneath her skirt. Disciple Qiu Bai greets the Master Mother. Did you not hear what your master said? Ning Zhongze glanced at Yue Buqun and then turned her gaze back to Qiu Bai, her tone laced with playful sarcasm. No need to rush to correct your address. We shall wait until your formal initiation tomorrow. Understood. Master Mother, Qiu Bai beamed. Ning Zhongze observed Qiu Bai for a moment, shaking her head with a smile. I truly cannot do anything with you. Very well, Yue Buqun waved his hand and instructed Yu Lingshan, Shaner, take Qiu Bai to select a room. Also, pausing momentarily, he focused his gaze on Qiu Bai. His brows furrowing, Qiu Bai, change out of those peculiar garments. Such outlandish attire is unbecoming. Disciple shall heed Master's teachings. Qiu Bai promptly bowed, his expression serious. You may go, Yue Buqun gestured. Yu Lingshan stepped forward, patting Qiu Bai's shoulder, saying, Junior brother, follow me. Master Mother, I shall take my leave, Qiu Bai announced. Ning Zhongze nodded, smiling as she said, Shaner, find one of your elder brother's old clothes for Qiu Bai to wear. Got it, Mother. Yu Lingshan waved her hand and skipped off. Qiu Bai followed closely behind, matching her steps. Once the Chi Hall settled into silence, Yue Buqun lifted his gaze to Ning Zhongze, pondering aloud. Sister, what is your impression of Qiu Bai? Ning Zhongze crossed her arms, recalling their previous encounter. Everything seemed perfectly in order. Moreover, Qiu Bai gave her a favorable impression. She did not perceive him as a villain. With this in mind, she nodded at Yue Buqun and earnestly stated, I believe Qiu Bai poses no problem. There is no need for concern. Very well. Then he shall be accepted as a disciple tomorrow. Yue Buqun affirmed with a nod. However, I will still arrange for someone to investigate him. His arrival is rather abrupt. He told me that he was transported to Huashan while seeking divine intervention. Sister, Yue Buqun fixed his gaze on Ning Zhongze, emphasizing his words. One should not speak of strange forces or deities. As practitioners of martial arts, do we not understand whether such beings exist? Brother, I concede. Ning Zhongze sighed, her tone tinged with disappointment. If deities truly existed, would they allow the demonic sect to run rampant? Sister, keep an eye on Chong'er and the others as they practice. I shall descend the mountain for a while. Ning Zhongze nodded, advising, Brother, you may go. I shall manage things at home. Yue Buqun rose and stepped outside. Senior sister, do all disciples of the Huashan Sect have their own rooms? Qiu Bai inquired curiously as he observed the modest chamber before him. The room, approximately 20 square meters, was simply furnished with a bed, a wardrobe, and a square table by the window. Lingshan shrugged, pointing around the Yunnu Peak, her expression neutral. This area, along with the rooms over there, is designated for our Huashan disciples. Wow, is our Huashan Sect so vast? Qiu Bai feigned ignorance, questioning, then why haven't I seen any of the senior brothers? Lingshan rolled her eyes and, lowering her voice, warned him, it's fine to ask me, but if you were to pose such a question to Father, you would be sent down the mountain. Really? Qiu Bai feigned surprise, blinking as he hesitated. Senior sister, is it that serious? Father dislikes us being too inquisitive, Lingshan replied, shrugging, and then cheerfully added, wait here, I will fetch you some clothes from elder brother. Thank you, senior sister, and no need for politeness. Lingshan waved her hand and turned to leave. As she departed, Qiu Bai approached the bed and sat down. He was well aware of the circumstances surrounding the Huashan Sect, but having such a stunning beauty like Lingshan nearby made him eager to grow closer to her. Especially now that they had just met, it was an opportune moment to strengthen their bond. While Qiu Bai held a fondness for the Master Mother, he understood that, given the current situation, no amount of effort on his part would sway her affection. Rather than fruitlessly pursue her, he decided to shift his attention to the junior sister, Lingshan, who was quite delightful as well. Every time he laid eyes on Lingshan, the memory of their first encounter would resurface. An unforgettable moment etched in his mind. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of relief now that he had settled as he surveyed the room. He found himself quite satisfied, the weight lifting from his heart. Taking advantage of Lingshan's absence, he found a cloth and tidied up the space, cleaning the bed straw mat as well. Here, change into these clothes. Lingshan appeared at the door with a neatly folded outfit in hand. Thank you, senior sister. As Qiu Bai reached out for the clothes, his hand inadvertently brushed against Lingshan's. Startled, she withdrew her hand quickly, glaring at him with a mock ferocity. Don't think that just because you call me senior sister, I will forget about you spying on me while I bathed. You lecher, senior sister, I did not intend to. So, you did it on purpose, then? Lingshan entered the room, observing the clean bed, and sat down, her legs dangling over the edge, gently swaying. Barely 18, Lingshan's face was filled with youthful vitality. Her skin so smooth it seemed one could almost squeeze water from it. Captivated by her beauty, Qiu Bai momentarily lost himself, a warmth blossoming within him. Hey, are you still looking? Lingshan, feeling his gaze, became slightly uncomfortable, her expression turning sour as she huffed. With an attitude like yours, how can you claim you're not a lecher? Senior sister, you are simply too beautiful. Qiu Bai lowered his head, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips, murmuring, I cannot help but stare at you. Humph, then you must not look? Lingshan placed her hands on her hips, her lips pouting in indignation. If you keep staring, I will gouge out your eyes. What if I cannot help it? Lingshan pondered, tilting her head in thought. Seeing her adorable demeanor, Qiu Bai found her endearing. I have an idea. Lingshan's eyes lit up as she stood upright. Hands on her hips, facing Qiu Bai. If you cannot resist, I will let you look for 10 breaths. Qiu Bai rolled his eyes in exasperation, momentarily at a loss for words. Lingshan, having spent years mingling with Ling Huchong and his companions, exhibited little of the feminine sensibility one might expect. Her demeanor and conduct bore a striking resemblance to that of a boy. However, if he were to interact with her as one would with a brother, it would inevitably lead to a fraternal bond, akin to that shared with Lu Ho heir. Thus, Qiu Bai realized he could not engage with Lingshan in such a manner. Yet he found himself at a loss for a better approach. Consequently, he maintained a polite smile, gazing quietly at Lingshan. At such close proximity, he could even discern the fine hairs on her face. Under his penetrating gaze, Lingshan soon found herself overwhelmed. It was as though she might be devoured by the intensity of his stare. She wished to avert her eyes, to break the connection, but an inexplicable sensation surged within her, rendering her unable to do so. Lingshan felt as though she were struggling to breathe. "Stop. Time's up," she exclaimed hastily, disregarding whether the 10 breaths had elapsed or if time was indeed up. All she knew was that if this continued, her legs would surely give way beneath her. After taking a few deep breaths to steady herself, she hurried to the door, casting a sidelong glance at Qiu Bai. "You can wash your clothes yourself, or take them over there for the servants to wash. However, I would advise you to wash them yourself, as the servants mix everyone's garments together. I see," Qiu Bai replied, glancing down at the clothes in his hands before looking up at Lingshan and smiling. "Sister, could you teach me how to wash clothes?" "If I won't." Lingshan huffed lightly, turned her back to Qiu Bai, and waving her hand as she bounced away. Youth is truly a wonderful thing," Qiu Bai mused, standing at the door and watching her retreating figure with a gentle shake of his head, reflecting on the absurdity of men who not only covet other men's wives, but also those who are merely 18. Chapter 004. Apprenticeship Junior Brother. It's time for dinner. At some point, half awake and half dreaming, Qiu Bai heard someone calling his name. He turned over and sat up, glancing outside to see that dusk had fallen. At the entrance stood a graceful silhouette, none other than Lingshan. "Thank you so much, senior sister," Qiu Bai said as he rose to his feet. However, after taking just a few steps, his stomach let out a loud grumble, leaving him quite embarrassed. Since his arrival in this world, he had consumed little more than a sip of bathing water. "Haha, I also forgot to mention earlier," Lingshan said, leading the way and pointing toward the house illuminated by lanterns. "That area over there is where the servants reside. The kitchen and laundry are also located there, and that's where we will dine." "Understood, I'll remember that." Qiu Bai nodded in response. Yes, they walked. Lingshan continued cheerfully. "When dinner is served, everyone will come, and it will be a great opportunity for you to meet everyone. Let me tell you." She slowed her pace to walk alongside Qiu Bai, her face alight with joy as she began to introduce the disciples of Yue Buqun. Qiu Bai was already familiar with Ling Huchong and the others, but listening to Lingshan's animated descriptions was an enjoyable experience in itself. Among the 3 golden attributes bestowed by the system, peerless celestial beauty, innate Tao body, and photographic memory, Qiu Bai found himself particularly fond of the first. This attribute would facilitate his acceptance among strangers. Had he not possessed this trait, it was likely that Lingshan would have at least attempted to stab him, which would have certainly taken a turn for the worse, as he was about to meet Ling Huchong and the others, all of whom were strangers to him and significantly older. The peerless celestial beauty attribute would prove invaluable, enhancing his likability to the maximum degree. As he listened to Lingshan's tales, Qiu Bai deliberately slowed his pace, savoring the moment. However, all journeys must come to an end. Before long, they arrived at the dining hall. Upon entering, Qiu Bai's gaze was immediately drawn to the long table in the center, reminiscent of that in the Tongfu. As they stepped inside, they were met with the curious stares of the assembled crowd. The Huashan Sect had not seen new faces in 2 or 3 years, with the last newcomer being Shu Qi. This 16-year-old lad from Hanzhong had marked the return of the Huashan Sect's influence in the region, and Yue Buqun had taken him under his wing due to his promising talents. Thus, Qiu Bai's arrival was met with intrigue, and many eyes were fixed upon him. Amidst the curious gazes, Qiu Bai noticed one individual who regarded him with palpable disdain, which piqued his interest. With the peerless celestial beauty attribute at his side, he was confident in his charm and likability. It was perplexing that a stranger would display such contempt. After scrutinizing the individual, he confirmed that he did not know him, nor could he have had any prior interaction. Heightening his curiosity, Lingshan entered the dining hall and scanned the room, not spotting Ling Huchong. She inquired, "Where's the senior brother?" Upon hearing her question, the crowd's demeanor shifted, and they all pretended to be engrossed in their own affairs. Lingshan, hands on her hips, directed her gaze towards a young man seated at the upper right corner. Pointing at him, "Lu, you have the closest relationship with the senior brother. Where is he?" Seeing Lingshan's finger pointed in his direction, Qiu Bai couldn't help but chuckle. It turned out that the unfriendly individual was indeed Lu. Yet, he pondered, what had he done to provoke such disdain? With Lingshan's finger upon him, Lu chuckled awkwardly, rubbing his hands together. Junior sister, the senior brother, must be busy with something. Lingshan wrinkled her nose in annoyance and retorted, "Humph, has he gone down the mountain to drink again?" Ludiu's eyes darted around as he prepared to offer a feeble defense when he suddenly brightened at the sight of someone approaching from outside. "Look, isn't the senior brother coming?" Their exchange had captured the attention of all present. Ludiu's words. Everyone turned their gaze toward the entrance, including Qiu Bai, who also turned to look. As footsteps drew near, the lantern light illuminated the figure of the newcomer. "Master," Qiu Bai exclaimed, recognizing Ning Zhongze, who was closest to the door. "Yes," Ning Zhongze nodded, noticing him standing in the doorway. Smiling as she asked, "Why are you standing at the entrance? Come inside. I was waiting for you." "Master," Qiu Bai replied with a grin, hastening his steps to join her as they walked into the dining hall together. Ning Zhongze shook her head, her eyes briefly assessing him before she remarked, "The clothes fit you quite well. It seems your senior sister has a good eye." Qiu Bai patted his attire with satisfaction, saying, "If not for Master S' reminder, I might have appeared in quite the peculiar garb." Ning Zhongze's gaze lingered on the clothes, and she sighed in reminiscence. "These garments were tailored by me when your senior brother was 18. "Wow, Master is so kind to senior brother," Qiu Bai exclaimed, slightly exaggerating. "I wonder if I'll ever have the chance from Master to sew something for me. Focus on your martial arts, and you will certainly have opportunities in the future." Ning Zhongze replied with a smile, stepping further into the dining hall. Once inside, she scanned the room, raising an eyebrow as she turned to Lingshan. "Shan, where's your senior brother?" Lingshan shot a fierce glare at Ludiu before turning to Ning Zhongze, her small face beaming with pride. "Mother, I don't know either. That Chong heir." Sighing, Ning Zhongze felt a sense of resignation. She knew that Ling Huchong had likely seized the opportunity to sneak down the mountain since Yue Buqun was not present. Uncertain of what to say to her eldest disciple, she waved her hand dismissively, expressing her frustration. "Forget him. Let us eat." With that, she moved to the head of the table, pulling Qiu Bai beside her as she introduced him. "This is Qiu Bai. You'll be brothers from now on. So please look out for one another." "Yes, master." The group responded in unison, even Ludiu nodding in agreement. "All right, everyone sit down," Ning Zhongze said, guiding Qiu Bai to take a seat on her right. "Now, get to know each other. Junior brother, I am Lao Noa," the man seated beside Qiu Bai said with a smile, "that I am the second senior brother of the Huashan Sect." "Greetings, second senior brother," Qiu Bai replied. Qiu Bai nodded at him. This traitor from the Songhan school was older than Ning Zhongze and appeared even more aged than Yue Buqun. Qiu Bai couldn't fathom how he could shamelessly address Ning Zhongze, who was younger than him, as master's wife. One by one, the others introduced themselves. Qiu Bai was already familiar with the members of the Huashan school. Liang Fa, Shi Daizi, and Gao Jinming all looked rather mature. And judging by their appearances, they seemed to be around 30 years old, especially when compared to the 20-something Lu Daiyou. Tao Jun and Yingbai Luo were slightly younger, both around 18 or 19. There was also a boy named Shu Qi, who was even younger than Qiu Bai, merely 15 or 16, with a fair and delicate complexion that clearly indicated he was a child from a wealthy family. Qiu Bai accepted the meal that Ning Zhongze handed him, grasping the chopsticks while his eyes feasted upon the array of dishes on the table, his mouth watering in anticipation. It must be said that the Huashan School's cuisine was quite splendid, with several meat dishes gracing the table. The adage rich in martial arts, poor in literature holds some truth. Practicing martial arts is inherently a costly endeavor, particularly when it comes to cultivating one's energy and mastering the sword, as it demands a substantial intake of nutrition. While the Huashan School may have declined, it still had its worth. Moreover, with Yue Buqun, the skilled craftsman, at the helm. The past 20 years of patching and mending had enabled the Huashan School to weather crises and regain its footing. Presently, it had even extended its influence into Hanzhong, further elevating the Huashan School's reputation. Despite the seemingly small number of Huashan disciples, few in the martial world could rival their prowess. Take the troublesome Ling Huchong, whom Ning Zhongze found worrisome. He could be considered the foremost young exponent of the righteous path, although he could not surpass Tianbuguang. The latter was of a similar age to Ning Zhongze. Both belonging to the previous generation of masters, that it was only natural that one might not triumph over the other. Thus, despite the Huashan School operating like a family business, its strength was not to be underestimated. It was merely that their numbers were not inflated. After finishing dinner and washing up, Qiu Bai lay in bed, reflecting on the day's events, that he realized there were numerous mistakes, yet there was no way to rectify them now. He hoped to rely on his charisma and innate talent to endure, for he knew that Yue Buqun's cunning was beyond his comparison. Simultaneously, he set his next objective, to continue his pursuit of Ning Zhongze, albeit not as the primary focus of his efforts. With Yue Buqun present, Ning Zhongze would not grant him the opportunity. Therefore, he would seek a secondary approach, first attempting to win over Lingshan, as she would be the most accessible target. After all, she was also the easiest to approach. Finally, Qiu Bai pondered why Lu Daiyou was unfriendly towards him. That question remained unanswered. The night passed without incident. And as dawn broke, Qiu Bai did not indulge in sleep, but arose early to wash up and tidy himself. Today was the day of the apprenticeship ceremony, and he could not afford to falter. Possessing an exceptional memory, he had memorized the faces of those around him, even after only a brief encounter. Thus, he did not join the others, but arrived early at the Zhongze Hall to await Yue Buqun's arrival. Just past the hour of the rabbit, Yue Buqun appeared at the hall, accompanied by Ning Zhongze and Lingshan. Qiu Bai approached with a smile and bowed to Yue Buqun and Ning Zhongze. Disciple Qiu Bai, greetings to Master and Mistress Dada. You arrived quite early, Yue Buqun remarked, nodding with a faint smile. Today marks your formal apprenticeship, and, as such, it is only fitting that you wait here. Ning Zhongze, hearing Qiu Bai's words, nodded in satisfaction and said with a smile, Qiu Bai, it is commendable that you think this way. To as they spoke, Ning Zhongze and Yue Buqun had already passed by Qiu Bai and entered the Zhongze Hall. Qiu Bai beamed at Lingshan. Sister, good morning. Good morning to you as well, Lingshan responded, covering her mouth as she yawned. Once the apprenticeship ceremony concludes, you shall officially be my junior brother. Am I not already? Qiu Bai asked, blinking at Lingshan. Of course you are, but it lacks a formal title, she replied, lifting her chin with a playful huff. I see. Qiu Bai nodded in understanding. He entered the Zhongze Hall alongside Lingshan and took his place on the right. Before long, a multitude of Huashan disciples arrived. At the upper left stood a stranger, presumably the eldest disciple. Ling Huchong. Qiu Bai's gaze swept across the faces of those present, lingering on Lu Daiyou, who still regarded him with a frosty demeanor, which left Qiu Bai somewhat puzzled. As the disciples gathered, Yue Buqun cleared his throat and spoke in a serious tone. I have summoned you all today to announce a matter, that I shall accept Qiu Bai as my disciple. Upon finishing his words, Yue Buqun glanced at Qiu Bai. Qiu Bai stepped forward, disciple present, upon entering the Huashan School. You must adhere to our rules, Yue Buqun instructed, then turned to Ling Huchong and commanded, Chong'er, as the eldest disciple, recite our Huashan School's precepts. Yes, master, Ling Huchong replied respectfully before stepping forward to recite the precepts of the Huashan School. Qiu Bai paid little heed to the precepts but followed along, reciting them nonetheless. Whether one believed or not was inconsequential. What mattered was the act of recitation. After all, even Lu Zong could recite his declarations. Once the Huashan precepts were recited, Qiu Bai looked at Yue Buqun, his expression resolute. Disciple Qiu Bai shall certainly abide by the Huashan precepts. Serve tea. At some point, Lingshan had brewed tea and, upon hearing the call, presented the tea tray. Qiu Bai lifted the teacup with both hands, bowing as he offered it to Yue Buqun, exclaiming, Master, please enjoy the tea. Chapter 5. Passing down the sword just past the double ninth festival. The weather began to cool. The rising sun from the east bathed the world in golden light, yet brought little warmth. Occasionally, A mountain breeze would sweep through, stirring the sea of clouds and leaving a refreshing chill in the air. In the training ground before the Jingxi Hall, having just concluded the apprenticeship ceremony, Qiu Bai, under Yu Lingshan's guidance, went to the weapon room to collect a fine steel-long sword, a tea present. He held the sword while listening to Yue Buqun's instructions. Yue Buqun's words were all too familiar, reiterating the importance of adhering to the Huashan precepts and upholding righteousness. After delivering these words, Yue Buqun waved his hand and instructed, "Cheng, take everyone to practice swordsmanship. Qiu Bai, stay behind." "Yes, master," Ling Huchong replied respectfully, leading the other disciples aside to practice the Huashan sword techniques. Yue Buqun regarded Qiu Bai and, for some reason, suddenly felt a fondness for the lad. During their initial meeting yesterday, he had harbored doubts and had not properly observed Qiu Bai. Now, upon closer inspection, an inexplicable affection arose within him, reminiscent of his feelings towards Ling Huchong. Pointing to the large stone sword nearby, Yue Buqun spoke solemnly. "While the Huashan school is one of the 5 mountain sword schools, we differ from the others in that we prioritize the essence of qi. Qiu Bai, read the inscription on that large sword for me. T.O. wield the sword with qi." Qiu Bai replied, his gaze following Yue Buqun's finger to the 4 prominent characters etched upon the massive stone sword. "Indeed, this is the foundation of our Huashan school. As a disciple, you must always remember this." "Understood, master. I shall bear it in mind at all times." Qiu Bai responded earnestly without a moment's hesitation. As for what constitutes a righteous sect, Qiu Bai held his own understanding. He admired the Confucian spirit of shamelessness. How formidable were the Han emissaries! They sacrificed their lives to expand territory, summoning the might of the Han army. They were scholars. Did they care for their reputation? Clearly not. Yet, when faced with the temptation of expansion versus maintaining face, which was of greater weight? Thus, in historical texts, they were portrayed as virtuous figures. Consequently, Qiu Bai was acutely aware that one must grasp the power of discourse to assert control. And what was the power of discourse in the martial world? It was the righteous sect itself. Strength constituted the power of discourse. The Sun Moon Holy Cult, despite its formidable might, even having clashed with the Wudong sect, was not recognized as a righteous sect because it stood opposed to it. Moreover, Qiu Bai hailed from the era of the mobile internet, understanding the dynamics of discourse even more profoundly. Assert control was merely a rudimentary tactic in the age of mobile internet. Mastering such tactics required finesse, and there were even higher-level strategies that Qiu Bai had yet to comprehend. Thus, facing Yue Buqun's indoctrination, he raised the banner high. Whether he would abide by it depended on his mood. At present, his most pressing concern was to learn martial arts from Yue Buqun. Noticing Qiu Bai's demeanor, Yue Buqun nodded in approval. "Very well. I shall now teach you the Huashan sword techniques." Upon hearing this, Qiu Bai was overjoyed, thinking that he would finally receive substantial instruction. The Huashan sword techniques emphasize the extraordinary and the perilous, yet they do not solely rely on the extraordinary. One must understand the balance of the extraordinary and the ordinary. Seeking victory amidst danger, Yue Buqun paused here, waving his hand with a smile. To discuss these matters now would be premature. All disciples of the Huashan school must first learn the 13 foundational sword techniques, which are the bedrock of our swordsmanship and have earned us renown in the martial world. Come, let us practice together. Yes, master. Qiu Bai drew his long sword, his gaze unwavering as he fixed it upon Yue Buqun, intently observing him as he demonstrated the Huashan sword technique. Despite his somewhat clumsy movements, thanks to the extraordinary gift of photographic memory, Qiu Bai's postures were remarkably precise. Even though Yue Buqun moved with considerable speed, Qiu Bai managed to keep pace, much to the astonishment of Ning Zhongze, who was nearby. She had initially been focused on supervising Ling Huchong and the others as they practiced their swordplay. But upon noticing Yue Buqun's intention to teach Qiu Bai, she turned her attention to him. To her surprise, she quickly discerned Qiu Bai's exceptional talent. She was well aware that even Ling Huchong, under Yue Buqun's guidance, had not grasped the sword techniques as swiftly. That it often required her corrections for Ling Huchong to master the Huashan sword technique. The others fared even worse. For instance, Lu Daiyou, who who had been training in martial arts for 5 or 6 years, had yet to fully comprehend the 13 forms of the Huashan sword technique. Thus, witnessing Qiu Bai's performance left Ning, Zhongze utterly astonished. She observed keenly that while Qiu Bai could not match Yue Buqun in speed, each of his moves was flawlessly executed. It was merely his awkwardness and slow transitions that hindered him, issues that could be resolved with diligent practice. Could this lad be a genius? Ning Zhongze raised an eyebrow, pondering, recalling the boy's foolish demeanor from the previous day. A slight smile crept on her lips. That naive expression was indeed quite amusing. Now, reflecting on it, she realized that her moment of compassion had seemingly ushered a prodigy into the Huashan Sect. As Yue Buqun demonstrated the 13 forms of the Huashan sword technique, he endeavored to slow his pace. Yet it took only about 3 minutes for him to complete the demonstration. In contrast, Qiu Bai took significantly longer, finishing after nearly a cup of tea's worth of time. Just as he concluded the 13 forms, a new entry appeared on his panel. Novice swordsman, a beginner in swordplay, possessing a rudimentary understanding of the art. Upon seeing this entry, Qiu Bai recalled that he had yet to utilize the upgrades available for the month. However, after careful contemplation, he decided to postpone the upgrade for the time being. Although Yue Buqun had lowered his guard around him, Qiu Bai understood the depths of Yue Buqun's character. He did not wish to incite undue attention from him due to his excessive talent. With the advantage of his photographic memory, his performance today had already been sufficiently impressive. He would soon learn the Huashan internal techniques, and with the enhancement of his innate body, his abilities would only intensify. Thus, he resolved to delay his upgrades. There was ample time ahead. After all, he had only just begun his journey. With a deep breath, Qiu Bai expelled the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, sheathed his sword, and lifted his gaze to Yue Buqun, grinning as he remarked, "Master, the Huashan sword technique truly is exquisite." "Indeed, that is only natural," Yue Buqun replied, his expression unchanged, though his heart surged with delight. He had not anticipated that a casually accepted disciple would possess such exceptional talent. In his past travels across the martial world, the disciples he had found were akin to Shu Qing and Bai Luo, whose talents could only be considered passable in comparison. They paled in comparison to Ling Huchong, let alone Qiu Bai's performance today. As Yue Buqun contemplated this, he resolved not to let Qiu Bai follow the same path as Ling Huchong. He solemnly stated, "Qiu Bai, your mastery of the sword techniques today requires diligent practice. Do not allow pride to lead you astray. You understand. Your teaching shall be etched in my heart." "Master," Qiu Bai replied seriously, bowing to Yue Buqun. It was imperative to maintain the right attitude when addressing someone like him. Once that was established, everything else would follow smoothly. Yue Buqun nodded slightly and glanced at the sun overhead, instructing Chong'er, "You and the others should continue practicing the sword. Commence your breathing exercises at the hour of Chun." "Yes, Master," Ling Huchong and the other disciples echoed in unison. After issuing his instructions to Ling Huchong and the others, Yue Buqun turned back to Qiu Bai. "Qiu Bai, come with me." "Yes, Master," Qiu Bai responded with a nod. Following Yue Buqun, they walked past the Zhongze Hall and through the circular corridor until they arrived before a courtyard, but a plaque hung at the entrance, inscribed with the words Yusubui Xian. Qiu Bai followed Yue Buqun into the Yusubui Xian. The interior was exquisitely crafted, devoid of any unnecessary furnishings, leaving it rather sparse. Cushions were placed on the wooden floor, and a censer sat at the front. Observing the arrangement and recalling what Lingshan had mentioned about Yue Buqun teaching the Huashan disciples internal skills here, Qiu Bai realized that his assumptions were correct. Yue Buqun took a seat on the cushion at the head and beckoned Qiu Bai, saying, "Sit down." Qiu Bai complied, earnestness radiating from his gaze as he looked at Yue Buqun. He watched as Yue Buqun reached into his sleeve and produced a book with a blue cover. This is the Huashan Internal Skill Manual, which all Huashan disciples must cultivate. With that, Yue Buqun handed the manual to Qiu Bai. "Thank you for imparting this, Master," Qiu Bai said, accepting the book with delight. Noticing the frayed edges, he surmised that this manual had passed through many hands. It was likely the same one used by all Huashan disciples. As he opened the manual and began to read, confusion washed over him. Although he recognized the traditional characters, he struggled to comprehend the text when they were strung together. Terms like 8 extraordinary meridians and 12 regular meridians made little sense to him. A junior college graduate who had not studied traditional Chinese medicine. His expertise lay in marketing, not in the intricacies of acupuncture points and meridians. Setting the manual down, he looked at Yue Buqun and chuckled awkwardly. "Master, I don't understand this manual, though. Why is that?" Yue Buqun inquired, intrigued. Meeting Yue Buqun's gaze, Qiu Bai sheepishly replied, "Master, while I can read, I have not studied the theory of meridians." "That is of no concern." Yue Buqun waved his hand dismissively. Gesturing towards the manual, the Huashan internal skill primarily serves as a foundation for the subsequent techniques. It is not overly complex. You will grasp it after practicing it a few times under my guidance. "Then I shall trouble you, Master," Qiu Bai said, filled with excitement. In the world of martial arts, sword techniques and stances were crucial, but internal skills held equal importance. Were it not for Ling Hu Chang's study of the I Ching Jing, which allowed him to tame the foreign qi within him, his lackadaisical training approach would have never made him so formidable, especially not during the Battle of Haimu Cliff. Thus, the significance of internal skills was self-evident. However, Qiu Bai would not rigidly adhere to Yue Buqun's distinctions regarding sword energy. The simultaneous advancement of sword energy was, in fact, the correct approach, that he could not fathom why the Huashan Sect was embroiled in a dispute over sword energy. And he found it hard to believe that no one was stirring trouble behind the scenes. Yue Buqun gestured to Qiu Bai, demonstrating the acupoints and meridians required for practicing the Huashan internal skills. Despite Feng Qingyang's criticisms of Yue Buqun's rigidity, his teachings on internal skills proved to be exceedingly beneficial. As Qiu Bai listened to Yue Buqun's explanations, he quickly understood how to cultivate his qi. Once Yue Buqun finished his explanation, he looked at Qiu Bai and instructed, "Qiu Bai, follow my breathing rhythm." "Yes, Master." Qiu Bai nodded earnestly. He observed Yue Buqun's breathing and began to emulate it. Soon, he followed the requirements of the Huashan internal skills and began to circulate his internal energy. "How does it feel? Do you sense anything?" After the first round of breathing, Yue Buqun inquired. Qiu Bai took a moment to reflect and shook his head, saying, "I do not feel the sensation you described." "Master, have I practiced incorrectly?" "Not at all. Continue practicing," Yue Buqun encouraged. Nodding, Qiu Bai resumed his efforts, mimicking the instructions provided. After several repetitions, he suddenly felt a warmth rising from his dantian. Completing the exercise, he beamed at Yue Buqun, exclaiming, "Master, I've succeeded." "Very good." Yue Buqun observed Qiu Bai with a slight smile, though his tone remained stern. "You have merely made initial progress. Diligent practice is essential. Do not become complacent. I shall heed your command." Qiu Bai replied solemnly, "I will diligently practice and not disappoint your expectations, Master." "Excellent, excellent." Yue Buqun nodded with approval, then shifted his tone to offer encouragement. "The Huashan internal skill is but the introductory technique of our sect. There are superior internal skills, such as the Hunyuan I Qi Gong, that await you. I shall strive to master them swiftly," Qiu Bai replied, a smile gracing his face. "I hope for your guidance in the future." "Master, focus on your practice. I will recognize your efforts," Yue Buqun remarked cryptically. Qiu Bai, however, did not display any displeasure, simply nodding earnestly. "Master, I shall continue my training." Upon uttering these words, Qiu Bai disregarded any thoughts that Yue Buqun might have and adjusted his breathing, entering into a state of cultivation. The innate Tao body, bolstered by this golden attribute, was undeniably formidable. As he cultivated a sense of qi, Qiu Bai continued his practice, and the speed at which he progressed astonished even him. The attribute description claimed it was 10 times that of an ordinary person. Qiu Bai was uncertain whether this person referred to an average individual or a genius. After practicing for over half an hour, Qiu Bai felt invigorated. The internal energy he had cultivated within him could be described as approximately 3 inches long. Although this amount of internal energy appeared modest, its impact was significant. When engaging in palm strikes with another, channeling this internal energy into his palm would greatly enhance the force of his strike. If his opponent lacked internal energy, a simple strike could lead to a fracture. Conversely, if the opponent attempted a sneak attack without internal energy, as long as he directed his internal energy to counter the point of impact, their assault would be utterly futile and could even rebound against them. This exemplified the stark difference between possessing internal energy and lacking it. Yet, to cultivate internal energy throughout one's body, how formidable must one be? Junior brother, how goes your practice? Lingshan inquired, leaning closer to Qiu Bai with a cheerful smile. She had observed Qiu Bai practicing the sword alongside her father. At that moment, she had seen him perform the Huashan swordplay flawlessly, while she had struggled for days under her father's guidance to achieve the same. She was taken aback by how this lascivious junior brother could master it after just one session with their father, leaving her somewhat disheartened. However, now that she had fully mastered the Huashan swordplay, she felt undaunted. Gazing at Lingshan's fair and delicate face before him, Qiu Bai grinned widely. Senior sister, I have made my entry into the Huashan internal arts. No worries, I also wait. Lingshan's smile faltered as she looked at Qiu Bai and asked, Did you just say you haven't entered yet, correct? No, senior sister. Qiu Bai waved his hand, arching an eyebrow. I have indeed entered the realm of internal arts. Ah. Lingshan's eyes widened in astonishment. How long have you been here? And you've already entered the internal arts? Upon hearing her words, the other Huashan disciples turned in surprise. Ling Hucheng curiously leaned in, about to speak when a soft cough echoed through the hall. The sound was not loud, yet it caused everyone to stiffen immediately. Ling Hucheng sheepishly returned to his seat. Ahem. Yue Buqun coughed lightly, scanning the gathered disciples with a grave expression. Your junior brother Qiu has already entered the Huashan internal arts this morning, that he had no concerns regarding whether his disciples would deceive themselves regarding their progress. Cultivating a sense of qi would lead to the refinement of internal energy. One might fabricate a sense of qi, but internal energy cannot be concealed. Yue Buqun observed Qiu Bai transition from cultivating a sense of qi to manifesting internal energy fluctuations, and he sensed it clearly. Despite his profound composure, his expression shifted. Previously, they had only heard snippets of conversation between Lingshan and Qiu Bai. Now, hearing their master speak personally left them all astonished, particularly Leodino, who regarded Qiu Bai with a complex gaze. Fully aware of his responsibilities, with the Huashan Sect acquiring such a talented disciple, he needed to report this to Zhongze promptly for preparation. Liu Daiyou, lowering his head, remained inscrutable, his thoughts unknown, faced with the collective gaze of his peers. Qiu Bai offered a bashful smile. It is all thanks to my master's excellent teaching. Now, your elder brothers need to practice qi. You should go find your master mother and let her supervise your sword training. Yue Buqun gestured for Qiu Bai to leave. This announcement filled Qiu Bai with delight. What a fortunate development. Being alone with his master mother would be an exquisite experience, not one to be foolish. Qiu Bai concealed his elation and obediently stood, bowing respectfully before exiting the hall. Ning Zhongze, arriving last at the Yue Buqun hall, had barely entered when she heard Yue Buqun's voice echoing within. Moments later, she saw Qiu Bai emerging from the hall. Good lad, you have already entered the Huashan internal arts? Indeed, master mother, Qiu Bai replied, gazing at his radiant master mother with wide it is all thanks to my master's excellent teaching that I was able to progress so swiftly. You little rascal, Ning Zhongze exclaimed, her almond eyes widening as she lightly tapped his forehead. Master mother, my master instructed me to practice the sword with you. Then let us proceed. Ning Zhongze turned gracefully, leaving Qiu Bai to follow her closely. As he trailed behind her, he noticed her lacked any fragrance, her scent remarkably pure. Body odor is inherent to every individual, albeit varying in intensity and often imperceptible to oneself. However, the subtlety of one's natural scent can sometimes become apparent, particularly when it involves someone one desires. What kind of aroma it is, Qiu Bai found difficult to articulate. Perhaps it is akin to the delicate fragrance of a chrysanthemum. This moment, the sun had risen higher, radiating warmth unlike before. Ning Zhongze guided Qiu Bai down from the training grounds to a short corridor. The corridor was not extensive, measuring around 7 to 8 meters. Ning Zhongze took a seat on a nearby bench, observing Qiu Bai with a smile. Let us begin. I wish to see if you have completely memorized it. Master mother, just watch closely, Qiu Bai confidently declared as he drew his long sword from his waist. I shall commence. With that, He unsheathed his sword and executed each of the 13 forms of the Huashan swordplay. Initially, his movements were clumsy and slow. After completing all 13 forms, a T's worth of time had passed. Ning Zhongze's eyes lit up as she clapped her hands, encouraging him. Qiu Bai, you are practicing splendidly. Continue. Certainly, Master Mother. Observing the smile on Ning Zhongze's face filled Qiu Bai with renewed vigor. The steel-long sword danced in his hands. And as he practiced, he gradually became more adept. After more than 10 repetitions, Qiu Bai had managed to refine his swordplay to a remarkable 4 minutes. Qiu Bai, your talent is indeed impressive, Ning Zhongze remarked, observing him as he stood with his sword at rest. How long have you been practicing the Huashan swordplay this morning to achieve such proficiency that surpasses Gao Ming and exceeds Lu Daiyou? Lu Daiyou still had several moves he had yet to master, yet Qiu Bai, after just one round with his master, had achieved complete mastery. At this juncture, Ning Zhongze found herself at a loss for words. Noticing the complex expression on his Master Mother's face, Qiu Bai grinned. Master Mother, my impressive progress is also due to your vigilant supervision. You brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Ning Zhongze gently tapped his forehead, exasperated. If your master were to hear you speak like that, he would surely reprimand you for lacking respect for your teachers. Master Mother, I acknowledge my error, Qiu Bai swiftly replied, his eyes darting with curiosity as he asked, Master Mother, does our Huashan Sect possess lightness skills? Of course we do. Ning Zhongze arched an eyebrow, glancing at him. Why do you ask? Qiu Bai circled behind her, lightly tapping her shoulder, and with a cheeky grin said, Master Mother, considering I've learned the Huashan swordplay and internal arts. What else am I missing? Greed can lead to ruin, Ning Zhongze replied sternly. Today, you have consecutively learned sword techniques and internal arts. What you should focus on now is digesting and mastering them before considering further studies. Understand, Qiu Bai replied, his tone subdued. Noticing the shift in his demeanor, Ning Zhongze's heart softened, and she turned to him, reassuringly saying, Be obedient. Master Mother will not harm you. Qiu Bai managed a forced smile, explaining, Master Mother, I do not wish to be greedy. I merely seek additional assurances. Contemplating the disciple's background, Ning Zhongze sighed softly, shaking her head in mild exasperation. Very well, I shall teach you. Thank you, Master Mother. Qiu Bai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he grasped her hands. Expressing his joy, I knew Master Mother would be the best to me. You, in your antics. Ning Zhongze nonchalantly withdrew her hands, lightly tapping his forehead. Master Mother, Qiu Bai called out in an affectionate tone. The speed at which she withdrew her hand left him momentarily bewildered. Qiu Bai, step aside, Ning Zhongze urged, her expression serious. What I will impart to you is the Huashan body technique, which serves as the foundation of our sect's lightness skills. It is immensely practical for traveling, climbing mountains, or engaging in combat. Qiu Bai took a few steps back, attentively watching as Ning Zhongze demonstrated the technique in the corridor. The Huashan body technique, as its name suggests, is one of the foundational trio of skills in the Huashan Sect. Yet, even these 3 skills could earn considerable renown in the martial world, especially the 13 forms of the Huashan swordplay. Observing Ning Zhongze's performance, Qiu Bai diligently memorized each movement. The Huashan body technique offered exceptional training for the legs and feet, particularly as Ning Zhongze explained how to integrate Huashan internal arts with a body technique. Qiu Bai immediately grasped the intricacies of the Huashan body technique. Come, step forward and give it a try. Ning Zhongze gracefully accepted the long sword from Qiu Bai's hand, stepping back 2 paces with a smile. Let me see, dear disciple, how much you have remembered. Of course, Master, Qiu Bai replied. He replayed the steps Ning Zhongze had previously demonstrated in his mind and nodded with a smile. Proceeding to execute the Huashan lightness technique in the corridor, much like he had practiced with the sword, Ning Zhongze merely needed to perform the sequence once before Qiu Bai fully comprehended it. Although his execution was somewhat clumsy and lacked speed, he managed to replicate the movements flawlessly. As Ning Zhongze rose, her lips quivered, and she was visibly agitated. Master, did I make any mistakes? Qiu Bai inquired, looking at her with concern. Please, guide me. Ning Zhongze snapped back to reality, suddenly stumbling forward. Qiu Bai quickly rushed to her side, enveloping her in his arms. He was not blind to the changes in her demeanor. However, he feigned ignorance. With her in his embrace, he asked, "Master, are you all right?" "I am fine," Ning Zhongze responded, a hint of panic in her voice as she hurriedly stood up, her breath slightly hurried. Moments ago, her emotions had overwhelmed her, causing her to overlook her footing. Her left foot had inadvertently tripped over her right, leading to her fall. In truth, her martial prowess would have allowed her to land gracefully with a simple roll. But the proximity to Qiu Bai had left her no time to react before he caught her. She brushed back a few loose strands of hair and took a step back, meeting Qiu Bai's gaze with pursed lips. Given her martial skills, such an incident should not have occurred. Yet it had, leaving her baffled. Regaining her composure, she smiled at Qiu Bai and said, "Qiu Bai, you have mastered both the swordsmanship and the lightness technique. You should practice diligently here. I must return to my training." "What?" Qiu Bai exclaimed, surprise evident in his eyes. "Master, please stay and practice with me a little longer. 3 days without practice makes one rusty." Ning Zhongze shot him a disapproving glance and replied, "In matters of cultivation, one either progresses or regresses. Even your master needs to train." "Oh, fine." Qiu Bai sighed in resignation, suddenly regretting his earlier impulsiveness. Embracing his master had indeed been delightful. Yet now she was leaving, unable to continue the training with him. Was he not trading a sesame seed for a watermelon? Qiu Bai found himself at a loss, unable to discern whether he had gained or lost. It was akin to the trending topics he had seen before his transmigration, where financial consumers were said to earn tens of thousands. But did they truly profit or incur losses? Focusing on his training was paramount. Ning Zhongze tossed the long sword to Qiu Bai with a smile and pointedly remarked, "I will be checking to see if you are putting in the effort." "Understood, Master," Qiu Bai declared confidently, raising his chin and arching an eyebrow. "Just wait for the surprise I will bring you." Ning Zhongze chuckled, but offered no further reply, turning gracefully towards the Zhongqi Hall, watching her elegant silhouette retreat. Qiu Bai couldn't help but sigh softly. He had indeed been too hasty. Yet it was genuinely difficult to resist his master's charm, but a swirl of emotions flooded his mind, and he ultimately concluded that he was still too young. With energy seeking an outlet that resolve this predicament would require some sacrifice on his elder sister's part. Having devised a solution, Qiu Bai refocused his thoughts and turned his attention to his personal attribute panel. Host, Qiu Bai age, 18 years cultivation level, third-rate mastered techniques. Huashan internal skill martial arts acquired. Huashan sword technique lightness skill acquired. Huashan lightness technique attributes. Exquisite celestial grace gold. Innate Dao body gold, photographic memory gold, novice swordsman, white, strong and sturdy, white. His current personal attribute panel was significantly more impressive than before. The two new white attributes indicated his acquisition of the Huashan sword technique and the Huashan internal skill. However, the Huashan lightness technique had yet to trigger an attribute. Taking a deep breath, Qiu Bai mentally reviewed the steps of the Huashan lightness technique before suddenly opening his eyes and executing the movements along the corridor. The Huashan lightness technique was notably practical, primarily designed for ease of travel. When combined with the Huashan sword technique, it constituted a commendable form of lightness skill within the martial world. Though not exceptionally powerful, it was certainly above average. Originally, the Huashan lightness technique had been devised by the elders of Huashan to facilitate quicker and less laborious ascents of the mountain, later proving useful in combat. The ancestors of the Huashan Sect continued to refine it, resulting in the present version of the technique. As Qiu Bai practiced tirelessly in the corridor, his movements grew increasingly fluid and his footwork quickened. Simultaneously, new attributes appeared on his panel. Agile movement, white mastery of a lightness skill, granting greater agility and flexibility than the average person. Seeing the addition of 3 new white attributes, Qiu Bai sighed in relief. The grind for attributes was akin to witnessing a boss's health bar. Who wouldn't want to continue grinding as long as they could see the progress? This was not like pursuing a fairy maiden, where one might battle for an eternity without any visible results. Upon detecting that the host had mastered 3 martial arts on the day of entry, the system triggered the attribute, Overachiever. Overachiever, blue 5-fold learning efficiency, outclassing opponents. This attribute was impressive, Qiu Bai felt a surge of joy upon seeing the new blue attribute. The innate Dao body allowed for a tenfold increase in internal skill cultivation. But its contribution to other martial arts was limited. However, the newly triggered overachiever, though merely blue, enhanced learning efficiency by 5 times across all disciplines, making it an exceptional attribute. It is essential to understand that learning efficiency and cultivation speed are 2 distinct concepts. Learning efficiency is influenced by factors such as cognitive ability and intellect, leading to limited gains. Sometimes, even if a master imparts knowledge perfectly, the final acquisition may only be 1% or even less. In contrast, cultivation speed is unaffected by such variables. As long as one practices, it is 10 times that of an ordinary person. From Qiu Bai's experience, this tenfold increase did not merely refer to the average individual. Looking at the overachiever attribute and then at the other 3 white attributes, Qiu Bai raised an eyebrow and made a decision. System, upgrade the overachiever attribute. As Qiu Bai issued the command, the system's AI notification echoed. Host has chosen to upgrade the overachiever attribute. Upgrade successful. As the AI announcement concluded, Qiu Bai felt a flash of golden light before his eyes. A brand new attribute appeared before him. God of Overachievement, Gold King of Overachievers. 100 times learning efficiency. Qiu Bai gasped in astonishment at this new attribute point. 100 times learning efficiency. This attribute was truly remarkable. No, it was not only remarkable, it was an extraordinary attribute. Even the innate Dao body paled in comparison. This attribute would allow him to learn any martial art with 100 times the efficiency. Consequently, he could catch up to and even surpass Ling Huchong and the others in short time. The effect of the God of Overachievement attribute was simply astonishing. Seizing the moment, Qiu Bai eagerly unsheathed the long sword. In an instant, the blade danced through the air, and he executed the 13 forms of the Huashan sword technique one after another. This time, he distinctly felt his swordsmanship improving, especially with a noticeable increase in the speed of his strikes. After practicing the Huashan sword technique several times, Qiu Bai discovered that the novice swordsman white attribute had upgraded to a green attribute, skilled swordsman. Skilled swordsman, green, possesses considerable insight into swordsmanship, resulting in enhanced sword power. Observing the change in attributes, Qiu Bai wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled with delight. He cherished this sense of return on investment, reveling in the tangible rewards of his efforts. All right, time to practice lightness skills. Qiu Bai sheathed his long sword and began to practice the Huashan lightness technique in the corridor. In the Yusubu Wei Hall, Yue Buqun gradually awoke from his meditation, surveying the room filled with disciples seemingly engrossed in their training. Rising from his seat, he approached the entrance, starting his inspection from the outermost disciple, Shu Qi. Upon reaching Ling Huchong, however, Yue Buqun's brow furrowed, and he crouched down, waving a hand in front of him. Beside him, Yu Lingshan's expression turned anxious, wishing to alert Ling Huchong, but with Yue Buqun right in front of her, she dared not make a move. Earlier, she had tried to warn Ling Huchong when she saw her father go to the back, yet he had not responded at all. Now, with Yue Buqun crouched before Ling Huchong, how could she assist? Humph. Yue Buqun snorted softly. Though his voice was not loud, it resonated like thunder in the ears of those present. Ling Huchong jolted awake, his eyes snapping open to find Yue Buqun squatting before him. Ah! Startled, he let out a gasp, his entire body stumbling backward. Only when he recognized that it was his master standing before him did Ling Huchong finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, upon noticing the stern expression on his master's face, he realized that something was amiss, and his eyes darted nervously as he forced a laugh. "Master, you startled me by coming so close." Yue Buqun's expression remained inscrutable, revealing nothing of his thoughts. Yet this only heightened Ling Huchong's trepidation as he lowered his head. Feeling increasingly uneasy, the previous night he had indulged in drinking in Huayin City until the midnight hour, and by the time he returned to the mountain, it was already well past the hour of the pig. He had barely managed to catch any sleep before the dawn broke. During today's training, he had unknowingly succumbed to slumber, unable to stave off the drowsiness. Observing him in such a state, Yue Buqun's demeanor shifted instantly. His expression darkening, he rose to his feet and waved dismissively at the others. "Your training for today is concluded." Chonga. You remain behind. Yes, master. Ling Huchong glanced around at his fellow disciples, fixing them with a pleading gaze, hoping to have them stay as well. Yet, even Lu Dayo merely shrugged and joined the others as they exited. Junior sister, do you think Brother Chong will be punished by Master and sent to the Reflection Cliff? Once they stepped out of the Yue Buqun pavilion, Lu Dayo sidled up to Yu Lingshan, his voice laced with concern. Yu Lingshan furrowed her brows, her tone tinged with impatience. It's all his own doing. I can't be bothered to concern myself with him. Oh, junior sister, don't say that. Lu Dayo hurried to catch up with her, glancing anxiously back toward the pavilion, his voice trembling. Brother is also someone who didn't sleep well last night. Humph, how can you speak so shamelessly? Yu Lingshan turned to face Lu Dayo, pointing at his tattered clothing, her voice rising in frustration. You receive allowances regularly, yet you don't buy new clothes and instead lend them to him. By this time, they had already exited the pavilion. However, upon hearing Yu Lingshan's words, Lu Dayo hastily waved his hands in protest. Speaking cautiously, Shu, junior sister, keep your voice down. Don't let master hear. Humph. Yu Lingshan huffed, striding ahead, leaving her voice trailing behind. Father needs to teach him a good lesson. Watching her retreating figure, Lu Dayo clenched his fists. Pondering her current attitude, junior sister wasn't like this before. Chapter 008. Change inside the Yue Buqun pavilion. Ling Huchong kept his head lowered, a palpable sense of anxiety enveloping him. The weather had turned chilly, and he had no desire to be sent to the Reflection Cliff. Moreover, the thought of being confined there without the means to drink wine filled him with reluctance. Yue Buqun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing his disciple's bowed head in silence. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. Dacheng, how long has it been since you began following me? Master, it's been nearly 15 years. Ling Huchong was perplexed by the sudden question, but, after a moment's reflection, provided an answer. The realization struck him. 15 years had passed since he joined the Huashan Sect, and he was now 25 years old. Time had flown by remarkably fast. When he first arrived at Huashan, his junior sister was merely 3 years old, a tiny child who had now blossomed into a graceful young lady. Contemplating these thoughts made Ling Huchong even less inclined to meet his master's gaze, especially considering his own martial skills. Yue Buqun observed him in silence for a while longer before lifting his head and slowly making his way to the door. He gazed out at the trees in the courtyard, his voice cold and detached. Focus on your training. With that, he entered the back of the Yue Buqun pavilion without uttering another word. Yes, master. Ling Huchong watched the figure disappear at the door. Filled with confusion and uncertainty regarding his master's thoughts, He felt as if something had been lifted high only to be gently set down again. He had steeled himself for the possibility of being sent to the Reflection Cliff, resigned to endure a few days of cold. To his astonishment, however, his master said nothing at all. This left Ling Huchong somewhat dumbfounded. Unable to fathom the situation, he dismissed it from his mind and returned to his meditation mat, beginning his cultivation. Yet, it wasn't long before he found himself yawning. Yue Buqun exited the main hall and entered the back of the Yue Buqun pavilion, where he was greeted by Ning Zhongze, who was seated cross-legged beneath the eaves. Before he could approach, Ning Zhongze opened her eyes. Senior brother, you have returned. Yue Buqun nodded, taking a seat beside her and inquiring. Junior sister, how is Qiu Bai's swordsmanship progressing? Senior brother, you may not believe what I am about to say. Ning Zhongze looked at Yue Buqun with a smile, her voice grave. That young lad, Qiu Bai, has already grasped the fundamentals of Huashan's sword techniques. Oh, does he possess such talent? Yue Buqun's typically impassive countenance betrayed a hint of surprise. Indeed, his swordsmanship is now on par with Gao Jianming. Ning Zhongze spoke with utmost seriousness. Furthermore, I taught him a Huashan footwork, and he practiced it with me just once, memorizing it entirely. It seems this boy possesses an extraordinary memory. Upon hearing Ning Zhongze's words, Yue Buqun quickly comprehended the implications. While such a remarkable ability was rare, it was not entirely unheard of. Thus, it was not surprising that Yue Buqun could deduce this, that it must be so. Ning Zhongze nodded in agreement. Upon further reflection, aside from his exceptional memory, there seems to be no other explanation for Qiu Bai's progress. With this in mind, Yue Buqun fell into contemplation, the words he had nearly spoken fading away. His expression turned serious as he turned to Ning Zhongze, instructing, "Junior sister, keep a close watch on Chong'er during his training that I need to make a trip down the mountain." "Senior brother, did you not just return from the mountain yesterday?" Ning Zhongze regarded him with a furrowed brow, clearly perplexed. Yue Buqun merely smiled and replied, "Just carry out my instructions. My actions are for the benefit of the Huashan Sect." "Very well. Off you go then." Seeing that he was unwilling to elaborate, Ning Zhongze refrained from pressing further, instead asking, "Hasn't the morning training concluded? What is the matter with Chong'er?" After a moment of silence, Yue Buqun sighed. "Chong'er fell asleep during morning practice, so I instructed him to train for an additional hour. That Chong'er is becoming increasingly incorrigible." Ning Zhongze's brows knitted together at this revelation, her tone growing grave. "Senior brother, rest assured, I will keep a close eye on him." I shall take my leave." Yue Buqun nodded, retrieved his sword from the room, and exited the Yu Wei pavilion. Ning Zhongze rose from her position beneath the eaves, gazing at the main hall ahead. "Chong'er, what are you thinking?" Sighing, Ning Zhongze slipped on her shoes and walked toward the main hall. The main hall was eerily quiet, with only the faint scent of incense wafting from the incense burner. As Ning Zhongze entered, she spotted Ling Chong seated on the meditation mat, nodding off repeatedly. Realizing he had not been practicing but merely sleeping, her anger flared, and she seized a rattan stick to strike him. The sound of the lash echoed sharply. "Ow, that hurts." Ling Chong yelped, his face contorting in pain as he clutched his back and leaned forward. Upon noticing Ning Zhongze wielding the rattan stick, his expression shifted, and his voice diminished. "Mistress." Ning Zhongze, seeing his reaction, did not allow him to finish as she brought the stick down again. "I told you to practice diligently. Yet here you are sleeping. Is this how you repay your master for bringing you back to Huashan?" With each strike, Ning Zhongze's eyes reddened. Her emotions welling up, she tossed the rattan stick to the ground and walked away without a backward glance, leaving Ling Chong sprawled on the floor, gasping for breath. Lingshan had circled the dormitory in search of Qiu Bai, but found him absent. She turned back toward the Zhongze Hall and immediately spotted Qiu Bai practicing in the corridor. With light steps, she hurried to the corridor and observed Qiu Bai skillfully executing the Huashan footwork, her expression one of astonishment. "Qiu Bai, when did you learn the Huashan footwork?" Without any preamble, Lingshan directly posed the question. Upon seeing her approach, Qiu Bai calmly completed the last few steps of his footwork and stood before her, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. "While you were all busy practicing your internal skills." Lingshan appeared incredulous, her mouth agape in shock. She exaggeratedly gestured, staring at Qiu Bai, her words stumbling as she finally managed to articulate. "Qiu Bai, you can't be joking. Just 1 hour. How is that even possible?" Qiu Bai feigned innocence, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he raised an eyebrow. "Why would I joke with you?" Lingshan scrunched her nose, her eyes fixed on Qiu Bai as she placed her hands behind her back. Huffing, "I don't believe you. You must be pulling my leg. Senior sister, how I joined the Huashan Sect is not a secret to you." Qiu Bai chuckled and said, "On that day, it was a mere pebble that sent me sprawling on the ground." "What pebble?" Lingshan's eyes widened, and she frowned, replying, "Did you not fall on your own? I certainly did not throw any pebble at you." Qiu Bai paused for a moment, then shook his head and replied, "Sister, whether I fell by myself or was struck by a pebble, I am quite clear on that distinction. But I truly did not throw any pebble." Lingshan shrugged her hands, gazing at Qiu Bai with an expression of innocence. Seeing her demeanor, Qiu Bai sensed that she was not feigning it. He scratched his head and hesitantly said, "If it wasn't you who threw the pebble, then it must have been Master S' wife." "That is quite likely." Lingshan tilted her head in contemplation, uncertain but somewhat yearning, saying, "Actually, I do wish to learn about concealed weapons. However, both father and mother refused to teach me the techniques." "Not learning is quite fine," Qiu Bai remarked, taking her hand into his own. Observing her fair hand, he smiled and continued, "Practicing concealed weapons may roughen your hands, and that would be quite undesirable." "Humph, that one tea happened." Lingshan retorted, casting him a sidelong glance as she withdrew her hand, lifting her chin confidently to assert, "Mother has practiced concealed weapons. Her hands have not become rough at all." This query left Qiu Bai momentarily stumped. Furrowing his brow in thought, he suddenly brightened up and said with a grin, "Let us go ask Master S' wife." "Humph, I want tea." Lingshan looked at Qiu Bai as if he were a fool, crossing her arms defiantly and huffing. "Mother says one cannot be greedy and bite off more than one can chew. I haven tea, even master the Huashan sword technique. Yet, if I go to ask Mother this question now, wouldn't that be inviting trouble? I'm not foolish." "Haha, so you do know sister," Qiu Bai laughed. "You were waiting for me here, weren't you?" Lingshan seemed to finally realize, her almond-shaped eyes widening in surprise as she pointed at Qiu Bai's retreating figure and shouted, "You wait, Qiu Bai." "All right, sister," came a voice as Qiu Bai seized his sword and dashed towards the Yu Su Buwei pavilion, intending to discuss matters with his master and mistress. Upon traversing the corridor, Qiu Bai arrived at the entrance of the Yu Su Buwei pavilion, where he spotted Ning Zhongze covering her face and hastily retreating. Inside the main hall of the pavilion, Ling Hucheng lay sprawled on the floor. A vine whip scattered nearby. Qiu Bai quickly deduced the situation. It was evident that Ling Hucheng had done something foolish, inciting Mistress' ire to the point of being struck. Qiu Bai chose not to disturb Ling Hucheng and followed the direction Ning Zhongze had taken towards the back of the pavilion. Arriving at the door behind the pavilion, he found Ning Zhongze lying on the floor under the eaves, her body slightly convulsing. Recognizing this as the backyard, Qiu Bai refrained from barging in and instead lightly cleared his throat. "Ahem, mistress." Hearing his voice, Ning Zhongze's body quivered, her back to him as her arms stirred. After a considerable pause, she turned to face Qiu Bai, exclaiming, "Oh, it's you, Qiu Bai. Come in." Given permission, Qiu Bai stepped inside. Ning Zhongze scrutinized him for a moment before smiling and inquiring, "Qiu Bai, what brings you here?" Qiu Bai sat beside her under the eaves, observing his mistress, whose eyes still bore traces of redness. Struggling to find the right words, "Qiu Bai, what's the matter?" Ning Zhongze tilted her head toward him, her brow furrowing as she said in a serious tone, "If you have something to say, please speak plainly." Faced with his mistress, Qiu Bai opened his mouth but found himself unable to voice his thoughts. The subject was simply too embarrassing, leaving him a loss for words. Noticing his discomfort, Ning Zhongze reached out to pat his shoulder, chuckling softly, "There's no need to be shy. You can tell me anything." Qiu Bai bit his lip, still unable to articulate his request. Instead, he shifted the conversation, asking Mistress, "Where is Master?" "Your master has stepped out for some business," Ning Zhongze replied, casting a wary glance at Qiu Bai. "I am aware of your little escapade peeking at Shan while she bathed. Is there anything else you wish to confess?" Chapter 009. Up and down, mistress. I did not peek at sister while she bathed, Qiu Bai emphatically declared, defending his reputation. The thought of such a scoundrelly act was utterly repugnant to him. He would rather perish than stoop to that level. Ning Zhongze merely smiled, casting him a sidelong glance, her lips curling into a smirk as she urged, "Enough with the games. Just tell me what you want." After a brief silence, Qiu Bai, somewhat bashful, confessed, "Mistress, I wish to borrow some money." "Borrow money?" Ning Zhongze raised an eyebrow, her gaze sharpening as a hint of suspicion arose within her. She could not help but think of Ling Hucheng, who squandered his money on frivolities instead of attending to serious matters. With Ling Hucheng as a cautionary tale, Ning Zhongze was understandably reluctant to lend out money easily. Under her scrutinizing gaze, Qiu Bai felt a tightening in his chest. Did she truly intend to be so stingy? Though he had a few soft bills in his pocket, they were useless in this context. The system had not rewarded him with any silver notes or the like. He was in a predicament, utterly penniless. Earlier, facing his mistress, Qiu Bai found it impossible to ask her for money. Hence, he intended to consult Master, believing that men could communicate more easily with one another. Regrettably, Master Yue Buqun was not present on the mountain. After a long silence, Ning Zhongze finally spoke, her tone grave. "Qiu Bai, you have only just joined my Huashan Sect today. It is not that I distrust you or am unwilling to lend you money, but you must clarify what you intend to do with the funds." Ning Zhongze's insistence stemmed from her experiences over the years with Ling Hucheng, who had committed numerous foolish acts. She had to exercise caution. Given Qiu Bai's evident talent, He was destined to become a pillar of the Huashan Sect, provided he did not follow Linghu Chong's example of idleness and indulgence. She could not bear to see such a promising individual squandered. Just recently, she had been infuriated by Linghu Chong's laziness during morning training, her eyes welling with tears. She wished to avoid experiencing such feelings again. Upon hearing Ning Zhongze's words, Qiu Bai scratched his head, his expression awkward. Mistress, I do not possess proper clothing. The outfit I am wearing is actually my senior brother's. Therefore, I wish to borrow some money to buy a couple of sets of clothes. Ning Zhongze was momentarily taken aback, her emotions surging within her. She recalled seeing Qiu Bai yesterday, dressed in ragged, mismatched attire, resembling a wild barbarian. Now, in old clothes, he appeared somewhat presentable. With this thought, Ning Zhongze gazed at Qiu Bai with an apologetic expression. Her voice choked with emotion. Qiu Bai, it's my fault. I did not consider this matter. Mistress, what are you saying? Qiu Bai spread his hands and said with a cheerful grin, I am already quite satisfied to be under your care and to have entered Master's tutelage. How could I harbor any other thoughts? Seeing her disciple so understanding, Ning Zhongze felt a softness in her heart. She recalled the years following Master's passing, when she and her senior brother had to shoulder the burdens of the Huashan Sect. The bittersweet memories were hard to articulate. Back then, she had been about Qiu Bai ag. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Ning Zhongze reached out to gently touch Qiu Bai's cheek. Her voice filled with tenderness. You should indeed buy a few outfits. How much do you need? Feeling the warmth of his mistress's palm, Qiu Bai raised an eyebrow, perplexed. Mistress, I am unfamiliar with the prices around Huayin and do not know how much to ask for. Ning Zhongze fell silent for a moment, her eyes lighting up as she devised a solution. She stood up and gestured for Qiu Bai to follow. Come, let us go find Shan. Why are we looking for sister? Qiu Bai surmised Ning Zhongze's intention, but feigned ignorance. I will have Shan accompany you down the mountain. What? Qiu Bai blinked, grinning as he said, Mistress, it seems unfair to trouble sisters so much. It's nothing. She has no pressing matters on the mountain. Ning Zhongze waved her hand dismissively, leading Qiu Bai away from the Yue Buqun pavilion and out into the open. On the foaming terrace, Lingshan sat cross-legged beneath the pavilion, her sword beside her, her brows tightly knitted. Why can't I break through? Opening her eyes, she gazed out at the increasingly withered foliage beyond the mountain. Feeling quite distressed, her Huashan inner strength had reached its pinnacle, that if she could surpass this hurdle, she would achieve perfection in her internal arts. Yet, each time she attempted to break through, she found herself just a fraction short. Shan, just then, Ning Zhongze's voice reached her ears. Lingshan sprang to her feet, sword in hand, turning to face Ning Zhongze, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. Mother! However, just as she called out, she caught sight of Qiu Bai beside Ning Zhongze and immediately furrowed her brows, hissing through clenched teeth, You scoundrel! How dare you show your face before me? Sister, I was wrong. Qiu Bai quickly slid to his knees, grinning as he said, Sister, you are magnanimous. Please don't hold it against your little brother. Then why did you call me foolish? Qiu Bai shrugged innocently and said, Senior sister, think carefully. When did I ever say such a thing? Dare you claim you haven't? Lingshan's eyes widened, her cheeks puffed up in indignation. Seeing their bickering, Ning Zhongze waved his hand impatiently and exclaimed, Enough, both of you. Yes, teacher. Qiu Bai rolled his eyes at Lingshan and stepped back behind Ning Zhongze. Lingshan glared at Qiu Bai, her teeth gritted in frustration, and raised her small fist. Observing this, Ning Zhongze shook his head in exasperation and instructed, Shan, take Qiu Bai down the mountain to buy a few sets of clothes and see what other necessities are lacking. Make sure to procure those as well. Understood, teacher. Upon hearing this, Lingshan's eyes lit up, a mischievous smile forming as she fixed her gaze on Qiu Bai. Noticing her demeanor, Ning Zhongze frowned and warned, Shan, do not cause any trouble. Mother, you need not worry, Lingshan replied, grinning that I will certainly buy clothes for my junior brother. I do not wish to anger father. Ning Zhongze felt somewhat reassured by her words. Producing a money pouch, he turned to Qiu Bai and handed it over. Qiu Bai, take this money and go down the mountain with Shan to the ready-made clothing store in Huayin City to select a few outfits. Thank you, teacher. Qiu Bai accepted the pouch, feeling a swell of gratitude. Such trust from teacher's wife was a debt he could only hope to repay with loyalty. This sentiment remained unspoken, as he dared not voice it in front of Ning Zhongze. Observing the pouch in Qiu Bai's hands, Lingshan pouted slightly. She was quite familiar with that pouch, its teacher's personal money pouch. Though it seemed to contain little, she couldn't shake off her jealousy. Snatching the pouch, she weighed it in her hands and remarked with a hint of acidity, "Mother, you are indeed generous. I have never received so much money. Oh, are you blaming me now?" Ning Zhongze tapped her forehead lightly and snatched back the pouch. Retorting, "Did I instruct you to give money to your senior brother for drinking?" Lingshan's eyes darted, her lips pursed. Would she not lend money if her senior brother asked? She had previously scolded Lu Daiyou, which was akin to criticizing herself. "Mother, I acknowledge my mistake and assure you I will not give money to my senior brother for drinking again. Do not try that with me." Ning Zhongze placed the pouch back in Qiu Bai's hands. Scoffing, too late. "Well, if you want to give it, then don't." Lingshan haughtily turned her head away. Despite her defiance, she felt a pang of regret. Her senior brother's increasingly reckless behavior left her at a loss for how to respond. "All right, take it with you." Ultimately, Ning Zhongze's affection for his daughter won out. He tossed a small piece of silver, roughly 3 or 4 coins in size, into her hands. Lingshan quickly caught it and carefully placed it in the pouch, her face lighting up with joy once more. "Thank you, mother." "Humph." Ning Zhongze grunted, gesturing, "All right, take Qiu Bai down the mountain." "Junior brother, follow me." Lingshan stowed the pouch away, secured her sword at her waist, and cheerfully declared, "Senior sister will take you down the mountain to see the world." "Then I am truly grateful to senior sister," Qiu Bai replied casually, following Lingshan as they descended the mountain. Before crossing over, Qiu Bai had lived for many years without ever venturing north of the Yangtze River to AS for Mount Hua. He had never been there. Now, following Lingshan's lead down the mountain, he felt a unique thrill. "Junior brother, I'm going to speed up, just past the Golden Lock Pass." Lingshan called back to Qiu Bai with a smile. "Use the Huashan footwork, or you'll struggle to keep up." "Understood, senior sister." Qiu Bai nodded, promptly employing the Huashan footwork to chase after Lingshan's figure. After passing the Golden Lock Pass, they entered the long, winding Songlong Ridge, flanked by sheer cliffs, with only a stone staircase carved by predecessors for passage. Lingshan moved lightly, the Huashan footwork at her command, performing it effortlessly. Although Qiu Bai lagged slightly, he had diligently practiced today and had also grasped the Huashan footwork. His agility had transformed into swift strides. Swift stride, green, agile body, nimble footwork, increased travel speed, in the face of Lingshan's rapid pace. Qiu Bai remained unfazed, maintaining a steady distance behind her. Not too far, yet not too close. And no matter how hard Lingshan exerted herself, she could not shake off Qiu Bai. After all, the enhancements to the Huashan footwork were limited. Even for Lingshan, who had mastered it to perfection, the increase in speed had its limits. The two moved swiftly, one in front of the other. They paused momentarily to replenish their internal energy before continuing on their way. Upon reaching Huashan City, they arrived just in time for a meal. Qiu Bai had never encountered ancient cities or their bustling markets. They entered Huashan City. He gazed around in curious wonder. Reminiscent of his first visit to Guangzhou, everything felt so novel. Lingshan found Qiu Bai's astonishment amusing and remarked, "Look at you, have you never been to a city before?" "Indeed, I am but a country bumpkin," Qiu Bai cheerfully replied, unbothered by any perceived embarrassment. He had indeed arrived in this world without ever having visited an ancient city. Furthermore, the ancient cities he had known before were mostly commercial complexes, lacking the authentic feel of an ancient town. Regarding his origins, Qiu Bai could only resign himself to fate, hoping there were others in this world with experiences similar to his. "You are a country bumpkin, and I am a mountain dweller." Lingshan placed her hand on Qiu Bai's shoulder, chuckling, "It seems I am of higher status than you." Qiu Bai praised Lingshan for a moment, a slight smirk playing on his lips. "Understood. You can remain above me. I do not mind." "Haha, then I shall not hold back." Lingshan's eyes sparkled with amusement as she laughed heartily in response. "Yet, Upon seeing Qiu Bai's impassive expression, she instinctively sensed something was amiss, though she couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. This restaurant serves excellent dishes. Shortly after entering Huashan City, Lingshan halted before a restaurant and smiled, saying, "Moreover, the prices are quite reasonable." "Then let us dine here," Qiu Bai agreed, trusting her judgment. As it was mealtime, the restaurant buzzed with life, patrons bustling in and out. Qiu Bai and Lingshan found a window seat. After Lingshan ordered several dishes, she signaled the waiter to arrange them. Observing the lively scene within the restaurant, she cheerfully remarked, "Huashan City is our Huashan Sect's territory, yet father and mother do not manage it closely, only collecting fees from each household every 6 months." "Collecting fees every 6 months?" Qiu Bai raised an eyebrow, lowering his voice. "Do teacher and teacher's wife not fear they might be cheated out of her dues?" Lingshan smirked confidently. "They better dare not. The few factions in Huashan City would not risk refusing to pay. Father would teach them a lesson in manners. Actually, I somewhat envy the Huashan Sect." "Oh, why do you say that?" Qiu Bai asked curiously, not quite grasping her meaning, and he was not surprised that old Yu would deal with the factions in Huashan City. After all, it was the Huashan Sect's territory. "By the side of our bed, how can others sleep soundly?" she mused, resting her right hand on her chin, her left fingers tapping lightly on the table as she spoke with a calm demeanor. "The wine building in Huashan City is the largest in Huashan and belongs to the Huashan Sect. The wealth it collects each year is immeasurable. Unfortunately, our Huashan Sect lacks manpower and no one is skilled in such matters, so we cannot manage it like the Huashan Sect does in Huashan City." Qiu Bai frowned, gazing out at the relatively prosperous Huashan City. He sighed. The current disciples of the Huashan Sect were indeed lacking. Gao Jianming and Liang Fa could disguise themselves to gather some information, but when it came to managing enterprises, he could hardly imagine the scene. While he pondered these matters, Lingshan suddenly made a startling suggestion. "If we had a Hungyan building, we could have a place to dine when we come down the mountain in the future, and we wouldn't have to pay." Qiu Bai's lips twitched involuntarily, unsure of how to respond. He had thought Lingshan had ambitions and aspirations, yet it seemed she was only interested in not paying for meals. Gritting his teeth, Qiu Bai resolved not to pursue that topic and instead inquired pensively, "Senior sister, do we have any avenues for earning money?" This is certainly not in Qiu Bai's style. Moreover, observing Lingshan's jubilant expression upon receiving a few coins from her master's wife, Qiu Bai is convinced that the pocket money dispensed by his master is unlikely to be substantial. The pursuit of martial arts is akin to a spiritual journey, emphasizing the importance of wealth. Companions, skills, and land, as for the latter three, Qiu Bai either possesses them or has set his sights on acquiring them. However, it is the matter of wealth that remains elusive. Relying on the master and his wife to distribute funds is evidently an unreliable strategy. Over the years, Ning Zhongze has indeed bolstered the Huashan Sect under the leadership of Yue Buqun, which has seen significant improvement, yet it is clear that he lacks the acumen for management. As for Ning Zhongze, there is even less to say that in Qiu Bai's view, it would be more beneficial for her to concentrate on her martial training rather than managing the sect. Perhaps then, the reputation of the Huashan Jade Maiden would resonate even more profoundly. Renowned masters have a considerable impact on a sect's revenue and its ability to attract new disciples. When one mentions the Huashan Sect, the mention of the Huashan 13 protectors inevitably comes to mind. The mere thought of a sect boasting 13 top-tier experts instills a profound sense of security. Does it not? Similarly, the collection of fees would likely be less burdensome. Yet the Huashan Sect relies solely on Yue Buqun and Ning Zhongze, and while they might possess some influence in Hanzhong, their revenue is likely minimal. After all, a horse's bone is worth 1,000 gold. If the fees were exorbitant, few would be inclined to pay. Those who seek to ally with the Huashan Sect do so for profit, not to find a paternal figure. With these realizations, Qiu Bai understands that to resolve the issue of wealth, he must devise his own strategies, possessing both hands and feet, as well as martial prowess. How could he possibly be stifled by trivialities? As Qiu Bai's gaze met Lingshan's, she picked up her chopsticks, tossed some vegetables in her mouth, and chewed slowly. The notion of earning money had never crossed her mind. Suddenly confronted with Qiu Bai's inquiry, She found herself at a loss for words. Senior sister, you don't know either? Qiu Bai swallowed his food, raised his eyes to Lingshan, and hesitantly asked. Upon reflection, Qiu Bai realized that none of the disciples of the Huashan Sect had ventured down the mountain to pursue wealth. However, during their time at Hanyan Tower, Liang Fa, Shidaizi, and Gao Jinming had apparently engaged in some clandestine business, and they had disguised it rather convincingly. Yet their endeavors were not aligned with Qiu Bai's skills or interests. His current mindset is quite straightforward. Since he is now a part of the martial world, he shall employ the methods of the martial world to acquire wealth. Managing an enterprise is not his concern. Lingshan set her chopsticks down, pushed her bowl forward, leaned her elbows on the table, and gazed intently at Qiu Bai, her lips moving silently. Senior sister, why are you just staring at me without eating? Qiu Bai swallowed his food and, meeting Lingshan's gaze, inquired with curiosity. Lingshan wrinkled her delicate nose and smiled. I'm just curious about what you're thinking. So, have you figured it out? Qiu Bai chuckled and continued to serve himself. He made no effort to conceal his intention to earn money, having already shared it with Lingshan. What more could she discern from his gaze? Lingshan fell silent for a moment before fixing her gaze on Qiu Bai and asking, Are you in dire need of money? Not at all. Qiu Bai shook his head and replied, Why would you think that? Well, you just became my father's disciple today, descended the mountain to shop, and you're already asking me about ways to make money. Lingshan shrugged, speaking candidly. So, is it wrong for me to think that way? Not at all. Qiu Bai lowered his head to eat, scraping the last morsel of rice in his mouth, then refilling his bowl before raising an eyebrow and grinning. Senior sister, if you don't hurry and eat, I might finish everything. Then why are you so intent on making money? Lingshan picked up her bowl and chopsticks, placing vegetables in her dish, though her mind was clearly elsewhere. Facing Lingshan's probing question, Qiu Bai licked his lips and met her gaze. Why, Master S' wife mentioned that you have a birthday in 2 months. And I want to buy a gift for you, but I'm completely broke, so... As he spoke, Qiu Bai's voice trailed off, and he lowered his head, shoving vegetables into his bowl and vigorously scraping at his rice. Upon hearing this, Lingshan's expression shifted, visibly touched. For the first time in her life, aside from her parents, someone expressed the desire to gift her something on her birthday, as for her senior brother. It was already a blessing that he didn't hinder her on her birthday, let alone give her a gift. Lingshan could only smile, saying nothing more. Your thoughtfulness is truly appreciated. She looked at Qiu Bai, her fair and delicate face breaking into a joyful smile. However, I genuinely have no idea how to earn money. The fees in Huashan City are managed by my parents. They've never brought me along. With that, Lingshan shrugged helplessly, so I can't help you, but you might ask my mother. All right then. Qiu Bai chuckled. Senior sister, let us eat quickly. It'll get cold soon. Huashan City, situated at a crucial juncture of transportation, serves as a vital node for the nation's relay stations, witnessing an incessant flow of merchant caravans. Caravans departing from the west of Chang'an must inevitably pass through Fengling due to enter the capital via official roads, radiating into the central plains and the capital thereafter. Otherwise, they would have to detour through Kuei-zhou or take lesser paths. This bustling commerce has drawn a significant influx of visitors to Huashan City. If the Huashan Sect could establish a grand tavern in Huashan City like the Huashan Sect, earning a fortune daily would be a mere formality. Unfortunately, the Huashan Sect is incapable of such ventures. This meal cost Qiu Bai and Lingshan 5 coins of silver, which left Qiu Bai rather astonished. However, Lingshan raised no objections, indicating that this was the customary price. Upon leaving the restaurant, Qiu Bai and Lingshan walked side by side, observing the bustling merchants around them, including the diverse Western merchants. Qiu Bai felt his horizons broaden. The ready-made clothing store bore no significant difference from modern clothing shops, the only distinction being the decor. Qiu Bai's stature was not particularly remarkable, which was advantageous as it made purchasing ready-made clothing less cumbersome. After acquiring 2 outfits, Qiu Bai intended to depart, as that was his primary purpose for descending the mountain. However, Lingshan shot him a disdainful glance and remarked, Are you foolish? Winter is fast approaching. Qiu Bai was momentarily speechless. He had not considered that aspect before. While watching the series, he hadn't noticed anyone wearing thick clothing and had subconsciously overlooked it. Now, situated in this world, Lingshan's reminder prompted him to remember that Huashan does indeed experience snowfall. Senior sister, what kind of clothing should I buy? Upon hearing Qiu Bai's question, Lingshan selected 2 cotton garments and tossed them to him. Of course, you wear cotton in winter. Do you expect to wear fur coats? Haha, I certainly cannot afford that. Even without knowledge of the local prices, Qiu Bai was aware that fur coats were undoubtedly expensive. After all, in the world before his time travel, such items were also high-priced. All right, let us go. Lingshan took the money pouch and settled the bill for the clothing. Consequently, the pouch given to Qiu Bai by Ning Zhongze was nearly empty, with little remaining. Gazing at the few garments in his hands, Qiu Bai began to comprehend why he had often seen references to pawning clothes in Jinping Mei. These cotton clothes and spring-autumn garments were indeed not inexpensive. After exiting the ready-made clothing store, Qiu Bai looked at Lingshan and asked with a smile, Senior sister, shall we return to the mountain now, or continue exploring? Lingshan lifted her gaze to the sun, which was gradually setting, and shrugged. Let us head back. I'd rather not be scolded. In response, Qiu Bai slung the clothes over his shoulder and walked alongside Lingshan, having walked a short distance. Lingshan glanced at a nearby shop and remarked, By the way, you still haven't bought a toothbrush and tooth powder. A toothbrush? Upon hearing this term, Qiu Bai felt momentarily bewildered. Even after traversing worlds, one still needed to brush their teeth? No, it was the ancestors who insisted on dental hygiene. Qiu Bai handed the money pouch to Lingshan, grinning, Senior sister, can you see if this is sufficient? Buying something ordinary should be fine. Lingshan accepted the money pouch and stepped into the shop, burdened with several garments. Qiu Bai refrained from entering, but curiously approached a nearby notice board. The board displayed numerous announcements, including government policies and many wanted posters. Qiu Bai noted that these wanted posters listed bounties, which piqued his interest. Scanning the notices, he realized he was unfamiliar with many of the wanted individuals and had no knowledge of their abilities. Ultimately, he spotted a familiar name, Tian Boguang. The notorious flower thief, a scourge in many places, had a bounty of 500 taels. Seeing this amount, Qiu Bai couldn't help but feel a surge of temptation. Alas, his martial skills were insufficient. Nevertheless, he made a mental note. Capturing wanted individuals could also serve as a viable means of earning money. What are you looking at? Lingshan approached Qiu Bai, holding a toothbrush and tooth powder, glancing at the notices on the board. The whiteboard demon, he is still alive. Lingshan pointed at a wanted poster, excitement evident in her voice. Qiu Bai, I must tell you, I was terrified of this guy when I was a child. What were you afraid of? Qiu Bai asked, puzzled by Lingshan's reaction. It's all my mother's fault. Lingshan pouted, her lips forming a small frown. Whenever I cried, she would threaten me with a whiteboard demon. She'd say that if I continued to cry, he would come and take me away because he loved to eat children who cried. Cough, cough. Upon hearing those words, Qiu Bai suppressed a laugh, clearing his throat softly twice. Ning Zhongze's statement resonated with a tale he had heard in his childhood about the bear granny. Back then, the adults would coax him to sleep, warning that if he misbehaved, the bear granny would find him and devour his fingers one by one. Strangely enough, that story was quite terrifying. Indeed, she would eat people. Lingshan shot him a glare, then turned to the wanted poster, her face filled with astonishment as she exclaimed, Tisafiske, his head is actually worth 1,000 taels. If we can't defeat him, we shan't obtain it. Qiu Bai shrugged and chuckled. Let us return to the mountains and diligently practice our martial arts. When the time comes, we shall slay this whiteboard scourge and avenge you. All right, you said it, Lingshan replied, her face lighting up with a smile, her hands clasped behind her back as she gazed at Qiu Bai sideways. The setting sun cast a golden glow upon her face, enhancing her beauty. Gazing at her youthful countenance, Qiu Bai felt as though he were 18, brimming with vitality. Although in truth, he was indeed 18 to what? Are you unwilling? Lingshan waved her hand in front of him. Pouting, isn't it just a whiteboard scourge? Qiu Bai smirked, raising his free hand into a fist, confidently lifting his chin. A mere triviality, easily accomplished. Ouch, ouch, ouch. In the room, Ling Hu Chong lay bare-chested on the bed, sweat glistening on his forehead. His back bore several glaring red welts, a result of being whipped by his master's wife with a rattan stick that morning. Elder brother, please don't move around, Lu Dayo said, seated at the bedside with ointment in hand, applying it to Ling Hu Chong's wounds. However, as soon as the ointment touched the bruises, Ling Hu Chong cried out in pain, writhing uncontrollably. "Lu Hoer, do be gentler." Hearing Ling Hu Chong's complaints, Lu Daio's face turned stern, his indignation palpable as he retorted, "Elder brother, it was merely a brief nap during training. Why must the Master's wife treat you so harshly? Sleeping during training is my fault." Ling Hu Chong stood at attention, gritting his teeth as he remarked, "I simply didn't expect the Master's wife to truly strike. It nearly killed me." "Of course she struck," Lu Daio, applying the ointment with gritted teeth, bitterly added, "The little junior sister has moved on. If not you, who else should she punish?" "Wait." Ling Hu Chong turned sideways, casting a frowning glance at Lu Daio. "What do you mean by that? You know the new arrival, Qiu Bai, right?" "Yes, I know," Ling Hu Chong nodded, a look of confusion on his face. "Didn't he just join the Master's fold today? What's the matter with him? He is more handsome than you and knows how to make the little junior sister smile, winning the Master's wife's favor." Lu Daio pressed his hand on Ling Hu Chong's bruise, jealousy evident in his words. "Elder brother, what do you think is happening?" "Well, that's not particularly surprising, is it?" Ling Hu Chong inhaled sharply, gritting his teeth as he glared at Lu Daio. Irritated, "If you don't explain, I'll remember this moment. Why, elder brother?" Lu Daio, full of grievance, snapped back. "He's south stealing your place in the Master's affections, and your childhood companion, the little junior sister. Do you realize what that implies?" "Lu Hoer, you're overthinking it." Ling Hu Chong patted his shoulder dismissively, chuckling lightly. "Let him be. It's nothing of great concern." "Elder brother, how can you be so indifferent?" Lu Daio glared at him, exuding a sense of lament over missed opportunities. "If he gains the Master's favor, won't he become the leader of the Huashan Sect?" "Lu Hoer, is that what you're worried about?" Ling Hu Chong finally understood Lu Daio's intentions, shaking his head with a smile, nonchalantly replying, "Do you see how burdensome being the master is? If Qiu Bai truly wishes to be the leader of the Huashan Sect, let him. I only wish for some wine to enjoy." "Elder brother." Lu Daio's voice deepened, his eyes burning with intensity as he glared at Ling Hu Chong, his tone grave. "You can casually dismiss the position of leader, but what if he desires the little junior sister as well? Would you let that happen?" Chapter 011. Enchantment with the morning glow illuminating the land. The air was filled with a purple hue. After the Chongyang festival, the weather grew progressively colder. The clouds drifting through the mountains no longer offered the refreshing coolness of autumn's embrace. In the martial arts arena before the Zhongze Hall, Ning Zhongze stood with a rattan stick in hand, addressing a group of disciples with a furrowed brow. "Your master is away today, so I shall oversee your training." With that, she fixed her gaze on Ling Hu Chong, commanding, "Chonger, lead the younger disciples in practicing their swordplay." "Yes, master," Ling Hu Chong replied, casting a glance at the rattan stick, his demeanor subdued. He had felt it sting just yesterday, and his back still throbbed with pain. Observing Ning Zhongze wielding the rattan stick, Qiu Bai was taken aback. He sensed a marked change in her demeanor today. Nevertheless, his mastery of the Huashan sword techniques was thorough, so he had little to worry about. As Ling Hu Chong unsheathed his long sword, Qiu Bai and the other disciples followed suit, drawing their blades. Practicing the Huashan sword techniques was no trifling matter. Ning Zhongze's gaze was sharp, fixated on the group. Should she spot any flaws in their techniques, she would swiftly administer a stinging blow with the rattan stick. The sharp crack of the stick against flesh elicited cries of pain. And though the disciples harbored grievances, they dared not voice them. After an hour of sword practice, Ling Hu Chong had received 2 strikes, while Qiu Bai emerged unscathed, garnering complex glances from the others. Lu Dio even believed that the Master's wife was showing favoritism. How could Qiu Bai, having just joined, achieve so much? Surely, he must be spared because he is a newcomer. Yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Lu Dio had trained for several years without mastering a complete set of Huashan sword techniques. Compared to their scrutinizing gazes, Qiu Bai felt a sense of discomfort. After practicing for so long, his skill level remained green. Failing to ascend to blue, it seemed he required even more experience. That a moment of contemplation led Qiu Bai to understand the reasoning behind it. Transitioning from a white skill level to green merely required grasping the basics of a sword technique. The criteria were rather lenient. However, advancing from green to blue necessitated mastering a technique to a proficient or even advanced level. With this realization, Qiu Bai exhaled, determination gleaming in his eyes. With a goal in sight, all that remained was execution. Ning Zhongze stepped forward, surveying the disciples with a stormy countenance. Aside from Qiu Bai, each of you has practiced the 13 forms of Huashan swordplay for at least 2.5 years. Especially you. Ning Zhongze's expression grew more complex as she looked at her disciples, her emotions particularly evident when she regarded Ling Huchong. She had not anticipated that, after so long training in Huashan swordplay, her disciples would still falter. It was truly perplexing. Yet, Qiu Bai grasped it so adeptly after just a single glance. Setting aside his remarkable memory, could it be that the other disciples lacked diligence in their studies? After all this time, you still cannot match Qiu Bai, who has only been practicing for a day. Do you not think you deserve to be punished? Ning Zhongze glared at her disciples, her chest heaving with suppressed anger. She struggled to contain her frustration, stating, "I expect each of you to reflect on your shortcomings." With that, she turned on her heel, leading the disciples toward the Zhongze Hall. The Zhongze Hall served as a venue for various gatherings within the Huashan Sect, and was also where early morning training took place. Its function was akin to the Daxiong Baodian of the Shaolin Sect, where morning assemblies were held. Yue Buqun preferred to supervise his disciples' internal cultivation in the Yu Suabu Wei Hall. But that was merely a personal preference of a leader, not a rigid rule. As they made their way to the Zhongze Hall, Lingshan shot a glare at Qiu Bai, extending her fair arm and gritting her teeth. "Qiu Bai, how did you manage to practice your swordplay?" A conspicuous red mark marred her fair wrist, a testament to her earlier misstep while practicing the boundless falling leaves technique, resulting in a strike from the rattan stick. Huff! Qiu Bai refrained from answering her question, instead lifting his arm and gently blowing on it, offering consolation. "Senior sister, let me blow on it. It won't hurt anymore, but I believe you when pigs fly." Lingshan shot him a glance, retracting her arm and lowering her sleeve. "Humph, with your little tricks, do you think you could deceive me? How could I dare deceive my senior sister?" Qiu Bai raised his hands in a gesture of innocence. Feigning grievance, Lingshan snorted softly, lifting her chin defiantly as she quickened her pace, leaving Qiu Bai trailing behind. Witnessing this, Lu Daio's expression darkened as he leaned closer to Ling Huchong, lowering his voice. "Elder brother, did you see that?" Ling Huchong's expression shifted several times before he finally smiled. "Lu Hoer, don't overthink it. The junior sister is merely looking after him, considering he has just begun. Master brother." If Lu Daio thought he had misheard, he stared in astonishment at Ling Huchong, momentarily at a loss for words. However, Ling Huchong merely chuckled and patted him on the shoulder, reassuring him, "Later, when we return, I shall teach you the art of abundance." Lu Daio fell silent, following Ling Huchong into the Hall of Righteousness. The back of the group, Lao Denua stroked his chin, his eyes glimmering with contemplation. Perhaps this was a splendid opportunity. With the newly acquired prodigy and the senior disciple at hand, whom would you choose? A knowing smile crept across Lao Denua's face. Inside the Hall of Righteousness, Qiu Bai sat cross-legged, directing his internal energy along the prescribed pathways of Mount Hua's martial arts. As it continuously circulated within him, running through the cycles of energy, this was beyond what the Mount Hua internal technique could achieve. Yet even so, as Qiu Bai followed the prescribed method, he noticed a modest increase in his internal energy, albeit limited due to the constraints of the technique. A sharp crack. The sound of a rattan whip echoed, startling everyone to raise their eyes in unison. Lu Daio clutched his back, gritting his teeth in pain. Unable to utter a word, standing beside him, Ning Zhongze wore a grim expression, fixing her gaze on Lu Daio as she spoke sternly. "Daio, how have you been training?" "Mistress, Lu Daio hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Ning Zhongze clenched her teeth, her anger palpable as she rebuked, "Your internal energy is so feeble, even inferior to Shu Qi. What have you been practicing all these years?" "Mistress, I realize my mistakes." Lu Daio bowed his head. "Confessing, I shall practice diligently. That is for the best." Ning Zhongze inhaled deeply, suppressing her frustration, and continued to supervise the disciples' training. Qiu Bai glanced over, frowning, feeling powerless to comment on Lu Daio's ungracious attitude towards his own training. Little did he expect that Lu Daio's martial arts were so abysmally poor. Previously, Qiu Bai had pondered how to deal with Lu Daio. Now, he found his interest completely waning. Under the influence of the innate Dao body and the divine mechanism of internal competition, Qiu Bai's training speed exhibited unparalleled progress. His internal energy had transformed from 3 inches to 5 inches. Though the numerical change appeared modest, the actual difference was significant. Such a small amount of internal energy allowed for limited capabilities. Thus, the need for superior internal cultivation remained. Simultaneously, Qiu Bai discovered that his attributes had changed. His white attribute of robust health upgraded to a green attribute of vigorous vitality. Vigorous vitality, green, full of spirit. Blood flourishing, and internal breath steady. Ning Zhongze approached Qiu Bai, intending to say something, but sensed something unusual about him. Realizing there was an issue, she quickly crouched down and placed her hand on Qiu Bai's shoulder. As Qiu Bai was immersed in his training, feeling the pressure on his shoulder, his internal energy instinctively surged towards that point. Ning Zhongze felt a powerful rebound from her hand, raising it in surprise as she stared at Qiu Bai. Is this internal energy? Ning Zhongze's voice was not loud. In the stillness of the Hall of Righteousness, it resonated clearly among the crowd. All eyes turned towards Qiu Bai. Their expressions varied. Lingshan exclaimed in disbelief. "Mother, is this true?" Ning Zhongze turned her head, scanning the other disciples with a cold huff. I could still discern whether Qiu Bai's cultivated internal energy. This, Lingshan was taken aback, recalling how she had struggled to shake off Qiu Bai during their descent the previous day while utilizing all her lightness skills. So he had already cultivated internal energy. Wait, he had achieved this yesterday. Realizing this, Lingshan's mouth fell open in astonishment, hesitantly saying, "Mother," yet before she could finish, Ning Zhongze interrupted her. "Focus on your practice. Don't let Qiu Bai surpass you without your knowledge. I won't be surpassed by that scoundrel." Lingshan huffed, turning on her heel, uncertain if she had truly entered a state of training. Qiu Bai could only smile wryly, shaking his head as he looked at Ning Zhongze, saying helplessly, "Mistress, are you not making trouble for your disciple?" "What?" Ning Zhongze raised her eyebrows, her tone cheerful. "Are you saying that if your martial arts improve, I shouldn't praise you?" Since witnessing Ling Huchang's laziness the previous day, she had resolved to change the atmosphere and encourage the disciples of Mount Hua to train diligently. That was why she had brought the Rot-Tan whip to oversee their training. In the past, she and her fellow brother had left them to their own devices, allowing Ling Huchang to take the lead. Today, as she took the initiative to supervise, she discovered that after years of practice, the disciples had trained with considerable confusion. At least their swordplay could not be faked. It seemed barely passable. Yet, with Lu Daio's internal cultivation after so many years still yielding only feeble energy, how could she not be infuriated? Now, witnessing Qiu Bai's remarkable internal energy, how could she not feel elated? With this in mind, Ning Zhongze stood up, her expression serious as she addressed the gathered disciples. Qiu Bai has only been here for 2 days and has already cultivated internal energy. What about you? Tonight, when you sleep, prop your pillows higher and reflect on this. If you continue to squander your days, perhaps others will show some regard for our Mount Hua sect, but if they do not, consider how you will deal with it. Today's training is concluded. With that, Ning Zhongze flicked her sleeve and strode out. As she departed, the Hall of Righteousness erupted into a buzz of conversation. Liang Fa, Shi Daizi, and Gao Jinming, 3 honest souls, approached Qiu Bai curiously upon hearing he had cultivated internal energy. All 3 were in their 30s. And upon witnessing Qiu Bai's extraordinary talent, their hearts brimmed with envy. They knew their own circumstances well enough to have resigned themselves to their fates, aware they would never become masters. Thus, in the face of Qiu Bai, they eagerly approached, hoping to curry favor and secure a favorable position for themselves. "Little junior brother, you are truly impressive. Indeed, it took me a whole month to cultivate any sensation of energy. I was a bit better. Only 29 days. The 3 encircled Qiu Bai, laughing heartily. Lingshan pushed him aside, hands on her hips, glaring at Qiu Bai, indignantly declaring, "Qiu Bai, you big liar!" Huh. Qiu Bai looked at Lingshan in surprise. Pointing at himself in uncertainty, "Sister, how have I deceived you?" "Umph, you know full well." With that, Lingshan stormed off in a huff. Liang Fa chuckled, "Little junior brother, don't mind her. She just has that temperament. She'll be fine in a bit." Sure, Daisy and Gao Jinming chimed in agreement. "No, I must clarify things with sister." Qiu Bai shook his head, clasping his hands apologetically to the three, saying, "Forgive me, senior brothers. I must take my leave. Go ahead." Liang Fa nodded with a smile. "We also have our own matters to attend to." Watching Qiu Bai's figure disappear at the entrance, Lu Dayo stepped forward, arms crossed, casting a smirk towards Liang Fa and his companions. "Third senior brother, fourth senior brother, fifth senior brother, you are trying to ingratiate yourselves, but he doesn't accept it." "Dayo, how can you say that?" Lao Danua suddenly stepped forward. Grinning, "Little junior brother is young. It's no surprise he doesn't understand these things. After all, just a youth. Doesn't understand. Does he not even know how to show respect to his seniors?" Lu Dayo scoffed. "He seems quite respectful towards our master and mistress. Isn't that how it should be?" Lao Danua patted Lu Dayo's shoulder, advising he's currently preoccupied with little junior sister. Where would he find the time to contemplate interpersonal relations? "Sixth junior brother, rather than worrying about Liang junior brother and the others, perhaps you should focus on improving yourself." After saying this, Lao Danua shook his head and walked out. Liang Fa and the others exchanged glances before following Lao Danua's lead and departing. In the vast hall of righteousness, only Ling Huchong, Lu Dayo, and Shu Qi remained. Shu Qi wore a silly grin, scratching the back of his head, and nodded at Ling Huchong. "Master brother, I haven't washed my clothes from yesterday yet, so I'll go do that now." With that, Shu Qi scampered out. Lu Dayo clenched his fists, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Ling Huchong, gritting his teeth. "Master brother, did you see that?" Ling Huchong stepped forward, patting his shoulder, and sighed. "Dayo, today you are in the wrong." "Master brother," Lu Dayo exclaimed urgently, "look at them. How respectful they were to you before. Liang Fa and the others, they used to follow your every word, doing whatever you asked. And now, they do not even wait for your opinion before rushing to surround Qiu Bai, trying to curry favor with him that if they dare to do this today, they will surely disregard you tomorrow." Ling Huchong regarded Lu Dayo's reddened eyes and sighed. "Dayo, you are bewitched." Chapter 012. Misunderstanding. "I am not bewitched. I am fully aware." Lu Dayo fixed his gaze upon Ling Huchong, gripping his wrist tightly. His tone grave. "Senior brother, if you cannot maintain your excellence from now on, you will find no refuge within the Huashan Sect." "Lu Hoer, have you lost your senses?" Ling Huchong replied, his face a mask of shock as he lowered his voice to chastise. "Do you even realize what you are saying?" "I am fully aware of my words." Lu Dayo gritted his teeth, concern etched on his face. "Senior brother, that Qiu Bai is a replacement the master has brought back for you. If you continue to neglect your training as before, Qiu Bai will unhesitatingly take your place. That is preposterous. The master is not that kind of person." Ling Huchong seethed, struggling to contain his anger. "We both know how Qiu Bai came to be under the master's tutelage. Stop your wild imaginings, ha." Lu Dayo tightened his grip on Ling Huchong's hand, frustration boiling over. "Senior brother, let me remind you one last time. You must change, or Qiu Bai will inevitably take your place. Enough. You are defying the precepts of the Huashan Sect." Ling Huchong forcefully shook off his hand, his face flushed with rage as he turned to leave. He could not fathom why Lu Hoer was acting this way. Qiu Bai was merely a new disciple, with no enmity towards him. Why the hostility? As for the junior sister, he had never considered anything beyond a sibling bond. Why did it seem as if she was destined to be with him? Exiting the Zhongze hall, Ling Huchong gazed at the sun in the sky, his expression a whirlwind of emotions. His thoughts were simple. He merely desired wine and leisure. What did the martial world, or the Huashan Sect, have to do with him? With the master and mistress managing the sect, what need was there for his concern? Now with an additional junior brother, who seemed to possess considerable talent, he found it rather agreeable. He wished only to be a carefree spirit among wine, living a life of leisure, in a world rife with troubles. Only fine wine could dissolve his sorrows. If only the junior brother could generously lend him some money to descend the mountain for a drink, that would be splendid. As he took a few steps, the delightful thought surfaced in his mind, and he could no longer suppress it. Perhaps he should seek a loan from the junior brother? Watching the departing figure of his senior brother, Lu Dao stood in the Zhongze hall, his expression dark and troubled. He had been part of the Huashan Sect for over 5 years, prostrating before the master and serving tea. Throughout these years, he had only contemplated how to please his senior brother, indulging in his whims. But the mistress's recent reprimand had awakened him from his reverie, that he understood that he could no longer continue as before. Reflecting on the changes of the past few days, Lu Dao had come to a realization. The master had taken in Qiu Bai to rectify the lax atmosphere within the Huashan Sect. The IT seemed his senior brother had not noticed this. Or perhaps he simply did not wish to change. But Lu Dao could not afford to remain stagnant. He was but an ordinary citizen of Huashan City, with family and a younger sister. Thanks to the master's and mistress's reputation, his family had been living quite well in Huashan City. If he were cast out from the Huashan Sect, the consequences would be unbearable. The cruel world would mercilessly consume his family. Thus, he could no longer indulge in his senior brother's antics. Though his senior brother was a good person, he had no other choice. Sighing softly, Lu Dao stepped out of the Zhongze hall, the warm sunlight washing over him, causing him to squint. Once accustomed to it, he gazed at the receding figure of his senior brother, a profound sigh escaping his lips that, "Oh, senior brother, continue to dream your carefree dreams. Forgive me, but I can no longer accompany you." Under the pavilion of Dongfang Terrace, Lingshan rested her elbow on Qiu Bai's shoulder, her chin propped in her palm as she gazed at the autumn landscape adorned with golden leaves. Her lips slightly pursed. Qiu Bai sat cross-legged beside her, curiosity brimming in his voice. "Senior sister, when do you think Huashan will see its first snow?" "Well, it's hard to say," Lingshan replied. Shaking her head, her brow arched. "Last year, it snowed half a month earlier than the year before. Who knows what this year will bring?" Half a month earlier, Qiu Bai blinked in surprise. Although he had never seen snow, he had watched videos on Douyin. Lingshan tilted her head, contemplating before confidently declaring, "It 1 TB later than the beginning of winter." "And the earliest?" Upon hearing Qiu Bai's question, Lingshan rolled her eyes and chuckled. "It snowed right after the frost descent last year." "Frost descent? ISNT that soon?" Qiu Bai raised an eyebrow, suddenly recalling that after the Double Ninth Festival, it would not be long before frost descent arrived. Counting the days, it was only a few away. Lingshan nodded, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. 3 days until frost descent. If you hadn't listened to me yesterday, you would have frozen to death when the snow came. "Senior sister, snow isn't cold. It's the melting snow that's cold, that I know that much." Qiu Bai retorted he had indeed never experienced heavy snowfall, but he had seen countless videos on Douyin during snow days. In those videos, people in the north were still wearing short sleeves indoors, as oh how cold could it really get. Seeing Qiu Bai's demeanor, Lingshan frowned, reaching out to ruffle his hair, exclaiming nonsensically, "You're such a fool." "Huh. Don Hummy, just wait until it snows in a few days, and you'll understand." Lingshan pouted, gazing at Qiu Bai with exasperation. She suspected this fellow was not from around here. While it was true that snow isn't cold and melting snow it depended on the circumstances. On Huashan, clinging to such notions would only lead to freezing to death. Of course, if one had profound internal power, that would be a different story. But did this guy meet the criteria for having profound internal power? Clearly not, which left her speechless. "That you're right, senior sister." Qiu Bai grinned, suddenly wrapping his arms around Lingshan's waist. Looking up at her, "Thank goodness you're so thoughtful. Duh. Let go." Lingshan's face flushed crimson as she pushed him away, scolding him playfully that "No, your waist is so soft," Qiu Bai insisted, refusing to release his hold. Years of martial training had made Lingshan agile, her waist both supple and strong. "Let go of me." Lingshan pressed a finger to Qiu Bai's forehead, counting, "If I reach 3 and you haven't let go, I'll slap you." "Go ahead, I 1 let go." Qiu Bai buried his head at her waist, playfully refusing to relent. 1, 2, 3. As Lingshan counted to 3, her right hand flew up, her eyes wide. Her left hand pushing against Qiu Bai's forehead. "Oh, you believe I'll really hit you? You 1 reach me." Qiu Bai laughed, firmly holding onto Lingshan's waist, burying his head deeper. Seeing him like this, Lingshan bit her lip, a mix of embarrassment and annoyance crossing her face. The hand she raised fell upon Qiu Bai's back. Qiu Bai, if you don't let go soon, I'll get angry. Lingshan huffed, her breath slightly quickening. Being held in such a way felt oddly strange, provoking an inexplicable sense of shame. Suddenly, losing her balance, she tumbled onto the bench. Qiu Bai's head was nestled between her legs. His arms still wrapped around her waist. The awkwardness of the position left them both stunned. Wait, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? In the midst of this embarrassing predicament, a voice suddenly broke the silence. Junior brother, the voice halted abruptly. Lingshan hastily pushed Qiu Bai away, springing to her feet in a flurry. Senior brother, words caught her throat. She didn't know what to say, quickly kicking Qiu Bai's leg. Qiu Bai also regained his senses, standing to face Ling Huchong, offering an awkward smile. Senior brother, we were just playing around. Yes, just playing around, Lingshan echoed, though her feet betrayed her, stepping on Qiu Bai's sneakers and dirtying the pristine white leather. Qiu Bai shot her a glare, quickly moving his foot away. Those sneakers were one of a kind. There was not another pair like them in the world, and he had no means to acquire another. Turning to Ling Huchong, Qiu Bai grinned. Senior brother, what were you about to say? Ling Huchong's expression was a complex mixture of emotions, as if a myriad of flavors had been poured into a single vessel. It's nothing. I wasn't saying anything. He waved his hand dismissively. His tone dried. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. With that, Ling Huchong dashed away, employing his lightness skill to escape. Senior brother's lightness skill is truly impressive. Watching Ling Huchong's receding figure, Qiu Bai couldn't help but admire. Though he was reluctant to admit it, Ling Huchong's lightness skill surpassed his own if it were a game statistic. Ling Huchong's lightness skill would undoubtedly possess blue-tier quality. Lingshan pushed him playfully, stamping her foot in frustration. Her cheeks flushed as she gazed at Qiu Bai. It's all your fault. Look at the mess you've made in front of senior brother. However, Qiu Bai grasped her hand earnestly. Senior sister, it's all right. However, Lingshan hesitated, her face a portrait of turmoil. Qiu Bai gazed intently at her, gently caressing her cheek, feeling the heat radiating from her skin, prompting him to soften his tone. And no matter what challenges lie ahead, you have me by your side. Under his unwavering gaze, Lingshan shyly lowered her head, her voice faltering. This sensation feels rather pleasant. It's just, Chapter 013, bowing him. You mustn't merely speak sweetly. Lingshan pressed her lips together, her heart racing within her chest, a fresh blush blooming on her face as if scorched by fire. Yet this time, she did not panic. Instead, she fixed a proud stare upon Qiu Bai, the corners of her mouth curving upwards. For her, this was a feeling entirely distinct from her interactions with her senior brother. The tranquility of her heart was disrupted, as if a stone had been cast into still waters, creating ripples she had never experienced before. Qiu Bai grasped her delicate hand, gently rolling up her sleeve to reveal the crimson scar. Slowly, he lowered his head, his warm lips brushing against the wound. His tongue delicately traced the scar, leaving a trace of moisture. Hiss, that hurts. Lingshan watched Qiu Bai's actions, biting her crimson lip, a sound escaping from her throat. I am merely disinfecting your scar. Qiu Bai lifted his head, licking his lips, and said with a smile, They say saliva can disinfect and hasten the healing of wounds. Lingshan stifled a laugh, rolling her eyes. Where did you hear such nonsense? If saliva were effective, what use would there be for saline solution? Saline solution? Qiu Bai exclaimed, his expression one of surprise as he hesitantly replied, Senior sister, are you referring to salt water? Indeed. Lingshan nodded as if it were the most obvious thing, adding with a smile, In our line of work, injuries are inevitable, so we must pay attention to wound cleansing. At this, Lingshan gritted her teeth, her indignation palpable. Some scoundrels in the martial world like to poison their weapons, and if one is wounded by their blades, cleansing the wound becomes paramount. The great master Gohong discovered that washing wounds with salt water promotes quicker healing. Thus, this method has spread throughout the martial world, and we have continued to use it. After listening to Lingshan's account, Qiu Bai was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the ancients were so astute. They had recognized the benefits of saline solutions for wound cleansing long ago, but he had thought it was a more recent discovery. All right, it seems I have been quite ignorant. Qiu Bai shrugged and cheerfully said, "Come, let us cleanse your scar and apply some ointment. Such a minor wound does not require cleansing. A bit of ointment will suffice." Lingshan dismissed the notion with nonchalance. "I have medicine in my room." Previously, at this point, Lingshan raised an eyebrow, her words trailing off. Qiu Bai, however, was curious and pressed her. What happened previously? Lingshan let her sleeves drop, baring her teeth. "I used to be disobedient, frequently punished by my mother with a rattan cane, so I always kept plasters on hand." "Ha, I would not have guessed that you, senior sister, were so mischievous." Observing Qiu Bai's look of astonishment, Lingshan stuck out her tongue and replied with a grin. "Back then, I would run wild through the mountains with my senior brother and Lu Hoer. Quite the little rascals we were. That must have been quite amusing." Qiu Bai reached out and playfully flicked her nose, a tender smile gracing his face that in the past, he had never understood why people said men are fond of 18-year-olds. Now, spending time with Lingshan, her vibrant energy illuminated the merits of youth. Though she was still so innocent, even naive, it was precisely this quality that held her unique charm, akin to a nurturing game of growth. Lingshan shook her head, her eyes sparkling as she spread her hands. "It was indeed entertaining. But I frequently faced the consequences: 0.5 days of significant punishment, 3 days of minor reprimand." Qiu Bai could not help but chuckle. Lingshan's experiences were indeed not unlike those of a boy. He too had grown up in a similar manner, under the watchful eye of the golden staff. With a warm smile directed at her, Qiu Bai opened his mouth, poised to speak. Just then, a voice called from outside the pavilion. "Qiu Shidi, may we have a moment to talk?" Qiu Bai turned his head to the source of the voice, his brow arching in surprise. The figure standing outside the pavilion took him aback. Upon seeing the newcomer, Lingshan gasped in surprise. "Lu Hoer, why aren't you with senior brother? What brings you to seek out Qiu Bai?" The visitor was none other than Lu Daiyou. Hearing Lingshan's words, Lu Daiyou scratched his head sheepishly and glanced at Qiu Bai, speaking a bit bashfully. "I came to find Qiu Shidi. There are some matters I wish to discuss with him." "You wish to discuss something with him?" Lingshan stared at him in disbelief, her brow furrowed in confusion. "You two haven't interacted in days. What could you possibly have to discuss?" Her thoughts coincided with Qiu Bai's, for he too found it curious that Lu Daiyou, who had previously shown him little friendliness, would suddenly seek him out for a chat. Lu Daiyou rubbed the back of his head and smiled. "Exactly because we haven't interacted that I thought we should talk." "That makes sense." Qiu Bai gave Lu Daiyou a thumbs up, grinning. "So, where shall we chat? You are more familiar with Huashan than I am, and I need to search for a place. We could talk right here." Lingshan stood up, smiling. "Whatever you need to discuss, you must share with me as well." She was equally curious about what Lu Hoer wished to say. Lu Daiyou scratched his ear and grinned foolishly. "Junior sister, just let me speak with Qiu Bai alone. Oh, you've grown bold." Lingshan sized Lu Daiyou up for a moment before turning to Qiu Bai and scoffing. "Very well. I shall return to apply some ointment." Qiu Bai shrugged and instructed. "Apply plenty and make sure not to leave a scarred. I am not prone to scarring." Lingshan waved her hand dismissively as she turned to leave the pavilion. The mountain breeze gently lifted her robes, creating a rustling sound. Qiu Bai settled down on the bench, his gaze fixed upon Lu Daiyou with curiosity. Senior brother, we haven't had much interaction. What do you propose we discuss?" Lu Daiyou regarded him, falling silent for a moment, before suddenly kneeling down. Seeing this, Qiu Bai's expression changed, and he hurriedly stood up. "What are you doing, Qiu Shidi, with your extraordinary talent far surpassing that of senior brother? It is only a matter of time before you become the leader of the Huashan Sect. Though I, Lu Daiyou, am a few years your elder, I am aware that I am not particularly gifted. The likelihood of me becoming a master is nearly 0. My family comes from a humble background in Huayin City, and, thanks to the kindness of our master and mistress, we have been living well these past few years. Previously, I followed senior brother closely, serving as his aide to ensure our family's continuity. But now the master's attitude has shifted at this juncture." Lu Daiyou regarded Qiu Bai with sincerity in his expression, his tone grave. "Although you have only been a disciple for 2 days, the changes in the master and mistress are significant. While my martial talent may be lacking, I am perceptive enough to discern the reasons behind these changes. So, you kneel before me because of all this? Qiu Bai found it difficult to comprehend Lu Daio's logic. Just this morning, he had regarded him coldly, and now he was kneeling at his feet. The abruptness of this shift left him momentarily speechless. Lu Daio nodded, his gaze fixed on Qiu Bai as he spoke in a low voice. I understand that my decision to switch allegiances is rather unseemly, but with a thud, Lu Daio bowed his head, his eyes glistening as he gazed at Qiu Bai. As long as Qiu Shidi continues to grow stronger, Lu Daio shall be your loyal hound, never to betray you. Qiu Bai remained silent, slowly sitting down once more, his gaze fixed on Lu Daio. Very well, you may stay by my side from now on. However, upon hearing Qiu Bai's words, Lu Daio's face brightened, but upon hearing the word however, he grew tense. Qiu Bai leaned closer, patting his shoulder reassuringly. You must practice your martial arts diligently. Your skills are far too lacking. I will train earnestly in martial arts from now on. Lu Daio's face radiated joy as he replied. I, Lu Daio, pledge to support Qiu Shidi in becoming the leader. No need for that. Just continue as you are. Qiu Bai gestured for him to rise. Chuckling, you should only do as I instruct. Do not act on your own accord, understand? Understood. Lu Daio paused for a moment, then nodded. All right, you may go now. Qiu Bai settled back down, leaning against the railing, squinting at Lu Daio as the mountain breeze caressed his cheeks. Lu Daio stood up and stepped toward the pavilion exit. Upon reaching the threshold, he turned back to Qiu Bai, hesitating before asking, Qiu Shidi, how do you plan to deal with senior brother? The rhythmic patter of raindrops echoed beneath the eaves, incessantly striking the ground, akin to the performance of a monotonous symphony. An unexpected freezing rain descended, enveloping the entire Mount Huashan in a shroud of icy gauze. The frigid strands of rain fell like countless delicate needles from the leaden sky. Each drop bore a piercing chill, striking the earth and rooftops, sending up feeble splashes. Standing before the Zhongze Hall, Qiu Bai gazed at the curtain of rain outside, rubbing his hands together. Senior sister, with this rain, how are we to practice swordsmanship? What is the point of practicing under such conditions? Lingshan shot him a look, took a sip of warm air from her hands, and stomped her feet, saying, You'll catch a cold if you get soaked. Only you would think of that. Ning Zhongze gently tugged at her ear before turning to enter the Zhongze Hall, leaving her voice trailing behind. Everyone come in and practice your internal skills. Rubbing her ear, Lingshan made a playful face at Ning Zhongze's retreating figure before hastily following suit. Mother, when will father return? He'll come back when it's time. Ning Zhongze replied nonchalantly. Stepping into the Zhongze Hall, a wave of warmth enveloped them. Ning Zhongze stood in the position usually occupied by Yue Buqun, her face stern as she looked at the disciples entering from outside. Your master has yet to return. I shall supervise your practice today, that I expect you to take your training seriously. I do not wish to resort to the rattan. And you are no longer mere children. Yes, mistress, they replied in unison, the sound reverberating within the hall. Ning Zhongze felt a sense of helplessness at their response. She was uncertain whether to believe them or not. Given their performance yesterday, she found herself at a loss for words. Sighing, she surveyed their faces and declared in a deep voice, Begin. Following the crowd, Qiu Bai settled into a cross-legged position within the Zhongze Hall. He inhaled deeply, closed his eyes, and entered a state of cultivation. His 5-inch internal energy coiled like a small serpent within his dantian. As he entered this focused state, he began to guide and transport it, swiftly navigating through the corresponding meridians. The meridians required for the Huashan internal skill primarily concentrated in the limbs, making the process relatively straightforward. Under the influences of the innate Tao body and the divine will of internal cultivation, his 5 inches of internal energy flourished like a gentle spring breeze, rapidly expanding. An hour slipped by in no time. Qiu Bai opened his eyes from his meditative state, sensing the internal energy gradually sinking back into his dantian. His brow furrowing slightly 0.7 inches. The progress is rather slow. He had hoped for a greater increase today, but was disappointed to find only a 2-inch growth. More critically, he realized that despite the 2 golden attributes enhancing his abilities, the benefits derived from the Huashan internal skill fell far short of his expectations. With this freezing rain falling today, it's likely to snow in a few days. You all should take care not to catch a cold. Ning Zhongze advised as she observed the disciples gradually awakening. All right, today's practice ends here. Upon her words, the disciples felt as though a great weight had been lifted and hurriedly made their way outside. Lingshan approached Qiu Bai, her face adorned with curiosity. Qiu Bai, why the furrowed brow? Senior sister, how many inches of internal energy have you cultivated in your Huashan internal skill? 9 inches. I asked that all. Hearing her response, Qiu Bai couldn't help but frown. Lingshan shot him a glare, retorting, the Huashan internal skill can only cultivate up to 1 foot of internal energy. What more do you expect? Is that so? Qiu Bai's eyebrows raised in surprise. According to her explanation, if the Huashan internal skill could only produce 1 foot of internal energy, then with his current 7 inches, he would only need 2 more days of practice to reach completion. What prompted this sudden inquiry? Lingshan crouched before Qiu Bai, her eyes fixed on him with curiosity. Have you cultivated a few inches of internal energy? Of course. Qiu Bai raised an eyebrow, his face adorned with a confident smile. Senior sister, who knows? It might not be long before I catch up to your level. You're dreaming. Lingshan held her head high, like a proud little peacock. My 9 inches of internal energy took 6 years to cultivate. You've only been practicing for a few days. Is your accumulation of internal energy really that slow? Qiu Bai looked at her in astonishment. As if he had heard something absurd, he could cultivate 2 inches of internal energy in a single day. It hardly seemed to require years. Qiu Bai, do you want to hear what you're saying? Lingshan's eyes widened as she scolded. You should ask my mother. My speed is already considered fast. 6 years for 9 inches of internal energy. That is considered fast. Qiu Bai frowned, tilting his head towards Ning Zhongze. Curious, mistress, is that true? I suppose so. Ning Zhongze nodded. Hearing this, Lingshan raised her head, a proud smile gracing her features as she teased. See, I wasn't lying to you. Senior sister is truly impressive. Qiu Bai chuckled, playfully complimenting her. Then, casting a furtive glance at Ning Zhongze to ensure she was not paying attention, Qiu Bai smirked mischievously. Seizing the moment while Lingshan was distracted, he quickly leaned in and kissed her on the cheek. Qiu Bai, Lingshan covered her cheek, as if struck by lightning, her almond-shaped eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at him. What had just happened? Had he just kissed her? Surely she wouldn't get pregnant. Right? Qiu Bai raised a finger to his lips, discreetly gesturing towards Ning Zhongze. Lingshan's nose flared, her cheeks puffed, and she huffed. I'm not talking to you. With that, she stormed off outside. Qiu Bai quickly chased after her, grabbing her hand and refusing to let go despite her attempts to pull away. Senior sister, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Then you must have done it on purpose. Lingshan halted, her eyes ablaze with indignation as she glared at him. The thought of being stolen a kiss made her anxious, cautiously glancing around to ensure no one was nearby. She lowered her voice to ask, You kissed me. I want to get pregnant, right? Chapter 014. A kiss pregnancy? Qiu Bai was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Truth be told, it had been years since he had heard such a question. However, upon reflection, it was not surprising. Lingshan had followed Linghu Chong since childhood, frolicking in the mountains. Ning Zhongze and Yue Buqun were too preoccupied with the affairs of the Huashan Sect to provide her with detailed guidance. Even her literacy was taught by private tutors. Consequently, Ning Zhongze likely only found the time to impart a few lessons about women, and they were certainly not comprehensive. Qiu Bai gently pinched her nose, gazing at the vibrant girl before him, feeling a rush of affection. This girl's life was fraught with tragedy that in the original storyline, on the night of her wedding, Lin Pingji had castrated himself. They say there are 4 great joys in life. The wedding night. Poor Lingshan had never even experienced it. Senior sister, don't worry. It's just pregnancy, Qiu Bai said, his hand caressing her cheek. Grinning as he added, Rest assured, your junior brother will take responsibility. Oh dear, so embarrassing. Lingshan lowered her head, stomping her feet with a soft huff. Watching her shy demeanor, Qiu Bai found himself longing for his phone. If only he still had it, he could capture this moment. Alas, upon his arrival in this world, everything remained intact, even a few soft currencies, but his phone was nowhere to be found. He never carried a wallet. Just his phone and a bit of cash for emergencies. Qiu Bai pulled the bashful Lingshan close, enveloping her in his embrace. Feeling the warmth of her body, he tightened his arms around her. For a brief moment, Lingshan felt dazed. Soon after, she was enveloped in a firm embrace that seemed to melt her away, engulfing her completely. The heat radiated like a volcanic eruption, intense and unwavering. Leaving her somewhat bewildered, beneath the eaves of the corridor, the rain fell softly, pattering like a gentle rhythm. The girl resembled a daisy, poised to bloom, awaiting the one who would pluck her. Qiu Bai inhaled the unique fragrance of the girl before him. Holding her tightly, caught in such an embrace, Lingshan's face flushed bright red, and she began to pat Qiu Bai's back. "Let go. I can hardly breathe." Her voice grew urgent as her small hands pushed against him. After a significant pause, Qiu Bai finally came to his senses and released her, scratching his head sheepishly. Lingshan took 2 steps back, drawing in deep breaths as she glared at him reproachfully. "Qiu Bai, you're insufferable." Observing her flushed cheeks, Qiu Bai chuckled and said, "Senior sister, I couldn't help myself. I like you too much. Just say something sweet to make me feel better." Lingshan cast a sidelong glance, her delicate face drooping slightly. Having just been embraced by Qiu Bai in such a manner, she felt a twinge of discomfort, yet it did not dampen her spirits. In fact, it stirred a surge of emotion within her. Qiu Bai, observing her, suddenly leaped forward, cradling her cheeks in his hands. In response to Lingshan's astonished expression, he leaned in closer. A warm sensation flowed between them. A chilly breeze swept through, carrying the icy rain that fell upon the corridor. Yet, even in the face of such a frigid wind, Lingshan's small face remained flushed, her breath quickening to With small fists, she pounded against Qiu Bai's shoulder, emitting muffled sounds of protest. However, Qiu Bai, mischievous as ever, pried open her lips. How could Lingshan allow him to have his way? She resisted fiercely, pushing against him with all her might. Only when she felt on the verge of collapsing did Qiu Bai finally release her, a broad smile lighting up his face. Lingshan wiped her lips, stamped her foot, and roared at Qiu Bai like an enraged dragon. "Qiu Bai!" Qiu Bai hurriedly stepped forward, grasping her fingers with both hands. His face filled with contrition. "That I'm sorry, senior sister." Lingshan shouted at him. Qiu Bai recoiled slightly, chuckling awkwardly. "Keep your voice down. It won't be good if master hears." "Humph, so you do know," Lingshan pouted, glaring at Qiu Bai as she fumed. "If you keep this up, I will ignore you. Next time for sure." Seeing her in such a mood, Qiu Bai immediately softened his tone. Those who have long roamed the internet know that anyone who promises next time usually means they will do it again. However, Lingshan remained oblivious to this. She withdrew her hand, her pupils shimmering with complex emotions as she stared blankly at Qiu Bai. "Qiu Bai, you must not act mischievously again." "Senior sister, I wasn't being mischievous." Qiu Bai mumbled, casting a furtive glance at her. "I was merely expressing my feelings within the bounds of propriety." "You really know how to spout nonsense." Lingshan stomped her foot, glaring at him. You kissed me, and now you talk about propriety." But Qiu Bai tilted his head, contemplating and unable to conjure a suitable excuse. He grinned and said, "Senior sister, I promise to change next time." "Daha. You still think there will be a next time?" Lingshan's almond-shaped eyes widened. Her arms crossed firmly over her chest, her small face taut with tension, her tone laced with warning. "That if you continue like this, I will be very angry. And I mean very, very angry. Senior sister, I was wrong. I truly understand my mistake." Seeing Lingshan so resolute, Qiu Bai realized he could not continue teasing her and promptly put on a serious expression. "In the future, I will behave myself and promise not to act mischievously again." "Humph, you had better keep your word." Observing his earnest demeanor, Lingshan's anger dissipated, and she shot him a sidelong glance, her lips pouting. She had never anticipated that Qiu Bai would be so bold as to kiss her. Yet, the taste of that kiss lingered in her thoughts, and it was rather pleasant. Shaking her head, she cast aside such impure thoughts and said to Qiu Bai, "You are not allowed to follow me. I have matters to attend to that." "Okay," Qiu Bai replied, spreading his hands in resignation, his gaze fixed upon her. Lingshan bit her lip, twisting her waist, and hurried away. Watching her retreating figure, Qiu Bai knew that was her dwelling. Her residence was adjacent to Yu Su Bu Wei Xian, aligned with the direction where Qiu Bai resided, albeit with a fork in the path. As he gazed at her vanishing silhouette, he shrugged and raised an eyebrow. It seemed he had acted too hastily. He would take it slow and give her some time. Inside the Zhongze hall, several candles flickered in the wind. Ning Zhongze sat cross-legged, her eyes slowly opening as she exhaled a breath of turbid air. The candlelight cast a dim glow upon her face, rendering her expression indistinct in the shifting shadows. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the door. Ning Zhongze lifted her gaze towards the entrance, remaining silent. In the slightly dim doorway, a figure gradually appeared. It was none other than the returning Qiu Bai. Standing at the threshold, Qiu Bai called out respectfully and gently, "Master, I have matters to discuss." "Come in," Ning Zhongze replied, nodding slightly as she regarded his figure. She was quite pleased with this newly accepted disciple. Not to mention anything else, his innate talent was indeed remarkable. Qiu Bai entered the Zhongze hall, moved a cushion closer, and seated himself beside Ning Zhongze. "Master, I have made some progress in my internal cultivation, yet I am uncertain of my current level." Qiu Bai hesitated, gazing at Ning Zhongze. "I have now cultivated 7 inches of internal energy, but why did senior sister say it took her 6 years to cultivate 9 inches? You say you have cultivated 7 inches of internal energy." Ning Zhongze initially paid little heed, a faint smile gracing her lips. However, upon hearing Qiu Bai's claim, her expression shifted dramatically. You have indeed cultivated 7 inches of internal energy." Qiu Bai nodded, as if this were a matter of course. What he stated was indeed the truth, not an exaggeration. Ning Zhongze's lips parted slightly as she hurriedly grasped Qiu Bai's wrist, pressing her fingers against his meridians. "Come, show me your technique." Qiu Bai, understanding her intent, said nothing further. He immediately began to circulate the internal energy coiled within his dantian, following the route prescribed by the Huashan internal martial arts. This was merely to allow his master to assess his internal energy. Qiu Bai remained unguarded. The internal energy flowed peacefully through his meridians and safely returned to his dantian at this moment. The expression on Ning Zhongze's face was one of astonishment. "Master, could you enlighten me on what constitutes a high-level practitioner?" Qiu Bai gazed at her with eager anticipation, awaiting her response. He had been in this world for several days now, yet he remained unclear about the distinctions in martial prowess within the Jianghu. Thus, he seized the opportunity to discuss this with his master today. "Your talent is indeed." Ning Zhongze regarded him, her expression complex, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief silence, her demeanor shifted back to a smile. "With your level of internal energy, you could be considered a third-rate figure in the Jianghu. How so?" Qiu Bai inquired curiously, his eyes sparkling with the thirst for knowledge. Any internal energy below 1 foot is deemed third-rate. Upon hearing this, Qiu Bai raised an eyebrow in curiosity, asking, "Then how much internal energy qualifies as second-rate?" "That is not how it is determined." Ning Zhongze chuckled, shaking her head as she patiently explained. "The reason we designate 1 foot of internal energy as the threshold for third-rate is merely for convenience in calculation." The Huangdi Neijing states, "The human body's meridians extend 16 zhong in length. Just consider how long it would take to cultivate internal energy to fill those meridians. 0.16 zhong. That's quite extensive," Qiu Bai exclaimed. Having never heard such a thing before, he instinctively lowered his gaze to his own body. Hidden within his mere 1.75-meter frame were indeed meridians spanning several zhong. The human body is truly a marvel. And how is one classified beyond that? Qiu Bai scratched his head, continuing to inquire. Meeting Qiu Bai's gaze, Ning Zhongze spoke slowly. "A practitioner whose internal energy can circulate through the small circulatory system but cannot leave the body possesses significant enhancement to their martial skills. Such a person is considered a second-rate expert. And a first-rate expert?" Qiu Bai pressed eagerly. "First-rate experts can generate self-sustaining internal energy that can also project outward. For instance, our Huashan sword technique, when augmented by internal energy, can manifest sword qi. Sword qi. How impressive." Qiu Bai's eyes lit up as he looked at Ning Zhongze, asking curiously, "Master, can you emit sword qi?" Ning Zhongze stared at him, refraining from answering, instead pointing a finger at him with a stern expression. You, young man, how can you be so unappealing in your speech? Seeing her reaction, Qiu Bai retracted his neck and chuckled sheepishly at Ning Zhongze. Not daring to retort, he could easily discern the underlying meaning in her words. Essentially, she had not mastered sword chi, and he should refrain from bringing it up as for whether she could be considered a first-rate expert. That was something Qiu Bai was unsure of. Qiu Bai's eyes twinkled as he smiled. Master, what realms lie beyond that? That is not something you should be asking at this moment. Ning Zhongze rose, kicked the cushion to one side, and fixed her gaze on Qiu Bai. Once you cultivate 1 foot of internal energy, your master should teach you more profound internal techniques of our school. More profound techniques? Qiu Bai also stood, placing the cushion back in its original spot, circling around Ning Zhongze with a grin. Master, please tell your disciple what internal techniques I could learn. Do not think too far ahead. Just focus on your training for now. Ning Zhongze lightly tapped his forehead, exasperated. Your talent is commendable, but do not aim too high. Understood? Understood, Master, Qiu Bai replied with a mischievous smile. Observing his master's graceful figure, he instinctively licked his lips and reached for her arm. Master, why do we only practice for 1 hour each day? Can I train privately on the side? This question, in fact, had initially crossed Qiu Bai's mind when he first began his studies in the Huashan internal martial arts. However, as he was just a novice at the time, he refrained from inquiring, not wishing to incite undue speculation from Yue Buqun. Now, in the presence of his martial aunt, he felt considerably more at ease. Ning Zhongze, casting a sidelong glance at him, discreetly withdrew her hand from his, her tone grave. Your master has set the training duration at 1 hour, taking into account your meridian's tolerance. Should the training extend too long, the meridians might not withstand it, resulting in internal injuries that would be a great loss. She spoke with evident concern. Qiu Bai nodded in agreement, but then raised an eyebrow in puzzlement, asking, Yet, I feel no particular difference upon conclusion of my daily training. Would it be permissible to extend my practice? You are indeed an outlier, Ning Zhongze remarked, turning to face Qiu Bai, her expression quite complex. After all this time, he was the first among the numerous disciples of Huashan to pose such a question. The other students, upon completing their training, typically rushed off in a flurry as for the notion of extending practice. No one had ever inquired before. Ning Zhongze nodded and elaborated. Each individual's physique differs, as does the strength of their meridians. Thus, there is no fixed standard for training duration that if you wish to grow stronger, supplementing your training after the daily session is certainly permissible. At this point, her expression grew more solemn as she cautioned. However, you must exercise prudence. Excessive training can lead to meridian damage or even cause one to fall into a state of madness, which would be counterproductive. Thank you, Martial Aunt, for clarifying, Qiu Bai replied with evident delight. Bearing the auspicious title of the god of internal competition, he enjoyed 100-fold return on his learning efforts. However, merely training for a couple of hours each day felt like a mockery of that title. This was indeed a matter of internal competition. Now that he realized he could extend his practice, the god of internal competition would come into play as long as his meridians could bear it. He would push himself to the limit. With this thought, Qiu Bai grabbed a cushion and retreated to his room. Shutting the door behind him, he then sat cross-legged on the cushion and commenced his training. The essence of training is to achieve a state of oblivion to both self and surroundings. Possessing the innate Tao body, he effortlessly entered this state. Immersed in his practice, time flew by swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had elapsed. Fortunately, it was raining today. Otherwise, it would already be past the hour of the monkey. Awakened from his training state, Qiu Bai felt the internal energy gradually sinking into his dantian, and his eyes lit up. 1 foot of internal energy was as easy as flipping a hand. Years of internal cultivation paled in comparison to the 2 golden titles he possessed. The Huashan internal arts had been effortlessly mastered by him. Chapter 015. The task the cold wind blew mercilessly, stripping the world of life. The first snow of the year of Zhechen arrived quietly on the eve of the frost descent. It began with a day of drizzling, freezing rain. The leaden clouds thickening overhead, heavy and poised as if they might fall at any moment, by the latter half of the night. Delicate snowflakes began to drift down, accumulating layer upon layer on the ground and rooftops. Cloaking the world in a thick shroud of white, as dawn broke, the first light pierced through the night. Just waking, Qiu Bai gently pushed open the window. In that instant, his eyes beheld a world entirely draped in silver. The expanse was filled with white, pure, and unblemished. Snow continued to fall, each flake dancing like silver butterflies, swirling and fluttering down, adding further layers of white to the landscape. Wrapped in his quilt, Qiu Bai stood before the window, gazing at the dreamlike snowy world outside, rubbing his hands together and stamping his feet vigorously. This is nothing like what they say on Douyin, he murmured to himself. They claim one can run around bare-chested indoors. Wouldn't that freeze one to death? As a native of the south, Qiu Bai had never witnessed snowfall before, having only seen glimpses of that white world on Douyin. Now, though he was shivering, the enchanting icy landscape stirred immense excitement within him. Junior brother Qiu, hurry up. At that moment, Lu Daio's figure appeared at the door, calling out to Qiu Bai, "Today, master returns. Make sure not to be late." Startled by Lu Daio's words, Qiu Bai jolted awake, suddenly realizing the time was pressing. Morning practice was imminent, and with master back, he had to hurry. Being late would not bode well. He swiftly closed the window, turned back into the room, and pulled on the cotton coat he had purchased earlier. Immediately, he felt a wave of comfort wash over him. The snowy scenery was indeed beautiful, but it was unbearably cold. After a hasty wash, Qiu Bai made his way directly to the Zhongze Hall, having no time to fetch hot water from the dining hall. Upon arriving at the Zhongze Hall, he found it bustling with disciples, all present and accounted for. A quick glance revealed that everyone was clad in cotton coats, their breath forming clouds of mist in the air. Upon seeing Qiu Bai's arrival, Lingshan approached him with a smile, appraising him from head to toe before raising an eyebrow. "Oh, didn't you say snow wasn't cold?" "Sister, please don't say that," Qiu Bai replied, awkwardly rubbing his nose and smiling sheepishly. "It seems I misjudged the situation." "Humph, I told you so, didn't I?" Lingshan crossed her arms, looking at Qiu Bai with a smug smile. She vividly recalled his puzzled expression when she had insisted he buy a cotton coat. Now, with the snow falling, he had donned one himself. Qiu Bai nodded in agreement, smiling as he chimed in. "Sister, your foresight is indeed remarkable. You are the female Zhuge of Huashan Sect. Who is this female Zhuge of Huashan?" A voice chimed in, causing Lingshan's smile to falter, and she turned away awkwardly. From the back of the Zhongze Hall, two figures emerged, revealing themselves to be Yue Buqun and Ning Zhongze. The one who had spoken was Yue Buqun, who now wore a gentle smile, his gaze warm as he surveyed the assembled disciples. Finally resting on Lingshan, she, caught under her father's gaze, instinctively lowered her head, falling silent. At that moment, Qiu Bai felt equally speechless. He had merely exchanged playful banter with his sister and had now inadvertently drawn the master's attention. However, observing Yue Buqun's expression, it did not seem one of anger. Mustering his courage, he spoke up, "Master, I was just joking with my sister." "Joking is fine, but don't take it too seriously," Yue Buqun said with a smile, turning his attention to Lingshan, advising, "If you take it to heart, it could lead to trouble." "Father, Shaner understands," Lingshan replied, noticing her father's good mood and smiling brightly. Her previously furrowed brow now relaxed. The other disciples in the hall breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing this. As long as master was in good spirits, they need not feel anxious. "Well, that's good," Yue Buqun nodded with a smile, his gaze sweeping over the hall, lingering momentarily on each disciple. "It is evident that none among you have been negligent. This is commendable. All thanks to Master's guidance." The disciples responded in unison. Their voices harmonized. Qiu Bai opened his mouth but refrained from speaking, feeling out of place amidst their synchronized responses. Observing their familiarity, he almost believed they had rehearsed. He had intended to attribute their diligence to the supervision of their martial aunt. But seeing their unified voices, he decided to let them take the credit. Yue Buqun chuckled and shook his head, offering no rebuttal, his hands clasped behind him, his gaze sharp. "All right, let us commence today's morning practice." "Yes, master," Qiu Bai responded in unison with the others, this time getting it right. However, as he watched the others take their cushions, sitting cross-legged to begin their training, he found himself not following suit. Instead, Qiu Bai stood before Yue Buqun, cupping his fists and bowing deeply. Master, I have fully cultivated the Huashan internal arts. How should I proceed from here? Yue Buqun's brow furrowed, his expression shifting immediately. He had just heard Ning Zhongze mention that Qiu Bai had cultivated to 7 inches of internal energy yesterday. How could he now claim to have fully mastered it? Ning Zhongze looked on in astonishment, unsure of how to respond. In contrast, Lu Daio's face lit up with joy, his fists clenched tightly, revealing his elation. To him, this was a moment of vindication. Liang Fa and the others were equally astonished, though they regretted not solidifying their relationship with Qiu Bai. The weathered face of Lao bore no expression, but his squinted eyes betrayed deep contemplation. The expressions of the crowd varied, each lost in their thoughts. Lingshan was so shocked that she sprang to her feet. Yue Buqun opened his mouth, uttering a single syllable, but his brow furrowed again. Master, I have also fully cultivated the Huashan internal arts. Ling Huchong rose as well, bowing his head to say, Disciple is dim-witted. I have finally managed to complete my cultivation. The incessant stream of messages left the disciples utterly restless. Ovio gazed at Ling Huchong, his expression considerably complex. He was aware that Ling Huchong had already perfected the internal martial arts of Mount Hua. Yet, Ling Huchong chose not to disclose this, finding the cultivation of new internal arts to be a cumbersome endeavor. However, spurred on by Qiu Bai's provocations, he could no longer restrain himself and stepped forward. Thus, Lu Daio became even more convinced of his prior judgment. In his eyes, the master had summoned Qiu Shidi back precisely to stimulate them, thereby altering their languid disposition. Upon hearing Ling Huchong's words, Qiu Bai was taken aback and turned to look at this somewhat unfamiliar senior brother. He had never anticipated that Ling Huchong had also completed his training. According to the narrative that Qiu Bai was aware of, Ling Huchong was not supposed to receive the teachings of the Hunyuan Ichigong until the beginning of the year. The current turn of events had indeed taken an unexpected twist. Good. Yue Buqun stroked his beard beneath his chin, repeating the word thrice, a testament to the excitement bubbling within him. His gaze flitted between the two disciples, one large and one small, his expression displaying a captivating array of emotions. Particularly when he looked at the younger disciple. His recent descent from the mountain had been solely to investigate the circumstances surrounding the younger disciple. After gathering information around Mount Hua, he had finally acquired some useful intelligence. Following this lead, Yue Buqun identified a locale that somewhat matched the younger disciple's family situation. However, that place had fallen prey to bandits, now nothing but desolate ruins. Upon clarifying the younger disciple's family background, Yue Buqun's trust in him had indeed increased. Now, witnessing the competition between the two disciples, Yue Buqun felt an overwhelming joy. He beckoned them closer, smiling as he said, Come, both of you, unleash your full strength and strike me. Please forgive my rudeness, Master. I have been disrespectful. Qiu Bai glanced at Ling Huchong, who also raised his eyes to meet Qiu Bai's, each voicing their agreement. Very well, come forth. Yue Buqun nodded, grinning, channel your internal energy and strike me. With that, he did not overestimate himself, but instead directed his internal energy, extending both palms. Qiu Bai's gaze sharpened as he swiftly summoned his internal energy, punching towards Yue Buqun's palms. Ling Huchong mirrored this action. Their fists landed on Yue Buqun's palms, the internal energy surging forth with their strikes. Yue Buqun remained unfazed, effortlessly absorbing their attacks. His demeanor suggested that it was all too easy. Excellent. You have succeeded. Yue Buqun nodded with a smile, his eyes appraising the two, lost in contemplation. After a moment of silence, he furrowed his brow and spoke. According to the rules of the Huashan Sect, you must complete a sect mission and make a corresponding contribution to obtain the deeper teachings of internal arts. Currently, the Huashan Sect does not have many tasks, so we will forego those complex procedures. There are 2 matters that I need you to accomplish. Please instruct us, Master. Qiu Bai and Ling Huchong responded in unison. Hearing Yue Buqun's words, the other disciples looked on with curiosity, awaiting his next pronouncement. However, disappointment awaited them. Yue Buqun turned to Ning Zhongze and instructed, Junior sister, Keep an eye on their training. I have matters to discuss with Zhongze and Qiu Bai. Brother, you may proceed. Ning Zhongze replied with a smile, her gaze shifting to the two with mixed emotions. Regarding Qiu Bai, she felt a surge of joy when he had approached her the previous day about additional training. She had sensed that he might bring her unexpected good news. She admitted to having a degree of hope. Yes, for Ling Hucheng, her feelings were more one of relief. Having watched him grow up and having trained him alongside her brother, she had not been entirely satisfied with his progress. Now, having finally perfected the internal arts of Mount Hua, she felt a sense of gratification. As Yue Buqun departed with Qiu Bai and Ling Hucheng, Ning Zhongze turned back to the other disciples. All right, continue your training. Yue Buqun sat cross-legged, his gaze resting on the two who sat before him. One was his eldest disciple, who had been with him for over a decade, and the other was a new disciple who had only accompanied him for a few days. Now, both had perfected the internal arts of Mount Hu in terms of talent. Yue Buqun deemed Qiu Bai's potential to be higher. Having completed his training in just a few days, he was acutely aware of the disparity between them. However, Ling Hucheng had been under his tutelage for many years, and it would not be an exaggeration to say he had raised him as his own son. Now, witnessing his willingness to change, Yue Buqun was inclined to grant him an opportunity. After a moment of silence, Yue Buqun finally spoke. Zhongze, Qiu Bai, I have two small tasks for you. Choose one each. Please instruct us. Master, Qiu Bai and Ling Hucheng bowed in response. This was a matter of sect rules, and obeying their masteress' orders was only natural. Yue Buqun nodded, his expression serious as he continued. The first task involves dealing with a situation in Hanzhong, where the Shu family is facing trouble from the Huashan Sect and requires assistance. The second task involves the demon cult's atrocities in Zhongze last year, where they harmed Sun Dazhong of the Zhongze Sect. The Zhongze Sect has sent word, requesting that I send someone to assist them in eradicating the demon cult's branch. As he spoke, Yue Buqun's gaze swept over the two that you may choose. Ling Hucheng bowed respectfully to Yue Buqun and said steadily, Master, as the eldest disciple, I should defer to my junior brother and let him choose first. Yue Buqun nodded in satisfaction, smiling as he said, Very well. Qiu Bai, you may choose first. Qiu Bai initially intended to say that as the junior disciple, he should let the elder choose first. However, since Yue Buqun had already instructed him to go first, he had no choice but to comply. The matter in Hanzhong was indeed complicated, and if Ling Hucheng were to handle it, many subsequent troubles would arise. In contrast, assisting the Zhongze Sect in eradicating the demon cult seemed to hold great potential. The only troublesome aspect was the Zhongze Sect. After a moment of contemplation, Qiu Bai bowed to Yue Buqun, his expression sincere. Master, I choose to go to Zhongze. Although the Zhongze Sect posed a challenge, Qiu Bai believed that Yue Buqun would not assign them a mission with a guaranteed fatal outcome. Yue Buqun was indeed a hypocrite, but he was currently the leader of Mount Hua, not the notorious Yue Buqun of old. Qiu Bai felt he could still trust him for the time being. Since the junior brother has chosen to go to Zhongze, then I shall take on the matter in Hanzhong, Ling Hucheng said with a smile, his demeanor calm. Seeing Ling Hucheng's attitude, Qiu Bai nodded with a smile, saying, Thank you, elder brother, for your graciousness. There was another reason behind Qiu Bai's choice to go to Zhongze. The roads to Hanzhong were notoriously difficult, while the route from Mount Hua to Zhongze was much more accessible. Once the two disciples had made their selections, Yue Buqun nodded and explained, Rest assured, the tasks I assign you will not exceed your capabilities. I only ask that you do not tarnish the reputation of the Huashan Sect. Do you understand? Yes, we will remember Master's teachings. Qiu Bai and Ling Hucheng responded in unison. Yue Buqun looked at the two and inquired, Do you need any fellow disciples to accompany you? Chapter 16. Emotion stirred Qiu Bai. What did father say to you? Lingshan tugged at Qiu Bai's arm, her face a picture of curiosity. It was the first time she had seen her father so enigmatic, calling for only the eldest brother and Qiu Bai to speak with him. This truly piqued her interest. In response to the curious gaze of Lingshan, Qiu Bai sat down on a bench in the corridor pavilion, shrugging nonchalantly. Nothing much. Master just asked me to complete a task and make a contribution to our Huashan Sect. Is that all? Lingshan sat beside him, tilting her head and leaning against his shoulder. Her fair face had turned rosy from the cold, resembling an apple. Qiu Bai took her hand, gently lifting his right hand to tenderly caress her cheek, smiling as he said, "Why would I lie to you? My elder brother and I each have our own tasks that— Oh, what tasks did you and the elder brother receive?" Lingshan furrowed her brow slightly, seeming somewhat skeptical as she urged, "Quick, tell me." "Senior sister, stop teasing." Qiu Bai straightened up, pinching her cheek affectionately, gazing at her with fondness as he chuckled. "Since Master entrusted this to only my elder brother and me, revealing it to you would contradict his wishes." "Qiu Bai, don't be like that," Lingshan pouted, gently shaking his arm, her voice a playful whine. "Just tell me, I promise not to tell anyone." "No can do, but—" Qiu Bai paused mid-sentence, a mischievous smile creeping onto his lips as he leaned closer to Lingshan's ear. "Senior sister, if you give me a kiss, I'll tell you where I'm going." "Qiu Bai, you're so annoying." Upon hearing this, a shy smile blossomed on Lingshan's face, and she lowered her head. Feeling embarrassed, "Senior sister, do you really not want to know?" Qiu Bai leaned closer to her ear and whispered softly. His voice, laden with temptation, resembled a devil's whisper, stirring the heartstrings of Lingshan. She lifted her gaze, her eyes glistening with moisture as they fixed upon him, her delicate teeth gently biting her crimson lip as she murmured, Just once? Okay, I promise it will only be once." Qiu Bai replied with a mischievous grin. In the next moment, before Lingshan could process what was happening, her lips were enveloped by warmth. This time, she was mentally prepared. Yet, as that warmth pressed against her, her heart raced uncontrollably, and her cheeks flushed even more. As time passed, a wondrous sensation began to rise from the depths of her heart. The contact of their lips evoked indescribable emotions. If one were to encapsulate it in a phrase, it could only be described as mutual support in times of adversity. Lingshan closed her eyes, a faint smile gracing her face as her body gradually softened, her breathing becoming increasingly rapid. This feeling was utterly extraordinary. It made her feel both anxious and exhilarated, prompting her to attempt a response. It was only when she felt she could scarcely breathe that she pushed Qiu Bai away. Slowly opening her eyes, a hint of shyness appeared on her face, causing her to unconsciously bite her lip. Qiu Bai licked his lips, looking as if he had just savored the most exquisite delicacy in the world. Observing his expression, Lingshan glared at him with flushed cheeks, playfully scolding, "You're insufferable." Though her words conveyed reproach, her tone was devoid of any blame, instead filled with sweetness and a touch of bashfulness. "Be careful while you're out on your mission." It seemed Lingshan had momentarily forgotten the question she initially wanted to ask. Her expression shifted to one of concern as she advised, "You must pay extra attention to your safety while outside." Her gaze towards Qiu Bai was filled with care and worry. I will," Qiu Bai replied, leaning back against the bench and drawing Lingshan into his embrace. Smiling as he said, "The Master has assured us that the tasks assigned are within our capabilities. Even so, you must exercise caution." Observing Lingshan's demeanor, Qiu Bai gently caressed her cheek, nodding as he reassured her. "Yes, I will definitely ensure I don't find myself in danger. You must return quickly." Lingshan grasped Qiu Bai's hand tightly, resting her head on his shoulder, her eyes closed as she savored his warmth. A slight smile gracing her lips that "I will miss you." Upon hearing these words, warmth surged within Qiu Bai's heart, and he tightened his hold around her waist. It had been nearly a week since he arrived in this world. And now, finally, Lingshan had uttered those words, signifying his official place in her heart. "Senior sister, I will return as swiftly as I can," Qiu Bai said, kissing her forehead with a smile. "When I come back, I will bring you something fun." You better keep your promise." Lingshan's smile was undeniable, her lips curving upwards like a playful pout. In truth, she did not care much for gifts. What truly mattered to her was Qiu Bai's affection and the fact that he held her dear in his heart. Breathing in the cold air, Qiu Bai still felt warmth in his heart. His face was adorned with a joyful smile, his tone resolute that, of course, snowflakes fell gently, layering the ground in a white blanket. Qiu Bai held Lingshan close, simply sitting in the pavilion, relishing this moment of warmth and tranquility. As for the task assigned by the sect, Qiu Bai felt no resistance. In fact, he found it rather intriguing. The Huashan Sect was currently in a weakened state, resulting in fewer sect tasks. Even when there were tasks, They were predominantly handled by Yue Buqun and Ning Zhongze. However, the flourishing Huashan Sect was an entirely different matter. From the 13 protectors to the ordinary disciples, none enjoyed leisure. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, since Qiu Bai was now a disciple of the Huashan Sect, he had mentally prepared himself to contribute to the sect. After lunch, Qiu Bai and Ling Huchong each took 20 taels of silver and set off down the mountain with their swords. Their acquaintance was brief, resulting in sparse conversation during their descent. Qiu Bai was unsure of what to say to Ling Huchong, while Ling Huchong, burdened with his own thoughts, had no desire to speak. Qiu Bai recalled that in the original storyline, the task to Hanzhong was supposed to be undertaken by Ling Huchong and Lu Daiyou together. Now, seeing only Ling Huchong was somewhat surprising. Although Lu Daiyou had already allied himself with Qiu Bai, Ling Huchong would not simply let him go. Would he? This puzzlement was resolved when they reached the Huashan post. Ling Huchong had indeed opted to accompany Lu Daiyou, while the master had sent him down the mountain early, having arranged for horses at the post. Given that it was snowy, traveling on horseback was far more comfortable than walking. The only inconvenience was that Qiu Bai did not know how to ride. Junior brother Qiu. Riding a horse is quite simple. Lu Daiyou, leading a sturdy horse, stood nearby to instruct Qiu Bai on how to ride. Although he was just learning, Qiu Bai's speed of comprehension was remarkably quick under the influence of the golden attribute god of competition. After merely 2 laps around the post, he had already mastered the basics of horseback riding. Simultaneously, a new entry appeared on his personal attribute panel. Beginner rider. Quite a novice who has just learned to ride, proficient in straight lines but struggles with turns. Though the entry was white, it indicated that he had passed the initial threshold. He could take it slow on the turns. After all, no one was rushing him. This was not modern society, where someone would honk behind him. The road was wide, and each could take their own path. Junior brother Qiu, your talent is simply astounding, Lu Daiyou exclaimed in amazement as he observed Qiu Bai managing the horse with rough proficiency. Even Ling Huchong, standing nearby, was equally astonished. He was aware of Qiu Bai's high talent, but did not expect him to learn so swiftly. In the span of just a tea break, he had already grasped the art of riding. Ling Huchong felt a sense of defeat for the first time in his life. When he had learned to ride, he had not progressed as quickly. What a pity I didn't have the chance to study. Qiu Bai dismounted, brushing the snow off the horse's neck, and laughed, saying, if I had the opportunity to study properly, I would definitely return as a top scholar. If you truly wish to pursue that, the master would certainly support you. Ling Huchong interjected, chuckling. In the early years, the master invited private tutors to the mountain to teach us the 4 books and 5 classics. We learned until our heads spun, ultimately driving the old Confucian scholar away. Lu Daiyou also laughed heartily, shaking his head. I wouldn't dare. You are the one with the bravado, senior brother. What a shame, Qiu Bai said, smiling and shrugging. Opportunities in life are unpredictable. However, becoming a chivalrous hero through martial arts is quite good as well. All right, it's time to set off. Ling Huchong mounted his horse, looking at Qiu Bai with a smile as he said, Junior brother Qiu, if you follow the main road, you should reach the Tongguan post before dark. You can rest there for the night and continue your journey tomorrow. Thank you for the guidance. Senior brother, Qiu Bai mounted his horse, cupping his hands in gratitude, reminding him, Senior brother, remember what the master said. Don't be too hasty in your actions. You too, Ling Huchong nodded, cupping his hands in return. Until we meet again at Huashan. With that, Ling Huchong and Lu Daiyou lifted their whips and urged their horses onward. Qiu Bai also turned his horse around, cracking the whip and guiding the steed in the opposite direction. Tongguan, established in the first year of Jianan, has since been a coveted strategic location as the eastern gate of Guangzhou. It is flanked by the Yellow River to the north and perched on a mountainside to the south, earning the reputation of being the greatest pass under heaven. East of Tongguan lies the next post, the Wanxiang Dinghu post. However, in the world Qiu Bai had traversed to, Wanxiang had already submerged beneath the waves, swallowed by the raging river. Leading his horse to the gates of Tongguan, Qiu Bai strolled slowly, gazing in awe at the majestic city walls of Tongguan and his hometown. The remnants of ancient city walls had long vanished. Even when fragments remained, they were nothing more than crumbling remains, pitifully short, barely 5 or 6 meters high. Yet, the walls of Tongguan before him stood magnificently, towering at least 15 meters, How could such a formidable city ultimately fall to the hands of the barbarians? Qiu Bai gazed up at the city tower, his heart filled with myriad emotion as he had seen his homeland. Those 5 or 6 meter tall gate towers were easily conquered. One could scale them with a ladder, and it would be strange if they could withstand an attack. Yet here, the walls of Tongguan were so grand and imposing. Perhaps, as the saying goes, water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. Qiu Bai shook his head, leading his horse to queue for payment before entering the Tongguan Weikong. The By this time, dust had already settled in, and he first headed to the post station to pay in exchange for a fresh steed, before making his way to the adjacent inn to secure a room for the night. The evening breeze was brisk, carrying with it the soft descent of snowflakes, and the chill of the night air was particularly pronounced. As a newcomer to the martial world, Qiu Bai, exercising caution, chose to sleep fully clothed. In the midst of a half-dream, he seemed to hear footsteps on the roof, which startled him into wakefulness. Straining to listen, he caught the sound of urgent shouts from the street below. "Chase, over there! Shoot him dead!" Following this, the sound of chopping echoed through the night. Qiu Bai then witnessed an arrow burst through the window, embedding itself into the floor of his room. The window, now shattered, allowed the cold wind to whistle inside, and the flickering light from outside illuminated the room distinctly. Hastily, Qiu Bai slipped on his shoes, grasped his long sword, and cautiously approached the window to peer outside. What should have been a tranquil street was now bustling with noise and illuminated by flames in the glow of the fire. A group of soldiers armed with bows and arrows pursued a figure, led by an officer riding a tall steed. Those skilled in archery among the soldiers continued to shoot arrows towards the rooftops as they ran. Suddenly, Qiu Bai spotted a figure leap across, landing on the rooftop of a building across the street. He could clearly see that the person seemed to be carrying another figure as they fled. A flower thief? Yet, as he observed the silhouette, the notion of a flower thief sprang to mind, but the sight of the person carrying someone made him doubt that theory. Just as Qiu Bai pushed the window open, he heard a voice from the street. "The court is conducting business. No idlers are to disturb." Upon hearing this, Qiu Bai swiftly pulled the window shut again. He had initially considered pursuing to uncover the truth, perhaps even offering assistance. But this warning made him abandon that thought. He had no desire to inadvertently become a target of the court's wrath, mistaken for an accomplice of that individual in navigating the martial world. Safety was paramount. Qiu Bai reflected on his wish to return and see his junior sister, as well as his master. Securing the window, he returned to his bed. However, after such a disturbance, sleep eluded him, and the sounds of chaos from the street filled his ears. Leaning against the wall, Qiu Bai held his long sword, his thoughts racing. Since joining the Huashan Sect, he had enjoyed restful nights until the roosters crow, rising punctually to practice martial arts, living a life of ease. Now, having just ascended the mountain, he encountered such turmoil. Qiu Bai realized that his comfortable existence on Huashan was due to the protective presence of his master and mistress, deterring any troublemakers. Observing the imposing officer on horseback, he recognized that such a position could only belong to someone of significant rank, certainly no lower than that of 1,000 households. With such authority, that flying thief could come and go as they pleased, showing no regard for him. But would they dare approach Huashan? Even the notorious Tianboi Wang would not have the audacity to sneak up on Huashan, were it not for Dongfang Bai's coercion, and even then, it was merely to visit the cliff of reflection. Contemplating these matters, Qiu Bai's resolve to seek out the secrets of the sword grew stronger. Indeed, if Feng Qingyang could learn the Dugu 9 swords, then surely the Dugu sword tomb must exist as well. Qiu Bai's eyes sparkled like stars, and he felt a surge of excitement. Seizing the opportunity of this descent from the mountain, he would venture to Xiangyang. Chapter 017. The demon cult. Dear guest, I sincerely apologize. The innkeeper's assistant brought hot water, his expression filled with regret as he noticed the arrow embedded in the room. The arrow was askew in the floor, its fletching a mix of colors, lacking any distinguishing marks. Qiu Bai extracted the arrow and casually tossed it to the assistant, smiling as he inquired, "Brother, do you know what commotion occurred last night?" "Esteemed guest, I am not entirely certain." The innkeeper's assistant hurriedly caught the arrow, a troubled look crossing his face as he hesitated. "As you know, these days are tumultuous. We common folk dare not inquire too freely when the officials are involved. In that case, I must trouble you, brother, Qiu Bai replied politely. If you wish to dine, simply head down to the main hall. The assistant, bowing slightly with a smile, added, of course, I can bring it up for you. But a small tip would be appreciated. I understand. You may go about your duties. Seeing that Qiu Bai did not wish for his meal to be brought up, the assistant took the hot water and departed. Qiu Bai understood the assistant's hesitation that in this era, ordinary citizens still held a fear of the government. After all, not everyone possessed martial skills. However, he was quite curious about whether the person from last night was indeed a flower thief. If so, the assistant would likely not have hesitated to speak. But if not a flower thief, then who could they be? This left Qiu Bai intrigued. Perhaps this was the very essence of the dangers within the martial world. The urge to uncover the truth could often lead to greater peril. Qiu Bai was aware of this, and though he felt curious, he chose not to pursue the matter further. He had a mission to attend to. With a task at hand, he could not afford to be delayed by trivial matters. Moreover, the allure of the Dugu sword tomb was far more enticing than this minor incident. He needed to complete his mission swiftly and explore outside Xiangyang. That was the true path. With this in mind, Qiu Bai resolved not to hesitate any longer. He swiftly washed up, descended for breakfast, settled his bill, and led his horse away. East of Tongwan lay Wanjing. The scenery here was splendid, and countless scholars had left behind their verses. Yet, by the time Qiu Bai found himself in this era, no one remembered this place. Following the official road, Qiu Bai continued on. Though his pace was slow, each day, he covered no more than 60 to 70 li, barely reaching the next post station. By the time he departed Tongwan and reached Zhongze, a full 7 days had passed. Although his progress was slow, his riding proficiency had improved, advancing from white to green during the journey. Riding proficiency, green proficient in riding skills, with enhanced coordination with the horse. Zhongze City boasted towering walls exceeding 30 feet in height. This was the largest city Qiu Bai had seen since his arrival in this world. Compared to Huashan City, it was diminutively small. Around the city, a throng of citizens had erected various structures, some even displaying wine flags. Although Qiu Bai had come from Tongwan and passed through Luoyang, he had not entered the city. Instead, he changed horses at the post station outside the city and headed straight for Zhongze. On this journey, he had already spent half of the 20 taels of silver his master had given him, the majority of which went towards horse exchanges. Upon returning the horse to the post station, he queued to pay the entrance fee and entered Zhongze City. The moment he stepped into Zhongze, he was met with an atmosphere entirely different from that of Huashan. While the level of prosperity paled in comparison to what Qiu Bai had seen in his past life, it was still more vibrant than Huashan City. The Yulai Inn, designated as the meeting point for his mission, was where Qiu Bai headed upon entering the city. Dear guest, please wait. Just as Qiu Bai was about to step into the inn, he was intercepted by the assistant, who wore an apologetic expression. Unfortunately, our establishment has been fully booked today and cannot accommodate outside guests. I hope for your understanding, and no matter, please inform them, Qiu Bai replied, grasping his long sword with a warm smile. Simply say, I am a disciple of the Huashan Sect. They will know. Please wait a moment. I shall go inform them right away. The assistant, recognizing Qiu Bai's status, swiftly turned and returned to the inn. Before long, a young man clad in splendid attire, wielding a broadsword, emerged alongside the assistant. Upon seeing Qiu Bai, dressed in cotton clothes and standing at the entrance, he greeted him with a broad smile. I am sure Deng Dai from Songzhan. May I ask if you are Ling Huchong? Not at all. Ling Huchong is my senior brother, Qiu Bai replied with a smile and a slight bow. I am Qiu Bai, sent by my master to participate in the campaign against the demon cult. Qiu Bai, sure Deng Dai, furrowed his brow slightly, sizing Qiu Bai up as he recalled the intelligence he had received. Was this the prodigious disciple recently taken in by Yue Buqun? Qiu Bai observed the change in Sure Deng Dai's expression with keen eyes. Maintaining a natural demeanor, Qiu Bai chuckled, Sure Shi Xiao. Do you harbor doubts regarding my identity? Not at all. Not at all. Sure Deng Dai laughed heartily, stepping aside to let Qiu Bai enter. Since we are fellow disciples of the Five Mountains, Qiu Shidi, please come in. It is you who should lead the way. Sure Shi Xiao. Qiu Bai smiled graciously. Were my master to learn that I disregarded etiquette, he might well send me to the cliff of reflection for reflection. Huh. Master Yu is not that kind of person. Sure, Ding Dai responded, further confirming Qiu Bai's identity. He then took Qiu Bai's hand, grinning, "Come, let us walk together as brothers. Master Yu will not fault us for it." "You are too kind," Sure Xixiang Sure Ding Dai gripped his hand. Qiu Bai immediately sensed a surge of strength. He glanced up at Sure Ding Dai, who wore a cheerful expression, yet was subtly testing him. In the face of such a situation, Qiu Bai would not show weakness. He immediately summoned his inner strength to resist. Sure Ding Dai raised an eyebrow, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, and chuckled. "Indeed, Qiu Shidi is truly Master Yu's esteemed disciple. I dare say, even Ling Hu Xiong may not be your match." As Qiu Bai accompanied Shidingda into the inn, he gently shook his head and spoke solemnly. "I indeed aspire to surpass my senior brother, but alas, I fall short in many aspects." Qiu Bai kept his master's teachings in mind. When venturing into the world, he must not disgrace the reputation of the Huashan Sect. However, he spoke the truth. He was currently not as skilled as Ling Hu Chong, particularly in lightness skill. Ling Hu Chong's agility seemed to stem from a technique beyond the Huashan style. Perhaps a more advanced form of lightness, as for his swordsmanship. Qiu Bai had yet to engage him in combat. Thus he was uncertain. That's so?" Shidingda exclaimed in surprise, glancing at him before turning to point at the numerous swordsmen seated in the inn's hall. Chuckling, "These are all my fellow disciples from the Zhongze Sect, and those few are from the Five Mountains Alliance." As Qiu Bai and Shidingda entered hand in hand, the gazes of everyone in the hall fell upon them. Qiu Bai, undaunted, released Shidingda's hand and clasped his fists, addressing the assembly. "I am Qiu Bai of the Huashan Sect. It is an honor to meet my esteemed seniors." He respectfully referred to them as seniors, acknowledging that their time in the sect undoubtedly exceeded his own. Moreover, given that the Five Mountain Sword Sect still presented a united front, calling them seniors was entirely appropriate. Upon hearing the name Qiu Bai, the crowd exchanged glances, for even though Yue Buqun had informed the various sects, such news was likely confined to the leaders and core disciples, leaving the ordinary disciples unaware. Hence, only the four individuals at the adjacent table displayed no signs of surprise at Qiu Bai's name. "Qiu Shidi, how has Master Yu been of late?" inquired a middle-aged Taoist, flanked by a young Taoist, both adorned with sword at their sides. Qiu Bai scrutinized the elder for a moment, surmising that he was likely from the Taishan sect. Though he could not ascertain his identity, "My master is in good health," Qiu Bai replied with a smile, nodding, before respectfully asking, "May I inquire how to address you, Sure Shu?" "I am Tiansong Dao Run," the elder introduced, patting the young Taoist beside him. "This is my senior brother's disciple, Qi Baiqing. Pleasure to meet you, Tiansong Sure Shu and Qi Xixiao." Qiu Bai responded with natural ease and a warm smile. "Come, sit here," Tiansong Daorin said without hesitation, leading Qiu Bai to their table and gesturing towards two young women. These two are Yi He and Yi Zhen, esteemed disciples of the Huashan Sect. Following Tiansong Dao Ren's indication, Qiu Bai clasped his fists and greeted. "I am Qiu Bai. It is a pleasure to meet both Shiji." "Qiu Shidi is too humble," Yi replied with a smile, nodding. "I have long heard from Master that Master Yu has taken an exceptional disciple, and now that we meet, it is indeed a sight to behold. Your praise is undeserved, Shiji," Qiu Bai said, a hint of bashfulness gracing his smile. Before Tiansong Dao Run could continue his introductions, the young man interjected, clasping his fists, "I am Xiang Danian from Hungshan. Greetings, Qiu Shidi." "Greetings, Xixiang." Qiu Bai smiled and returned the gesture. Xiang Danian had endured quite a misfortune, having been ambushed and killed by the demonic sect with silver needles. Yet now, he appeared to be a rather amiable individual. If the opportunity arose, Qiu Bai thought it would be good to extend a helping hand, seeing that everyone at the table had already been introduced. Tiansong Dao Run chuckled. "Since Qianzhong Song has not introduced our fellow disciple from the Zhongze Sect, you need not make your way over. Tiansong Shu, is it not true that this operation is led by my senior brother?" Qiu Bai inquired with a furrowed brow, intrigued by Tiansong Dao Ren's words. Previously, he had perceived Shidingda as the leader and assumed that Lingshan had sent his disciples to take charge and elevate him. Now, Tiansong Dao Ren's statement hinted at deeper complexities. He, straightforward as she was, scoffed. Of course, Qianzhongsong is in charge. But there is also Shu Zhong here to provide protection. Shu Zhong is present as well. Qiu Bai raised an eyebrow in surprise. This Shu Zhong was none other than Zhongze, one of the 13 protectors of Songshan. The demonic sect's branch in Zhongzhou possessed formidable experts. Xiang Danian chuckled. With just Shidi and us, we would not be a match for the demonic sect's experts. Shu Zhong's presence is indeed essential. Xiang Shixiang speaks wisely. Qiu Bai glanced toward the Huashan Sect side. Roughly counting 30 or more disciples who had arrived, each bearing a fierce demeanor, evidently seasoned in battle. With such disciples, Qiu Bai understood the pressure Yue Buqun faced. The Huashan Sect had only a handful of disciples, and among them, there were even spies from the Huashan Sect. Observing the Huashan disciples, even ordinary ones seemed quite extraordinary. Merely the fierce expressions they bore set them apart from the Huashan disciples. Lingshan was indeed a formidable figure among the Five Mountains. Qiu Bai withdrew his gaze, sighing deeply within. Were it not for his ambition to dominate the Five Mountains, provoking discontent among the other sects, he might have elevated the Huashan Sect to new heights. Regrettably, his desire to conquer the Five Mountains would only lead to his demise. As Shidengda returned to his seat, he glanced over at Zhongze and, lowering his voice, asked, Shu, what shall we do next? Zhongze raised his eyes to survey Qiu Bai and his companions, his expression calm as he replied, we shall proceed according to the plan. This venture is for your senior brother's glory. So there's no need to consult me on every matter. Understood, Shu. Shidengda took a deep breath, stood up, and approached the inn's counter. Clap, clap, clap. He clapped his hands, drawing the attention of those present, his face displaying a fierce expression. Last year, when Shisu's son came to Zhongzhou to procure goods, he unexpectedly discovered the presence of demonic sect scoundrels operating here and stealthily tracked them. However, the detestable demonic sect laid a trap, surrounding and capturing Shisu's son, subjecting him to unspeakable tortures until his demise. After extensive investigation, we finally located the stronghold of the demonic sect. At this point, Shidengda's gaze swept fiercely across the entire assembly, his words laced with lethal intent. This time, we have summoned all of you from the Five Mountains to eradicate the demonic sect's stronghold and restore peace to the Zhongzhou martial world. Eradicate the demonic sect! Eradicate the demonic sect! Kill! 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 Before Tiansong Dao Run and the others could interject, the disciples of the Huashan Sect raised their swords high, shouting loudly. Seeing this commotion, Qiu Bai felt a throbbing pain in his temples. Their noise was overwhelming as Shidengda pressed his hands downward. The clamor of the Huashan disciples gradually subsided. Shidengda's voice rang out once more. In this endeavor to eradicate the demonic sect, we have already communicated with the authorities. It is imperative that we engage them in battle. Fellow disciples of the Five Mountains, do not hold back. You must exert your utmost effort. As Shidengda's declaration echoed, the eyes of Tiansong Daoist widened his eyes and waved his hand at the young men beside him. Chuckling, one must provide opportunities for the youth to shine. After uttering these words, he fixed his gaze on Qiu Bai and Qi Baiqing, urging them, you should hurry along, but do exercise caution. Tiansong Daoist, much like a senior brother Tianmen Daoist, possessed a fiery temperament. However, they were also unyielding against oppression, upright in character, and showed great care for their juniors, making them exemplary figures worthy of respect. Thank you for the reminder, Master Uncle. Qiu Bai and He bowed in gratitude. Subsequently, they drew their long swords and, employing their lightness skills, swiftly made their way toward the merchant station. The merchant station was a quintessential wooden structure, spacious within, and had an open area outside for parking carriages. The entrance to the interior of the station was solely through the front door, with the surrounding walls featuring small ventilation openings, insufficient for a person to enter. Upon stepping into the open space before the station, one would immediately notice two men stationed at the entrance, both armed and huddled around a bonfire for warmth. Upon hearing sound from outside, one of the men lifted his head, only to be met with the swift approach of a long sword. Following closely behind, before the second man could utter a sound, another sword pierced through his chest, The Huashan swordsmanship was indeed exquisite. Shidengda withdrew the broad sword embedded in the man's chest, frowning as he regarded Qiu Bai, his eyes narrowing with a forced smile. Qiu Bai offered a gentle smile, unsheathing his long sword with a slight swallow. This was his first experience with taking a life in the world he had traversed from. Eyes were everywhere, unless one was determined to face death. Who in their right mind would resort to murder? Yet, in this new world, within less than 10 days, he had already taken a life. Although he felt a churn in his stomach, he found it bearable, with nothing particularly discomforting. Holding his long sword, Qiu Bai observed the crimson staining the blade, then glanced at his cotton attire. Shaking his head in response, he wiped the sword's edge on the corpse beneath him, erasing the evidence of blood. "You are quite fastidious," he remarked with a chuckle as she approached. Observing his actions, Yizhen and Xiangdajing also joined in the laughter. "Haha, your first time in action? And you lack experience." Qiu Bai smiled shyly, watching the disciples of Huashan Sect streaming into the merchant station, and tilted his head towards them. "Let us move quickly, otherwise they may start gossiping. Then let's be swift." He, known for her fiery temperament, declared as she unsheathed her long sword, her tone icy. "The sooner we finish, the sooner we can return to the mountain. I do not wish to linger among them." "Then let us proceed," Xiangdajing responded, and, without further words, silently drew his long sword and took the lead. The 5 of them, each wielding their long swords, advanced in a sharp formation toward the interior of the merchant station. Inside the station, fierce clashes had already commenced. The disciples of Huashan Sect formed groups of 3, providing mutual cover as they battled with the disciples of the demon cult. The latter fought ferociously, willing to fight to the death, even if it meant perishing alongside their adversaries, resulting in swift casualties. The number of demon cult disciples within the merchant station seemed inexhaustible. Suddenly, a disciple of the demon cult leaped down from a pile of goods, brandishing a long knife that whistled through the air as it came crashing down upon Qiu Bai. Undaunted, Qiu Bai stepped forward, thrusting his long sword forward, the blade dancing in a flurry in an instant. He had executed 3 thrusts, demonstrating the boundless falling leaves technique from Huashan swordsmanship. The attacking disciple of the demon cult was pierced through the throat by the sword tip, collapsing to the ground. "Junior brother Qiu, your boundless falling leaves is truly remarkable," Xiangdajing exclaimed with a grin. "My master, when utilizing the return of the wind and falling wild geese technique, only manages to drop 5 geese with a single strike. Yet you have executed 3. Brother Xiang, you flatter me." Qiu Bai chuckled, shaking his head as he solemnly replied, "How can one see?" Qiu Bai wiped the blood from the blade of his sword onto a burlap sack, pointing resolutely ahead as he thundered, "Eradicate the demonic cult! Eradicate the demonic cult!" As his furious cries reverberated, the remaining dozen disciples of Huashan echoed his rage. The current situation, as Qiu Bai had articulated, left them with no choice but to fight their way through, for the disciples of the demonic cult were closing in from behind. The only option left was to fight to the death. The group gathered their strength and charged forward, plunging into the fray with fervor. Instantly, the battle escalated to a fever pitch. Daoist Tian Song shook his head, casting a glance at Zhongze, and sneered. "It seems your chosen champion, Qianzhong Song, is not up to the task." "Humph. Whether he is capable or not is not for you to decide," Zhongze retorted with a chilling scoff, his expression dark as storm clouds. The Huashan Sect had meticulously planned for this operation against the demonic cult stronghold, even dispatching over 30 seasoned fighters. They had intended to elevate Shi Dengdai's reputation, only to find him utterly lacking in the ability to adapt to changing circumstances. This, however, had inadvertently benefited that old rogue, Yue Buqun. Without a glance at Daoist Tian Song, Zhongze leaped several times, landing atop the cargo with determination. He paid no mind to the cult disciples, charging resolutely towards the rear of the trading post. His target clear, the cult's incense master. Upon spotting Zhongze, the remaining disciples of the Huashan Sect felt a surge of renewed vigor, rallying around Qiu Bai and his companions as they pressed forward. Shi Dengdai's expression was the most grim, yet his movements remained relentless. After a furious push, they finally reached the back of the trading post. Now, the original group of 40 to 50 had dwindled to just over 10. each bearing injuries of varying severity. Even Qiu Bai had sustained a wound on his arm. Blood congealed upon the surface. Min Lao heir, I didn't expect to find you here, Zhongze exclaimed, his brow arching in surprise at the man surrounded by cult disciples behind the trading post. Ah, is that not the nine? Min Lao heir replied, arms crossed, a smile playing on his lips. Had I not come, how could I have caught such a big fish as you? Catch me. Zhongze scoffed coldly. Then aren't you concerned about breaking your fishing rod? I've long wished to test the mettle of the Songzhan 13 protectors. Min Lao heir declared, brandishing his hefty broadsword, his eyes gleaming with malice as he lunged toward Zhongzhen. The clash of blades ignited a fierce energy. Zhongzhen, being one of the 13 protectors of Songzhan, naturally possessed formidable strength. Min Lao heir, merely a cult incense master, could hardly withstand the onslaught. Realizing he was outmatched, Min Lao heir bellowed, What are you waiting for? Are you waiting for me to die? Only then did the cult disciples awaken to the urgency, hastily drawing their weapons to charge at Zhongzhen. The previously quiet trading post erupted once more into chaos, as the incense master of Zhongzhou. Min Lao heir's skills were only of a second-tier level, vastly overshadowed by Zhongzhen, who ranked among the top of the Songzhan 13 protectors. Within mere moments of engagement, Min Lao heir had suffered multiple wounds. His fighting capacity severely diminished. It was only due to the arrival of the cult disciples that he was spared from certain death. Qiu Bai weaved through the throng, dispatching cult disciples as he maneuvered towards Min Lao heir, eager to claim a trophy. Quick, all of you advance, Min Lao heir shouted, clutching his shoulder as he pushed the nearby cult disciples forward, watching Zhongzhen slice through the cultists as if they were mere vegetables. A flicker of fear ignited within him. He had rushed here to gauge the strength of the 13 protectors, only to find Zhongzhen to be even more formidable than he had anticipated. Given that Zhongzhen was merely ranked 6th among the 13 protectors, the overall strength of this group was indeed formidable. Min Lao heir cautiously surveyed his surroundings, slowly retreating as though contemplating an escape. Within the ranks of the Day and Moon demonic cult, he was considered a minor figure. However, in this branch, he was their only high-ranking officer, in the face of the Five Immortals Sect siege. The only course of action for the cult disciples was clear: ensure their leader's escape. The multitude of cult disciples, armed and undeterred, surged toward Zhongzhen, while a handful of Songzhan disciples engaged in battle, striving to carve a path for Min Lao heir. Amidst the fierce combat, Qiu Bai nimbly approached Min Lao heir. Seeing this, Yijin opened her mouth to shout, but then hesitated, her brows furrowing, choosing silence as she too noticed Min Lao heir's retreat. Regarding Qiu Bai's audacious actions, Yijin neither supported nor opposed him. But if Qiu Bai succeeded, it would be a boon, bringing renown to the Five Immortals Sect and immortalizing his name within their ranks. Conversely, if he were to fail, it would also be a favorable outcome for Huashan Sect, as they would lose a talented disciple. After all, with a scheming figure like Lingshan in their midst. The Five Immortals Sect had enough ambition for one feigning ignorance. Yijin joined forces with her sister, Yi, to vanquish the cult experts that approached them. Meanwhile, Daoist Tiansong was preoccupied assisting Xiang Denian and Qiu Bai, as he was among the least skilled of the Five Mountains disciples present, necessitating his support for the two. The cult disciples, for their part, remained focused on Zhongzhen, aware of the Songzhan Sect's reconnaissance. They had secretly assembled their own experts to lay an ambush at the trading post, hoping to eliminate a Songzhan master. Little did they expect to ensnare Zhongzhen, a prominent figure among the 13 protectors. This significant threat loomed nearby, leading them to allocate a portion of their forces to contend with other disciples of the Five Mountains, while the remainder concentrated on Zhongzhen. In this chaotic environment, Qiu Bai stealthily advanced, drawing near to Min Lao heir. The tumult within the trading post was such that, barring the truly observant, few would notice a new disciple of the Five Immortals Sect among them. Qiu Bai gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, his gaze fixed on Min Lao heir, summoning the remnants of his inner strength. It was a gamble, to achieve fame through this kill or to perish himself. With a resolute breath, he infused his arm with energy. The ultimate strike of the 13 styles of Huashan swordplay manifested in his hands. Xiao Shi, Cheng Long. He unleashed his inner power into his shoulder. Executing the Huashan footwork with utmost precision, Qiu Bai's sword lunged toward Min Lao Er's vital points, propelling him forward as if riding upon a true dragon, swiftly closing the distance. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Min Lao Er. "You." Min Lao Er barely managed to utter in surprise before the blade sliced across his neck. Blood gushed forth like a torrent from the wound. Qiu Bai knelt, sword in hand, feeling the weight of exhaustion envelop him. "Master," one of Min Lao Er's loyal subordinates, witnessing the death of his leader, let out a mournful cry and charged toward Qiu Bai with weapon drawn. In that dire moment, Qiu Bai swiftly severed Min Lao Er's head. Holding it aloft, he dared not engage further, for his remaining inner strength was scant. Utilizing Huashan footwork, he leaped atop a pile of cargo, raising Min Lao Er's severed head high. "Min Lao Er is dead. Do you still wish to resist?" Qiu Bai proclaimed, firmly believing that as long as the cult's leaders were slain, the remaining foot soldiers would scatter. After all, this was merely their branch, not the main headquarters that it was akin to a defeated army gathering the remnants of their forces. The cult disciples, upon hearing his words, turned their heads in unison. Their hearts filled with trepidation. Zhongze arched an eyebrow, seizing a nearby cult disciple with a fierce grip, exerting pressure. With a sickening crack, the disciple's mouth bled, his eyes wide with horror as he fell lifeless. Zhongze glared at Qiu Bai and the severed head he held, his expression darkening. The Huashan Sect had gone to great lengths to set the stage, only to have their efforts overshadowed by this young man. Realizing this, Zhongze shot a venomous glare at Dai, his heart brimming with indignation. Dai, on the other hand, felt equally wronged. Yet now that the situation had unraveled, he bore the burden of responsibility, as it was his plan that had brought them here. Zhongze's sword descended, cleaving through a cult disciple before him with a fierce proclamation. "Those who surrender shall not be harmed." As Zhongze's voice echoed, the remaining cult disciples hesitated, their faces a mixture of confusion. Yet some quick-witted individuals turned and fled, not daring to linger. After this fierce battle, the dozen or so Huashan disciples who had pushed to the back of the trading post had now halved in number, leaving only 4 or 5 standing. Meanwhile, the casualties among the cult disciples had also been grievous. Aside from those who had fled, barely 20 remained on the battlefield. This clash could scarcely be described as anything less than brutal. Daoist Tiansong regarded Qiu Bai with satisfaction, exclaiming, "Brother Yu, you truly have taken on a remarkable disciple." "Thank you for the praise, Uncle Tiansong," Qiu Bai replied, tossing Min Lao Er's head aside and leaning against the cargo. Weariness etched upon his face, surveying the trading post, now resembling a scene from a hellish battlefield. He merely shook his head, feeling no particular reaction. It seemed he had become accustomed to this world, as if he had finally discovered the meaning of his existence. Yizhan, supporting her sister, Yi, looked up at Qiu Bai and remarked with a smile, "Junior brother Qiu, you are indeed bold to dare strike down the incense master of this cult. It is merely a gamble." Qiu Bai chuckled as he shook his head, his hands resting on his knees, the long sword in his grasp marred by several deep nicks, blood dripping steadily onto the ground. "A gamble?" Yi, perplexed, raised her head. "That it is simply a wager, albeit one that may lead to death." With an air of righteousness, Qiu Bai declared, "To die in defense of justice is indeed a noble cause." "Well said," Qiu Bai Cheng exclaimed joyfully. Even the typically reticent Xiang Dinyin wore a broad smile at that moment. In stark contrast to their elation, the disciples of the Huashan Sect exhibited a somber demeanor. Most of the skilled practitioners who had come from the Huashan Sect were familiar with one another, having undertaken missions together. Given the heavy casualties they had sustained, it was unsurprising that their spirits were low. Zhongze fixated his gaze on Qiu Bai, his eyes narrowing slightly, and his grip on his sword tightened momentarily. After a brief pause, he sheathed his sword. Under Zhongze's intense scrutiny, Qiu Bai felt a wave of anxiety, fearing that he might lose control. However, observing the current situation, it seemed that Zhongze had no intention of acting violently, which relieved Qiu Bai somewhat, as he was acutely aware that he was not yet a match for him. "You truly are cut from the same cloth as brother Yu," Zhongze remarked with a genial smile. "Always so concerned with righteousness. You are indeed a gentleman." "Uncle Zhong, You jest, Qiu Bai replied, meeting Zhongzhe's gaze and shaking his head. How can a mere youth be deemed a gentleman? Please do not elevate me to such heights. Zhongzhe's words carried a subtle malice. While labeling him a gentleman, he sought to confine Qiu Bai within that mold. Akin to Yue Buqun, the term gentleman's sword served as a tight noose, binding Yue Buqun firmly. Qiu Bai had no desire for such a label. He sought no such constraints. Hurry and pack up. The officials will be arriving shortly, urged Taoist Tiansong, sheathing his long sword. Though we have alerted the authorities, I would prefer to avoid dealing with them. Then you all may leave first, Zhongze replied, casting a stoic glance at Taoist Tiansong. The well-eye is prepared hot water. Very well. We shall take our leave, Taoist Tiansong replied without hesitation, beckoning Qiu Bai and the others to follow him outside the merchant's premises. Upon stepping outside, Qiu Bai noticed several disciples from the Huashan Sect stationed outside, yet they made no move to impede the fleeing disciples of the demonic sect. Uncle, the Huashan Sect has truly organized things well, Qiu Bai Chung remarked with a grin. Let us return for a hot bath and some rest. Oh, you foolish boy. Taoist Tiansong shook his head and turned to survey the expansive merchant establishment. All this wealth, with its goods and profits, belongs to them. Do you have any idea how valuable that is? What? Qiu Bai Chung exclaimed, astonished as he looked up. His youthful face radiated a clear, naive bewilderment. Roughly estimated, it exceeds 10,000 taels. As for the stored silver, I cannot say is it truly so lucrative to engage in commerce. Qiu Bai Chung swallowed hard, his face a mask of astonishment. This was a path he had never contemplated. Qiu Bai too was taken aback, and oh wonder the Huashan Sect could recruit so many disciples. They eradicated the strongholds of the demonic sect while simultaneously taking over their enterprises. And while the Huashan Sect, they seemed utterly incapable of such endeavors. Taoist Tiansong tossed a spare sword to Qiu Bai Chung, scoffing, if it were unprofitable, how could that left-cold Zen support so many disciples? At the well-eye inn, Qiu Bai sat in a bathtub, the warm water enveloping him, inducing a drowsy sensation. However, he had no time for slumber. He was preoccupied with examining the loot he had acquired, penniless, quite devoid of any wealth. Just this wretched life. 10. Rudimentary combat skills. White learned a few moves akin to street brawling. 9. Tasteless as chicken rib, white lacking flavor, yet too precious to discard. 1. Rugged skin and tough flesh, white more resilient than others. Hard to kill. 2. Master of swordplay, blue profound comprehension of sword techniques, exceptionally skilled. 1. Strength of an ox, blue astonishing power, capable of overturning a water buffalo. 1. As Qiu Bai perused each entry, a frown creased his brow. The majority of the entries acquired from the recent skirmish were of little utility, being predominantly white in quality. Yet a few were rather rare. The entries Master of Swordplay, blue, Strength of an Ox, blue, and Light as a Swallow, blue, stood out as potentially beneficial to him. In particular, the Light as a Swallow entry surpassed his current agility, promising to elevate his lightness in movement to new heights. Without further ado, he commanded the system, integrate the entries. His command echoed through the air. He felt his body undergoing a remarkable transformation. He sensed an extraordinary surge of strength. Even the mightiest of oxen would be no match for him now. Additionally, in terms of agility, he gained numerous new insights and experience in executing light-footed maneuvers, treasures of immeasurable worth. Upon merging with Master of Swordplay, his mind was flooded with profound understandings of sword techniques and practical experience. Even if he could not wield a sword adeptly, he would still exhibit considerable finesse when armed. Such was the allure of these entries. Qiu Bai felt a rush of excitement, the very thought of sleep dissipating into oblivion. He sat in the bath, gesturing animatedly, a wide grin plastered across his face. After relishing the benefits, he revisited the remaining entries, only to find them largely lackluster, rendering any potential integration futile. Not a single exceptional white entry was to be found, underscoring the dismal quality of this batch of disciples from the Day and Moon Divine Sect. However, one must consider, if there were truly outstanding talents, would they be toiling in the trenches as mere cannon fodder? Rising from the bath, Qiu Bai grabbed a dry cloth. Wiping away the moisture from his skin, he donned his undergarments. layered on cotton trousers, and finally slipped into a warm jacket. A bath truly is delightful. He stretched lazily before taking a seat on a long bench at the table, retrieving his long sword. Gazing at the nicks on the blade, he felt a pang of regret. Two of the nicks were at least a centimeter deep. Beyond any hope of repair, such was the nature of cold weapons. Unless one possessed a superior blade, engaging in combat would inevitably lead to wear and tear. It appeared he would need to have it reforged. Qiu Bai sheathed his long sword and pulled out the remaining 10 taels of silver, vexation washing over him. No money. It makes life difficult everywhere. He pocketed the silver, rubbing his face in frustration. Just moments ago, he had contemplated lingering in the merchant establishment to scavenge for spoils. Yet Daoist Tiansong's insistence on departing, coupled with Zhongze's demeanor, had compelled him to leave. Reflecting now, he felt a sense of loss. Realizing that the Huashan Sect might well be reaping a windfall of several thousand taels, they had traversed great distances to lend their support, while he was left covering his own expenses. Was it merely for the promise of food and lodging? Lost in his thoughts, Qiu Bai inadvertently dozed off at the table. Knock, knock, knock. Uncertain of how long he had slept, he was jolted awake by a hurried knock at the door. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he glanced outside and noted the twilight sky. He seized his long sword and called out, "Who is it?" "Junior brother Qiu, Uncle Zhong and the others have returned," Yizhen's gentle voice replied. "They are asking us to come down for dinner." "I'm coming," Qiu Bai responded, opening the door to see Yizhen smiling at him. "Thank you for calling me. I had just fallen asleep." "No trouble at all. Let us go," Yizhen said with a smile. From Uncle Zhong's cheerful demeanor, it seems they have gained quite a bit this time. "I guess it appropriate for you to say that, senior sister," Qiu Bai replied, blinking and smiling back at her, shaking her head. Yizhen chuckled. "You are simply unaware of the rules of the Zhonghe, being your first foray in the world. Oh, please enlighten me, senior sister," Qiu Bai implored, his curiosity piqued. With a mock scolding glance, Yizhen laughed lightly. Any spoils acquired from the extermination of the demonic sect rightfully belong to the sect that led the charge. Of course, they must contribute significantly. I see. Qiu Bai feigned enlightenment, cautiously remarking, "No wonder the Huashan Sect was so eager to organize the assault on the demonic sect. However, they are bound to incur some losses this time." With her arms crossed, Yizhen fixed her gaze on Qiu Bai, smiling as she said, "Junior brother Qiu, your actions in slaying the demonic sect's leader, Min Lao heir, surely warrant some recognition from the Huashan Sect. Senior sister, what do you mean?" Yizhen stood on tiptoe and playfully tapped Qiu Bai's forehead, chiding, "Oh, junior brother Qiu, you truly are oblivious to so much." "Apologies for the trouble, senior sister," Qiu Bai replied, lowering his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Yizhen glanced around and gently pushed Qiu Bai back inside the room, closing the door behind them. Noticing her demeanor, Qiu Bai swallowed hard and whispered, "Senior sister, what are you doing? You silly junior brother, what are you thinking?" Yizhen playfully punched his chest. Her cheeks flushed as she said, "I'm discussing matters with you. Of course I must ensure no one is eavesdropping." "Ah," Qiu Bai exclaimed in surprise. Although he had long been aware, he simply wished to draw closer to the nun. Qiu Bai recalled vividly the sight of the esteemed gentleman from Shimen affectionately touching the nun's bald head. It was rather thrilling. Chapter 20. Dividing the spoils. Junior brother Qiu, do you think our coming to lend a hand is in vain? Yizhen elegantly lifted her gown and seated herself at the table, her clear eyes shimmering with keen insight as she cut straight to the heart of the matter, posing a crucial question. Qiu Bai furrowed his brow, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his voice as he replied, "I hope you find it amusing, senior sister, but master only instructed me to come here to carry out a task and did not mention any other matters regarding this assistance." As Qiu Bai had noted, Yue Buqun had not elaborated much. It seemed to be merely intended for Qiu Bai to make an appearance, much like Xiang Yin and the others, to familiarize himself with everyone. After all, with Zhongze present, how far could things truly spiral out of control? Indeed, Master Yu embodied the essence of a gentleman. Yizhen chuckled softly, shaking her head, her expression turning serious as she stated, "According to the customs of the martial world, those who come to offer assistance must be presented with gifts by the host. Regardless of the amount, it reflects the host's goodwill, but it must not be absent. After all, they have traveled a great distance to risk their lives for you. It cannot simply end with a mere thank you, can it? That is indeed true, Qiu Bai pondered, nodding in agreement. He had witnessed such customs even before his transmigration. For instance, when someone hosted a birthday celebration or held a funeral, the villagers who came to help would expect the host to prepare gifts, typically a towel and a red envelope containing 20 coins. Qiu Bai hadn't anticipated that the martial world would adhere to such traditions as well. However, upon reflection, it made sense. After all, martial artists are still human, and it is only reasonable to follow these social niceties. You must understand that the martial world is anything but tranquil. Yishan interjected with a light snort, her brow furrowing. If you offend those who come to assist you, who will be willing to help you in the future? The more friends you have, the more paths you can tread. She continued, take the Huashan Sect, for instance. Their ambition to annex the Five Mountain Sword Sect is evident. Why inviting us here? They are merely showcasing their martial prowess. As she spoke, Yizhan let out a laugh, her apricot eyes fixed on Qiu Bai with admiration, saying, this time, their display of power backfired, and you reaped the benefits by slaying Min Lao Er, the leader of the Demon Sect. You have accomplished the most significant feat of this venture. Aside from monetary gains, the Huashan Sect has lost all advantages to you. However, as Yizhan's words lingered in the air, a look of concern crossed her face, and she solemnly warned, after this incident, the Huashan Sect will undoubtedly make a grand proclamation, and the news of your slaying the leader of the Demon Sect will spread like wildfire. You may find yourself in considerable trouble henceforth. The Sun and Moon Demon Sect is indeed a formidable adversary. Listening to Yizhan's words, Qiu Bai's expression darkened, and a sense of gravity settled upon him. After all, even the united forces of the Five Mountain Sword Sect could not subdue the Sun and Moon Demon Sect, let alone the current state of the Huashan Sect. Reflecting on his actions today, Qiu Bai couldn't help but feel a pang of regret for his reckless behavior. Yet, faced with such a golden opportunity, to forego it would be akin to inviting divine retribution. Having already committed, what could he do? At worst, he would be pursued by the Demon Sect, but this was also a badge of honor. He had shed blood for the righteous path. Various thoughts flashed through Qiu Bai's mind, but ultimately, he resolved to remain steadfast and unwavering if he was to bear the risks of the future. Then the Huashan Sect ought to bleed for it. There was no need to adhere to the ideals of a gentleman. After expressing this sentiment, Yizhan shifted the conversation, playfully saying, however, I believe Master Yu is certainly aware of the risks involved. A gentleman can be deceived with courtesy, but he is also capable of unleashing a wrath as fierce as thunder. Understanding Yizhan's implication, Qiu Bai knew that his master was not someone who would willingly suffer losses. After they finished their discussion, Yizhan stood up, stretching her limbs. Let us go and have some dinner. Thank you, senior sister, for enlightening me. Qiu Bai also rose, gently placing his long sword on the table, and followed Yizhan as they made their way toward the inn's main hall. Engaging in conversation with Yizhan had been quite enlightening for him. The martial world was indeed fascinating, and Qiu Bai found it quite appealing. In the inn's main hall, a considerable number of patrons had already gathered. However, compared to earlier, the crowd was notably smaller, and the expressions of those present were less than cheerful. After all, they had just lost a friend. How could they possibly find joy in such sorrow? As the footsteps of Qiu Bai and Yizhan echoed on the wooden floor, the gazes of the crowd converged upon them, particularly fixating on Qiu Bai. Previously, they had scarcely paid attention to this young lad, who appeared barely of age. Now, however, upon closer inspection, he was strikingly handsome, with features as refined as jade, truly a promising youth. The very thought that such a young boy had slain Min Lao Er and severed his head was utterly absurd to them. Yet, isn't that the nature of the martial world? Qiu Bai scanned the room until he spotted Daoist Tiansong and strode over with Yizhan. Daoist Tiansong appeared calm and was sipping hot tea when he noticed Qiu Bai and Yizhan approaching. Smiling and nodding in acknowledgement that you've been cooped up for so long. Is it your first time killing someone and you couldn't bear to face it, hiding away in your room? Huh. Qiu Bai stared at him in disbelief, momentarily taken aback. The jest from Daoist Tiansong elicited laughter from the crowd, After all, the notion of a youth so young committing such a grave act stirred a hint of envy among them. Now, hearing Taoist Tian Song's remark, laughed with a swift motion, Xiang Dajing served himself a portion of the dish, placing his chopsticks upon the bowl, and turned to gaze at Qiu Bai with a smile. Junior brother Qiu, where do you intend to go? I shall return to Hingyang with a merchant convoy tomorrow, traveling along the official road that I wonder if our paths align. Traveling along the official road. Will you be passing through Xiangyang? Qiu Bai furrowed his brow, smiling as he replied, if it indeed goes through Xiangyang, I must trouble senior brother Xiang that of course it will. Xiang Dajing nodded, explaining the most favorable route from Zhongze to Hingyang is through Nanyang. Then from Xiangyang to Jingzhou, and finally by boat to Yuezhou, continuing on the official road straight to Hingyang, that I have taken note. Qiu Bai chuckled, saying, when I visit Hingyang in the future, senior brother must treat me well. Haha, that goes without saying, Xiang Dajing replied confidently. Junior brother Qiu, when you come to Hingyang, I shall invite you to Huayin Tower for a drink. Senior brother, you must not show favoritism. Yizhen interjected, playfully entwining her wrist with Yi. My elder sister and I, along with Uncle Tian Song, are also heading to Hingyang. Will you not entertain us? Xiang Dajing quickly clasped his fist in a gesture of apology, saying earnestly, Uncle Tian Song, as well as the two elder sisters and junior brother Qi, it is my oversight. Should you come to Hingyang, I will certainly provide you with a warm welcome. Uncle Tian Song waved his hand. Chuckling, Dajing, this girl Yizhen is teasing you. When I go to Hingyang, your master will host me. There is no need to burden you, the junior. Uncle Tian Song speaks wisely, Yizhen added with a mischievous grin. I was merely joking with you. Senior brother, this laughter and toasts filled the air. The meal came to an end, and the hour had already passed. Upon returning to his quarters, Qiu Bai washed up with the hot water delivered by the innkeeper. He then sat at the table, staring blankly at the several ingots of silver and a stack of banknotes laid out before him. The silver ingots weighed 10 taels each, and there were exactly 5 of them. Beneath the central ingot lay a pile of banknotes, which Qiu Bai carefully removed, lifting the notes to inspect them closely. Each banknote was worth 100 taels, totaling 20 notes, amounting to 2,000 taels. 2,050 taels. He pondered what significance this sum held as he gazed at the substantial wealth before him. A surge of emotions welled up within, leaving him at a loss for words. After a moment's contemplation, he cautiously stowed the banknotes in the inner pocket of his cotton coat, meticulously fastening the buttons. Next, he placed the 5 ingots into a money pouch and tucked it into his bosom, feeling the weight pressing against him. After organizing his belongings, he set aside 10 taels, combining them with some loose change. If time permitted tomorrow, he would have his sword reforged. If not, he would purchase a decent one. Given his current ordinary skills, he could not afford to be without a weapon. Having arranged his plans for the morrow, Qiu Bai lay on the bed, staring at the pitch-black ceiling, finding it difficult to drift into slumber. The primary reason was the hefty sum he had tucked away. Sleep eluded him. This was not merely 2,000 coins, but 2,000 taels. Chapter 021. Pursued on the official road from Zhongzhou to Nanyang. A merchant convoy advanced at a steady pace, the carts adorned with the flags of the Huashan Sect, signifying their affiliation. The Huashan Sect, one of the renowned 5 mountain sword sects, commanded great respect, both from the righteous and the nefarious. Though the 5 mountain sword sects were not as powerful as in their heyday, they remained formidable entities not to be trifled with lightly. The current martial world had fallen into decline, with legendary masters reduced to mere myth. The once dominant Heavenly First Gang had lost its signature technique, the 18 dragon-subduing palms, leaving only the dog-driving staff technique in circulation. The illustrious Wudong Sect, once revered like the North Star, had been besieged by the Sun and Moon Demon cult, losing the handwritten Tai Chi classic of Zhongzhenren. Meanwhile, the Zhongze Sect had risen to prominence, making a name for itself in the martial world. Now standing among the 5 mountain sword sects, Qiu Bai sat within the carriage, conversing with Xiang Dajing about the martial world, filled with a sense of melancholy. Those once great figures who had dominated the realm were now but dust, leaving behind only fragmented legends. Most of the once renowned martial arts had faded into obscurity, severing their lineage. Pouring wine from a jug into his cup, Qiu Bai filled Xiang Dajing's cup as well. They gently clinked their cups together and drank deeply, This time, I indeed trouble you, senior brother. Not at all. It is merely a matter of convenience, Xiang Dajing replied with a smile. May I inquire, junior brother Qiu, what brings you to Xiangyang? Seeking a change of scenery, Qiu Bai said, lifting the curtain to gaze at the icy expanse outside, his tone wistful. His objective in traveling south to Xiangyang was to seek the legendary Dugu sword tomb. Among the tales of martial encounters he had learned, only the Dugu legacy had a tangible presence in the world. This meant that venturing outside Xiangyang City would likely lead him to the Dugu sword tomb. Thus, he seized this opportunity to embark southward to investigate DS for the 9 manual hidden within the ancient tomb. That would require a more measured approach. After all, the existence of the divine eagle successor was not something he could provoke at this moment. If it were a woman, perhaps he could leverage charm to gain favor. If it were a man, the situation would be far more precarious. After much deliberation, Qiu Bai ultimately resolved to journey to Xiangyang, deeming it the safest option. Xiang Dajing nodded in agreement. Indeed, remaining on the mountain can be quite stifling, but he too preferred the bustling atmosphere of his master's home in Hengyang over the solitude of Huashan. Suddenly, the carriage came to an abrupt halt, prompting a voice from outside. Friends ahead, this convoy belongs to the Huashan Sect. If any of you are in urgent need of funds, please do not hesitate to speak up. While I cannot make you wealthy, I can spare a few coins. The speaker was the leader of the Huashan Sect's merchant convoy, a disciple with commendable martial prowess. Qiu Bai lifted the carriage curtain and emerged, standing alongside Xiang Dajing as they fixed their gaze on the snowy road ahead. There, a large tree lay fallen, obstructing their passage. Such actions were well known to seasoned merchants. This was the work of mountain bandits. As the leader's words faded, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the snow, and a group of men clad in cotton clothing, wielding weapons and wearing floppy hats, emerged from the woods. I neither seek wealth nor wish to harm anyone. I merely request a person, one of the bandits declared. Request a person? The convoy leader raised an eyebrow, perplexed. Qiu Bai's expression turned grave as he exchanged glances with Xiang Dajing. Is it the Zhongze Sect or the Sun and Moon Demon cult? Upon hearing Xiang Dajing's question, Qiu Bai narrowed his eyes, replying in a low voice. The Sun and Moon Demon cult is not so swift. It must be the Zhongze Sect. But Xiang Dajing hesitated, momentarily at a loss for words. He was no fool. They had only departed Zhongze for half a day, and even if the Sun and Moon Demon cult had responded, it would not have been so quick. Thus, the only conclusion was that the Zhongze Sect had taken action. Senior brother, may I borrow a horse? Qiu Bai patted Xiang Dajing's shoulder with a smile, saying, They're specifically targeting me. I cannot drag your convoy down. Without waiting for Xiang Dajing's response, Qiu Bai leaped onto a nearby horse, drawing the Huashan Sect's skilled rider down. Thank you for the ride, senior brother. Junior brother Qiu. Xiang Dajing opened his mouth, wishing to keep Qiu Bai from leaving. However, seeing the increasing number of bandits emerging from the forest, he found his words caught in his throat. Qiu Bai smiled. Next time I visit Hengyang, don't forget to invite me for a drink. With those parting words, Qiu Bai unsheathed his newly purchased longsword. Squeezing his legs against the horse's belly, the steed let out a whinny as it surged forward, kicking up snow and mud, galloping away. Here I am, Qiu Dajing. His boisterous call rang out along the official road. The spirited horse propelled him toward the fallen tree, and the bandits were momentarily stunned by his audacity. In this heavy snow, were they the ones who had lost their senses, or was this young man mad? Unfazed, Qiu Bai wielded his long sword to fend off the encroaching bandits. With a tug of the reins, his steed leaped over the fallen tree. The bandit standing in its path met a grim fate, crushed beneath the horse's hooves as it continued its gallop. You little rascal, dare to harm my brother, the bandit leader shouted, raising his sword and commanding, After him! I want him dead! At the leader's command, the bandits dashed into the woods to retrieve their horses. Boss, are we really pursuing him? One bandit, leading a horse, approached the leader with a mournful expression. If we keep this up, our horses will be ruined. Fear not, for someone shall pay the bill. The bandit chief raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to his face, roaring in anger. Do not be afraid of losing the horse. I shall procure new ones for you. With the chief's declaration, the bandits ceased their hesitation, swiftly mounting their steeds and shouting as they pursued Qiu Bai. Brother Xiang, we, the leader of the merchant caravan, stepped forward. Glancing at Xiang Danian, hesitatingly speaking, after all, they are from the same sect of the Five Mountains. Is it truly appropriate for us to act in such a manner? What can we do against so many bandits? Xiang Danian expressed his reluctance, yet upon observing the caravan, he shook his head and replied, "The merchants take precedence. Brother Qiu will understand our predicament." With that, Xiang Danian shifted his focus, pointing at the fallen tree ahead. "Clear the path. We must press on." "Understood. I shall make arrangements." Chapter 022. Shanyang, a mournful cry escaped the steed as it stumbled forward, collapsing heavily onto the snow. Seated upon its back, Qiu Bai swiftly dismounted, landing deftly in the snow. Observing the horse, which lay motionless with wide, staring eyes, he let out a soft sigh. "May you be reborn as a human in your next life." Patting the horse's head, Qiu Bai turned his gaze towards the pursuing bandits behind him, remaining silent as he resolutely drew his sword and plunged into the adjacent woods. The snow had been falling continuously for several days, accumulating to knee-deep in the forest, making progress arduous. However, blessed with agile skills, Qiu Bai moved with remarkable lightness. The bandit group, upon spotting the fallen steed, hastily reined in their own horses. "Chief, that fellow has entered the woods." The first bandit to catch up discerned the tracks on the ground and promptly reported to the chief. "Follow him. He must not escape." The bandit chief drew his long sword, gritting his teeth in determination. "That lad carries 2,000 taels of silver. Slay him, and we shall share the spoils." Upon hearing of the silver, the eyes of the bandits instantly gleamed with greed as they unsheathed their weapons. Howling as they charged into the woods, with sword in hand, Qiu Bai advanced swiftly through the forest, contemplating his next move. Now without a horse, reaching the next relay station would require trudging over 20 miles through the snow. A daunting prospect. Qiu Bai had no desire to walk. Thus, he needed to devise a plan to acquire a steed. Where could he procure a horse? Naturally, from this band of brigands, although their horses had pursued him. Qiu Bai's own mount had perished, while theirs remained capable of running. This indicated their horses were superior or more resilient to the cold. To acquire a horse, he would need to confront these bandits. Given their numbers, careful planning was essential. "That fellow has run this way." The shouts of the bandits echoed behind him, accompanied by the rustling of falling snow. Qiu Bai ascended a slope, surveying the terrain around him, and his eyes brightened. This area was quite complex, with dense trees and deep snow, making it an ideal ambush site. Qiu Bai scanned his surroundings, exerting force beneath him as he leaped onto a branch of a large tree. Shaking off the accumulated snow, he had no intention of concealing himself from the bandits. Rather, he sought to exploit their confusion to launch a surprise attack. Before long, the silhouettes of bandits, armed with various weapons, appeared in his line of sight. They cautiously searched ahead, dragging their weapons through the snow, leaving deep marks in their wake. "Where is he? How could his tracks just vanish here? Quick, search for him. Do not let him escape. He cannot have run far. He must be hiding nearby." The cacophony of voices filled the air as the bandits scattered in search of him. Qiu Bai gently unsheathed his long sword, leaping into the fray as sword shadows danced. The nearest bandit, unable to utter a sound, dropped lifelessly into the snow. The second bandit, witnessing the grim fate of his companion, brandished his long knife and charged at Qiu Bai, shouting loudly. However, before he could complete his cry, Qiu Bai's sword was already at his throat. Piercing through with lethal precision, he clutched his neck, collapsing into the snow as his warm blood melted the surrounding cold. The sound of battle had been ignited, and Qiu Bai paid upon uttering these words. Qiu Bai took a moment to catch his breath, casting his gaze upon the mountain bandits pursuing him from both directions, no longer paying them any heed. His sole desire now was to reach the main road, seize a horse, and make his escape. With the bandit leader slain, he felt little inclination to engage with the petty minions. Night descended. The air turned frigid. Qiu Bai broke through the encirclement of the bandits, returned to the main road, and swiftly commandeered 2 horses before galloping away. He hastened at a relentless pace, ultimately arriving at the nearest in just before darkness enveloped the sky. It is worth noting that an inn is not merely a standalone establishment. It is often accompanied by a tavern, where travelers can find lodging in prime locations, and it may even evolve into a marketplace or develop into a small town. However, the inn before him was evidently poorly situated, consisting solely of the inn itself and a nearby tavern. Qiu Bai retrieved some silver and rented a room at the tavern, entrusting the horses to the care of a young attendant. After dining, the attendant brought warm water for his bath. Qiu Bai shed his clothes and immersed himself in the tub. The fierce battles of the day, combined with the arduous trek through snow, had left his garments clinging uncomfortably to him. Now, soaking in the warm water, he felt an immediate sense of relief. Leaning against the tub, Qiu Bai began to review the spoils of the day. Green possessing a keen insight, with meticulous observation. White utterly destitute, with nothing to one's name. White tasteless, yet regrettable to discard. Green robust and formidable, extraordinarily strong, with abundant vitality. Green indifferent to the plight of fallen comrades. Prioritizing self-preservation. Upon reading the entries obtained from the bandits he had slain, Qiu Bai found himself at a loss for words. Each of the 6 bandits had dropped the entry, leaving him somewhat speechless. It is often said that one should strive for the brotherhood of the peach garden rather than the fleeting alliances of the. Indeed, there is much wisdom in such adage. Nonetheless, 2 entries proved useful, and these 2 entries were a valuable addition to his current capabilities. System, integrate the entries. Qiu Bai selected these 2 and issued the command. The entries transformed into countless specks of light, merging into his being. He soon felt a shift within his body, perceiving the world around him with heightened clarity. The most pronounced change was a newfound vigor coursing through him, banishing any lingering fatigue and discomfort. Even while soaking in warm water, he had felt some discomfort. However, with the integration of, he immediately sensed a remarkable improvement. This must be a top-tier green entry, he mused. Though uncertain, he recognized its utility, with his body now rejuvenated. Qiu Bai decided against lingering in the water any longer. He promptly rose, dried himself off, and donned his garments. Despite having slain the bandit leader, he remained vigilant, opting to sleep fully clothed with his sword close at hand. As dawn broke, he found himself unharmed through the night. The attendant's knock on the door roused him from slumber. Sitting up, Qiu Bai felt invigorated, glancing down to notice a slight bulge beneath his cotton garments. Ah, the joys of youth! He patted himself down, took a moment to compose himself, and then opened the door. The attendant entered, placing the warm water within before departing. Qiu Bai stretched and freshened up before heading down to the main hall for breakfast. The journey that followed was marked by an eerie quietude. There were no pursuers, nor any arrangements for food and lodging, which fostered a sense of solitude. Upon reaching Shenyang City, 10 days had passed. By the time he entered the city, dusk had settled, and he sought refuge in an inn. After breakfast the following day, he mounted his horse and departed, heading straight for the southern outskirts at present. Shenyang City was not particularly large, merely situated at a strategic juncture. However, the expanse south of Shenyang was vast. Locating the Dugu sword tomb within this region would be no simple endeavor in this world. The only individual possessing the Dugu legacy was Feng Qingyang. Thus, it was highly likely that he alone knew the whereabouts of the Dugu sword tomb. Qiu Bai had only recently joined the Huashan Sect and had not yet had the opportunity to connect with Feng Qingyang. In the past, when Yang Guo retrieved the heavy sword from the Dugu sword tomb, the Dugu 9 swords that Feng Qingyang inherited was likely part of that legacy. Now, Qiu Bai's foremost objective in seeking out the Dugu sword tomb was, naturally, the Dugu 9 swords, followed closely by the extraordinary artifacts contained within the tomb. The Pusi Chu snake. Yang Guo consumed the snake's gall to cultivate unparalleled martial arts. The divine eagle, having ingested the snake's gall, exhibited extraordinary prowess. Whether Feng Qingyang had partaken of the snake's gall remains unspecified, yet his formidable cultivation speaks volumes. He must have consumed it. Without such assistance, how could he have attained such terrifying prowess relying solely on the Huashan Sect's internal arts? Surely, it could not be attributed to time alone. Without the aid of extraordinary treasures, it would be remarkable indeed for Feng Qingyang to achieve such profound internal energy, especially considering that the Huashan Sect had no such legendary figures. As Qiu Bai rode along, myriad thoughts swirled in his mind while his eyes diligently scanned the surroundings. though he possessed the innate Tao body and the assistance of the god of internal strife. Allowing for rapid growth, the impending narrative arc loomed large. Without sufficient strength, how could he leverage his understanding of the plot to establish his name and fortune? If he could not even best Yu Songhai, how could he hope to subdue the Fuwei escort and have them fill his coffers? Thus, the Pusi-Chu snake was of equal significance to him as the Dugan Nine Swords, grabbing a handful of snow. Qiu Bai absent-mindedly tossed it into his mouth, gazing around in vexation. Where, oh where could the Dugu sword tomb be? Chapter 023. Snake all as the sun dipped low in the sky, the heavens seemed to bow. The imposing walls of Xiangyang City loomed over the banks of the Han River, and the deep city gates bustled with a steady stream of people. Qiu Bai sat astride his horse. Brows furrowed, his mood weighed down by disappointment. He was thoroughly dissatisfied with the day's explorations. Yet upon reflection, if the Dugu sword tomb were so easily found, it would have long ceased to exist. With this thought, his spirits lifted slightly. Returning to the same inn as the previous night, the attendant, now familiar with him, efficiently guided Qiu Bai to a window-side table in the main hall, observing the few patrons present. Qiu Bai stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. Inns and taverns have always served as hubs for information. Who, then, among the patrons would possess the most knowledge? Undoubtedly, it would be the attendant. With this in mind, Qiu Bai formulated a plan. A smile playing upon his lips, he leisurely flipped the cup over, poured himself some hot tea from the pot, and took a gentle sip. The inn's chef was remarkably swift. Before long, the attendant returned with a tray of dishes. The attendant laid the dishes upon the table. Qiu Bai smiled and inquired, "Good sir, are there any interesting places nearby Xianyang?" "Interesting places?" The attendant placed the final dish down, cradling the tray, and furrowed his brow. "Guest, are you perhaps seeking to capture a strange bird?" "A strange bird?" Qiu Bai found himself puzzled by the attendant's words. The attendant scrutinized Qiu Bai for a moment before thoughtfully responding. "Given your attire, you must be a wandering hero. You have a keen eye, good sir." Qiu Bai chuckled, shaking his head. "If we're speaking of interesting places in Xianyang, aside from that strange bird, nothing else would likely capture your interest." "Oh." Qiu Bai tossed a fragment of silver toward him, smiling. "Please let me treat you to a cup of tea and share the tale of this strange bird." "Thank you, esteemed guest." The attendant's eyes brightened as he quickly pocketed the silver and solemnly cautioned. "Esteemed guest, this strange bird is no ordinary creature. If I may be so bold, if your martial skills are lacking, it would be wise not to pursue it, lest you lose your life. Thank you for your warning." "Good sir." Qiu Bai clasped his hands in gratitude. "Curious, pray enlighten me further. What is this all about?" "Esteemed guest, that strange bird is quite massive. Its wingspan must be nearly 10 feet, with a beak and talons of iron. It has been known to tear flesh from those it attacks. Truly astonishing." Qiu Bai exclaimed, urging, "Pray tell, where does this strange bird frequent?" Qiu Bai speculated that the strange bird might either be a descendant of the divine eagle or a transformed creature that had consumed the Pusi-Chu snake. Thus, he needed to ascertain the bird's whereabouts. That if he could locate the area it frequented, the Dugu sword tomb would likely not be far behind, as the locations of the Pusi-Chu snake and the Dugu sword tomb were too closely related. The attendant cautiously glanced around before lowering his voice. "Esteemed guest, you have come at a fortuitous time, but a group of skilled individuals seeking the strange bird has yet to return today. I overheard them discussing their destination yesterday. And it is, this place." Qiu Bai felt a sudden epiphany, a smile broadening across his face. The location mentioned by the innkeeper was not far from the area he had scoured earlier that day. Had he continued his search in that direction, it was likely he would have already located the spot. However, he had opted to postpone his pursuit until the following day, thus missing the opportunity. Hence, upon hearing the innkeeper's words, he experienced a moment of clarity as he expressed his gratitude for the information, lifting his wine jug to pour a cup for the innkeeper. The innkeeper, not one to be coy, accepted the cup and drank it down in one gulp. "Please enjoy your meal at your leisure. Sir, I shall return to my duties," he said with a smile, nodding before turning to leave in the bustling hall of the inn. The lights shone brightly, and patrons exchanged pleasantries over their drinks. Qiu Bai finished his meal in silence and retired to his room for rest. Located in Jingchu, Xianyang, though not blanketed in snow like the peaks of Huashan The air was still quite frigid. The absence of major martial sects and the presence of a military stronghold meant that small factions were exceedingly rare, with only the occasional beggar wandering the streets. Since descending the mountain, this was the first time Qiu Bai had encountered such a tranquil city, allowing him a restful night as sleep. Awakening to the first light of dawn, Qiu Bai washed up and enjoyed breakfast in the Inn's main hall before mounting his horse and departing Xiangyang in pursuit of his definitive goal. Today, with a clear objective, his search was no longer aimless as it had been the day before. As he galloped out of the city, he urged his steed onwards, retracing the path he had traversed yesterday. Before long, he found himself before a lush forest surrounded by towering hills. Not far into his journey, he stumbled upon a lifeless body lying on the ground, blood having seeped into the earth, staining the soil a deep red. Dismounting, Qiu Bai knelt to examine the corpse, raising an eyebrow at the numerous wounds that marred its body, scratches and peck marks, the most grievous being a gaping hole in the thigh. Despite the severity of the injuries, they were not fatal. What truly proved lethal was the knife wound that pierced through the chest, exiting through the back. It was evident that this was not the work of a monstrous bird. The cause of death was clearly a betrayal from within his own ranks. As Qiu Bai gazed upon the corpse, a sense of vigilance surged within him. He recalled a phrase: "The human heart is more terrifying than demons or gods." Faced with the team in pursuit of the monstrous bird, he knew he must remain on high alert, prepared for their possible attack. While he was behind them, he had no idea which direction they had taken. Necessitating utmost caution, surveying his surroundings, Qiu Bai led his horse to a concealed spot, tying it to a tree. He chose to continue on foot for the remainder of his journey. The dense forest was overgrown with underbrush, and faint traces of footsteps were discernible but unclear. With his sword in hand, he silenced his footsteps and advanced. Suddenly, a piercing cry rang out, powerful and infused with wrath, reminiscent of a beast defending its territory. Qiu Bai's eyes sparkled with excitement. The echoing call could only belong to the creature the innkeeper had spoken of, the monstrous bird that had allegedly transformed after consuming the Buqun snake. His mind raced as he sprinted towards the sound, the cries varying in pitch, clearly indicating that the group of bird catchers was engaged in combat with the creature, rather than rushing directly to the fray. Qiu Bai opted to search the area for any signs related to the Dugu sword tomb. Analyzing the information gleaned from the innkeeper, it became apparent that this monstrous bird lacked the intelligence of a divine eagle, thus rendering the possibility of taming it unlikely. The frequent visits from bird catchers suggested that the creature harbored a deep-seated resentment towards humans. Qiu Bai remained resolute, quickly scanning the surroundings as the cries continued to echo in his ears. At last he spotted it, perched atop a tree. He surveyed the valley before him, a broad smile spreading across his face. The entrance to the valley was well concealed, with towering trees and wisps of mist weaving through the air. The vibrant underbrush did not betray the fact that winter had arrived. Indeed, this was a splendid location. Descending from the tree, Qiu Bai stepped onto the valley floor, elated. Yet the cries persisted, now coming from a different direction and at considerable distance. The whereabouts of the Buqun snake remained uncertain. Observing the overgrown valley, he felt a pang of concern. This valley, once familiar, had transformed into a desolate wilderness, overrun with vegetation. Had Feng Qingyang truly traversed this place? Drawing his sword, Qiu Bai scrutinized the forlorn valley, doubt gnawing at him. The current state of the valley hardly suggested that someone had recently passed through, yet, with the presence of the monstrous bird, he was convinced that the Buqun snake must also reside here. Taking a deep breath, he plunged into the valley, proceeding with utmost caution. As he walked, a sudden movement caused him to swiftly raise his hand, striking a mosquito that had landed on his face. If it weren't for the allure of the Buqun snake and the Dugan 9 swords, he would have never ventured here. Wiping the mosquito's blood from his hand, he felt a surge of frustration. In years past, Yang Guo had navigated this terrain with ease, aided by the divine eagle, which even provided him with snake gall. Now, however, he found himself alone, with no divine eagle in sight, and the monstrous bird seemingly intent on pursuing him. As for the Buqun snake, he had yet to catch a glimpse. Just as he pondered returning, a swift sound reached his ears. Without hesitation, he thrust his sword into the ground beside his thigh. Turning his head, he beheld a golden snake, its head pinned to the ground by his sword. The serpent, over 2 meters long, thrashed its tail as its flesh was pierced by the blade. The Buqun snake. "I have finally found you," he exclaimed, exhilaration coursing through him as he steeled his resolve. Withdrawing his sword, he wiped the blood from the blade against a tree trunk, then sliced at the snake's 7-inch mark. The skin split open, revealing a thumb-sized, purplish gallbladder within his view. Without a moment's hesitation, Qiu Bai reached into the serpent's body, retrieved the gallbladder, and tossed it into his mouth. Typically, snake gall would possess a strong and unpleasant taste, but the Buqun snake's gall was remarkably different, imbued with a faint, alluring fragrance as it slid down his throat and settled in his belly. A warm sensation surged within him, igniting a fire in his core. He recognized this as the effect of the gallbladder. Quickly, he sat cross-legged, channeling his internal energy to guide the warmth into his dantian. He could not deny the extraordinary nature of this gallbladder. If Qiu Bai's previous internal strength could be likened to the size of a winter jujube, then the potency of this gallbladder had transformed it into that of a lemon. He was astounded by such a remarkable effect. Indeed, this is the Buqun snake that elevated Yangguo to unparalleled mastery. As he reveled in the surge of internal energy, he felt a profound joy and astonishment. Having consumed merely a single gallbladder, he had experienced such a significant enhancement that it was evident that this gall was not as potent as the one Yangguo had ingested years ago. One could only imagine how fortunate Yangguo had been. Not wishing to waste the serpent's remains, Qiu Bai bound the carcass with vines. While the meat may not hold much energy, it was not to be discarded. After all, Yangguo had enjoyed a favorable era when the Buqun snake was relatively easy to find. Now, however, such serpents were likely scarce. Otherwise, the monstrous bird would not exhibit such a lack of intelligence. The divine eagle had remained hidden for so long, and only when it sought out Yangguo did it reveal itself to the world. From this, Qiu Bai surmised that the Buqun snake population in the valley had dwindled significantly. Grasping the serpent's remains, he gazed into the forest ahead, determination shining in his eyes. Since the Buqun snake was so scarce, then let its sacrifice pave my path to martial prowess. A cool mountain breeze rustled through the valley, causing the foliage to sway and whisper. Qiu Bai secured the snake's carcass at his waist, sword in hand, and began to stroll through the valley. Though the valley was not particularly large, the dense vegetation created an illusion of vastness as he navigated through. Whoosh! The sound of the breaking air echoed once more. Qiu Bai's gaze sharpened. Having learned from previous encounters, his sword's edge was remarkably precise this time. With a single stroke, he impaled the Buqun snake onto a tree, its tail dangling and writhing incessantly. Although Qiu Bai had not practiced the sword for long, he had diligently honed his skills, elevating his proficiency from white to green. Coupled with the skirmishes of recent times, he had entirely transmuted that proficiency into combat prowess. A mere Buqun snake was thus effortlessly subdued. Drawing his sword, he let the serpent's lifeless body fall to the ground. In a flash, his blade sliced through the snake's vital spot, revealing its purple gallbladder. Qiu Bai repeated his earlier actions, swallowing the gallbladder before meditating to refine it, channeling the resultant heat into his dantian. Remarkably, his proficiency had not altered. It seemed he must persist. Rising from his crouch, he patted his backside, collected the snake's remains, and continued his exploration. He was acutely aware that his actions might lead to the extinction of the Buqun snake. Yet, there was little he could do. The fortuitous encounters in this world were exceedingly scarce. The valley before him had transformed drastically from its former self. The disparity between the past and present was nothing short of astronomical. Qiu Bai had no choice but to strive to ensure he did not eradicate them entirely, preserving a flicker of hope for their survival. Outside the valley, the distant cries of strange birds faded away. He could only wonder about the ultimate outcome, whether the bird catchers had triumphed or the bizarre birds had claimed victory. Chapter 024. The sword tomb. Alas, I lack more profound internal energy. Qiu Bai furrowed his brow, sensing the growing power within his dantian, and sighed. His current state resembled that of Takumi Fujiwara's 86, now equipped with a racing engine. In simpler terms, The Huashan internal arts could scarcely accommodate such a robust internal force. Much of it lay dormant in his dantian, unable to be fully utilized. However, he found solace in the fact that his endurance had significantly improved. After all, slow and steady wins the race. Contemplating this, a faint smile crept upon Qiu Bai's lips, tinged with a hint of resignation. Superior internal arts were the cornerstone of any sect's foundation, and thus were not easily imparted. Those disciples capable of practicing such arts had invariably endured rigorous trials, becoming the steadfast pillars of their sect, bound by unwavering loyalty. Imagine if Leodino were to master the Huashan Sect's elite techniques. The repercussions for Huashan would be catastrophic. Hence, Qiu Bai harbored no grievances regarding the trials set before him by Yue Buqun. He deemed them entirely justified. After all, nothing in this world comes without a price. Throughout one morning's exploration, Qiu Bai managed to locate merely 5 Puzik snakes, each measuring around 2 meters in length. After refining their gallbladders, the increase in his internal energy was akin to the size of a lemon. Although the growth was modest, accumulating small gains was still commendable. Had he relied solely on his training in Huashan internal arts, he doubted he would have made such progress even over the course of a month. Thus, he felt quite satisfied with the spoils. After all, the Puzik snakes here were not what they once were. What Yonghua consumed was worlds apart from what he was now partaking in. Qiu Bai glanced at the 5 Puzik snakes piled on the grass, then at the tools beside him. Shrugging his shoulders, given the circumstances, roasting was his only option. He had initially contemplated constructing a smokeless stove to avoid detection, but wielding a sword instead of a shovel quelled that thought. Gathering some stones, he fashioned a fire pit and collected firewood. Igniting a roaring campfire, he then skewered the snakes on sharpened sticks, hanging them over the flames to roast. As he watched the sizzling serpents, Qiu Bai's gaze drifted to the valley ahead. This valley was not expansive, taking on a teardrop shape, smaller on the outside and broader within. After a half-day's toil, he had explored merely a third of its expanse. The aroma of roasting meat wafted through the air, enticing him. As the cooking progressed, the savory scent intensified. Inhaling deeply, he squinted his eyes and lamented, "If only I had brought some salt. This meat would be even more delectable, that a sprinkle of chili powder would transform it into an exceptional treat." Squatting by the campfire, Qiu Bai licked his lips, reminiscing about the junk food he once scorned. The skin of the Puzik snakes burst open under the heat, releasing a fragrant oil. Yet, the richness of the aroma struck him as unusual. Frowning, he cautiously scanned his surroundings but found nothing amiss. Could it be that he was overthinking? Shaking his head, he returned his focus to the roasting meat, his ears attuned to any changes in the environment. Soon, the first spicy strip was ready. Carefully peeling away the charred skin, he revealed the tender, white snake meat and placed a piece in his mouth. The meat was succulent and juicy, though lacking in salt. Nevertheless, Qiu Bai dismissed his concerns. Filling his stomach was his primary goal. As he peeled off the charred skin and savored the meat, the head and tail of the spicy strip quickly disappeared. Consuming the meat filled him with a warm sensation. Unlike any ordinary food, he wondered if Yonghua had ever tasted such delectable meat. It certainly seemed beneficial to the body. Qiu Bai's senses remained sharp, particularly regarding the changes within his body, which he could easily detect. He felt the snake meat being swiftly digested, a gentle warmth spreading through him. Initially fearful of not having enough, he had only roasted 2 strips. It now appeared he would need at least 1 more to satiate his hunger. Without hesitation, he quickly set up another skewer for the next strip and added more firewood to the flames. During the wait, he gathered some vines and wove an oval cage to store the remaining 2 Puzik snakes. Fortunately, the weather had turned cooler, allowing for proper preservation. After a hearty meal, Qiu Bai resumed his exploration. After a morning of exploration, Qiu Bai had accumulated valuable experience. Thus, his afternoon endeavors progressed rapidly. As he delved deeper into the valley, he began to notice an increase in the number of Puzik snakes. In the earlier third of the area, he had only found 5 snakes, each around 2 meters long. However, by the time he had scoured more than half the valley, he had already collected 3 strips exceeding 2 meters in length. Moreover, the Puzik snakes that came into view had grown to over 5 meters long, thick as a human arm. Their appearance was quite fearsome, their scales shimmering with golden luster, and their speed was astonishing. Most crucially, his sword barely inflicted any significant damage upon their scales. Qiu Bai had to exert all his strength to finally bring one down. With a whoosh, Qiu Bai thrust his sword through the mouth of the Puzik snake, pinning it to a tree trunk, utterly exhausted. Even with its brain pierced, the vitality of this massive, spicy strip remained vigorous. Its lengthy tail lashed against the ground, uprooting small trees as it thrashed about. This was truly the Puzik snake. Gazing at the formidable creature before him, Qiu Bai felt a rush of exhilaration. Once the snake ceased its movements, he approached to retrieve his sword. Then, he carefully peeled away the scales near its vital point to extract the gallbladder. Compared to the previous ones, this gallbladder was as large as a walnut. Purple vapor swirled around it, making it particularly alluring. Qiu Bai reached for the gallbladder and tossed it into his mouth, nearly choking in the process. Rolling his eyes, he finally managed to swallow it down. As the gallbladder settled in his stomach, a surge of intense warmth erupted within him, far more robust than before. Though he had anticipated this reaction, its potency took him by surprise. Hastily, he began to operate his Huashan internal arts, directing the warmth into his dantian. The strain was considerable. Opening his eyes, he frowned, despite fully channeling his Huashan internal energy. A significant amount of warmth had seeped into his body unregulated. As he digested the effects of the gallbladder, he looked at the spicy strips before him and felt a headache coming on. The cage he had woven could accommodate 3 or 4 of the previous strips, but this large one barely fit, and he could only awkwardly shove the 2 smaller ones inside. Enough of this. He would return tomorrow. Casting a glance at the sun above, Qiu Bai made his decision. With his innate Dao body, his meridians and dantian capacity were extraordinary. However, he hesitated to part with the spicy meat, opting to savor it slowly to avoid waste. Returning to the spot where he had lit the campfire, he set up another skewer for the remaining spicy meat, adding firewood to continue roasting. As the aroma wafted through the forest, he mused about what kind of commotion it would cause if he took it back to the city for processing. Qiu Bai felt it best to enjoy it here. Alas, his senior sister did not accompany him. While relishing the spicy meat, he couldn't help but think of Lingshan and his master, Ning Zhongze. The thought of them made him feel he ought to bring some back for them. But how could he manage that? He felt quite full. Qiu Bai gently rubbed his bulging belly and let out a satisfied burp. In such a state, he hastily rose to his feet and began to practice his swordsmanship slowly. As the sword technique surged, Qiu Bai became completely immersed in the art of the sword. For reasons unknown, the Huashan swordplay, which he had already mastered, now revealed an added layer of enlightenment. The 13 forms of Huashan swordplay danced in his hands, sometimes resembling a gentle breeze, and at other times, a gliding dragon. With a deep breath, Qiu Bai sheathed his sword and stood tall, his spirit invigorated. Reflecting on his recent insights, a look of delight spread across his face. The 13 forms of Huashan swordplay had reached an extraordinary level, executed with effortless precision, as if an extension of his own limbs. Indeed, the Huashan swordplay is truly exquisite. Qiu Bai marveled at the changes on his system panel. With the 13 forms of Huashan swordplay, he had astonishingly elevated his swordsmanship to a blue tier. This foundational technique of Huashan swordplay was truly commendable. Swordsmanship master, blue possessing profound understanding of sword techniques. Achieving mastery, as the swordsmanship tier upgraded, Qiu Bai noticed an additional entry on the panel. Inductive reasoning, green, quick-witted, and perceptive. Upon seeing this entry, Qiu Bai felt a surge of joy. At last, a sign of enlightenment had emerged. Although he possessed an exceptional memory and the prowess of a dedicated practitioner, his innate comprehension had been rather average, developed through relentless practice. As he gazed at this newfound entry, Qiu Bai calculated the time. It had nearly been a month. Thus, the refresh of tier upgrades would soon occur. Previously, he had pondered which tier to elevate. Now, with the appearance of inductive reasoning, he made his choice without hesitation. He aimed for a golden tier of enlightenment. Even if it were not golden, a purple one would suffice. As Qiu Bai looked upon the valley before him, he couldn't help but smile joyfully. Splendid, splendid. This place is indeed a land of fortune for me. In the following days, Qiu Bai traveled back and forth between Xiangyang and the valley. Each day, he did not hunt excessively, merely capturing 2 large Puzik snakes. Nevertheless, even with such restraint, the number of Puzik snakes in the valley began to dwindle. He refrained from pursuing the smaller 2-meter snakes, as they offered negligible benefits to him now. During these days, Qiu Bai refined the snake gallbladders of the large Puzik snakes, and his internal energy had already transformed into a vaporous state. Without advanced internal skills, he could not step into the realm of a peak master. The energy provided by these large snakes was substantial, comparable to the size of watermelons. This was still due to the limitations of Huashan's internal cultivation, as much of the energy had been integrated into his body. Despite the enhancement of Qiu Bai's innate body, which allowed for a vast reservoir of energy in his dantian, the influx of several watermelon-sized energies continuously compressed and condensed into vapor. One could easily envision the scene when Qiu Bai returned to Huashan, ready to impart the high-level internal cultivation of Huashan. Once he mastered the advanced internal skills, his internal energy could transform into true qi, enabling him to attain the status of a supreme master. What remained was to hone his swordsmanship and elevate his lightness skills. Fully mastering this immense power, he would then become a young supreme master. In the end, Qiu Bai slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Today, he intended to explore the last section of the valley and enter the Dugu's sword tomb. He had also prepared several bags specifically for capturing snakes, planning to bring back a few Puzik snakes. Although he might not be able to take the large snakes with him, capturing a couple that were over 2 meters long would be quite manageable. After several days of exploration, Qiu Bai had grown quite familiar with the valley. With ease, he captured a few more 2-meter-long Puzik snakes and placed them in his specialized bags. He also caught a large snake over 5 meters long and secured it in a bag. 1 large and 3 small snakes weighed nearly 200 jin that he then continued deeper into the valley. This short distance evoked profound feelings within Qiu Bai. However, upon reaching the depths of the valley, he was utterly stunned. A Puzik snake, appearing to be over 10 meters long, with horns sprouting from its head and nearly the thickness of a thigh, hung silently from a nearby tree. Upon seeing this snake king, Qiu Bai felt a lump in his throat and an overwhelming urge to flee. It was not a matter of fear. Rather, this serpent was simply too enormous. Qiu Bai felt that the snake king could swallow him whole without even a burp. Wait, it seemed like it was already full. Qiu Bai's gaze fell upon the snake king's abdomen, which was bulging as if it were digesting something. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to resemble a human form. Qiu Bai was not entirely certain. However, recalling the battle between the bird hunters and the monstrous birds, he had not heard any news of their return, suggesting that there was a high likelihood that the snake king's belly contained a person. Qiu Bai raised his gaze to the gigantic snake king, his brows furrowing. Given his current strength and resources, the notion of defeating the Snake King was sheer folly. It was far more likely that he would end up as the Snake King's next meal. His cultivation had yet to fully mature, and he could not harness his full combat potential. Moreover, the longsword in his possession was merely an ordinary, albeit well-forged sword. Attempting to use it against the Snake King would be akin to courting death. It seemed that he would have to return another time. Qiu Bai reluctantly averted his greedy gaze from the Snake King and turned his attention to the Dugu sword tomb within the valley. He glanced back at the Snake King, confirming that it was indeed in a deep slumber before cautiously stepping toward the Dugu sword tomb. Upon entering the Dugu sword tomb, he found it quite different from the exterior. The ground was paved with blue stone slabs, resilient weeds sprouting through the cracks, gently swaying in the mountain breeze. The adjacent cave bore evident signs of human habitation, though regrettably, dust had accumulated and spiders scurried about. Even the stone walls inscribed with the name Dugu Qiu Bai had become obscured, with only a few characters still discernible on the ground. Several stone slabs had been overturned, revealing emptiness beneath. The inscriptions above, too, had become indistinct under the ravages of time. As Qiu Bai wandered through the Dugu sword tomb, a sense of bewilderment washed over him. Though he had mentally prepared himself, the sight of emptiness still left him feeling deeply disappointed. He had harbored great expectations for his visit to the Dugu sword tomb. His primary objective was to seek out the swordsmanship legacy of Dugu Qiu Bai. The pursuit of the Puzik snakes was a secondary concern. Yet the most sought-after treasure remained elusive, while the challenging Snake King had presented itself. Qiu Bai looked up at the weathered inscriptions on the stone wall, letting out a long sigh. It seemed he would have to visit the reflective thought cliff. The Duga 9 swords could only be sought from that old fellow. Feng Qingyang. Chapter 025. Hunyuan. As October arrived, the weather in Xiangyang grew increasingly chilly. The Qinling Mountains stood as a barrier across the land, blocking the icy winds of the north, creating a stark contrast between two realms only a mountain apart. Upon reaching Xiangyang, Qiu Bai found that his cotton clothing was no longer suitable. It was not due to the cold, but rather the heat. Thus, several days prior, he had visited a clothing shop to purchase new garments, packing his cotton attire away. Standing by the inn's window, Qiu Bai adjusted his belt and observed the bustling street below, his eyes narrowing slightly. Just last night, the tier upgrades had refreshed. However, he had already been asleep at that time. Now, upon awakening, the first change he noticed was the upgrade of the inductive reasoning tier. Selecting the tier, Qiu Bai issued his command without hesitation. System, upgrade the inductive reasoning tier. As Qiu Bai's voice faded, the system's AI prompt chimed in. Host has chosen to upgrade the inductive reasoning tier. Upgrade successful. As the AI announcement concluded, Qiu Bai felt a flash of brilliance before his eyes. A brand new entry appeared before him. 1 Insight. 1,000 Understandings. Purple possessing exceptionally high comprehension. Insights can be grasped with but a slight hint. Upon seeing this entry, Qiu Bai was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. The system had truly bestowed upon him a purple tier entry. He had merely been contemplating it. What he truly desired was a golden tier. Staring at the 1 Insight, 1,000 Understandings purple tier entry, he remained silent for a while. The system had indeed stated that it would randomly elevate to a higher level. Previously, when he upgraded the inductive practitioner tier, it had leaped directly to inductive genius, making him somewhat giddy, leading him to believe that every upgrade would yield a golden tier. With this thought, Qiu Bai couldn't help but chuckle. Randomness did not imply necessity. Even a half-tier elevation was still an elevation. Moreover, the current entry was purple, a rarity indeed. Shaking his head, Qiu Bai turned and descended the stairs for breakfast. The inn was bustling with guests that morning. With nearly all the tables in the dining hall occupied, Qiu Bai had intended to find a seat by the window, but that prime spot was already taken. That he chose a random table to sit at, ordered some dishes, and awaited the server to bring his meal. The breakfast at this inn was quite delightful. Otherwise, Qiu Bai would not have dined here daily. A sumptuous breakfast, paired with a jug of rice wine, was enough to invigorate one for the entire day. As Qiu Bai raised the jug of rice wine and took a hearty sip, he savored the steaming beef noodles with delight, just as he was relishing his breakfast. The conversation of the newly seated patrons at the adjacent table caught his attention. Have you heard about the sword master Qiu Bai from Huashan? I am familiar with the gentleman's sword of Huashan and the jade maiden of Huashan, but I have not heard of the one sword of Huashan before. Indeed, I too am unaware of it. May I inquire where you heard this? Recently, the Huashan Sect summoned disciples from the Five Immortals Sect to besiege a branch of the Sun and Moon Holy Cult in Zhongze. I seem to recall hearing about it. The battle reportedly was quite fierce. The Huashan Sect is determined to eradicate the evil cult, and the position of the alliance leader of the Five Immortals Sect truly ought to belong to them. Their conversation was quite normal, but upon hearing them discuss himself, Qiu Bai could not help but pay attention. He remained silent, continuing to eat and drink, yet his ears were finely attuned to their discourse. This cannot be spoken lightly. It concerns the Sun and Moon Holy Cult. Yes, indeed, the Sun and Moon Holy Cult. You should speak of the one sword of Huashan instead. That I am also quite curious about how a disciple of the esteemed gentleman's sword could act in such a manner. Could it be that he has surrendered to the Holy Cult? Not at all. After all, he is still a master of the Five Immortals Sect. The speaker shook his head and chuckled, stating, the reason they called Qiu Bai the one sword of Huashan is that he took advantage of the chaos during the duel between Zhongzhe's incense master, Min Lao Air, and Zhongze to launch a sneak attack from behind, slaying Min Lao Air with one sword strike. That is the origin of the so-called one sword of Huashan? Surely not. The Five Immortals Sect is a righteous sect. How could they commit such an act? Indeed, this tarnishes the reputation of the Huashan Sect. One can only imagine what kind of gentlemanly demeanor Master Yu of the Huashan Sect possesses. How could he possibly produce such a disciple? This Qiu Bai shows no respect for martial ethics. He is utterly despicable. Ha ha. If I were Master Yu of the Huashan Sect, I would certainly expel him from the sect. It should be so. How could the illustrious Huashan Sect allow itself to be sullied by such a contemptible individual? Qiu Bai could no longer endure their conversation. In summary, they were subjecting him to online harassment. By the timeline, it had been over half a month since Qiu Bai participated in the siege against the evil cult in Zhongze, and indeed, it was time for news to spread to this side. However, the manner in which it had circulated was entirely different from what he had anticipated. He thought that after killing Min Lao Air, he would be vilified by the followers of the Sun and Moon Holy Cult, or even have a bounty issued against him in the martial world. Yet he never expected that the versions circulating had completely transformed, that it was as if a bucket of filth had been poured over him. Frowning, Qiu Bai found the wine in his bowl to be tasteless as he began to ponder the matter. The factions involved in the conflict, the evil cult and the Five Mountain Sword Sect, both had potential motives. However, he could definitively rule himself out. After all, he had been in the valley of the Dugasword Crypt and could not have orchestrated anything. The remaining parties were all suspicious. Qiu Bai hastily finished his breakfast, ascended the stairs to gather his belongings, and led 2 horses away. What he urgently needed to do was not to argue about what he had done, but to return to the mountain and inform his master, Yue Buqun, of the matter in order to strategize on how to respond. After leaving the inn, he first purchased 2 chickens to feed the 4 pussy Chu snakes before riding away from Xianyang. On this journey southward, his riding skills had improved daily, and he had now broken through to the realm of a riding master. He could now confidently say that he was on par with those from the grasslands, capable of executing many of the maneuvers they could perform. Controlling 2 horses was as easy for Qiu Bai as lifting a finger. Traveling from Xianyang back to Huashan, he did not need to pass through Zhongze. After arriving in Nanyang and taking a brief rest, he headed straight for Luoyang. Upon returning to Huashan, it was already 7 or 8 days later. He entrusted the 2 sturdy horses to a stable at the foot of the mountain and, carrying the pussy Chu snakes, quickly made his way up the mountain. He had expended considerable effort to ensure the 4 pussy Chu snakes survived the journey. Now, they were well fed and well rested, with hay packed in a bag. Arriving at the mountain gate, he spotted Liang Fa and Shi Daisy approaching, engaged in cheerful conversation and slinging their arms around each other's shoulders. "Junior brother Qiu, you have returned," Liang Fa greeted him, while Shi Daisy, noticing Qiu Bai struggling with the bag, curiously asked, "What have you brought back, junior brother Qiu? It must be something good." Qiu Bai raised an eyebrow and grinned. "Just wait and see." "Oh, now that piques my interest." Liang Fa replied with a smile. "Oh, you need our help, junior brother Qiu?" "No need. You all can go about your business." Qiu Bai waved them off with a smile, glancing at the Zhongze Hall nearby. "Remember to come back for dinner." "Very well." Liang Fa and Shi Daisy exchanged glances, laughing as they stepped aside to let Qiu Bai pass. Not one to be polite, Qiu Bai nodded at them and continued on his way. This time he had only brought back 4 pussy Chu snakes, making it impossible to distribute them evenly. Thus, only those close to him would enjoy the meat, while the others could have the broth. Although snake meat was less effective than snake gall, it was still better than nothing. As Qiu Bai approached the Ying phone platform, he spotted a figure in green rushing toward him, her voice carrying from a distance. "Junior brother, you finally returned." Lingshan, dressed in a green outfit and with her waist pouch swaying, wore a beaming smile. Seeing the lovely figure before him, Qiu Bai felt as though he were enveloped in spring. Smiling as he said, "Senior sister, I miss you so much." I know," Lingshan replied, lowering her head and shyly tugging at the hem of her garment. "Junior brother, I missed you too." Her voice was soft but clear enough to hear. Qiu Bai, however, appeared puzzled, seemingly not having heard her. "Senior sister, what did you just say? I didn't catch that." "Oh, you are such a tease." Lingshan stomped her foot and scampered away, watching her retreating figure. Qiu Bai inhaled deeply, catching a faint scent of osmanthus lingering in the air. The osmanthus flowers on Huashan had bloomed. "Senior sister, I am back," he said, carrying the bag. Not finding anyone in Zhongze Hall, he proceeded to the Yusu Bu Wei Pavilion with the pussy Chu snakes. Under the eaves of the pavilion, Ning Zhongze sat cross-legged, a small stove burning charcoal on the tea table before her. With steam rising from the teapot, in the open space, Yue Buqun wielded a long sword, practicing an unknown sword technique. Though his brow was furrowed, as if deep in thought. Master, mistress, your disciple has returned. Qiu Bai placed the bag down beside him, clasping his hands in a salute and speaking loudly. Upon hearing his voice, Yue Buqun paused his movements, nodded slightly, and said, "Come in and sit." Qiu Bai picked up the bag and walked under the eaves, but his footsteps left deep impressions in the snow. Yue Buqun glanced at him in surprise, taking a sip of the hot tea that Ning Zhongze had handed him. Ning Zhongze waved at Qiu Bai. Smiling, "Qiu Bai, come, have a cup of hot tea to warm yourself." "Thank you, mistress," Qiu Bai replied, placing the bag on the floor beside him. He sat down beside and accepted the hot tea from Ning Zhongze. Bringing it to his lips for a sip, he did not wish to gulp it down all at once. It was simply too hot. "What have you brought back this time?" Ning Zhongze asked, noticing the bag moving slightly. Yue Buqun, though silent, also appeared curious. The smile spread across Qiu Bai's face as he mysteriously declared, "Master, mistress, I have discovered a treasure this time." Saying this, he set the teacup down, shifted the bag, and opened one of its flaps. "Treasure? What is it?" Lingshan stepped out from within, curiously leaning closer. As she spoke, she shot Qiu Bai an annoyed glance, her small fist shaking in the air. Ning Zhongze chuckled and shook her head, her gaze now focused on the opening of the bag, her face displaying curiosity. Only Yue Buqun remained seated, slowly savoring his tea. Suddenly, a hissing sound emerged, followed by a flash of golden light that darted toward Lingshan. Qiu Bai hastily reached out to grab it, but Yue Buqun's reaction was quicker. He tossed aside his teacup, his hand transforming into a claw, grasping the head of the pussy Chu snake. However, the snake, over 2 meters long, whipped its tail and began to coil around Yue Buqun's arm. Yet, Yue Buqun would not grant it such an opportunity. With a swift motion, he pulled the snake taut, securing its tail. In the blink of an eye, Yue Buqun had subdued the pussy Chu snake. Such reflexes were beyond Qiu Bai's capabilities. He admired Yue Buqun's swift actions. Had it been him, he would have simply grabbed the snake and crushed it. This exemplified the difference in practical experience. "Qiu Bai." Lingshan fell to the ground, her face pale with fright. Glaring at Qiu Bai, her teeth chattering in anger. Ning Zhongze frowned, looking at Qiu Bai. "Explain what is going on here." Yue Buqun remained silent, his demeanor shifting to one of quiet authority. Qiu Bai awkwardly chuckled. "Senior sister, I'm sorry for scaring you." After saying this, he turned to Yue Buqun and Ning Zhongze to explain, "Master, mistress, this time I was pursued and accidentally stumbled into a treasure land where I discovered that the gall of this snake is truly a heavenly treasure." "Snake gall?" Yue Buqun furrowed his brow, his gaze fixated on the 7 inches of the boss Chu snake clutched in his hand. He was quite curious about what kind of precious material its gallbladder could possibly be. Qiu Bai, noticing this, hurriedly exclaimed, "Master, I have brought back a large one and 3 smaller ones. This is the smaller snake. The larger one is in this bag." As he spoke, he reached to untie the bag containing the large snake. Ning Zhongze, half rising, placed a hand on Qiu Bai's wrist and admonished, "You foolish boy, what are you doing?" "Master, Before he could finish, Ning Zhongze chuckled lightly, saying, "You call this large snake small. How much larger do you think the big one is? Are you planning to dismantle the Yu Su Buwei Pavilion?" "Ah." Qiu Bai blinked, turning to look at Lingshan, who was pouting. "Master, the gallbladder of this large snake is suffused with purple qi, which can enhance one's cultivation. The smaller snakes can too, albeit to a lesser effect." Upon saying this, he turned to Ning Zhongze, his expression filled with remorse. "Mistress, this snake is simply too large. I've only brought back one for Master, while the smaller ones are for you and junior sister." "You silly child. Mistress does not require it," Ning Zhongze replied, shaking her head with a smile, her face radiating happiness at her disciple's concern for her. Nearby, Lingshan's expression fell at the mention of consuming snake gallbladder, hesitantly saying, "Junior brother, can't we skip eating it?" "Sister, this is a remarkable delicacy." Qiu Bai quickly grasped her hand, encouraging, "Consuming this gallbladder, once you refine it, will be more beneficial than years of arduous practice." Ahem. Yue Buqun returned the snake to its bag, remaining silent, merely clearing his throat. Seeing this, Lingshan quickly withdrew her hand, her ears turning crimson with embarrassment. Ning Zhongze, intrigued, inquired, "Then what do you plan to do with the remaining one?" Qiu Bai initially intended to give it to Lu Dayo, but now that mistress had asked, he smiled and said, "I leave it to master's discretion." Ning Zhongze nodded, turning to Yue Buqun, and solemnly stated, "Brother, if it is truly effective, then give it to Chong." "Very well. Let it be so." Yue Buqun acquiesced without opposition. He then turned to Qiu Bai, contemplating. "Qiu Bai, your senior brother returned a few days ago. Now, tell me about your task." "Certainly, master." Qiu Bai nodded, his expression earnest. That he then recounted, in detail, the events he encountered in Zhongze, leaving nothing concealed. After listening to Qiu Bai's account, Lingshan, with a worried expression, said, "Next time, do not take such risks. That is beyond your capability." "Sister, I'm perfectly fine," Qiu Bai replied cheerfully, grinning at her. "This time, I have gained an extraordinary opportunity, so I shall surpass you." "You annoying junior brother. I'm ignoring you now." Lingshan huffed, pouting. "Qiu Bai, you performed admirably this time," Ning Zhongze remarked with a smile. "To have slain the demonic cult's incense master before so many people is indeed a commendable feat." Commendable it may be, but it likely won't earn a good reputation." Yue Buqun interjected with a snort, his expression grim, stating, "What kind of person is Lingshan? Having suffered such a significant loss, how could he allow Qiu Bai to gain fame? If we do not cleanse him of his filth, that would be fortunate enough." Upon hearing this, Qiu Bai's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at him. He had not mentioned the events he encountered in Xiangyang City, nor the words spoken by those few diners. Yet, Yue Buqun had guessed it all entirely. Qiu Bai was at a loss as to whether to marvel at his master's astuteness or to question if he was akin to Lingshan. "Ah," Lingshan gasped, shaking Yue Buqun's arm urgently. "Father, you must help junior brother." "Enough. Go fetch your senior brother," Yue Buqun replied impatiently, gesturing for her to leave. Seeing this, Lingshan dared not disobey, casting a worried glance at Qiu Bai. "Sister, there's no need to fret. I'm unafraid," Qiu Bai reassured her with a smile. Once Lingshan had departed, Qiu Bai quickly bowed to Yue Buqun, anxiously asking, "Master, what should I do?" Weren't you unafraid?" Yue Buqun retorted, stroking his beard with a somewhat unfriendly tone. After raising a prize cabbage for over a decade, this boy had only just joined and was already causing trouble. "Master, I merely did not want to worry sister." Qiu Bai replied, "I did not observe that." Yue Buqun replied dismissively, his expression impassive. Ning Zhongze, observing the situation, chuckled softly and said with a hint of exasperation, "Enough of this bickering between master and disciple. In my view, Qiu Bai, you need not concern yourself with outside opinions. With mistress here, who would dare to harm you?" "Thank you, mistress." Qiu Bai's face blossomed with a radiant smile as he expressed his gratitude. "Mistress, you are the best." Reckless," Yue Buqun scoffed, his expression one of disdain. Ning Zhongze narrowed her eyes at him and retorted, "Then why don't you suggest a solution?" "Isn't it simple?" Yue Buqun shook his head. Responding gruffly, "Qiu Bai, you claim to have encountered fortuitous circumstances and made great strides in cultivation. Then study the Hunyuan Iqigong. Rapidly transform your cultivation, descend the mountain, and slay another incense master of the demonic cult." "Master speaks truly." Qiu Bai's eyes sparkled as he hastily bowed, exclaiming, "Please transmit the technique to me, you little rascal." Ning Zhongze laughed as she shook her head, somewhat speechless. She began to comprehend that both master and disciple were feigning ignorance while fully aware of the situation. Yue Buqun maintained an impassive expression as he reached into his robe, producing a blue-covered tome. "Take this, practice diligently, and should you have any questions, come back to ask me." "Yes, thank you, master." Qiu Bai eagerly accepted the manual, his face brimming with delight. On the cover of the blue tome, the title was inscribed in clerical script, Hunyuan Iqigong. "Father, senior brother has arrived," Lingshan announced as she led Linghu Chong into the room. Upon seeing the manual in Qiu Bai's hands, she leaned in with curiosity. However, Ning Zhongze raised her hand and lightly tapped her on the head, chiding, "You cannot practice yet. Do not look. We shall discuss it once you have broken through." I'll one tea look if you say so," Lingshan pouted, sulking as she sat down beside them, taking a sip from her teacup, and curiously asked, "Father, why did you summon senior brother?" Disciple greets master and mistress. Ling Hucheng, standing nearby, also looked at Yue Buqun with curiosity, awaiting his response. Yue Buqun nodded, gesturing toward Qiu Bai, and gravely declared, "Your junior brother has encountered fortuitous circumstances this time, bringing back an exotic snake. Its gallbladder can enhance cultivation. Congratulations, junior brother." Ling Hucheng smiled and cupped his hands in salute to Qiu Bai. Before Qiu Bai could speak, Yue Buqun continued, "One of the gallbladders will be decided by me and your mistress and given to you." "Master, that is unnecessary." Ling Hucheng quickly waved his hands in refusal. Yue Buqun offered no opportunity for refusal, reaching into the nearby bag to retrieve the Boss Chu snake, taking a small knife from the table, and deftly slicing open the 7 inches to extract the gallbladder, tossing it over. Ling Hucheng quickly reached out to catch the gallbladder, hesitating as he regarded the purplish, iridescent organ in his palm, before ultimately tossing it into his mouth. Just before swallowing the gallbladder, Ling Hucheng had furrowed his brow, uncertain. However, once it was ingested, his expression transformed instantly into one of delight. He disregarded propriety and promptly began to cultivate beside them. Observing Ling Hucheng's reaction, Yue Buqun's previous doubts vanished, and he quietly awaited Ling Hucheng to finish his practice. "Master, the flesh of the snake is also a fine delicacy. Consuming it can strengthen the body," Qiu Bai remarked, gesturing toward the now lifeless Boss Chu snake. Hearing this, Yue Buqun nodded, smiling. "We shall have the kitchen prepare it. Let us stew it for everyone to enjoy this evening." Before long, Ling Hucheng slowly opened his eyes. Bowing to Yue Buqun, "Master, this incredible opportunity has truly been remarkable. This gallbladder is worth a year's worth of my cultivation of Hunyuan Gong.0. That is indeed a valuable item." Ning Zhongze expressed her surprise. She had not held any expectations, but upon witnessing Ling Hucheng's reaction, her anticipation grew. Yue Buqun said little, reaching into the bag for the Boss Chu snake, skillfully extracting the gallbladder and handing it over. With Ling Hucheng having gone first, Ning Zhongze accepted the gallbladder from the Boss Chu snake, covering her face as she swallowed it down, immediately channeling her internal energy to refine the gallbladder. "Father, Lingshan bit her lip, feeling resistant. Yet Yue Buqun's voice came down sternly. "Will you eat it yourself, or shall I feed you?" Lingshan's expression soured as she murmured, "I'll do it myself." In a swift motion, Yue Buqun presented the gallbladder to her. Lingshan, with a pointed finger, picked up the gallbladder, closed her eyes, and tossed it in her mouth. Her expression mirrored that of Ling Hucheng. Yue Buqun then looked toward the last bag, reaching out to untie it. However, Qiu Bai interjected, "Master, this large snake is truly enormous." "Oh." Yue Buqun raised an eyebrow, his demeanor nonchalant as he replied, "I am curious to see just how large it is." Chapter 026, Jealousy. "Wow, that's huge," Yue Buqun exclaimed in astonishment, his usually impassive countenance now revealing a look of surprise. A serpent measuring over 5 meters in length is not an extraordinary sight, as such creatures can indeed be found within the confines of Mount Huashan. However, the prominent, undulating fleshly horns atop this serpent's head were exceptionally captivating. Previously, when he encountered a 2-meter-long Puzik snake, he had failed to notice the horns on its head. Yet, the horns of this larger serpent were impossible to overlook. The transformation of a serpent into a dragon-like creature, acquiring horns in the process, is indeed a remarkable phenomenon. Placing his hand on the Puzik snake's 7-inch mark, Yue Buqun gazed at the horns on its head and marveled. This extraordinary serpent is truly exceptional. Ancient texts record that for a serpent to develop horns atop its head, it must undergo transformations through the stages of python, anaconda, flood dragon, and horned dragon. Yet, this peculiar serpent, measuring merely 5 meters, had already manifested horns. Such a remarkable occurrence could hardly be attributed to an ordinary being. Yue Buqun turned his gaze towards his young disciple, pondering how to assess his extraordinary encounter. Nevertheless, the fact that this disciple remembered his master during such a fortuitous moment could be deemed filial. Yue Buqun's expression softened as he looked at Qiu Bai. But a question lingered in his mind: where exactly was that treasure trove located? "Master, You should consume the snake gall quickly, Qiu Bai urged, holding the serpent's tail and smiling. Sister will finish refining it soon. The duration required to refine the snake gall varies according to one's cultivation level. Ning Zhongze, for instance, refines it much more swiftly than Ling Huchong, while Lingshan takes comparatively longer. Beside them, Ling Huchong, his face brimming with curiosity, echoed Qiu Bai's sentiments with a smile. Indeed, Master, please do hasten the process. Yue Buqun cast a sidelong glance at his two disciples, then grasped a small knife and deftly pierced the Puzik snake at its 7-inch mark. Peeling back several scales and continuing to wield the knife, the flesh of the serpent parted, revealing the gallbladder nestled beneath the skin. With a swift motion, Yue Buqun extracted the gallbladder, causing the Puzik snake to lose its vitality and collapse limply onto the table. Unlike the previous gallbladder, this one was the size of a walnut, its surface radiating a mesmerizing purplish aura, exquisite and alluring. Master, it is enormous, Ling Huchong exclaimed upon seeing the gallbladder, astonished. This gallbladder was at least twice the size of the one he had consumed. With an even richer purplish aura, Ling Huchong turned to Qiu Bai, his expression complex. Such a rare treasure, gifted so casually by his junior, left him at a loss for words. This extraordinary treasure could potentially save years of arduous cultivation. Yue Buqun, oblivious to his eldest disciple's thoughts, glanced at the obediently seated Qiu Bai and raised his hand to consume the gallbladder. As it entered his abdomen, he felt an overwhelming surge of medicinal power and immediately began to circulate his internal energy. A hint of purple appeared on his face as he activated the Zixia divine skill, swiftly refining the medicinal properties of the Puzik snake's gall. Qiu Bai beckoned Ling Huchong to assist in tidying up the Puzik snake and to clean the blood splattered about. Senior brother, why not take this snake meat to the kitchen for them to prepare? Qiu Bai suggested, seemingly concerned that Ling Huchong might be indifferent, although the gallbladder cannot be shared due to its limited quantity. The medicinal properties of the snake meat are also quite beneficial for everyone that I understand, junior brother. Ling Huchong hoisted the bag on his shoulder, feeling somewhat awkward as he regarded Qiu Bai, who was instructing him. Having consumed the gallbladder brought back by Qiu Bai, he had indeed reaped the benefits. The adage "a short mouth is a good deal" rang true. Having received such a boon, he found himself at a loss for words. Casting a glance at his master, he forced a smile, saying, "Master, I shall take the snake to the kitchen. Go ahead." Ning Zhongze nodded with a smile, advising Cheng, "Do remember to inform the junior disciples to return for dinner tonight." "Of course, master." Ling Huchong turned and stepped outside, reflecting on the advantages bestowed upon him by the gallbladder, feeling a sense of longing that was undeniable. He had never been fond of the tediousness of martial training, especially when it came to internal cultivation, which often required him to sit still for an hour at times. He felt drowsy, but could not afford to sleep, as the practice yielded tangible results. With diligent effort, one could indeed witness growth in strength. Conversely, neglect might lead to stagnation or even regression. However, if one were to possess numerous gallbladders, the path to increased strength would be effortless. How delightful it would be to cultivate in such a relaxed manner. As a whirlwind of complex thoughts flooded his mind, Ling Huchong lifted his gaze towards the sun, shaking his head in disbelief. "What has come over me? Mother, I have broken through in my Huashan internal cultivation." Yu Lingshan exclaimed, her face alight with uncontainable joy. She had long been stuck at a critical juncture in her cultivation, each attempt to break through falling just short. Now, with the aid of the gallbladder's medicinal power, she had finally succeeded. Such splendid news could hardly fail to bring her happiness. Ning Zhongze shook her head gently, pointing to Yue Buqun, who was refining the gallbladder nearby, and said softly, "That is wonderful. This evening, I shall teach you the Hunyuan skill that, Very well, mother," Yu Lingshan replied obediently, then shifted closer to Qiu Bai, nudging him with her elbow. "Junior brother, the gift you brought back is incredibly useful." "As long as it helps senior sister," Qiu Bai replied, casting a glance at Ning Zhongze across the low table, his hand discreetly moving beneath the table to gently grasp Yu Lingshan's. Despite her years of swordsmanship, her hand showed no signs of calluses, likely due to some protective ointment she used. Such delicate hands felt truly delightful. Yu Lingshan, however, stiffened, her face tightening with tension as her eyes darted nervously. She had never anticipated Qiu Bai to be so audacious, daring to hold her hand under the watchful gaze of her mother. This unexpected boldness filled her with a mix of excitement and anxiety. Yue Buqun, with his scholarly demeanor, enforced many restrictions, leaving Lingshan feeling constrained. Though she often accompanied Ling Hucheng on adventures, she had to act like a dutiful daughter when at home. Now, in her interactions with Qiu Bai, her rebelliousness brought her considerable joy, albeit tinged with trepidation regarding her father. With a deep exhale, Yue Buqun released a breath of satisfaction, slowly opening his eyes, his face radiating delight. It seemed that the benefits of refining the gallbladder exceeded his expectations. Upon noticing Yue Buqun's awakening, Lingshan quickly withdrew her hand, nervously lifting her cup to take a sip. Qiu Bai raised an eyebrow at her, hesitating before saying, "Senior sister, that is my cup." Lingshan's hand trembled, causing tea to spill from the cup. She pouted at Qiu Bai, her eyes wide with indignation, yet she remained silent. Ning Zhongze observed the two youngsters with a knowing smile, gently shaking her head. Although they appeared to be sneaking around, from her perspective, nothing escaped her notice. It was merely a futile attempt to hide. Qiu Bai, however, wore a sly smile, aware that his little gestures were intended to deepen his bond with Lingshan, while also catching Ning Zhongze's attention. Was this not a form of... Yue Buqun lifted his cup, savoring the warm tea that Ning Zhongze had freshly poured for him. After moistening his throat, he finally spoke. "Qiu Bai, you have done remarkably well this time. I am very pleased. It is merely the duty of a disciple." Qiu Bai replied cheerfully. Before Yue Buqun could continue, he hurriedly retrieved a stack of silver notes from his robe, placing them on the empty space of the low table. "Master, these are silver notes from the Huashan Sect, totaling 50 taels. Well, please keep them." Yue Buqun remained silent, while Ning Zhongze spoke up. She picked up the silver notes, glancing through them, and was astonished to find 20 notes of 100 taels each. However, upon recalling Qiu Bai's ordeal, she felt that the Huashan Sect had undercompensated. "Qiu Bai, you should keep this 100 taels," Ning Zhongze said, taking one of the notes and handing it to him, adding, "This silver is the fruit of your hard work. Your master and I will remember your contributions to Huashan. Mother, I owe my place in Huashan to your keen insight and masteress guidance." Qiu Bai replied, returning the silver note with a grin, "I have no particular need for money. Please keep it." "Mother." "Very well, I shall hold on to it," Ning Zhongze replied without hesitation, taking the silver note with a smile. "Should you find yourself in need, do not hesitate to seek me out. I certainly will." Qiu Bai nodded, his face beaming with a radiant smile. Although he had only managed to acquire 50 taels of silver, he deemed it well worth the effort. Some things cannot be measured merely in monetary terms. Moreover, he still had over 30 taels of silver in his possession. Beside him, Lingshan's eyes widened with envy as she gazed at him. However, upon witnessing Qiu Bai return the banknotes, a look of confusion and irritation washed over her, and she pinched him in displeasure. That was 100 taels of silver. Imagine how much one could purchase with that. This insufferable junior had simply handed it back. Did he not realize that when mother said she would keep it safe, it was all just a ruse? Throughout her childhood, she had entrusted her many New Year's gifts to her mother. Yet when had she ever received any back? Qiu Bai gritted his teeth and shot a glare at Lingshan, drawing a sharp breath. He would remember this grievance. He would not rest until he had exacted a kiss or two. A hint of helplessness flashed across Yue Buqun's face. His prize cabbage had indeed been taken away. Observing Qiu Bai, he paused for a moment before beckoning him. "Qiu Bai, come with me. I shall teach you the Hunyuan Gong." "Yes, master." Qiu Bai rose, playfully flicked Lingshan's forehead, and jogged to catch up with Yue Buqun. Lingshan, rubbing her forehead, clenched her fists and glared at Qiu Bai, her teeth gritted in frustration. In response, Qiu Bai merely turned back to her, sticking out his tongue. "Humph! Insufferable junior! You wretched Qiu Bai!" Lingshan pouted, her fingers drumming on the low table, visibly upset. Ning Zhongze, observing her daughter's demeanor, could not help but smile indulgently. Youth truly is a delightful phase. With this thought, she glanced at her husband's retreating figure before turning back to Shaner. "What do you think of Qiu Bai?" Huh. Startled by Ning Zhongze's sudden inquiry, Lingshan hesitated before pouting. Oomph. He is nothing but a lecher. Oh, so Shaner does not like him. Ning Zhongze stroked her chin, pondering aloud. I thought Qiu Bai was of a similar age to you, and that you might take a liking to him. It would be a match made in heaven at this juncture. Ning Zhongze paused, hesitating before suggesting, if that is the case, I shall keep an eye out for a suitable young lady to take as a disciple. To introduce him to. What do you think? No. Lingshan sprang to her feet, fixing her gaze on Ning Zhongze with urgency. Mother, that wretched junior is a bad egg. Only I can keep him in check. If you bring someone else, he will bully them. That would be utterly unacceptable, but Ning Zhongze took a slow sip from her teacup, chuckling lightly. You do not like him, but we cannot let him remain like your senior brother. Well into his 20s without a partner. Who says I do not like him? Lingshan bit her lip, lowering her head, murmuring, Mother, please do not search for anyone for him. You should focus on senior brother instead. Very well, I shall not search. Ning Zhongze, observing her daughter's anxious demeanor, could not suppress her laughter. Realizing she had been outsmarted, Lingshan sulked in silence, pouring herself tea. The Hunyuan Iqigong is a supreme internal skill of our Huashan Sect. Once mastered, it allows one to cultivate their energy while walking, sitting, or lying down. Yue Buqun regarded Qiu Bai, who held the manual in his hands, and spoke solemnly. In our Huashan Sect, the essence of martial arts lies in the concept of qi. When the qi is perfected, whether in boxing or swordplay, one will be invincible. Master, if that is the case, why do we still practice swordplay? Qiu Bai feigned confusion, pondering aloud. Why not simply practice qi for 2 hours every day? Would that not be better? Foolishness, Yue Buqun snorted disdainfully. Our Huashan Sect prioritizes qi, with swordsmanship as a complement. While swordsmanship holds significance, it is ultimately the mastery of qi that prevails. I understand, Qiu Bai exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him. No matter how skilled one is in swordplay, without mastering qi, it amounts to naught. Correct, master. Indeed, a child worthy of teaching. Yue Buqun stroked his beard, nodding approvingly, and stated gravely, no matter how formidable your swordsmanship may be, without mastering qi, all your attacks would merely be superficial. Qiu Bai secretly concurred with Yue Buqun's reasoning that wasn't Ling Hu Chang's Duga 9 swords formidable. Yet, his internal cultivation was insufficient, and when confronted by Ren Wuxing's overwhelming energy, he was rendered unconscious. Could one truly claim that Duga 9 swords were ineffective? It was not that the technique was lacking, it was merely that the practitioner fell short. The true path lies in mastering both sword energy and qi, ensuring proficiency in both. Thank you, Master, for your enlightening words. Qiu Bai bowed slightly, smiling as he said, listening to a few of your words, I shall avoid 10 years of detours. Then focus on your qi training. Yue Buqun's expression turned serious as he pointed to the manual in Qiu Bai's hands. First, memorize the breathing techniques, open the manual, and begin. Yes, Master. Qiu Bai settled cross-legged on the cushion, opened the manual before him, and followed Yue Buqun's instructions to recite the breathing techniques. The manual was not thick, containing just over 10,000 characters, interspersed with several illustrations. Thanks to his photographic memory, Qiu Bai memorized the breathing techniques after one recitation alongside Yue Buqun. Have you memorized the breathing techniques? Yue Buqun sat cross-legged across from him, his gaze fixed intently on Qiu Bai, awaiting his response. Qiu Bai nodded, smiling as he replied, in response to Master, I've already memorized the techniques. Then let us begin cultivating. Upon hearing the response, Yue Buqun felt a surge of happiness, for it confirmed his earlier suspicions that this young disciple possessed an exceptional memory. This was indeed a boon, especially for a martial artist. The ability to recall every sword technique and mantra would greatly aid in self-cultivation. For a master, this was undoubtedly excellent news. Observing Qiu Bai, Yue Buqun nodded slightly, saying now, synchronize your breathing with mine and commence your training. As the Hunyuan Iqigong, a supreme internal skill of the Huashan Sect, was indeed unique in its merits, Qiu Bai was uncertain about the true nature of the Zixia divine skill. He sensed that with the Hunyuan Iqigong, the Huashan Sect could firmly establish itself among the Five Mountain Sword Alliance, its reputation not to be underestimated. However, It might not be particularly outstanding like Huashan, yet it would still rank among the top sections. If the Zhixiao divine skill were merely a singular technique, then the Huashan Sect's foundational internal skill must have been the reason it consistently held the position of leader among the five mountains. After a short while of practicing the Hunyuan Qigong, the power accumulating within his dantian began to be gradually mobilized. The robust energy, with each cycle of the Hunyuan Qigong, transformed continuously until it fell under Qiu Bai's control. He sensed that within 5 to 7 days he would fully master this force. Observing Qiu Bai immersed in his training, Yue Buqun's brow suddenly furrowed. He felt a peculiar intensity in his disciple's training state, especially with the fluctuations of true energy emanating from him. He sensed the intensity of Qiu Bai's true energy. Yue Buqun's expression grew solemn. This posture appeared to suggest he might reach the level of a top-tier expert. Just how abundant were this lad's opportunities? Yue Buqun recalled the snake gall he had refined earlier, noting that even with his current cultivation level, he had made considerable progress. Such rare treasures of heaven and earth were indeed hard to come by. Seeing Qiu Bai lost in his cultivation, Yue Buqun chose not to disturb him and stepped outside the room. Outside, snowflakes began to fall again, covering the ground and erasing all traces of footprints. "Senior brother, how is Qiu Bai's training going?" Ning Zhongze, noticing Yue Buqun's emergence, inquired curiously. Beside her, Lingshan craned her neck, eager to glimpse into the room. Yue Buqun sat down at the low table, his expression rather peculiar. Observing his demeanor, Ning Zhongze furrowed her brows and said solemnly, "Senior brother, could it be that something has gone awry with Qiu Bai's training?" "What?" Lingshan gasped, her legs moving as she prepared to stand. Yet, Ning Zhongze raised her hand to restrain her, frowning. "What are you making such a fuss about? Have some decorum. Your father is right here." "But, my junior brother," Lingshan's face showed worry as her eyes darted towards the room. Observing her concern, Ning Zhongze retorted, "With your father here, what is there to fret about? Can you even offer assistance?" After being scolded by Ning Zhongze, Lingshan hung her head in silence, yet her gaze remained fixed on the room. Seeing his daughter's behavior, Yue Buqun's desire to speak was suddenly extinguished. He looked up at Ning Zhongze and hesitated. "This lad's opportunities are extraordinary. If he fully masters that power, I believe he could surpass you." "Senior brother, surely you jest?" Ning Zhongze frowned, looking at Yue Buqun with disbelief. Her fair face creased with confusion. She questioned whether she had misheard. Beside her, Lingshan dramatically collapsed onto Ning Zhongze's lap. Stammering, "Father, you cannot be serious. Indeed, you have heard correctly." Yue Buqun nodded, glancing back at the room as he lifted his teacup and took a sip, his tone somber. "Once Qiu Bai fully masters the power within him, he will surpass even your senior sister." "Surely not." Ning Zhongze had a fair understanding of her brother's prowess, but hearing such words left her incredulous. How long had it been since Qiu Bai had begun his training? From that scoundrel stealing glances at Shaner while she bathed, to his initiation into the sect, and now to the present moment, it has scarcely been 2 months. Within this brief span, he has surpassed his own capabilities. What then can be said of the years I have devoted to my cultivation? Beside him, Lingshan was utterly stunned. She propped herself up from the ground, craning her neck to gaze at Qiu Bai, who was engrossed in his training within the room. She opened her mouth to speak, but found herself at a loss for words. The impact of Yue Buqun's earlier remarks weighed heavily upon her. She recalled when Qiu Bai descended the mountain, asserting he would return stronger than her, which she had dismissed as mere jest. Now, it seemed he had already devised a grand plan. Lingshan turned her gaze towards Yue Buqun, hesitating before saying, "Father, regarding my junior brother's extraordinary fortune." "Fortune, you say? How shall we articulate this?" Yue Buqun's expression was decidedly complex. He could not help but feel a twinge of envy at the prospect of his disciple returning from the mountain with such remarkable fortune, after decades of arduous cultivation to attain his current prowess. How could he not feel a pang of jealousy at the thought of this young man achieving such strength with but a brief excursion? If he could not continue to grow stronger, would his own disciples soon surpass him? A deeper sense of urgency suddenly gripped Yue Buqun. In his mind, the image of that sword technique resurfaced. Perhaps some things elude explanation. Yue Buqun wrestled with his thoughts. Ning Zhongze shook her head and sighed. Perhaps this fortune has always existed on Mount Hua, yet we have never discovered it. We can only say it is fate. Indeed, it is fate. Yue Buqun seemed to comprehend something profound. Shaking his head in response, if not for such fate, how could I have accepted such an exceptional disciple? This is indeed an opportunity for our Huashan Sect. Brother is absolutely correct. Ning Zhongze nodded in affirmation. To rejuvenate Huashan, we must have disciples like Qiu Bai. Humph. Even without Qiu Bai, I can still revitalize Huashan. Yue Buqun snorted coldly, yet his usually impassive countenance bore a furrowed brow. It was evident that Ning Zhongze's words had stirred some dissatisfaction within him. Ning Zhongze smiled and said, I naturally believe in you, brother, but enough, you stay here and watch. I shall take a stroll outside. Before Ning Zhongze could complete her sentence, Yue Buqun interrupted rudely, rising to stride toward the exit. Observing this, Lingshan inquired with confusion, Mother, what has come over father? Ning Zhongze gazed after Yue Buqun's retreating figure, exhaling a long sigh. Alas, your father is exhausting himself in the endeavor to rejuvenate Huashan. As the sky gradually darkened and the snowflakes began to fall more densely, Lingshan stifled a yawn, lazily leaning against a nearby pillar. Mother, how long will Qiu Bai continue to cultivate? I'm nearly bored to death. In her previous bouts of enthusiasm for extra training, she had never sustained her practice for such an extended period. Typically, after an hour of additional training, she would feel her meridians ache and would have to withdraw from her cultivation state. Yet, Qiu Bai had been in a state of training since noon, and now, well past the hour of Yue, had been at it for 2 consecutive hours. Did he not feel any discomfort in his meridians? Lingshan gazed at Ning Zhongze, filled with curiosity. Ning Zhongze regarded her with a calm demeanor and replied, Bored, you say? If you find it dull, why not engage in some cultivation yourself? Mother, I'm just waiting for you to teach me the Hunyuan Gong. Lingshan clung to Ning Zhongze's arm, playfully requesting, Why not teach me Hunyuan Gong now? Ah, the last-minute scramble. Ning Zhongze flicked her finger against Lingshan's forehead, her tone laced with affection. Lingshan chuckled, leaning against her shoulder. Right, I always rely on last-minute efforts. You always so full of rules. Ning Zhongze gently shook her head. Suddenly, she perked up, her ears twitching slightly as if catching a faint sound, and smiled. All right, Qiu Bai has concluded his training. Lingshan disregarded the earlier part of Ning Zhongze's statement, only catching the latter half. Qiu Bai has finished his training. She released Ning Zhongze's arm, her face beaming with joy as she dashed toward the room. After taking a couple of steps, she turned back, linking her arm with Ning Zhongze once more. Within the room, Qiu Bai slowly lowered both palms, grounding his energy in his dantian, and opened his eyes, feeling the abundant true qi within his dantian. A wave of emotion surged within him, instilling a profound sense of security. It seemed that the refinement process had progressed faster than he had anticipated. As he assessed the power accumulated in his dantian, a smile broke across his face. Following his master's daily training regimen, he merely needed to persist for another 4 or 5 days to fully convert the amassed power into true qi. Just as Yue Buqun had stated, the gains he had reaped in the Valley of the Sword Tomb were indeed substantial, even with the presence of the Snake King and numerous smaller serpents. He had refrained from killing any snakes with their gallbladders. Now, the accumulation within his dantian suggested he must be nearing peak prowess. Once he completely mastered this power, Qiu Bai believed he could walk the martial world with confidence. Rivaled by only a this thought, he hesitated momentarily, mentally counting the formidable opponents he could envision, realizing there were at least 15 experts of peak level or above. Good heavens, am I not akin to that unfortunate Jifeng? Qiu Bai's cheeks twitched slightly, yet he felt reassured. After all, Jifeng sought out only the strong to challenge. He would not be so obstinate. Junior brother, how goes your cultivation of the Hunyuan Gong? Lingshan's voice rang out, accompanied by the sound of light footsteps. Qiu Bai turned his ear, gauging her approach as she drew closer. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, reaching out to embrace her waist, intending to pull her into his embrace. However, just as his hand reached out, Lingshan seized his wrist with surprising strength. Looking down at the hand that had captured him and the attire she wore, Qiu Bai felt a sense of disquiet. That moment, Lingshan's voice came from beside him. tinged with confusion. Junior brother, what are you doing? Qiu Bai, startled, turned his head to see Lingshan standing nearby. Her expression lively, and his lips twitched in dismay. Sister, your positioning is all wrong. Huh. Lingshan blinked, glancing around her in confusion. I sent it's supposed to be like this? No. Why is my master behind me? Oh, is that what you mean? Lingshan replied matter-of-factly. Mother was curious about your progress, so she came over to take a look. Naturally, she would walk in front. Her words seemed logical, and indeed, she ought to be beside or behind Ning Zhongze. Yet, this situation left him feeling quite awkward. Qiu Bai turned to face his master, who was now standing so close, the fragrance of her presence enveloping him. And he offered an awkward smile. Master, I assure you it was unintentional. Will you believe me? You rascal. Ning Zhongze's expression bore an air of exasperation as she released Qiu Bai's wrist, lightly tapping his forehead with her finger. Qiu Bai staggered back 2 steps, grinning foolishly as he said, Master, I thought you were my junior sister. How was I to know that she— Ah, so now you blame me. Lingshan placed her hands on her hips. Fuming. Who told you to think such wicked thoughts? At this point, Lingshan tugged at Ning Zhongze's arm, shaking it playfully. Mother, you ought to discipline this big bad egg properly. I'm innocent. I didn't do anything. Don't make wild accusations. Qiu Bai shot a glare at Lingshan, quickly turning to Ning Zhongze with a smile. Master, please don't heed my sister's words. Mother, he has prior experience. He did it on purpose. Lingshan stuck out her tongue at Qiu Bai, teasingly adding, he peeked at me while I bathed. Sister, that is quite unfair. Qiu Bai hastily interjected, I sent that all in the past now. Is it? Where is the evidence? Lingshan beamed, entwining her arm with Ning Zhongze's, playfully taunting, he has just a big bad egg. Enough, both of you, be silent. Ning Zhongze shook off Lingshan's grasp, gently pushing her head down to keep them both standing side by side, exasperatedly saying, you two can never settle down. Lingshan lowered her head in silence, lifting her foot to step on Qiu Bai's. A smirk played on Qiu Bai's lips as, just as her foot descended, he subtly shifted away. Lingshan's foot landed on empty air, causing her to wince in pain. Seeing this, Ning Zhongze raised her hand to lightly tap her head. Chiding, you mischievous girl, how will you ever get married like this? Master, it's fine. I'll take care of my sister, Qiu Bai declared, taking Lingshan's hand and puffing out his chest with a smile. Sister, what do you think? Humph. Who would want to marry you? Lingshan, with a haughty lift of her chin and her lips pursed in a delicate pout, could not conceal the smile blooming on her face. Ning Zhongze lightly tapped her fingers on the two of them, seemingly about to speak, but instead broke into soft laughter. In truth, the two were of similar age, making them a fitting pair. Moreover, with Qiu Bai's remarkable talent, it was likely that their own daughter would not surpass him in the future. Outside the courtyard, the silhouette of Ling Huchong appeared as he called out loudly to the interior, Shermu, it's time to eat. Chapter 028. Swordplay, isn't it so? System. Qiu Bai stared at the statistical information displayed on the system panel, his hands buried in his hair, revealing his utter frustration. Just moments ago, he had refined the last vestige of his internal energy and fully mastered the skills obtained from the sword tomb. However, upon opening the personal attributes panel, he watched in disbelief as his cultivation level soared to the pinnacle, only to plummet back to the first rate in an instant, leaving him speechless, judging by the system's recent reaction. His cultivation should undoubtedly qualify as first rate, so where had the discrepancy arisen? Host, Qiu Bai age, 18 years cultivation level, first rate cultivation techniques mastered, Huashan internal skill, Hunyuan Ichi skill martial arts mastered, Huashan swordplay lightness skill mastered, Huashan body technique possessed attributes, peerless celestial appearance gold, innate Dao body gold, photographic memory gold, god of internal competition gold, perceptive insight purple, profound aura blue, master swordsman blue, light as a swallow blue, master of blade techniques blue, master of horsemanship blue, clear as day green, sturdy as an ox green. It seems the martial arts and lightness skills fell short. Qiu Bai mused, furrowing his brows as he made this deduction while examining the attributes displayed on his personal panel. His lightness skill, still the Huashan body technique, had not changed fundamentally, Rather, it was the enhancement effects of the attributes that had improved. Although the 13 styles of Huashan swordplay were exquisite, they did not meet the standards of first-rate. He needed to learn other, more advanced sword techniques, such as Yangwu swordplay and Qiu swordplay. Naturally, mastering the deadly 3 immortal linked swords would be even better. However, in Qiu Bai's heart, he harbored an even better plan. That was to venture to the thought-provoking cliff and seek out that old rascal Feng Qingyang to refine the Dugan 9 swords with him. With this thought, Qiu Bai made his decision, off to the thought-provoking cliff. Yet he was still uncertain about how to navigate there. He would need someone familiar with the route to guide him. Guidance. Qiu Bai stroked his chin, pondering, and soon concluded that this was not a prudent idea. For such a journey to the thought-provoking cliff would entail daily back-and-forth travel, a cumbersome endeavor. As he contemplated this, a flash of inspiration struck him, and a thought emerged. What plan could be more straightforward than heading directly to the thought-provoking cliff? Qiu Bai deliberated carefully and felt this idea held great promise. Thus, he rose and made his way towards the Yue Buqun pavilion, in the courtyard before the Yue Buqun pavilion. Yue Buqun held a long sword, demonstrating a peculiar sword technique in the snow. From what Qiu Bai had observed during his previous passes, his master's practice was far inferior to the 13 styles of Huashan swordplay. He could hardly fathom what he was training for. Wait! Qiu Bai suddenly halted, his brow furrowing as a thought flickered in his mind. Before he could ponder further, Ning Zhongze's voice rang out, "Qiu Bai, why are you loitering at the entrance?" In the courtyard, Yue Buqun also ceased his movements, lifting his gaze towards Qiu Bai. Pondering, "Qiu Bai, do you have any questions regarding the Hunyuan skill?" "Not at all." "Master," Qiu Bai stepped into the Yue Buqun pavilion, clasping his fists in respect towards Yue Buqun and offering a slight bow to Ning Zhongze, smiling as he said, "Master, I have been unable to calm my mind during my recent training and wish to find a place for seclusion to cultivate." In Qiu Bai's view, there was no excuse more effective and credible than the desire for secluded cultivation. Secluded cultivation. Before Yue Buqun could respond, Ning Zhongze swiftly approached, frowning as she inquired, "Have you encountered problems in your training?" "Thank you for your concern, Shermu. My training has not gone awry." Qiu Bai smiled at Ning Zhongze, running his fingers through his long hair, and stated solemnly, "Recently, I have felt something lacking in my training. Hence my wish for secluded cultivation." "Oh." Yue Buqun raised an eyebrow, curiosity gleaming in his eyes as he asked, "What do you feel is lacking?" "Pray tell that I in response, Master. I have been practicing the Huashan swordplay. Yet I sense a kind of sluggishness." Qiu Bai hesitated before continuing. "It feels as if my body is running ahead while my spirit lags behind. Oh, you understand, Master. That is a sign that your swordplay cultivation has not kept pace." Yue Buqun regarded Qiu Bai, contemplating briefly before speaking gravely. "I have 2 sword techniques to teach you. Point 1 is called Qiu swordplay, which emphasizes the principle of great sound being akin to silence, pursuing speed, rendering sound formless and sword shadowless. The other is the Yangwu swordplay, which emphasizes nurturing the righteous qi, pursuing steadfastness. It is the sword technique that I cherish dearly. Which would you prefer to learn?" According to Qiu Bai's thoughts, he naturally desired to learn both. However, being forced to choose by Yue Buqun left him with a sense of indecision. Observing his dilemma, Ning Zhongze shook her head and spoke in a clear voice. "Since you are unsure how to choose, demonstrate the Huashan swordplay here. Let your master see, so he may know which sword technique to impart to you." "Shermu, your suggestion is truly excellent." Qiu Bai bowed to Yue Buqun, smiling as he said, "I humbly request a sword for demonstration." "Very well, perform for me." Yue Buqun handed Qiu Bai the long sword and stepped back with Ning Zhongze to sit at a low table. Sipping tea, with the sword in hand, Qiu Bai immediately felt its weight significantly heavier than his own. After a brief adjustment, he began to demonstrate the Huashan swordplay upon the snow, from an initial stance to the Shao Shi Chung Long. He displayed the 13 styles of swordplay fluidly and swiftly. Particularly with the boundless falling leaves move, even wielding this heavy sword, Qiu Bai was able to swiftly thrust 3 strikes. "Master, my demonstration has concluded." Qiu Bai approached the eaves, presenting the long sword with both hands. Yue Buqun accepted the sword and sheathed it, a contemplative expression crossing his face. based on Qiu Bai's demonstration of the Huashan swordplay. It was evident that his swordplay style was swift and imbued with a strong killing intent, making him more suited for the Qiu swordplay. However, upon further reflection, he also recognized that an excess of killing intent could lead one astray. After much thought, Yue Buqun finally stated, "In my view, you are more suited to learn the Yangwu swordplay." Shi Xiao. Upon hearing Yue Buqun's words, Ning Zhongze was taken aback, unable to comprehend why her brother would make such a decision. She opened her mouth to express her thoughts, but Yue Buqun waved his hand to silence her, causing her words to die in her throat. Ning Zhongze was puzzled, for based on Qiu Bai's recent performance, the Qiu swordplay seemed far more fitting for him. Yet why did her brother insist that the Yangwu swordplay was more appropriate? She could not believe that he had overlooked this. She simply could not fathom why it was the Yangwu swordplay. Yue Buqun did not explain himself to Ning Zhongze. Instead, he rose, hands clasped behind his back, and slowly walked out from under the eaves. The decision to teach you the Yangwu swordplay comes from deep consideration. Your swordplay is rife with murderous intent and a fierce aura. If this continues, you will surely tread the path of darkness. With that, Yue Buqun turned to face Qiu Bai and said earnestly, "For your future, I have deliberated extensively and decided to impart the Yangwu swordplay to you, hoping to cleanse your fierce aura with righteous Qiu Idet Dio, you understand." So it is. Ning Zhongze, upon hearing Yue Buqun's explanation, was suddenly enlightened. Her brother had indeed considered many factors. It was clear that her martial prowess paled in comparison to his for a reason. He had thought so much about Qiu Bai's future, while she had only seen that Qiu Bai suited the Qiu swordplay. Truly, she was not his equal. Qiu Bai, however, felt little about the matter. After all, his goal was to seek out Feng Qingyang at the thought-provoking cliff. And whether he learned the Yangwu swordplay or the Qiu swordplay made little difference. He promptly bowed to Yue Buqun, his face alight with excitement, as he declared, "Thank you, Master. I am willing to learn the Yangwu swordplay." Chapter 029. Nurturing the righteous Qi. The Yangwu swordplay is fundamentally about upholding righteousness. Yet swordplay is, after all, meant for combat. It cannot simply be about defense without offense. As the saying goes, to hold for too long is to lose. And this principle applies here. Therefore, the Yangwu swordplay is not merely a simplistic defense. It also harbors the potential for ferocity. How much do you remember? Yue Buqun returned the sword to its sheath. His expression calm as he gazed intently at Qiu Bai. Awaiting his response, he was aware that Qiu Bai possessed an extraordinary memory, yet the Yangwu swordplay comprised numerous intricate techniques, and he doubted Qiu Bai could fully retain them. Beside them, Ning Zhongze also looked on with curiosity, a serene smile gracing her face. Meeting their gazes, Qiu Bai nodded naturally, smiling as he replied, in response, "Master, I have memorized them all." "Oh, is that so?" Yue Buqun narrowed his eyes, the smile fading from his lips as he tossed the long sword towards Qiu Bai, commanding in a deep voice, "Come, demonstrate it for me." "Yes, Master." Qiu Bai accepted the long sword, bowing slightly in greeting as Yue Buqun and Ning Zhongze retreated to the eaves. Qiu Bai steadied his breath, unsheathing the sword in his hand, and began to practice the Yangwu sword technique slowly in the snow. His movements were deliberate and unhurried, yet each sword form was executed with remarkable precision. Based on Yue Buqun's recent demonstration, Qiu Bai believed that the Yangwu sword technique contained an inherent sword momentum. Considering the name of the technique, he surmised it should embody an immovable force akin to a mountain. Of course, this immobility did not imply complete stillness, but rather a principle of responding to attacks with preemptive strikes. This aligned perfectly with Yue Buqun's reputation as a gentleman swordsman. Qiu Bai couldn't help but recall a line from the Jiang divine skill. "Let him be strong. As the gentle breeze caresses the mountain ridge, he may come at me with malice, yet I stand firm with my righteous breath." The Yangwu sword technique indeed echoed a similar sentiment, that if you attack me, I shall defend and counterattack. The gentleman's sword, what truly defines it? A gentleman speaks rather than fights. If you resort to violence, I shall respond with virtue. But what constitutes virtue? The sword in one's hand. Everything hinges upon your initial aggression. The responsibility lies with you. And thus, should I slay you, it is justified. Such is the essence of a gentleman's demeanor. Qiu Bai slowly sheathed his sword and stood still for a moment. Mentally reviewing and comparing his performance, he then hastened to the eaves, extending the long sword with both hands, smiling as he said, "Master, I have completed my demonstration. I humbly request your guidance." "Ah, not bad," Yue Buqun replied. Taking the sword and placing it aside, he rose, patted Qiu Bai on the shoulder with a smile, and said, "Your talent is exceptional. As your master, I am greatly pleased. It is all due to your excellent teachings." "Master," Qiu Bai responded cheerfully, his tone filled with respect. In this world, one may face countless adversities, yet flattery remains unscathed. One does not strike a smiling face. And so it is. Yue Buqun walked past Qiu Bai with his hands clasped behind his back. Strolling leisurely through the snow, "Qiu Bai, with your level of talent, I must consider carefully before imparting my martial arts to you. After all, you are still young, and I would not want you to stray from the path." "I shall remember your teachings, Master," Qiu Bai replied solemnly, his expression earnest. He understood Yue Buqun's concerns. The master feared that Qiu Bai might prioritize sword practice for rapid improvement, neglecting his internal cultivation. Yet, how could Qiu Bai be so foolish? He knew that balancing both swordplay and internal skills was the most prudent approach. Solely focusing on internal cultivation while neglecting martial skills had proven disastrous, as exemplified by Jin Luan Fa Wang. Conversely, concentrating solely on sword techniques without internal practice led to the downfall of Ling Hu Chong. With these cautionary tales in mind, Qiu Bai was well aware of the path he should choose. Jin Luan Fa Wang had mastered the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill to the 10th level, possessing immense strength in every movement, yet he often ended in a stalemate during confrontations, despite his formidable prowess. His lack of practical combat experience was disheartening, leading to a tarnished reputation for the once legendary Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Qiu Bai suddenly halted, pondering whether the legacy of the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill still existed on the grasslands. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, he refocused on Yue Buqun. "Qiu Bai, you have already mastered the 13 forms of the Huashan sword technique, and now with the Yingwu sword technique, henceforth you need only participate in qi cultivation each day." Yue Buqun turned to face Qiu Bai, speaking gravely. "You may arrange your sword practice as you see fit, but I hope you shall not become indolent." "I assure you, Master, I will not be lazy," Qiu Bai affirmed, before bowing and thoughtfully adding, "However, I would like to find a place to meditate for a few days to calm my mind and focus on my training if that is the case." Yue Buqun scrutinized Qiu Bai, seemingly trying to discern his thoughts, yet finding nothing amiss. After a moment of contemplation, he furrowed his brow and suggested, "Then you may go to the Thinking Cliff. Return whenever you wish." "Yes, Master," Qiu Bai bowed deeply, a smile lighting up his face, the corners of his mouth curving uncontrollably. Although he had learned the Yingwu sword technique from Yue Buqun, what he truly yearned for was the Dugan 9 swords. Having a sword technique in hand would open up myriad possibilities. The final form, the break sword form, the break blade form. The 9 sword forms were reputed to conquer all martial arts. He was genuinely curious about the truth behind it all. "What has prompted you, dear child, to suddenly seek solitude for cultivation?" Ning Zhongze approached, gently brushing the snowflakes from Qiu Bai's shoulders, her brow furrowed with concern. "Madam Master, I assure you, I am quite well," Qiu Bai replied, scratching his head and smiling, "that I merely wish to find some peace to reflect on my recent learnings. I feel that I have progressed too quickly, and my mindset is somewhat askew. Hence," observing the young lad before her, Yue Buqun nodded slightly, a satisfied expression illuminating his eyes. In his view, this young disciple had only been training for a few months, yet had already acquired substantial martial skills. Such rapid advancement raised concerns of potential pitfalls. Now, witnessing his thoughtful demeanor and his desire for introspection, it became evident that this was a commendable habit for a martial artist. A myriad of reflections filled Yue Buqun's mind as he gazed at the young man, his satisfaction growing. Previously, he had felt irked by the boy's flirtations with his daughter, believing that by taking him as a disciple, he was inadvertently inviting a potential son-in-law into the fold. However, upon re-evaluating Qiu Bai, he found the boy increasingly agreeable. Perhaps facilitating a union between him and his daughter was not such a far-fetched idea. After all, As this thought blossomed in his mind, it expanded further, growing more enticing with each passing moment. Sister, please summon Shaner to escort Qiu Bai to the Thinking Cliff that Shaner is currently in her training. Ning Zhongze replied, shaking her head. She turned to Qiu Bai, smiling as she said, since Shaner is so diligent, let her continue her training. I shall take Qiu Bai to the Thinking Cliff myself. Indeed, it is quite rare, Yue Buqun concurred, chuckling as he shook his head, adding with a hint of amusement, in recent days, Chong'er has been unusually dedicated to his training. Even that rascal Lu Hoer has settled down. Quite the oddity. Brother, I had not noticed until you mentioned it. Ning Zhongze responded, a hint of surprise crossing her face as she shook her head. This is indeed a good thing, a fortunate development. Indeed, Yue Buqun agreed, waving his hand before suddenly looking up at the sky, saying, you may go now. I have matters to attend to. Qiu Bai glanced up, noticing a pigeon fluttering its wings as it landed behind the Yue Buqun pavilion. However, this was not his concern, so he bowed respectfully. I take my leave, Master. Chapter 030. The Ascent to the Cliff. Qiu Bai, why don't you share with Madam Master what is truly going on? Ning Zhongze halted her steps, turning to Qiu Bai with a worried expression. Your master is not present. You may speak freely. Madam Master, I assure you, there is nothing troubling me. Qiu Bai found himself both amused and touched by Ning Zhongze's concern, pondering how to express his thoughts. He hesitated before saying, I genuinely wish to settle down and reflect on what I have recently learned. Reiterating this sentiment, Qiu Bai felt as though he might almost convince himself. Yet he could not reveal the true reason for his desire to retreat. He did not wish to deceive Ning Zhongze, nor did he want to emulate Ling Huchong, who had concealed his intentions from both his master and mistress. Qiu Bai yearned for honesty with them. But the Dugan swords belonged to Feng Qingyang, a topic he could not broach, especially since he had yet to obtain it himself. Furthermore, any lost sword techniques of the Five Mountain Sword Sect needed to be unearthed before he could speak of them. Currently, he had nothing to offer, merely voicing his thoughts with lack conviction. After all, he had only joined the Huashan Sect 2 months prior. To approach Yue Buqun with claims of the existence of lost sword techniques in the Thinking Cliff would be sheer folly. Such an action would be akin to sending a message to holders of silver notes, assuring them that their notes were valid and that they need not rush to redeem them. Utterly absurd. Even if Qiu Bai were a fool, he would not act so foolishly. Yue Buqun and Ning Zhongze, as the most senior members of the Huashan Sect, were unaware of the secret cave within the Thinking Cliff. How could he, having joined only 2 months ago and never having visited the Thinking Cliff himself, possess knowledge of such secrets? Thus, the matter of the Thinking Cliff secret cave required patience. It could not be rushed. The notions of swift victory and swift defeat were both inadvisable to my dear child. Ning Zhongze suddenly raised her hand, gently caressing Qiu Bai's cheek, her eyes filled with compassion. I am aware of the troubles in your village. It has been nearly a year since then, has it not? As Ning Zhongze stroked his face, Qiu Bai should have felt joy, yet confusion clouded his mind. What was his Madam Master saying? He could not comprehend her words. There is no need to worry. Now that you have acquired martial skills, you may descend the mountain in the future and seek vengeance for them. Ning Zhongze gently rubbed his cheek with her thumb, smiling as she added, those mere mountain bandits stand no chance against the sword in your hand. You can easily vanquish them in tribute to your kin. Upon hearing Ning Zhongze's words, Qiu Bai finally comprehended what his master's wife was implying. When he had just traversed into this realm, he had fabricated a backstory for himself, which his master and mistress had subsequently aligned with. Now, upon expressing his desire to enter seclusion, Ning Zhongze assumed he was troubled by those past events. Hence his wish for solitude. Understanding this, Qiu Bai fell momentarily silent, at a loss for words. What could he possibly say? After a brief pause, he reached out and grasped Ning Zhongze's hand, contemplatively stating, Mistress, I appreciate your comfort. I am quite well. Her hand was warm, devoid of calluses, and exceptionally gentle. That is a relief. Ning Zhongze's body tensed slightly as she discreetly withdrew her hand, smiling as she advised, the path to the cliff of contemplation is treacherous. Do be mindful of your footing. Yes, I understand, mistress. Qiu Bai observed her ample silhouette, feeling a twinge of melancholy. Yet his steps were resolute. The location of the cliff of contemplation was indeed perilous. following Ning Zhongze's lead along the narrow and hazardous path. They finally arrived at the cliff. This site featured a triangular stone platform jutting out from the mountain wall, with a cave behind it for respite. The platform hung precariously, suspended between heaven and earth, presenting a formidable sight. Fortunately, it was sheltered from the wind, lest one risk freezing to death. Is this truly where you wish to meditate? Ning Zhongze inquired, standing before the cave and gesturing around the stone platform with a grin. You could still reconsider. Reconsider? How could I not? Qiu Bai exclaimed. This desolate place, devoid of life, not even a soul to converse with. He found it hard to fathom how Feng Qingyang could endure such isolation for so many years. Yet, having arrived, he resolved to proceed. Mistress, rest assured, he declared, finding a stone to sit upon. If I cannot endure, I shall leave of my own accord, especially since I will miss my senior sister. Very well then. I shall have Shaner bring you meals, Ning Zhongze replied, recognizing Qiu Bai's determination, and nodded, adding, however, the food she delivers will hardly compare to the dining hall. Perhaps just a few buns and pickles for you to last the day. She hoped to use the inferiority of the meals as a means to persuade him further. For the Cliff of Contemplation was indeed a place of confinement for the disciples of the Huashan Sect. Mistress, I shall only remain for a few days. You need not worry. Observing the expression on Ning Zhongze's face brought Qiu Bai joy, realizing she genuinely cared for him. Such a wonderful mistress was worth protecting. Seeing that her attempts to dissuade him had failed, Ning Zhongze nodded with a smile. Then you may stay here. I will have Shaner bring you food this afternoon. All right. Qiu Bai rose and bowed respectfully to Ning Zhongze, softly saying, Mistress, take care on your way back. Tidy up the cave. Otherwise, you will have nowhere to sleep tonight, she instructed before turning to descend the cliff. Standing in place, Qiu Bai felt akin to a stone statue. Watching Ning Zhongze's figure fade from view before he finally entered the cave. From the outside, the cave appeared modest, but within it revealed a hidden expanse. Upon entering, he found a vast cavern, supported by several pillars reaching towards the heavens. Its depths shrouded in mystery. There was also a section that seemed to have collapsed, allowing light to filter through, illuminating the cave and revealing a trickling stream. As he approached, he discovered a circular skylight above, from which a mountain spring cascaded down like a gentle stream. The water pooled below, cluttered with dead branches and leaves, its surface frozen, revealing the murkiness beneath. After surveying the cave, Qiu Bai found no signs of habitation. He placed his belongings, including his bedding and sword, upon the stone platform. Just as he prepared to call out for Feng Qingyang, he hesitated, realizing that shouting his name might not be appropriate. After some contemplation, Qiu Bai decided to tidy the cave before settling in the past. When he had seen others renovating their homes, it had seemed quite enjoyable. However, as he engaged in the task himself, he realized it was quite the opposite, exhausting, to say the least. Once he had organized the cave, snow began to fall outside, yet the mountain spring remained unfrozen, continuing its enchanting flow. Lying on the makeshift bed, Qiu Bai rested his hands behind his head, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Was Feng Qingyang truly here at the Cliff of Contemplation? Doubt crept in, for it did not appear to be a place where someone had lived. However, considering the timeline, it was around this time last year that Ling Hucheng had been punished here. Surely, Feng Qingyang could not have solely awaited Ling Hucheng's arrival. Chapter 31. Authentic Flavor. Qiu Bai, where are you? Lingshan called out, cautiously ascending the Cliff of Contemplation with a food box in hand, her voice echoing into the dark cave. The Cliff of Contemplation was not a favorable place for her. At the age of 7, she and her senior brother had vandalized the statue at Jinhua Palace, and, failing to escape, were caught by the Taoists and brought forth to face the consequences. As the instigator, she had been punished to remain on the cliff for 3 days. Since then, it had left her with a psychological shadow, rendering her averse to the place, where not even a soul could be found to converse with. Although her senior brother visited daily, bringing crickets to play with, the shadow cast by her past experiences lingered, making her reluctant to step inside. Now, gazing at the ominous cave entrance, Lingshan bit her lip tightly, hesitant to enter. Hearing her voice, Qiu Bai sprang to his feet and hurried outside the cave. Upon seeing the lovely figure at the entrance, a smile spread across his face. Senior sister, You have come. He embraced her, inhaling the scent from her neck, and cheerfully asked, Did you miss me? I certainly did not, Lingshan retorted, one hand clutching the food box while the other returned his embrace. Feigning indifference, you big bad egg. Bad egg? In what way am I bad? Qiu Bai released Lingshan, gently caressing her fair cheek, and grinned, now that it's just the two of us here. Should I indulge in some mischief? Qiu Bai, you dare. Lingshan glared, stepping back 2 paces, biting her lip in protest. Don't you dare act recklessly. You haven't even married me yet. Ah, but didn't you say you wouldn't marry? Qiu Bai blinked playfully, a smile dancing in his eyes. Lingshan, her lips pursed, narrowed her water-like eyes at him, stepping forward and playfully punching his chest. When did I ever say that? You big bully. You re the worst. Indeed, from now on, I shall be the only one to bully you. No one else is permitted. Qiu Bai cupped her face with both hands, leaning in closer until there was no gap between them. It felt like an eternity for Lingshan, who soon found it difficult to breathe, pushing against Qiu Bai until the moment ended. Gazing at the blushing maiden before him, Qiu Bai took her hand and slowly led her into the cave. At that moment, Lingshan's mind felt empty, allowing Qiu Bai to guide her deeper into the cave, momentarily forgetting the psychological shadow it cast upon her as she surveyed the familiar surroundings. Her body trembled slightly, gripping Qiu Bai's hand tighter. Sensing the shift in her emotions, Qiu Bai took the food box from her and placed it on the stone table before sitting beside her on the hard bed. Senior sister, what troubles you? He inquired softly, holding her hand with one of his and gently resting his other hand on her shoulder, offering comfort. You can share anything with me. It's all right that I was just reminded of things from my childhood. Lingshan confessed, leaning into Qiu Bai's embrace, her voice barely above a whisper. Back then, I was young and disobedient, and I was punished to stay here for a few days, so there's nothing to fear. I am here with you, Qiu Bai reassured her, understanding her sentiments, gently patting her back to provide solace. Overcoming psychological shadows was a matter of time. With presence and support, they would soon fade, embracing the delicate maiden. He inhaled her fragrance, feeling content. The sensation of youth was truly delightful. Junior brother, it's time for you to eat. Otherwise, the food will get cold. After a while, Lingshan suddenly realized, quickly rising to open the food box. The stone table was likely the only piece of furniture in the cave, positioned just a few steps from the hard bed. Lingshan retrieved several buns and a steaming bowl of braised meat from the box. Mother said the braised meat wouldn't cool down, so you can eat it with the buns, she said with a smile. How thoughtful the mistress, Qiu Bai remarked, taking a bite of the warm bun before sipping the fragrant braised meat broth. It was both delicious and satisfying, bringing immense comfort. Qiu Bai, you shouldn't stay here. Let us return and enter seclusion, Lingshan urged, perched on a nearby stone stool with her chin resting in her hands. Gazing intently at him. There's so many places in the Huashan Sect. Even if you went to Chaoyang Peak to meditate, it would be better. What secluded places can one find on Chaoyang Peak? Qiu Bai, having just taken a bite of fatty piece of meat and followed it with a mouthful of steamed bun, chewed thoughtfully before inquiring, I have yet to explore that area. Indeed, Chaoyang Peak is expansive, Lingshan interjected, raising her index finger to enumerate various locations. Guanyurong, Xianzhong, Ganlu Pool, and so forth. If you desire tranquility, you may also visit the chess pavilion. So many intriguing spots. Qiu Bai tore apart the bun, soaking the pieces in the meat stew to absorb the broth fully before placing a morsel in his mouth, where it melted instantly. Observing the charming young woman before him, he leaned in and playfully dabbed his grease-stained lips against her cheek. Just as Lingshan was about to mention the scenic beauty of Huashan, she was taken aback by a sudden gesture, exclaiming in surprise, Qiu Bai, how rude, as she hurriedly retrieved a handkerchief to wipe off the grease. She added, that's disgusting. Can't you just clean your mouth? After cleaning her cheek, she handed him the handkerchief, muttering, here, use it to wipe it clean. Qiu Bai accepted the handkerchief, raising an eyebrow with a mischievous grin. Hee, how about you dab a little too? I could clean it for you. Upon hearing this, Lingshan shot him a disdainful glare. Puffed, who needs your cleaning? I have my own handkerchief. But you don't have it now. Qiu Bai retorted, wiping his mouth with the handkerchief before folding it and tucking it into his pocket. Lingshan shook her head in exasperation. Qiu Bai, a handkerchief used to wipe your mouth should be washed afterward. I know, Qiu Bai replied, handing back the handkerchief with a grin. Here, take it back and wash it. Bring me a fresh one next time. You want me to fetch you a new one? Lingshan frowned as she accepted the handkerchief. This one has been used and is quite old-its fine. I'm not concerned about its age. Qiu Bai placed the dishes into a food box. Raising an eyebrow and smiling, I prefer the original flavor. Original flavor? What do you mean by that? Lingshan tilted her head in confusion. Qiu Bai simply chuckled, offering no explanation as he stood up and handed her the food box. Sister, you should head back quickly. It's getting late? Oh, all right. Without further hesitation, Lingshan grasped the food box and turned to leave. Qiu Bai had arrived in the afternoon, and Lingshan had brought him dinner. With the night darkening and the roads becoming treacherous, it was only natural that she shouldn't linger. Although Qiu Bai wished for Lingshan to stay the night, that was simply not feasible. After bidding farewell to Lingshan, Qiu Bai returned to the cave, lighting a candle beside the stone bed, contemplating the pitch-black surroundings and the sound of trickling water. Truth be told, such an environment could easily leave psychological scars. However, for Qiu Bai, it was of little concern. Chapter 032. Provocation on the Cliff of Reflection. Snowflakes danced in the air. Amidst the vastness of heaven and earth, a figure wielded a sword, its movements graceful and imposing. The long sword in his hand resembled a dragon soaring through the sky, leaving trails of mottled sword marks amidst the falling snow. In Qiu Bai's view, the Yingwu sword technique was not merely about defense, but embodied the grand and righteous spirit of immense strength. So, what is this righteous spirit? It is the formidable and noble human righteousness that exists between heaven and earth. Put it simply, no matter how many attacks come from all sides, I remain steadfast, executing a dignified defense and counterattack, ultimately aiming to defeat my opponent. The Yingwu sword technique, as understood by Qiu Bai, differed vastly from that of Yue Buqun. While the essence remained, the sword's momentum had transformed. Yue Buqun's Yingwu sword technique emphasized the demeanor of a gentleman, focusing on defeating the enemy as its goal. In contrast, Qiu Bai's Yingwu sword technique advocated for a majestic and overwhelming approach to conquer foes. If one were to describe it in words, it would be the distinction between tyranny and rightful rule. With a sigh, Qiu Bai sheathed his sword and raised his gaze to the sky. Feeling the cold snowflakes land upon his face, was this Yingwu sword technique lacking in substance? With the enhancement of the purple attribute one whiff, 1,000 insights, Qiu Bai's comprehension of swordsmanship had surpassed that of mere novices. Having practiced the Yingwu sword technique just a few times today, he had already identified its shortcomings. An excess of defense, but a deficiency in offense. Only by advancing with a dignified and overwhelming force could this flaw be somewhat remedied. Perhaps, as the name suggests, the Yingwu sword technique cultivates the spirit of righteousness, reflecting Confucian values. Thus, its execution is not one of bloodshed, but rather of personal demeanor, elegance, and moral influence. The essence may lie in the principle of nonviolence. Qiu Bai speculated thus, yet he increasingly felt that this sword technique was somewhat lacking. Taking a deep breath, Qiu Bai opened his eyes wide, drew his sword once more, and executed the Yingwu sword technique again. The sword play was grand and elegant, embodying a sense of dignity and authority. Yet, it lacked any aura of violence, merely awaiting an enemy's attack to respond with defense. After practicing once more, Qiu Bai returned the sword to its sheath and leaned back against the cliff wall, frowning in contemplation. Why did my master choose to impart this sword technique to me? He could not fathom what Yue Buqun was truly thinking. Was it genuinely for his benefit, as he claimed? Qiu Bai, it's time to eat. Just then, Qiu Bai heard Lingshan's voice. Turning his head, he saw her, clad in a cotton coat, briskly approaching the cliff of reflection with a food box in hand. Qiu Bai rose, sheathing his sword at his waist, and waved with a smile. Sister, take your time. No need to rush. Today my mother asked me to bring you mutton soup. Lingshan hurriedly reached Qiu Bai's side, slightly lifting the food box to reveal the steaming food within. Let me tell you, today my father bought a sheep for us to enjoy a feast. What is the occasion today? Qiu Bai accepted the food box and naturally took Yu Lingshan's hand. Leading her into the cave, Yu Lingshan gently brushed the snowflakes off his shoulder, smiling as she explained, "Tomorrow is the Lower Yuan Festival, and there is a 3-day prohibition on slaughter, so we're having a nice meal today." "The Lower Yuan Festival is upon us?" Qiu Bai paused, memories of the festival surfacing in his mind. In the era before his transmigration, the Lower Yuan Festival had long passed, and even the Spring Festival had lost its significance. However, he was somewhat familiar with it, mainly because his family celebrated the Ghost Festival in July, which prompted him to look up the Lower Yuan Festival. The Lantern Festival is on the 15th of the first month. The Ghost Festival is on the 15th of the 7th month, and the Lower Yuan Festival is on the 15th of the 10th month. The significance of these 3 festivals includes blessings from the heavenly officials, pardoning from the earthly officials, and relief from the water officials. So tomorrow is the Lower Yuan Festival. Yu Lingshan nodded and then seemed to recall something, smiling as she asked, "My mother wants to know if you'd like to join us at Jinhua Palace for the prayer ceremony tomorrow." "I definitely want to." Qiu Bai nodded lightly, taking a bite of the steamed bun as he cheerfully stated, "As a new disciple of the Huashan Sect, I must pay my respects to the ancestors of Huashan and let them know about their disciple." "Haha, that's a splendid thought." Yu Lingshan giggled, her hands clasped behind her back as she skipped around the cave. "Qiu Bai, if you don't attend the prayer ceremony, do you think the ancestors of Huashan will not bless you?" "Buffed. As an exceptional disciple, the ancestors of Huashan would be fortunate to bless me, rather than the other way around," Qiu Bai retorted, savoring a mouthful of mutton soup that delighted him so much he squinted his eyes in satisfaction. After relishing the flavor, he looked at Yu Lingshan with a smirk, saying, "After all, the hope of revitalizing the Huashan Sect rests upon me." "You're just flattering yourself." Yu Lingshan, with her hands still behind her back, leaned forward proudly, declaring, "My father is the leader of the Huashan Sect. Revitalizing Huashan undoubtedly relies on him. What's the difference between my effort to revitalize Huashan and my Master S?" Qiu Bai shrugged, biting into the steamed bun, curiously gazing at Yu Lingshan with a playful grin. "Besides, as a son-in-law, I count as half a son." "Oh dear, what nonsense are you spouting, Qiu Bai?" Yu Lingshan pouted, tugging at the vines on the cave wall, her face flushed with shyness. Yet, Qiu Bai noticed that her bashfulness was not as pronounced as before. It seemed she was gradually coming to terms with it. "I'm merely speaking the plain truth to you." "Sister," Qiu Bai stuffed the last piece of steamed bun into his mouth, raised the bowl to gulp down the mutton soup eagerly. Devouring 3 steamed buns and a large bowl of mutton soup left him feeling utterly content. Holding the leftover rib bone in his hand, he leisurely approached Yu Lingshan. Standing before her, he held the rib bone in his mouth, mimicking the mannerisms of a character named Xia Luo, placing a hand against the wall while gazing at the girl before him. "Do you think Master would agree to marry you to me? Why don't you ask my father?" Yu Lingshan lowered her head, her fingers fidgeting nervously, muttering, "Why are you asking me?" "All right, I'll really go ask." Qiu Bai shifted his stance, leaning his right elbow against the rock wall, teasingly looking at Yu Lingshan as he laughed. "Sister, you want to stop me, would you?" "Humph, whether you go or not is your business." Yu Lingshan suddenly leaped into his embrace, pinning him against the rock wall, her eyes squinting as she grinned. "Besides, do you dare to speak to my father about it?" All right. Qiu Bai playfully brushed his finger against her nose and chuckled. "I keep you in my thoughts, senior sister, yet you resort to provoking me. You said it yourself." Yu Lingshan rolled her eyes and huffed. "Did I really say that? Fine. Tomorrow I shall speak with Master and request that he marry his precious daughter to me." The corner of Qiu Bai's mouth curled into a smirk as he pinched her delicate face, teasingly replying, "By the time that happens, if I were to do something mischievous to you, no one would dare to say a word." "You can't be serious," Yu Lingshan exclaimed, gazing at him in disbelief, pointing at herself. "You naughty Qiu Bai, what are you thinking? Why not consider that we could become a revered couple like father and mother, admired by all in the martial world?" Chapter 033. Old Wind, Yu Lingshan exclaimed as she playfully swatted at Qiu Bai, her cheeks puffed in irritation. "Qiu Bai, you must say we will be a revered couple. We must be mischievous." Qiu Bai grinned and replied, "Is that what you want to hear?" Observing his demeanor, Yu Lingshan shot him an annoyed glare, her hands clawed as she lunged at him. Qiu Bai sidestepped, causing her to miss and inadvertently pull down several vines from the rock wall. Yet, after this action, Lingshan stood there in a daze, staring at the wall in silence. "Senior sister, what's wrong?" Qiu Bai approached her with curiosity, gently nudging her while smiling. "You aren't angry, are you?" "Qiu Bai, do you see those characters on the wall?" Lingshan tugged at Qiu Bai's arm, pointing at the rocky surface obscured by vines. Her curiosity piqued. "Oh, are there characters?" Qiu Bai tilted his head, looking at the wall with an expression of amusement. He had initially planned to explore the cave after finishing his training today. He never expected that Lingshan would arrive and help him discover the key ahead of time. "Indeed, look!" Lingshan exclaimed as she cleared the vines, revealing several faded characters. Seeing her actions, Qiu Bai chuckled. "Senior sister, step aside. I'll fetch my sword." After saying this, Qiu Bai turned and retrieved his long sword, drawing it from its sheath and leaping into the air, the blade gleaming brilliantly. The vines clinging to the rock wall fell away, unveiling the surface behind. With the light streaming in from the courtyard, both Qiu Bai and Lingshan could clearly see the characters etched into the rock. Feng Qingyang. The three large characters appeared as if carved by a sharp instrument. Their strokes strong and powerful, penetrating the stone by more than half an inch. "Senior sister, do you know who this Feng Qingyang is?" Qiu Bai feigned ignorance, eager to seize the initiative. Lingshan blinked in astonishment, raising her hands in a shrug, and replied with a smile, "Perhaps he is a senior from within our sect." "I think so too." Qiu Bai nodded in agreement. Previously, he had harbored doubts about whether Feng Qingyang had ever been here. Now, seeing these three characters, his mind was finally at ease that it was now entirely certain that Feng Qingyang had once resided here. As for why it appeared as though no one had lived here for ages when he arrived, that was beyond his comprehension. Lingshan tilted her head, pondering. "I recall that my grandfather was also of the Qing generation. Could it be that he is that esteemed grandmaster?" "It should be," Qiu Bai said, gazing at the characters Feng Qingyang with a smile that could not be concealed, finally piecing together some clues. "I have never met my grandfather. I've only heard my mother mention him. His name seems to be Ning Qingyu. This person is also known as Feng Qingyang. They must be brothers in the same school, right?" Lingshan mused, looking at the characters on the wall. Entwining her arm with Qiu Bai's and smiling, "It appears many of our Huashan Sect have been confined here. Of course, it is the Cliff of Reflection," Qiu Bai said, pinching her cheek as he gazed up at the characters Feng Qingyang, feeling that they held a deeper significance. "Senior sister, please step back. I have an idea I wish to try." "What do you intend to do?" Lingshan looked at him in confusion. Qiu Bai focused on the three characters, smiling as he said, "I believe these characters are linked to a sword technique, though I am not entirely certain. Thus I wish to give it a try." "Sword technique within the characters?" Lingshan blinked, her face a picture of confusion, unable to comprehend how characters could embody a sword technique. Yet, seeing Qiu Bai's earnestness, she nodded and laughed, stepping aside. With space cleared, Qiu Bai lifted his long sword and began to wield it according to the strokes of the characters. However, no matter how he moved, something felt amiss. Could it be? Qiu Bai sheathed his sword, embracing it as he stared at the three characters, falling into deep thought. He was quite certain that within the characters Feng Qingyang, a sword technique was undoubtedly concealed. Yet after practicing, he felt as though something was missing. "Qiu Bai, these are merely ordinary characters." Lingshan stood beside him, scrutinizing the characters for a long while, yet gleaning nothing. She turned to Qiu Bai, her face filled with doubt. "Could it be that you are mistaken?" "Perhaps." Qiu Bai hesitated, yet his gaze remained fixed on the three characters. "You may continue to observe here." Lingshan, finding it uninteresting, turned to the stone table and began packing dishes into a food box. Observing Qiu Bai, who was still fixated on the stone wall, her expression fell, and she said in annoyance, "Qiu Bai, I'm leaving." "Oh, coming." Qiu Bai snapped back to reality. Quickly stepping forward to place his long sword on the table, he took Lingshan's little hand and led her outside, feeling the warmth of her palm. Lingshan's lips curved into a smile once more as she leaned closer to Qiu Bai, her joy evident. "All right, you should head back now." Upon reaching the cliff's edge, Lingshan released Qiu Bai's hand. Standing on her tiptoes to peck his cheek, her face flushed as she said, Qiu Bai, you must focus on cultivating your inner strength and not stray from the path. I am still waiting for you to marry me. Muttering this, Lingshan took the food box and walked away with a light step. Well, it is settled then, Qiu Bai called out, waving at Lingshan's retreating figure amidst the swirling snow. Her graceful silhouette paused for a moment, turning her back to him and waving her hand, a distant hum, echoing back to him. Qiu Bai raised an eyebrow, a soft chuckle escaping his lips. He lifted both hands, shaking off the snowflakes that had settled on his shoulders. Gazing at the vanishing figure, he turned back toward the cave, his eyes landing once more on the three powerful characters. You have quite the perception. Young man, suddenly, a voice resonated within the cave, startling him. The voice emerged abruptly, without any preceding sound, not even a breath. Qiu Bai turned around, following the sound, and saw an elderly man in a blue robe with a white beard appearing beneath the courtyard. Upon seeing this person, Qiu Bai looked up at the three characters on the wall and pondered. Are you the esteemed Feng Taisher? You are quite perceptive, the elderly man said, stroking his beard as he approached Qiu Bai, shaking his head and adding, your master is truly nonsensical, only passing on the Yangwu sword technique and neglecting the Shi sword technique. How can one hope to win a fight like that? What do you mean by that, Master Feng? Qiu Bai filtered out the insults directed at his master, considering them mere ramblings. If one only defends, unless one encounters opponents of lesser skill, they will inevitably be overcome eventually. Feng Qingyang looked at him, a mocking smile lighting up his youthful visage as he said, then how would you strike? Qiu Bai was momentarily stunned, then smiled, thus, one must cultivate inner strength. Nonsense, Feng Qingyang retorted with irritation. You think you can practice inner strength longer than those old fellows? What sword techniques has your master taught you? The 13 styles of Huashan sword technique and the Yangwu sword technique. Qiu Bai replied candidly, as he indeed had only learned those two sword techniques, stubborn and unyielding. Feng Qingyang scoffed, clearly disdainful. With his abilities, he should be grateful just to maintain this small territory. Ahem, Master Feng. It seems inappropriate for you to criticize my master in front of me, your disciple. Qiu Bai lightly coughed, smiling as he said, regardless of his shortcomings, he remains my master. Would you not agree? You are quite an amusing one. Feng Qingyang waved his hand and chuckled. Your esteemed uncle has a set of sword techniques here. Would you care to learn? Chapter 034. Feng Qingyang passes down the sword. Is it really that straightforward? Qiu Bai looked at Feng Qingyang in shock, momentarily taken aback. In his memory, when Ling Huchong learned the Dugu Zhoujian, it had not been so easy. He had to put in considerable effort to drive away Tian Boguang before obtaining the inheritance. Why was it that Feng Qingyang simply inquired if he wished to learn? This left him feeling as though Feng Qingyang was not following the script. Feng Qingyang shot him a glance, then coldly laughed. What? You do not wish to? Why would I not? Qiu Bai rolled his eyes, raising both hands in a gesture of helplessness. It is just that your thought process is too erratic. I truly did not react in time. You possess the ability to discern meaning from these three characters. Your talent is not inferior to mine. One day, when your swordsmanship flourishes, you might just uncover its essence. Feng Qingyang approached the stone table and settled himself down, his gaze directed at the three characters etched upon the rock face. He shook his head slightly and sighed, saying, alas, it seems this old man shall not live to witness the day you comprehend it on your own. Master Feng, you jest, Qiu Bai replied, stepping closer and observing the youthful visage of Feng Qingyang, who had hair as white as a crane yet possessed the appearance of a child, with a cheerful demeanor. He added, surely, you will live to be 100 years. That may come soon. Feng Qingyang retorted, tugging at his beard with a smile, then sighed. Without entering the realm of the extraordinary, one remains an ordinary mortal, destined to end at 100, constrained by the heavens. It was only then that Qiu Bai realized the inappropriateness of his previous remark regarding longevity, for he had no knowledge of Feng Qingyang's true age. However, hearing Feng Qingyang's subsequent words, he swiftly changed the subject and inquired, Master Feng, are not you, a master of your caliber, considered an extraordinary expert? Where in this world are there truly extraordinary masters? Feng Qingyang maintained a warm smile, his tone somber as he replied, Over 100 years ago, the Dugu clan, wielding the sword in hand, vanquished all foes and even renamed themselves Dugu Qiu Bai. In my youth, by chance, I inherited the legacy of the Dugu Nine Swords. Now, as I grow older, I only wish to find a worthy disciple to carry on the martial arts of the esteemed Dugu. With that, Feng Qingyang raised his gaze to Qiu Bai, smiling as he said, "Young Qiu, did you know that I originally had my sights set on Ling Huchong, not on you, a novice of merely a few months? His talent is quite commendable, only slightly inferior to yours. Unfortunately, your master has taught him as if he were rotting wood at it will take considerable effort to teach him the Dugan Nine Swords. That it seems the disciple has snatched the opportunity from his senior brother. Nonsense. Whomever I choose to impart my skills to is solely at my discretion." Feng Qingyang scoffed. "Though your master may be somewhat old-fashioned, he indeed possesses some affinity for fate, managing to gather disciples like you and Linghu. Regrettably, he fails to teach them well. Exceptional talents in his hands become fools. Master Feng, my senior brother is not weak among his peers in the Five Mountain Sword Sect." Qiu Bai chuckled. "That Shidengda from the Zhongze sect is even weaker than previous disciples." "Humph, not weak indeed." Feng Qingyang shook his head, a smirk of derision on his face as he said, "It is precisely such horizontal comparisons that render the Five Mountain Sword Sect increasingly desolate. Master Feng, you are unaware of the current state of the martial world." Qiu Bai recalled the encounters he had had with Yi and her companions, shaking his head with a bitter smile, saying, in the younger generation, "My senior brother is indeed quite impressive." "Enough of this talk," Feng Qingyang said, his expression darkening as he remarked, "What good is it to cultivate fine talent into such a state, and still claim it is impressive? If it were not for my vow to refrain from conflict otherwise." "Master Feng, do you intend to take action?" Qiu Bai blinked, grinning as he replied, "Then I shall await your demonstration to not babble here." Feng Qingyang waved his hand dismissively, lifting his chin as he asked sternly, "Do you truly wish to learn the Dugan Nine Swords?" "Yes, I am willing to learn," Qiu Bai answered without hesitation, filled with excitement as he said, "This is a fortunate opportunity in my life, and I hope Master Feng will impart your knowledge generously." The Dugan Nine Swords was the very goal of his journey to the thought-over cliff. How could he possibly refuse? "You are quite greedy." Feng Qingyang chuckled, shaking his head seriously. "Come, first recite the incantation with me. Gui Mei Chu Wu Wang." Upon hearing this, Qiu Bai immediately followed Feng Qingyang's words and began to recite the incantation. The total incantation of the Dugan Nine Swords comprised over 3,000 characters, and reciting it once consumed a fair amount of time. Fortunately, with the golden trait of photographic memory, he was able to memorize the entirety of the incantation after just one recitation with Feng Qingyang. "How much have you memorized?" Feng Qingyang asked with a grin. "When I learned this incantation, I had to recite it twice to remember it." "You must put in more effort." Qiu Bai pressed his lips together, bashfully looking at Feng Qingyang, and smiling as he replied, "Master Feng, I have memorized it completely." Feng Qingyang was taken aback, his youthful countenance displaying astonishment as he furrowed his brows and said, "Come, recite it for me to hear." "Gui Mei Chu Wu Wang, Chu Tong Run." Meeting Feng Qingyang's gaze, Qiu Bai sat across from him and began to recite the incantation. Reciting over 3,000 characters required considerable effort. However, he managed to recite it flawlessly, without a single error. Feng Qingyang raised his white eyebrows, unable to conceal the delight on his face as he laughed, saying, "Your master truly possesses profound connections. If it were not for your master and mistress, you would still be wandering aimlessly in the mountains." Qiu Bai chuckled and, filled with curiosity, asked, "Master Feng, why are there so many philosophical terms within this incantation? The martial arts of the world do not stray from Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. Over the centuries, they have intertwined and become indistinguishable. So what is so curious about that?" Feng Qingyang stood up, gazing at Qiu Bai and explaining, "This is the fundamental technique of the first stance of the Dugan Nine Swords." With various transformations reflecting this incantation, Qiu Bai listened intently to Feng Qingyang's explanation, diligently memorizing the intricate and varied techniques. That it must be said, the Dugan Nine Swords were indeed exquisite, with each sword and stance being unexpectedly remarkable. Come, no amount of talking can compare to practicing it together. All right, Master Feng, Qiu Bai replied, his face alight with excitement as he picked up his long sword, his eyes fixed intently on Feng Qingyang. Fearful of missing a single detail, the fundamental techniques did not involve many variations, primarily showcasing the essence of the incantation, thus remaining relatively stable. Qiu Bai practiced alongside Feng Qingyang, quickly committing the fundamental techniques to memory. Though he was still somewhat unpracticed, with such an incredible memory, you truly are a fine material. Feng Qingyang noted, his smile radiating warmth as he regarded Qiu Bai with admiration. I thought this would take at least 10 days or half a month. Now, let us move on to the second stance of the Dugan Nine Swords. The Breaking Sword Stance, Chapter 035, the Dugan Nine Swords. The Dugan Nine Swords are now being imparted to you. The path ahead, however, you must tread on your own. Feng Qingyang gazed at Qiu Bai, whose eyes sparkled with gratitude. To encounter such an exceptional disciple, he felt he had not squandered the legacy of the esteemed. To be taught such superior swordsmanship by Master Feng was indeed a stroke of fortune in Qiu Bai's life. He looked at Feng Qingyang with a serious expression, his heart brimming with appreciation. Initially, he believed that with his foresight, he would inevitably achieve success, easily grasping the swordsmanship of Dugu Qiu Bai. Yet against the relentless passage of time, even foresight has its limitations. Had it not been for the resilient persistence of the Puzik snake, he might have returned empty-handed. Now, having learned the Dugan Nine Swords from Feng Qingyang, he vowed to forever remember this act of kindness. Throughout the day, aside from his senior sister Lingshan bringing him meals, Qiu Bai rested for a while. The rest of the time, he diligently studied with Feng Qingyang, comprehending a wealth of superior martial arts principles and unraveling the marvelous intricacies of swordplay. The Dugan Nine Swords began with the fundamental technique, followed by the Breaking Sword Stance, Breaking Blade Stance, Breaking Spear Stance, Breaking Whip Stance, Breaking Rope Stance, Breaking Palm Stance, Breaking Arrow Stance, and finally, the Breaking Chi Stance. In total, there were 9 swords, each with its own stance, exhibiting boundless variations. During his learning process, Qiu Bai discovered that the first 6 stances were the easiest to master, while the last 3 proved to be the most challenging. For instance, the Breaking Palm Stance targets the martial arts of various schools and sects, specifically those combatants who can face a blade empty-handed. Any master capable of engaging in such feats must possess remarkable skills and confidence. To counter such techniques is no simple task. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that among the pinnacle martial arts practitioners, the distinction between wielding a weapon or not becomes minuscule. Even so, Qiu Bai understood that few in the current martial world could reach such heights. He believed only 2 individuals could attain this level. One was right before him, Feng Qingyang, and the other was the recently famous leader of the Sun and Moon Holy Cult, Dongfang Bubi, as from Master Fangzheng and Ren Wuxing. Qiu Bai considered them only to have barely grazed the threshold, incapable of disregarding weapons entirely. The remaining martial experts could only look on in admiration. The Breaking Arrow Stance, on the other hand, aimed to counter various hidden weapons. This required the ability to discern the wind's direction and position, as well as the skill to deflect hidden weapons with the sword in hand, enabling one to strike back using their opponent's force. The final Breaking Chi Stance was even more arduous. Even when Feng Qingyang imparted it to Qiu Bai, he only shared the incantation and the method of practice, stating merely 8 words. Understand it with divinity, reside in one's heart. Even though Qiu Bai possesses numerous accolades, he finds himself quite troubled in the face of this challenge. This ordeal tests one's ability to respond in the heat of battle. Although Qiu Bai has mastered the Dugan Nine Swords, he understands that mere possession of this skill does not render him invincible. Take the Breaking Sword technique, for instance. Without exposure to a myriad of sword styles, even understanding how to counter a move amounts to nothing more than rote memorization. Only through encountering a sufficient variety of sword techniques can one truly grasp their essence, embodying them within the heart. In simpler terms, practical experience is paramount. Young Qiu, the esteemed Dugu, was indeed a prodigious talent, and the Dugan Nine Swords place significant emphasis on comprehension. Do not fall into the trap of mechanical imitation. Feng Qingyang gazed at Qiu Bai with a look of approval, smiling as he said, "When your swordsmanship reaches its zenith, and you comprehend the intent behind the Dugan 9 swords, you must also forget the variations of the techniques. In the heat of battle, one must not be constrained by the confines of swordsmanship. That is the true path of the sword. The disciple shall remember." Qiu Bai regarded Feng Qingyang with a serious expression, filled with reverence, and curiously inquired, "Master Feng, why not accompany me back to the mountain? That I may fulfill my filial duty? I would rather not." Feng Qingyang waved his hand dismissively, a peculiar smile gracing his face. "Your master has been the leader for over a decade," suddenly adding a master uncle. "Do you think he would welcome that? Besides, I am still affiliated with the Sword Sect. Your master might not hesitate to sever ties with you." Cough, cough. Following Feng's line of thought, Qiu Bai pondered for a moment and coughed lightly to mask his embarrassment. Old Yu might indeed react that way. After all, Ling Hu Chong learned the Dugan 9 sword without informing him, leading him to believe Ling Hu had hoarded the sword manual and practiced the evil-repelling sword technique. If he were to bring Feng Qingyang back, he would likely find himself following in Ling Hu Chong's footsteps. And if he still harbored dreams of marrying Lingshan, he would be merely fantasizing. With this thought, he shook his head and forced a wry smile, saying then, "Master Feng, where do you reside? I would like to visit and chat with you often." "No need. I have lived this way for decades." Feng Qingyang waved his hand nonchalantly, his expression calm. "You should return quickly. Meet with the ancestors of the Huashan Sect tomorrow." "Master Feng, I am quite serious. Where do you live?" Gazing into Qiu Bai's earnest eyes, Feng Qingyang flicked his robe and chuckled. "If our fates are not yet fulfilled, we shall surely meet again in the future." "Master Feng." Qiu Bai opened his mouth to offer counsel, but was only met with the sound of Feng Qingyang's retreating figure as he employed his lightness skill to vanish. "Young lad, remember, people are alive, while sword techniques are lifeless. Do not let yourself be constrained by them. The disciple shall heed Master Feng's teachings." Bowing deeply in the direction Feng Qingyang had departed, Qiu Bai's demeanor grew solemn. Outside, darkness had descended, and the cave was engulfed in shadow. Qiu Bai lit a candle to illuminate the cave, lying on the stone bed, reflecting on the Dugan 9 swords, compared to the Yang Wu sword technique. The Dugan 9 swords are infinitely more intricate, like comparing clouds to mud. Yet he must practice diligently. Mastery is essential. After all, this is the sword technique of the Huashan Sect, imparted to him by his master. From his current perspective, the Yang Wu sword technique is riddled with flaws, and breaking through it is quite feasible. However, many techniques remain unusable. Employing them would undoubtedly invite criticism. Even so, Qiu Bai is capable of using the Huashan sword technique to dismantle the Yang Wu sword technique. While it can be broken, Yue Buqun would certainly not be pleased upon discovering this. What was the outcome when Ling Hu Chong shattered Ning, Zhongze's sword technique? He still wishes to marry Lingshan. Thoughts swirling in his mind, Qiu Bai sat up, surveying the pitch-black cave. Enveloped in silence, he decided to postpone contemplating the matter of the thought-over Cliff's secret cave. He has just learned the Dugan 9 swords, and has yet to fully grasp them. He must practice diligently to internalize them and develop combat prowess. Furthermore, he harbored concerns that viewing the 5 mountain sword techniques as deciphered by the elder of the Demon Sect might cloud his judgment. After all, he is merely a newcomer who has studied under Huashan for 2 months. Having scarcely encountered the martial arts of the world, it is uncertain whether he would be influenced by the elder's insights. Weighing all factors, Qiu Bai resolved to traverse the Jianghu, seeking swordsmanship from across the realm. Yet before this, he needed to resolve one matter. Here's a ranking from a Jiu. Stopping the Abyss. Dongfang Bubi. Feng Qingyang, Grandmaster. Master Fangzhong, Ren Wuxing, Chongshu Daoren, Wujing Yue Buqun, Zhua Lingshan. Pinnacle. Yuji Yue Buqun, Mr. Emo Da, Xiang Wentian, Bu Jiehe Shang, Ding Xian Shirtai, Jiefeng, Hiti Lu Xian, Wujing Lin Pingji. First Class. Unordered the first 6 of the Songshan 13 protectors. Tian Min Daoren, Huang Zhonggong, Heibai Zi, Ding Jing Shirtai, Ding Yi Shirtai, Feng Buping, Elzhu Wang, Shangguan Yin, Fang Sheng, Ren Yinging. For reference only, this is a Jiu's personal opinion. Friendly discussion is welcome. Chapter 036. Jinhue Palace and the Huashan Sect. Though not far apart, are worlds apart in nature. The Huashan Sect, as a Jianghu organization, can be considered an illegal entity in some respects in contrast, Yue Palace is affiliated with the Imperial Taoist Clerical Office, where the Taoists are officially registered and hold degrees as fully realized Taoists. As the most influential Taoist temple within the Huashan region, Yue Palace plays an exceedingly vital role, presiding over various seasonal rituals and blessings. Such events typically attract notable figures from surrounding cities. Naturally, the Huashan Sect, being the most formidable Jianghu faction in the vicinity, is also among those invited. Today, Qiu Bai, as a disciple of the Huashan Sect, accompanied his master and mistress, along with other senior brothers, to Yue Palace. Usually, Yue Palace sees few visitors, but today is bustling with activity. Lingshan entwined her arm with Ning Zhongze, walking beside Yue Buqun and Ning Zhongze, occasionally glancing back, much to Ning Zhongze's exasperation. "All right, you go play by yourself," Ning Zhongze finally said, unable to hold back. "Your father and I have matters to attend to. Don't cause too much of a ruckus." "Understood, mother." Without hesitation, Lingshan released her hold and moved to stand beside Qiu Bai, cheerfully greeting Ling Huchong and loud and awe. "Elder brother, second brother, where are you all planning to go for fun?" "Junior sister, you ought to play with junior brother Qiu," Lu Dao interjected, stepping out from beside Gao Jinming, "that we should go have some tea and wait for master and mistress that Lu Hoer is right." Lao Danoa raised an eyebrow at Qiu Bai, saying little more. Stroking his chin, he shook his head. "Elder brother, what do you think?" "Sounds good, let us go have some tea." Ling Huchong smiled, his expression cheerful, though it was evident his enthusiasm was lacking. Observing Ling Huchong's reaction, Lao Danua's lips curled slightly, a barely discernible smile appearing on his face. "In that case," Lingshan said, stroking her chin with delight, "you all go have tea, and I will go play with Qiu Bai. Enjoy yourselves." Lu Hoer waved cheerfully, leading Shi Daizi and the others toward the side hall of Yue Palace. Qiu Bai looked at the spirited young lady beside him and chuckled, shaking his head. "Senior sister, will you show me around Yue Palace?" "Only Yue Palace. Don't you want to go anywhere else?" Lingshan raised an eyebrow at him, smiling. "Lianhua Ping is quite fun, you know." Qiu Bai playfully pinched her nose, chuckling. "Senior sister, if master and mistress return and don't find us, do you think master will be angry?" Qiu Bai was quite in favor of Lingshan's suggestion to go to Lianhua Ping. After all, spending time together would certainly enhance their relationship. But what day is it today? It is the day of the Lower Yuan, a time for rituals and blessings, a ceremony for the ancestors. Moreover, he noticed that most people milling about were dressed in fine garments, likely prominent figures that in such an occasion, it would be inappropriate to neglect the proceedings and risk unfavorable repercussions. Isn't there a saying? National affairs lie in rituals and warfare. Here, rituals refers to ancestral worship. Similarly, for a sect to endure, honoring its ancestors through rituals is indispensable, even though there's an ancestral hall behind the Zhongze Hall. Related sacrificial festivals are also held at Yue Palace. Qiu Bai cannot afford to make a fool of himself in such a setting, jeopardizing his future. His father would surely be furious. Lingshan, fully aware of her father's temperament, pouted thoughtfully before conceding. "All right then, I'll take you to explore Yue Palace." The Yue Palace venerates the Western Emperor, Jin Tianwang. It is said that the Three Saints' mother is his daughter, and he has a son, Huashan Sanlang, who is Lu Qinxiang's uncle, though the veracity of these claims remains uncertain. Qiu Bai and Lingshan stroll side by side within the Yue Palace, listening to her recount various amusing anecdotes about the place. Particularly captivating is when Lingshan recalls her mischievous childhood, believing that all of Huashan belonged to their Huashan Sect, and how she once conspired with her senior brother to smash the statue of the Western Emperor. They were subsequently apprehended by the Taoists of Yue Palace and brought before Yue Buqun to face the consequences, resulting in her receiving a good scolding. Hearing these tales, Qiu Bai finds them thoroughly entertaining. They indeed seem like something Lingshan would do. Having mastered the long-lost sword techniques of the Huashan Sect, she boldly challenged Master Mo, revealing her audacious nature that is often suppressed under Yue Buqun's dominance. The Huashan Mountain, as a remnant of the Qinling Range, encompasses a vast territory. If all these lands were truly under the Huashan Sect's control, It would surely draw the ire of the imperial court. Even the Wudong sect has other Taoist temples within its mountains, and the domineering Shaolin and Zhongze sects have also risen to prominence. Thus, it is inconceivable that the expansive Huashan could be entirely claimed by the Huashan Sect. Junior brother Qiu, master and mistress are calling for us. Lu Daio's voice echoed from behind. Qiu Bai turned around, smiling as he replied, "Yes, we shall join them now." Before the Jinhua Palace, a bustling crowd gathered. Qiu Bai and Lingshan followed Lu Daio and soon arrived at the front. "Master, mistress," Qiu Bai clasped his hands in greeting, bowing respectfully to Yue Buqun and Ning Zhongze, before standing beside Lingshan. The Taoists of Jinhua Palace conducted their rituals with remarkable skill. The melodic chants and rhythmic recitations created a sacred atmosphere, their operations orderly and reverent. Once the ceremony concluded, a Taoist priest brought forth a box and placed it before the assembly. Qiu Bai peered closely and discerned the two characters inscribed on the box. "Merit." The head priest of Jinhua Palace uttered a few words, though Qiu Bai did not fully grasp them. It was essentially an appeal for donations. After the head priest's speech, Qiu Bai observed Yue Buqun standing up first, approaching the priest, and presenting a stack of silver notes. Subsequently, the priest proclaimed in a booming voice, "Master Yu of the Huashan Sect donates 2,000 taels." Upon hearing this, the priest placed the notes into the merit box. Following Yue Buqun's example, others began to contribute as well, with amounts varying from several thousand taels to a few hundred. Qiu Bai found himself somewhat bewildered by this operation, desiring to inquire but feeling the moment inappropriate, thus suppressing his curiosity. Most critically, he realized that the current economic situation of the Huashan Sect was not particularly prosperous. It was astonishing that Master Yue Buqun could be so generous, donating 2,000 taels to Jinhua Palace. After the donations, everyone enjoyed a vegetarian meal at the Jinhua Palace in the dining hall. Qiu Bai noticed Yue Buqun stepping up to the front, his gaze sharp and imposing as he addressed the crowd. Next year's fee will be raised to a monthly contribution of 1% for the Huashan Sect. This declaration caused an uproar among the attendees. "Master Yu, my Qianjin manor has always followed the Huashan Sect's lead. As you noted, a robust man, broad-shouldered and imposing, stepped forward, bowing to Yue Buqun as he spoke in a deep voice. If you raise it to 1%, that would match the demands of the Huashan Sect." "Zhuang Master who speaks truthfully," another voice chimed in. "The Huashan Sect's fee of 1% is a guarantee that no one dares to interfere with trade within their territory." "Can you, Master Yu, provide such assurance?" "You would not make such claims if I could not guarantee them," Yue Buqun replied, his expression stern as he surveyed the assembly. "Gentlemen, do you not trust in my word?" "Of course not. How could we doubt you, Master Yu?" Zhuang Master quickly replied, "But raising it to 1% is indeed a steep increase." "Indeed, the Huashan Sect only charges that much," another added. "Yet the influence of the Huashan Sect does not extend beyond Xinfu. How can we expect to guarantee the same?" "Exactly. The Huashan Sect territory is far more extensive." Listening to the murmurs of dissent, Qiu Bai furrowed his brow, surprised at how contentious the issue of increasing the fees had become. 1%, as he understood it, represented a monthly levy of 1% on profits. In other words, no matter what business these individuals conducted, they would need to allocate 1% of their earnings to the Huashan Sect. Was it truly so burdensome to part with one tael, if one earned 100? Qiu Bai found it perplexing that they appeared so opposed. "Things have changed," Yue Buqun declared, slamming his palm on the table with a resounding thud. Silencing the crowd with a fierce gaze, "The Huashan Sect will undoubtedly partake in the feast." Hearing this, the assembly fell silent, exchanging glances filled with uncertainty. They were at a loss as to where the Huashan Sect derived its confidence. Recently, there had indeed been a figure named Qiu Bai, referred to as the Huashan Sword. But what a dubious reputation that was. The title of Huashan Sword was but an insult. Could it be that Yue Buqun had taken his disciple? Notorious as the Huashan Sword. Seriously? They could not fathom what was going through Yue Buqun's mind. Did he truly believe that the Huashan Sword was a commendation rather than a derision? "I, Qianjin Manor, am willing to comply," Zhuang Master was said, his thoughts racing. Yet he stood up to clasp his hands in agreement, stating, "I am willing to stand with the Huashan Sect through thick and thin." The relationship between Qianjin Manor and the Huashan Sect was deeply intertwined. If he did not support them, he would surely face repercussions from others. Thus, regardless of Yue Buquan's intentions, he had no choice but to back him. I, Huashan am also willing to accept the 1% fee. I, Changyangwei Escort Agency, am willing to accept the 1% fee. I, Huazhou Luji, am also willing to accept the 1% fee. As Shuang Master began to voice his support. Others gradually followed suit, expressing their willingness to accept Yue Buquan's increase. Yet a few remained reluctant, one of whom grimaced and declared, "If Master Yue insists on this, then my Luoyang Golden Lion Escort Agency shall cease to pay fees to the Huashan Sect. I shall pay the Zhongze Sect instead. I, Ding Huixing, have little business in Guangzhou anyway." A man seated nearby chuckled. "I shall remain in Hanzhong and pursue business in Sichuan instead." With these two dissenters standing against the tide. Others quickly clasped their fists, uttered their farewells to Yue Buqun, and departed the dining hall in a group. Observing this scene, Qiu Bai felt an odd sensation, as if this were not the world of martial arts, but something else entirely. In truth, Qiu Bai was unaware that within the realm of martial arts, no sect refrained from collecting fees. Even the Wudong and Shaolin sects demanded their due. However, they typically did so by allowing their disciples to venture forth to establish businesses or by welcoming others to seek their allegiance, thereby collecting fees in return. The Shaolin sect, being a significant landholder, had many tenants working their lands. How could a martial arts sect sustain its disciples without financial means? The current Huashan Sect, lacking in numbers, could not afford to send disciples out to start businesses, leaving them with no choice but to impose fees. After all, not every sect enjoyed the privileges of Wudong and Shaolin, who not only owned vast lands, but also had numerous disciples to support their sections. Yue Buqun gazed at the remaining individuals in the dining hall, his demeanor shifting as he smiled and said, "I had thought there would be only half of you left. It seems you are still willing to trust me. Master Yue, we have known each other for so many years. We must have some degree of faith in you." "Indeed, we still trust you, Master Yue. The gentleman's sword is worthy of our confidence." The crowd chimed in with polite words, their faces wearing smiles that belied their inner trepidation. Most of them hailed from Xianfu and its vicinity, with no other options available. Yue Buqun understood their sentiments and tapped the table to draw everyone's attention. "All of you are friends of the Huashan Sect. Today, I have good news to share with you." Meeting their gazes, Yue Buqun pointed towards the area where his disciples were gathered. While the Huashan Sect may not possess as many members as the Zhongze Sect, my disciple skills far surpass theirs. My senior disciple, Ling Hu Chong, and my young lady, Lingshan, have recently broken through to become second-rate masters. My junior disciple, Qiu Bai, stands out further and has now achieved the status of a first-rate master. The moment these words left Yue Buqun's lips, they ignited a wave of astonishment throughout the assembly. The crowd's memories of Qiu Bai were limited to the infamous title of the Huashan Sword, a derogatory moniker. Now, hearing Yue Buqun proclaim that this very Huashan Sword, Qiu Bai, had attained the rank of a first-rate master within such a short span of time, incredulity spread across their faces. Brows furrowed in skepticism, questioning the veracity of Yue Buqun's claims. Among the surprised was Liao, whose shock was evident as he nearly lost his balance, leaning against Liang Fa for support. A first-rate master? How long has it been since he started? Upon hearing Liao's trembling words, Liang Fa felt a dryness in his throat, a multitude of sentiments swirling within him, yet he found himself at a loss for expression. Lu Dao gazed at Ling Hu Chong before casting a sidelong glance at Qiu Bai, his countenance radiating unrestrained elation. In less than 3 months, he had ascended to the ranks of a top-tier master. He was uncertain if the Huashan Sect had ever produced such a prodigy before, but he was resolute in his belief that his choice this time was undeniably correct. Qiu Shidi was destined to become the future leader of the Huashan Sect. This conviction echoed in his heart, solidifying his faith. Ling Hu Chong clenched his fists tightly. The tranquility that once graced his features had completely vanished. An unfamiliar emotion surged from the depths of his being. When had he succumbed to such a state of decline? He looked at Qiu Bai, the focal point of everyone's attention, and inexplicably, a voice within him urged, "Ling Hu Chong, you are no less than he. You can achieve greatness. Yet another voice countered, with Qiu Shidi's remarkable prowess. All the better. We can revel in the mountains and forests, leisurely enjoying life. Now, that is true living. He fell into silence, his demeanor somewhat dazed. Yue Buqun took in the various expressions on the faces of those gathered, yet his own countenance remained composed, exuding an air of assured authority. Once the crowd had quieted, he spoke slowly. I shall send Qiu Bai down the mountain shortly to eradicate the demonic strongholds in Xi'an Prefecture, ensuring that the name of Huashan Sect lives up to its reputation. Indeed, as expected, a master you, exclaimed Hua Zhuangzhu from Qianjin Zhuang, his hearty laughter resonating. As long as Qiu Xiaoxia upholds justice and vanquishes the demonic sect, Qianjin Zhuang shall fully cooperate and promote Qiu Xiaoxia's deeds that we too are willing to lend our support. The crowd responded in unison, excitement etched upon their faces. An oath slogan could rival the impact of tangible action. And what constituted such action? It was the eradication of demonic strongholds. This was the politically correct stance within the martial world, for only orthodox sects received the backing of the imperial court. Chapter 038. A proposal at the Huashan Sect's Zhongze Hall. Having just returned from Jinyue Palace, Yue Buqun wasted no time and swiftly summoned the disciples to assemble in Zhongze Hall. The disciples wore solemn expressions, gazing intently at Yue Buqun, awaiting his instructions. His gaze swept over the gathered individuals before he stepped back 2 paces and took a seat at the head of the hall. Though his face bore traces of fatigue, his eyes shone brightly, revealing unwavering determination. You all are aware of the situation, he said, his voice low and grave. As his gaze moved among the disciples, we have collected a fee, and thus we must provide corresponding protection. Therefore, the path ahead will not be easy for you. Likewise, the trials of your martial skills will become increasingly rigorous. Yue Buqun paused slightly, his tone growing more serious, as though making a pivotal decision. Should you continue in idleness, Shi Xiang, Ning Zhongze interjected suddenly, gently patting his shoulder with a smile. Oh, not be so grave. You're frightening them. Yue Buqun turned to glance at her, nodding slightly, and took a sip from his teacup, signaling her to continue. With a soft smile, Ning Zhongze cast a warm gaze over the disciples, her tone light. Next year, our Huashan Sect will impose a fee, and thus everyone will naturally receive more pocket money. Upon hearing this, the disciples' hearts stirred. Though they dared not speak due to the rules, their faces illuminated with joy. Currently, their monthly allowances barely amounted to a few taels of silver, hardly enough to purchase a decent sword, leaving them in a somewhat embarrassing predicament. Now, with this delightful news, even Liang Fa and his companions were filled with excitement at a raise in pay. Who wouldn't rejoice? Observing their reactions, Ning Zhongze continued with a smile. In addition to your training, you shall not remain idle. You will undertake missions to eliminate those bandits in the martial world and maintain peace within the Huashan Sect's sphere of influence. Do you understand? We understand. The disciples responded in unison, their voices harmonious. Apart from Shu Qi and Qiu Bai, all present were in their 20s, having somewhat traversed the martial world, and thus they were well aware of the risks involved. Only Lei Dinyuo maintained a calm expression, though his pupils twitched slightly, betraying a hint of excitement. Yue Buqun's ambitions were now glaringly apparent. Once the news was reported, his standing within the Huashan Sect would naturally elevate. Stealing a glance at the seated Yue Buqun, Lei Dinyuo's lips curled slightly as he pondered what actions he might take to secure greater benefits for himself. Shi Dangdai and Di Xiu are far too young. The Huashan Sect can only rely on me. Lei Dinyuo. Seated in the chair, Yue Buqun appeared to sip tea, yet his gaze meticulously absorbed the reactions of the disciples. His decision to raise the fee was not made impulsively, but rather after deep contemplation. A fee of 5% could yield around 10,000 taels of silver annually, yet expenses were greater. Consequently, the Huashan Sect had been living in a frugal manner, unable to afford quality swords for the disciples. Alongside increasing the fee, it was imperative to expand the sect's influence. Securing Hanzhong had become a crucial task. Shi Xiang, do you have anything to add? Ning Zhongze inquired, smiling at Yue Buqun. Everyone is quite enthusiastic. Yue Buqun nodded with a smile, setting down his teacup and rising, his gaze falling on Ling Hu Chong Da Chong, As the eldest disciple, you must lead by example. Prepare yourself. You and Lu Hoer shall head to Hanzhong to address the matters concerning the Qingxing sect, ensuring that only the voice of the Huashan Sect is heard there. Rest assured, Master, I will exert my utmost efforts. Ling Hu Chong stepped forward, clasping his fists with a solemn expression. Yue Buqun nodded slightly and then turned his attention to Qiu Bai. Speaking in a grave tone, Qiu Bai, your situation is more complicated. Now that you have reached the level of a top-tier master, you must shoulder greater responsibilities for the sect and establish your own reputation. This time, you will take advantage of the previous slanderous tactics of the Zhongze sect to sweep away the demonic strongholds in Xi'an Prefecture, allowing the Yangwei escort and Qianjin Zhuang to send personnel. And you may divide the spoils as you see fit. Rest assured, Master, I intend to do just that. Qiu Bai replied confidently. Clasping his fist, he had his own plans. While time permitted, he would descend the mountain to hone his skills with the Dugan 9 swords. Although the Dugan 9 swords encompassed numerous variations, it merely provided a conceptual framework, a method of problem-solving that in such circumstances, as the wielder of the Dugan 9 swords, his task was to engage in as many duels as possible to validate his understanding. Indeed, your intentions are commendable. Yue Buqun regarded him with appreciation, smiling as he said, Qiu Bai, as you descend the mountain, proceed with utmost caution, for this matter pertains not only to your personal reputation, but also to the name of the Huashan Sect. I understand. Qiu Bai nodded in acknowledgement. The Zhongze Sect had bestowed upon him the title of Huashan Yijian, intending to humiliate him by questioning his character. However, Qiu Bai refused to concede, allowing them to tarnish his name. Yue Buqun had already provided him with a conceptual framework to eradicate the demonic strongholds in Xi'an Prefecture and slay a demonic sect leader. This course of action was akin to breaking through the fog of controversy. The Zhongze Sect would continue to propagate the narrative that Yue Buqun was the one who had executed the deeds, merely attributing them to Qiu Bai's name. Yet Qiu Bai deemed this inconsequential. He would pursue his own path while they pursued theirs. As long as he continued to grow stronger, no amount of rumors or slander could pose a threat. Merely paper tigers. Father, I wish to accompany Qiu Bai. Lingshan exclaimed, fixating her gaze on Qiu Bai. Why martial skills are not lacking. Lingshan, it would be best if he did not become a burden to Qiu Bai. The adversaries he faces are not merely the Qingxing sect. He will be contending against the masters of the demonic sect. At this point, Ning Zhongze spoke solemnly. With your current skills, accompanying him would only serve as a hindrance. Mother, is my martial skill truly that inadequate? Lingshan pouted, clearly displeased. After all, she was currently practicing the Hunyuan Ichi technique. How could she be a burden to Qiu Bai? Qiu Bai reached out, grasping Lingshan's hand, and looked up at Yue Buqun with sincerity. Master, my disciple and Shiji share mutual feelings. I kindly ask for your blessing to unite us in matrimony. Lingshan was taken aback by Qiu Bai's audacity, shocked that he would dare to hold her hand in such a public setting. Yet, the words he uttered left her even more astounded. Her expression was difficult to articulate. Wait, he is serious. She recalled the words they exchanged that night at the Cliff of Reflection. Yet here he was, openly addressing her father. This revelation left her both surprised and exhilarated, her cheeks flushing with color, how a whirlwind of complex emotions erupted within her mind, akin to a bottle of mixed flavors toppled over. Ling Hu Chang's expression shifted dramatically. He staggered slightly, leaning heavily against Lu Daiyou, his breath coming in heated gasps. This day had ultimately arrived. Chapter 039, A Choice Qiu Bai. Ning Zhongze regarded Qiu Bai with a complex expression, opening her mouth yet failing to articulate her thoughts. Though she bore no opposition to this marriage, the pace of developments felt overwhelmingly swift, leaving her taken aback, from the moment by the waterfall on the back mountain when Shaner had subdued him with her blade, to their eventual admission into the Huashan Sect. A mere 3 months had elapsed. 3 months, and they were already discussing marriage. Ning Zhongze found the notion utterly absurd, yet simultaneously perceived it as a commendable choice. After all, Qiu Bai's talent was evident to all. Conflicting thoughts swirled in her mind, leaving her uncertain about what decision to make. Liang Fa, Shi Daizi, and Gao Jinming exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a wealth of intrigue. their eyes occasionally darting towards Ling, Hucheng, as some of the earlier disciples of the Huashan Sect. They had endured hardships alongside their master and mistress, watching the junior sister grow up. They had once believed that the junior sister would wed the elder brother, given their childhood companionship and shared upbringing. However, the current situation suggested that their anticipated pairing might be doomed. Childhood friends paled in comparison to the fortuitous arrival of a lover. Among the other disciples, the most agitated was undoubtedly Lao Dinua, who had been awaiting this moment. One was the childhood companion, the elder brother, and the other was the exceptionally gifted junior disciple. There were two contenders, yet only one daughter, and no matter whom she chose, one would inevitably be heartbroken, paving the way for his own opportunity. Regardless of how Yue Buqun decided, he would emerge victorious upon noticing Ling Hucheng's inaction. Lao Dinua's expression shifted, and he subtly nudged him. Ling Hucheng furrowed his brow, turning to face him, his bloodshot eyes betraying a hint of impatience. Observing him thus, Lao Dinua's weathered face creased with concern, an ominous premonition rising within him. Could it be that Ling Hucheng was resigned to this fate? No. Could he truly endure the resentment of having his beloved taken from him? Was he still a man? After all, someone had claimed his childhood companion. Lao Dinua struggled to comprehend Ling Hucheng's demeanor. How could he simply relinquish her? Seeing Ling Hucheng remain motionless, Lao Dinua suddenly stepped forward, clasping his fists in salute, and addressed Yue Buqun in a grave tone. "Master, please wait a moment. I oppose this marriage." Yue Buqun raised an eyebrow, casting a look of surprise towards Lao Dinua, bewildered by his unexpected declaration. Did this somehow involve him? Yet, at his age, what further mischief could he intend? Not only Yue Buqun found it perplexing, even Qiu Bai could not fathom how this concerned him. Ning Zhongze furrowed her brow, her gaze towards Lao Dinua emanating a hint of hostility. The couple was a match made in heaven. What did it have to do with him? Lao Dinua's audacious move successfully captured everyone's attention. Taking a deep breath, his expression solemn, he glanced back at Ling Hucheng before bowing again to Yue Buqun. "Master, I believe this marriage is unreasonable." The junior sister and elder brother grew up together, sharing a bond of mutual affection and understanding, making them a perfect match. At this juncture, Lao Dinua turned to Qiu Bai, his face betraying anger. Yet Qiu Bai, having barely entered the sect for 3 months, with no deep understanding of her, and showing such disregard for seniority, how can I, Lao Dinua, consent to this? "Master, the junior sister should marry the elder brother." His words reverberated through the hall, plunging it into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping audible. Yue Buqun's gaze towards Lao Dinua shifted, hinting at an underlying fury. Both he and Ning Zhongze had observed the situation quietly, reluctant to expose the tension, fearing it might embarrass Chong Heir and Shan Heir. Now, with Lao Dinua's reckless outburst, all their tacit understanding had been laid bare, inciting his wrath. Liang Fa and the duo of Shi Daisy were utterly astonished. The usually unassuming second senior brother had displayed such bravery today. How had they not noticed it before? Yet, the most captivating expression was on Yu Lingshan's face, rapidly shifting in response. Just because they had grown up together, did it imply they were destined to be together? What sort of rule was that? Furthermore, throughout the years, the elder brother had shown no interest, even dismissing her. She had found someone who brought her joy, someone she wished to spend her life with. Why could she not choose? Now that the elder brother had finally realized his feelings, it was too late. She had already made her choice. He should be wishing her well. Rather than bringing this up, her entire being trembled slightly, lips quivering as she opened her mouth, yearning to speak. Beside her, Qiu Bai tightened his grip on her hand, his gaze towards her calm and reassuring. "Master, my junior sister and I share mutual affection." Before Qiu Bai could finish, Yue Buqun raised a hand. Exhaling a slow breath, he pulled Yu Lingshan closer, casting a somber look at the dejected Ling Hucheng before turning to Qiu Bai. Speaking in a low voice, "Shan Heir is still young, not yet of marrying age. Father, I—" Hearing this, Yu Lingshan wrenched her hand away from Yue Buqun, her face aflame with anger. Yue Buqun shot her a glare, silencing her protest, and continued, "No matter who wishes to marry Shan Heir, I do not object, but—" His gaze swept over the disciples, exuding a formidable aura as his tone turned icy. First, Shan heir must be willing. And second, one must carve a name for themselves in the martial world. My daughter, Yue Buqun's daughter, cannot marry a nameless commoner and live a mundane life. Upon hearing Yue Buqun's declaration, Qiu Bai turned to Lingshan, his face radiating confidence. Sister, do you believe in me? Yes, I believe in you. Lingshan nodded with a smile, tears streaming down her face, a mix of joy and sorrow. They were so close to being together. Master, the abbot of Zhenyu Palace wishes to see you. At that moment, a servant disciple rushed in, bowing to report. This announcement eased the tension in the room. Yue Buqun released Lingshan, scanning the disciples with a serious expression. Zhongze, Qiu Bai, prepare yourselves. You shall descend the mountain soon to attend to matters. Disciple obeys the master's orders. Qiu Bai glanced at Ling Huchong and then bowed to Yue Buqun. After arranging the tasks for the two disciples, Yue Buqun waved his hand with a smile, saying, You may disperse. I have other matters to attend to. Yes, master. The disciples promptly exited, leaving only Yue Buqun and Ning Zhongze in the Zhengqi Hall. Before long, a servant disciple led a Taoist priest into the room, none other than the abbot of Zhenyu Palace. Brother Yue, I sincerely thank you for today's donation. The abbot entered and sat opposite Yue Buqun, smiling as he spoke that it's always like this. They truly are a handful. What can I say? If only you would practice some martial arts, you could keep them in line. Yue Buqun laughed. Our Huashan Sect possesses ample martial skills. Would you like to learn some? Perhaps not, the abbot replied, shaking his head as he produced a stack of silver notes from his robes. Brother Yue, here is the 2,000 taels you donated. The remainder is to be shared equally. Yue Buqun accepted the notes and promptly handed them to Ning Zhongze. Sister, please accept this. Chapter 040. Jealousy on the Yingfeng Terrace, the cold wind howled. The grass curtains fell, shielding the biting wind outside, while a small red clay stove burned within, exuding a hint of warmth. Lingshan fiddled with the roasted sweet potatoes, her eyes filled with reluctance as she muttered to Qiu Bai. You're going down the mountain alone again, without taking me with you. Master's orders. I have no choice. Qiu Bai shrugged helplessly, gazing at her with a smile. However, Master S reasoning is sound. Your skills still require improvement. How can Lu Ho heir accompany the elder brother? Lingshan pouted, her expression sulky as she regarded Qiu Bai with dissatisfaction. Qiu Bai shook his head with a chuckle, pouring steaming water into the teapot. Instantly, the air filled with the aroma of tea. He handed a cup to Lingshan, while taking the other for himself, inhaling the fragrant steam that wafted up, refreshing and uplifting. Sister, I long to ride the rivers and lakes alongside you. But this time is different. The enemy I face is a leader of the demonic sect, perhaps even an elder-level master. How could I dare bring you with me? What if you get hurt? I couldn't bear it, but Lingshan clutched her teacup, her small face drooping, gazing intently at Qiu Bai with a pout. However, she genuinely wished to accompany him. After downing her tea, Qiu Bai gently caressed her cheek. Speaking softly, life is long. There's no need to rush. This time, I'm going down the mountain to make a name for myself. Qiu Bai's eyes sparkled with affection, locking onto Lingshan's gaze as he spoke gently. Do you remember what Master said? Father said. Lingshan recalled Yue Buqun's words, lowering her head reluctantly. Even if you were an ordinary person, I would still choose to be with you. My dear foolish sister. You are truly wonderful. Qiu Bai gently cradled her cheeks in his hands and leaned closer, until the distance between them vanished completely. Lingshan pushed against Qiu Bai's shoulders, her delicate face flushed a deep crimson. Panting heavily, she wiped the droplets of water from the corner of her mouth and playfully pounded her small fist against Qiu Bai's chest, pouting, You always do this. It's so annoying. Qiu Bai chuckled mischievously, reaching over to turn the yam roasting on the stove before effortlessly pulling Lingshan into his embrace. Senior sister, when I return to the mountain next time, I will surely meet Master S' expectations, and then I can once again ask for Master S' blessing. Humph. If my father still refuses, I will. Lingshan interlaced her arm around Qiu Bai's neck, resting her head on his shoulder, biting her lip as she declared, I will elope with you. Elope to the moon, perhaps. Anywhere will do. Lingshan buried her head in the crook of the man's neck, her hair, now about an inch long, swaying in the wind and tickling her cheeks. A sensation she thoroughly enjoyed, embracing the one she cherished, even in silence, brought her immense joy. Qiu Bai caressed her cheek, gazing at the faintly fuzzy back of her hand, and gently kissed it, his tone turning serious. "Senior sister, I will only marry you properly. I won't resort to elopement. Moreover, I still need to revive Huashan and repay my gratitude to Master's wife. Why do you always think about Mother? No wonder she treats you so well," Lingshan said with a hint of jealousy. "Mother said that since you just joined our Huashan Sect, she wants to make you a piece of clothing to help you feel at home." "Did she really say that?" Qiu Bai asked in astonishment, struggling to believe it. Lingshan pouted, indignantly stating, "Humph, when I was down the mountain, I heard them say that mothers grow fonder of their sons-in-law the more they see them. I never expected my mother to be like those village women. Why, dear senior sister, what nonsense are you talking about?" Qiu Bai teased, playfully pinching her nose. "Master's wife is concerned about me." "Don't you care about me too?" I do." Lingshan looked down, her voice barely above a whisper. "It's just that I haven't been down the mountain, and I don't know how to sew." "Then you should practice your skills and improve your cultivation," Qiu Bai said softly, playing with her small hand. "This way, next time we can ride together through the rivers and lakes. Chim, I'll listen to you." Lingshan nodded, her face beaming with a smile, as if she had consumed honey. The yam was done. Qiu Bai released the girl in his arms, reached for the roasted yam, and split it open, releasing a delightful aroma into the air. "Ouch! It's hot. So hot." The scorching roasted yam was tossed between Qiu Bai's hands. Watching him fumble about, Lingshan burst into laughter. She picked up her teacup, drained it, and reached over to grab a piece of roasted yam. "Silly. Don't you know to poke it with a stick?" Lingshan shot Qiu Bai a glance, taking the wooden skewer from the side and easily piercing it into the roasted yam, making it as convenient as eating ice cream without dirtying her hands. "Goodness, I really am foolish." Seeing her adeptly peeling away the charred skin to reveal the steaming white yam, Qiu Bai shook his head and took a skewer himself, inserting it into the yam and peeling off the burnt exterior to reveal the piping hot flesh. It smells divine." Qiu Bai blew on the roasted yam, took a bite, and felt utterly content. He had never considered that yam could be roasted like this. He had only ever eaten roasted sweet potatoes. After a few bites, he finished half of the roasted yam, licking his lips and smiling. "Senior sister, this roasted yam is truly delicious. There's more." Lingshan took small bites of the roasted yam, gesturing toward the one still on the stove. "If you think it's delicious, then eat more." "Then I won't hold back." Qiu Bai took the skewer and poked into another piece of roasted yam, peeling off the charred skin and blowing on it before offering it to Lingshan. Raising an eyebrow, "Try it and see if it tastes any different." Lingshan blinked, her mouth slightly open, taking a gentle bite, her eyes narrowing slightly. After a moment, she opened her eyes to look at Qiu Bai. "Curious, is there a difference?" "I can't taste anything, because it's the one I peeled." Qiu Bai took back the roasted yam, biting off a chunk, playfully looking at Lingshan and tilting his head. "Shouldn't it taste better?" "Huh." Lingshan looked at Qiu Bai in surprise, then offered him the roasted yam in her hand. "Then you try mine and see what's different." Qiu Bai opened his mouth and slurped the remaining roasted yam in one go, puffing out his cheeks as he said, "It tastes like your saliva. How disgusting." Lingshan grabbed Qiu Bai's hand and took a big bite of the roasted yam, muttering, "Stinky junior brother, your saliva is stinky." "Not at all. Yours was sweet and delicious just now." Qiu Bai finished the last bit of roasted yam, glancing sideways at Lingshan, raising an eyebrow. "Don't you have any?" Lingshan chewed on the roasted yam, tilting her head to one side and rolling her eyes. Seeing her like this, Qiu Bai poured himself a cup of warm tea and brought it to his lips. "I'll eat you up sooner or later." Upon hearing this, Lingshan's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she did not refute him. Instead, the corners of her mouth curled up, revealing a sweet smile as a soft hum escaped her throat. Chapter 041. Chang'an after the end of the Lantern Festival. Qiu Bai lingered in Huashan for another 2 days before packing his belongings and setting off down the mountain. This time, his destination was the capital city of Xi'an Prefecture, Chang'an. the ancient capital that has borne witness to the grandeur of 13 dynasties, was once imbued with dragon energy. It was a pity that Prince Ewing had passed away prematurely. Now, after 100 years, Chang'an had transformed into a bustling hub of handcraft trade. The business of Qianjin Zhuang primarily focused on iron goods forged in Luzitown, with the most common items being iron scissors, iron axes, iron hoes, and so forth. Naturally, weapon crafting also fell within their scope of business. However, this could not be displayed openly, unless one could secure an order from the court, or had relevant photographs, or was backed by high-ranking officials. Otherwise, in most cases, it was a matter of the people do not report, and the officials do not investigate. No one would care if you went to their forge to craft weapons, as long as the monthly taxes were paid on time. Moreover, as long as the seasonal gifts of coal in winter and ice in summer were delivered properly, no one would intentionally make things difficult. Goods departing from Xi'an Prefecture, utilizing the immense advantage of the Yellow River for transport, could swiftly flow to all corners of the world, connecting the entire realm. Although Xi'an Prefecture was within the sphere of influence of Huashan Sect, the court's influence here was significant, with many workshops having connections to high-ranking officials in the past. During the peak of Huashan Sect, they had taken a large share of the business fees in Chang'an, which allowed them to establish numerous residences atop Huashan. Now, with Huashan Sect's decline, aside from Qianjin Zhuang and the later joined Yangwei escort agency, Huashan Sect had no other allies in Chang'an. This information had all been conveyed to Qiu Bai by Yue Buqun, who had also instructed him to visit Qianjin Zhuang first upon arriving in Chang'an. Although Yangwei escort agency was also part of Huashan Sect's fee system, the relationship was distinctly different compared to Qianjin Zhuang. Furthermore, the owner of Qianjin Zhuang, Master Hua, had a long-standing friendship with Yue Buqun, thus trust was naturally higher. Nonetheless, even so, on the day of Qiu Bai's descent, Yue Buqun had particularly cautioned him. The world of Jianghu is treacherous, and human hearts are even more perilous. This statement left a profound impact on Qiu Bai. The implication of Yue Buqun's words was clear. Even with decades of friendship between Qianjin Zhuang and Huashan Sect, one must remain vigilant in their dealings. Qianjin Zhuang was situated on East Main Street in Chang'an, covering a modest area, just a two-courtyard establishment. However, in Chang'an, this could be considered a decent manor in the current Chang'an. There were few places available for common people, with various royal and general manors, as well as government offices, being scarce. More people resided in Dongfang New Town, unable to even enter Chang'an. Upon arriving at Qianjin Zhuang, after notifying the servants, Master Hua greeted Qiu Bai with a beaming smile. "Young hero Qiu, you have finally arrived." Master Hua enthusiastically took Qiu Bai's hand and led him straight into Qianjin Zhuang. Before the servants could present hot tea, Master Hua began venting his grievances. "Just yesterday, our workshop in Luzitown was targeted by the demonic sect again. These ruffians have such audacity, they don't even show Huashan Sect any respect." Listening to Master Hua's complaints, Qiu Bai remained silent, patiently allowing him to speak. As the conversation progressed, seeing that Qiu Bai did not respond, Master Hua awkwardly paused, with a piercing gaze fixed on Qiu Bai. He cheerfully remarked, "I heard from Teacher Yu that young hero Qiu has now reached the realm of top-tier masters. That I am quite curious about how strong a top-tier master truly is. A mere top-tier is nothing to boast about." Qiu Bai shook his head with a smile, humbly stating his modesty. However, as soon as his words fell, his gaze sharpened, and he stomped his foot on the ground. A sharp crack resonated as the floor shattered, a small stone dislodging from the impact. Without pausing, Qiu Bai flicked his toes, sending the stone flying like a dart, embedding itself deeply into the pillar across the room. Given Qiu Bai's current prowess, achieving this feat was undoubtedly trivial. Moreover, with the additional strength of a bull attribute, he could easily topple the beams of this structure if he exerted his full force. In truth, the most challenging aspect of this maneuver was controlling the trajectory of the stone. Hiss! Witnessing this scene, Master Hua couldn't help but gasp, his expression transforming instantly into one of fervent enthusiasm as he gazed at Qiu Bai with a beaming smile. Young Master Qiu truly is a remarkable disciple of a distinguished master. I am in awe, truly in awe. Master Hua is being overly modest, Qiu Bai replied nonchalantly, his eyes fixed intently on him as he inquired. Master Hua, Would you kindly elaborate on the movements of the demonic cult within Xi'an Prefecture? As for the demonic cult in Xi'an, they daren't venture into Chang'an City, given that it is rife with government offices and royal estates. They still harbor some trepidation. Master Hua's countenance darkened as he spoke sternly. Their branch has established a foothold in Huazhou, primarily to procure ironware, as the court consistently purchases from the blacksmiths of Xi'an. Qiu Bai gazed at Master Hua in silence, at a loss for words. Since you were aware of the demonic cult's branch in Huazhou, why did you not provide a heads-up while we were at Mount Hua? Taking a deep breath, Qiu Bai suppressed his mounting frustration and continued to question Master Hua. What do you know about the situation at the demonic cult's branch? I'm not entirely certain, Master Hua pondered. Stroking his chin, that it is said that a certain elder of the demonic cult, whose surname is Mo, oversees the Huazhou branch, and as for his strength, he should be of top-tier caliber, though I cannot be sure since I have not crossed blades with him. Qiu Bai lifted the warm tea, served by a servant, gently nudging the lid of the bowl, and looked up at Master Hua with a smile. Master Hua, how about you join me tomorrow in a campaign against the demonic cult's branch in Huazhou? Upon hearing this, Master Hua's lips twitched, and he hesitated to decline, saying, Young Master Qiu, there is no need for me to accompany you. Is there? Since Master Hua is unwilling to go, Qiu Bai set down his teacup, stood up, brushed off his clothes, and replied coldly, Then I shall inquire with the Yangwei escort agency to see if they are willing to assist. After uttering these words, Qiu Bai ignored Master Hua's intentions and turned to leave. Master Hua's heart raced as he quickly stepped forward, grasping Qiu Bai's arm with urgency. Young Master Qiu, please hold on. Let us discuss this properly. If Master Hua is reluctant to partake in the campaign against the demonic cult's branch, what use is it for me to remain at Qianjin Manor? Qiu Bai halted, casting a gaze of profound disappointment at Master Hu. It would be better for me to seek my fortune at the Yangwei escort agency. It is a pity that my master specifically. At this juncture, Qiu Bai shook his head, his demeanor reflecting deep disappointment in Master Hua, and he sighed as he proceeded to exit. Qiu Bai had no intention of manipulating Master Hua. Such a seasoned individual would be slippery to grasp. He merely desired some personnel from Qianjin Manor to accompany him to Huazhou to confront those demonic cult adherents. Observing Qiu Bai's retreating figure, Master Hua grappled with his thoughts and, after a moment of deliberation, gritted his teeth and hastily pursued him. He intended to share his grievances with the young man, portraying himself as a victim to persuade Qiu Bai to venture forth alone against the demonic cult elder and their formidable members. Once he had resolved the situation, he could then ally with the Yangwei escort agency to seize the assets of the demonic cult and distribute a portion back to Huashan. A gentleman can indeed be deceived by reason, yet this young man, despite appearing so youthful and inexperienced, proved utterly impervious to manipulation. Young Master Qiu, I truly cannot leave. Master Hua clung tightly to Qiu Bai's arm, his face etched with urgency. How about this? I will send several capable guest experts from my manor, along with 20 guards, to accompany you to Huazhou. What do you think? Master Hua, had you stated this earlier, it would have been much better. Qiu Bai's steps faltered slightly as he regarded Master Hua with a calm demeanor, thoughtfully suggesting it would be prudent to avoid burdening two leaders with a single matter. Please, Master Hua, send someone to the Yangwei escort agency to invite them for a discussion. You need not trouble yourself with that, young master. Master Hua raised a hand to pat his chest, declaring with righteous fervor, the efforts of Qianjin Manor alone shall suffice. The Yangwei escort agency is quite busy as well. Qiu Bai stared at him in silence, his gaze unwavering, his brow slightly furrowed, revealing a hint of discontent. During the campaign against the demonic cult's branch in Zhongze, the Huashan Sect had dispatched over 30 skilled individuals, and yet they suffered significant casualties, while the cult had been prepared. This underscored the cult's exceptional intelligence-gathering capabilities. That if the Huashan Sect's movements were known to the demonic cult, how could Qiu Bai's actions possibly remain concealed? To think that a mere handful of guest experts from Qianjin Manor, accompanied by 20 guards, would suffice to combat the demonic cult's branch. Qiu Bai could not discern whether Master Hua was genuinely foolish or merely blinded by greed, oblivious to his own limitations. Feeling the weight of Qiu Bai's scrutinizing gaze, Master Hua's heart began to race, fearing that Qiu Bai doubted his sincerity. He hastily clarified, "Young Master Qiu, rest assured that the personnel I assign to you are all well-trained and not a motley crew." "Master Hua, how do you perceive the capabilities of your guards compared to those of the Huashan Sect's disciples?" Qiu Bai inquired, his demeanor calm as he posed the question. "Naturally, the disciples of the Huashan Sect are stronger." Master Hua, demonstrating self-awareness, smiled as he replied, "However, my guards at Qinji Manor are no slouches either. You may rest easy." "Master Hua, may I speak frankly? Are you prepared to accept the possibility that all your dispatch personnel may meet their demise?" Qiu Bai planted his sword firmly into the ground, producing a resonant clang, and his aura shifted dramatically. With a frigid expression, he locked eyes with Master Hua and declared, word by word, "If you can accept that, then we shall set forth immediately." This, Master Hua's smile froze, and his hands began to rub together nervously, his eyes betraying a flicker of panic and hesitation. He was acutely aware of the demonic cult's ruthlessness. All along, he had strived to avoid conflict with them. Confining his business dealings to the Xi'an prefecture, he merely paid an annual fee to the Huashan Sect and occasionally provided bits of intelligence. In truth, within the sphere of influence of the Huashan Sect, Qianjin Manor had enjoyed a rather leisurely existence. However, as the demonic cult's influence encroached, the situation had grown dire. Even within the core areas of the Huashan Sect, the presence of the demonic cult's branch had emerged. Thus, Qianjin Manor now faced a genuine threat from the demonic cult and had come to experience the cult's domineering ways firsthand. Yet he still pondered whether he could maneuver through this to garner greater benefit. After a moment of silence, Master Hua finally stammered, "Young Master Qiu, must it come to this? Do you think I jest with you?" Qiu Bai's expression remained cold, a slight smirk curving his lips as he replied indifferently, "I have made my position clear. The choice is yours to make." He cared little for Master Hua's decision. With his current martial prowess, unless he encountered figures like Xiang Wentian, no one could possibly detain him should he choose to leave. As for the potential losses of Qianjin Manor, that was Master Hua's own decision to bear. After delivering these words, Qiu Bai did not linger in the courtyard, returning to the main hall, where he seated himself in a chair. Nearby, a plate of frozen persimmons beckoned, and he set his sword delicately on the edge of the tea table, leisurely savoring a frozen persimmon. After a significant interval, Master Hua finally stepped into the room with heavy steps. Gazing at Qiu Bai, and gritted his teeth, "Young Master Qiu, I have already sent someone to summon Yang Zongbiao." That is well, Qiu Bai placed the persimmon skin on the tea table, took out a handkerchief to wipe his mouth, and revealed a faint smile that if we do not eliminate the demonic cult, our futures will be bleak. Indeed, that is the case. The demonic cult is exceedingly ruthless. Master Hua chuckled in agreement, echoing Qiu Bai's sentiments. Whether he genuinely believed this, Qiu Bai could not ascertain. The representatives from the Yangwei escort agency arrived swiftly. Entering the main hall of Qianjin Manor were two men. One appeared to be in his 50s. One whom Qiu Bai recognized from his time on Mount Hua. The other was significantly younger, perhaps in his 40s, wielding a sturdy iron staff. Upon seeing the two men, Master Hua greeted them with a broad smile. "Young Master Qiu, this is Yang Zongbiao, the head of the Yangwei escort agency, and this is his capable aide, Wan Qingshan." "Young Master Qiu, we meet again," Yang Zongbiao said warmly, looking at Qiu Bai with a gentle smile and clasping his fists. "This endeavor to eradicate the demonic cult's branch relies entirely on your efforts." Yang Zongbiao is being overly courteous. Qiu Bai rose to return the gesture, smiling in response. "It is I who must rely on your esteemed agency. For I shall be venturing forth alone and will need your assistance." "Ha! Let us not remain standing." Master Hua laughed, inviting everyone to take their seats. "Please, let us converse comfortably," as the crowd settled into their seats. Their gazes intertwined, a subtle atmosphere enveloped the hall. Master Hua, being an old hand at this, broke the silence with a smile, directing his attention towards Yang, the head of the escort. "Head Yang, the cult's influence in Huazhou is growing increasingly rampant, posing a significant threat to our business. What do you propose we do to cooperate with young hero Qiu?" Head Yang nodded, his expression serious, lifting his gaze to Qiu Bai and gesturing towards Wan Qingshan beside him. "Young hero Qiu, my Yangwei escort bureau thrives on the transport of goods, and we cannot allow the cult to wreak havoc and disrupt the business environment. This time, We shall dispatch 30 escort members. With Qingshan accompanying you, as head Yang spoke. Qingshan also nodded toward Qiu Bai, stating in a deep voice, "Young hero Qiu, feel free to issue any commands that I want, shall certainly comply." Observing the astute Yangwei Escort Bureau, Qiu Bai felt a mix of surprise and discomfort. For years, Qianjin Manor had maintained relations with the Huashan Sect, yet Master Hua's approach was far less effective than that of head Yang. Even Qingshan seemed lacking in comparison. Perhaps this was the reason why emerging industries never flourished within old establishments, just as certain platforms would never arise from the likes of Penguin or Ali. With a smile, Qiu Bai clasped his fists and said, "I hope to trouble you, Head Wan, in the forthcoming endeavor. Eliminating the cult is indeed our duty." Qingshan replied with a look of envy. "Moreover, it is a privilege for me to join forces with such a talented young hero like you, young hero Qiu." Qiu Bai slightly nodded before turning to head Yang, stating solemnly, "Master Hua and head Yang, considering the numerous spies of the cult, I have an idea I wish to share with you all. Young hero Qiu, please do share." Both Master Hua and head Yang nodded in anticipation, looking expectantly at Qiu Bai. Given the cult's multitude of spies, we could engage in a seemingly ordinary escort mission. What do you think? What does young hero mean? Head Yang furrowed his brow as he regarded Qiu Bai. Hesitating before speaking, "Are you suggesting that my Yangwei Escort Bureau should transport goods while we disguise ourselves as escort members?" "Not quite right." Qiu Bai shook his head, his gaze landing on Master Hua, as he smiled and said, "Today, Master Hua invited head Yang here for a specific escort task to be entrusted to the Yangwei Escort Bureau." Chapter 043. The Elder Huazhou, with its advantageous location, is flanked by Mount Huashan to the front and Weinan to the rear. Serving as the only official road from Tongguan to Chang'an, as the saying goes, the mountains and rivers outline the Tongguan Road. And indeed this path holds true, should the roads of Huazhou be severed. The influence of the Huashan Sect would be drastically curtailed, making expansion nearly impossible. Exiting Huazhou not only allows for the outreach to the entirety of Xinfu, but also leads to Hanzhong and the Heshi Corridor, making it a veritable thoroughfare. However, if the cult were to seize Huazhou and establish a foothold here, the Huashan Sect's influence would be confined to the narrow confines of Huayin County. If they could not break through the blockade of Huazhou, they would be forced to head south to Shanghua, contending with the Huashan Sect for territory. Thus, eliminating the cult's branch in Huazhou is imperative. On this day, a tranquil Huazhou witnessed the arrival of an escort, its flag prominently displaying the Yangwei Escort Bureau. Upon entering the city, the escort team, like others before them, took residence at the Yue Inn. Head Wan, just how many Yue Inns could there be? Qiu Bai leisurely sat on a bench, his curiosity piqued as he looked toward Qingshan, smiling as he added, "I previously stayed at a Yue Inn in Nanyang." Well, Qingshan was taken aback for a moment, furrowing his brow in thought before hesitantly replying, "There should be several hundred, I suppose. Now that you mention it, I never really paid attention. Regardless, whenever we transport goods, we always seek out a Yue Inn to stay. Isn't it delightful to have friends arriving from afar?" Qiu Bai raised his wine cup, taking a sip, chuckling as he shook his head. This must be the origin of the name Yue Inn. "Indeed, it seems so," Qingshan answered absent-mindedly. Noticing his demeanor, Qiu Bai patted him on the shoulder, chuckling, "No need to be anxious. Those from the cult will die just like anyone else. Well, anyone who gets killed will die." Qingshan initially hesitated but then quickly realized, giving a wry smile as he remarked, "Young hero Qiu, you are quite capable at such a young age. I truly admire you. Your praise is unwarranted." Qiu Bai replied, his gaze contemplative. However, Qingshan did not take his modesty to heart, laughing, "Yet it is precisely because young hero Qiu is exceptional that Mr. Yu holds you in such high regard." As the two exchanged pleasantries, a figure resembling an innkeeper entered through the door. This person strode directly towards Qiu Bai and sat down before quickly speaking. "Young hero Qiu, Head Wan, I have gathered information regarding the whereabouts of the cult branch." Upon settling, the innkeeper-like figure eagerly continued. "It is located to the west of Huazhou, operating under the sign of Donglai Trading Post, and it appears to have around 30 to 40 members. 30 to 40 members? This time, it's a sure thing." One of the skilled guests from Qianjin Manor chuckled, stating, "With our 50 members, along with young hero Qiu and Head Wan, we can surely take down this cult branch with ease. Then let us all prepare to eliminate the cult branch and return for a meal." Wan Qingshan grabbed his iron staff, turning to Qiu Bai with a grin, inquiring, "Young hero Qiu, what are your thoughts? Since we are here, we might as well engage them." Qiu Bai smiled, surveying the expressions of those present before declaring, "Eliminating the cult branch, and everyone shall receive a reward." At Qiu Bai's words, whether from Qinjin Manor or the Yangwei Escort Bureau, everyone's eyes lit up with excitement. They had chosen this perilous task over the mundane work at the docks, all for the sake of earning more money. Engaging the cult meant risking their lives, but the allure of reward made it all the more appealing. "Follow me. Let's eradicate the cult," Qiu Bai shouted, drawing his sword and swiftly moving forward. Flanked by Wan Qingshan and the skilled guests from Qinjin Manor. Hot on their heels, 20 manor guards and 30 escort members marched forth, armed and ready towards the west of the city. As they advanced rapidly, Qiu Bai wore a smile, yet his heart was far from at ease. Although they appeared to have the advantage in numbers, the cult was notoriously cunning, and it was unwise to underestimate their preparedness. Before long, they arrived at their destination, the Donglai trading post. This establishment, a typical wooden structure, was designed specifically for storing goods, with moisture-proof measures in place. Observing the surroundings meticulously, Qiu Bai's brow furrowed as he recognized the layout. It was strikingly similar to that of the cult's branch in Zhongze. Furrowing his brow, Qiu Bai turned to Wan Qingshan and cautioned, "Once we enter, everyone must remain vigilant." "Indeed, you too?" Wan Qingshan nodded gravely, stating, "I will place a few individuals outside to keep watch, while the rest will charge in, resolving the conflict as swiftly as possible." "Understood. I shall confront the cult's elder." Qiu Bai's eyes narrowed as he instructed. "Those capable of eliminating the cult members should do so. If not, hold them off until I finish the battle and can provide support. Young hero, rest assured, we shall follow your orders." The skilled guests from Qinjin Manor nodded in agreement. They were all mercenaries driven by profit and were not keen on sacrificing their lives. Qiu Bai's plan aligned perfectly with their intentions. This time, the mission to encircle the cult branch was markedly different from the previous encounter in Zhongze. That had been a stage set by the Huashan Sect to prop up Dongfang, while Qiu Bai had merely intercepted. This time, he was crafting his own stage, aiming to eliminate the cult elder and prove his strength. Though both missions aimed to eradicate the cult, their objectives diverged significantly. Upon seeing so many people approach, the cult members guarding the entrance immediately turned pale, shouting, "You all!" However, before he could finish his sentence, a sword had already pierced his throat. "Follow me!" Qiu Bai swung his sword, blood splattering onto the snow, painting it crimson. Behind him, Wan Qingshan and the others drew their weapons and surged into the trading post. As they entered, they found the interior cluttered with numerous goods, obstructing their path. In response, Qiu Bai wielded his sword like a dragon, leaping atop the stacked goods to survey the situation, just as he had suspected. The layout mirrored that of Zhongzhou's trading post, leading to an open space at the back. "Stick together, do not disperse," Qiu Bai commanded, leaping down from the goods and moving in unison with Wan Qingshan, guiding the group forward. This time, the cult branch had no ambush prepared, and they made swift progress to the rear. The cult disciples, some injured while others unscathed, retreated, glaring angrily at Qiu Bai's group. "You are the one called Qiu Bai?" The opposing group faced off, and a man at the center spoke, dressed in black, his face gaunt, wielding a long sword, clearly a master swordsman. Flanking him were two men, each brandishing broad-bladed long knives, their eyes filled with hatred as they regarded Qiu Bai. One could sense their resentment, as though Qiu Bai had slain their entire family. Had it not been for the black-clad man restraining them, they would likely have charged forward in fury. "Indeed, I am Qiu Bai." Qiu Bai smiled and nodded, gazing intently at the man in black, and said with a grin, "May I inquire as to your esteemed name?" "Elder M.O. Why are you wasting words with him?" A fellow beside the black-clad man gritted his teeth and declared, "Let us ambush him together and slay this brat to avenge Min Lao heir." "The Min Lao heir that I killed?" Qiu Bai inquired, his eyes narrowing with curiosity at the mention of that name. His knowledge of the figures from the Sun and Moon Demon Sect was limited, primarily encompassing a few well-known and formidable individuals, but he would not have recognized someone like Min Lao Er had he not faced him directly. Even Elder Mo was a name he had not heard before, let alone these two who appeared intent on avenging Min Lao Er. Of course, we are brothers, spoke the man to the left of the black-clad figure. His eyes were fixed on Qiu Bai, nearly ablaze with fury, and his grip on the hilt of his sword was tense. Brothers? No wonder he is referred to as Min Lao Er. Qiu Bai nodded, scrutinizing the two before him, and chuckled. Then you must be Min Lauda and Min Lao San? I am Lu Lauda, and he is sure Lao San. Lu Lauda brandished his long knife, pointing it menacingly at Qiu Bai. Anger etched on his face. Not only blood brothers could be considered brothers, and what of it? Qiu Bai shrugged, observing the two with a smirk. Min Lao Er is dead and cannot be revived. It dawned on him who these three were. These three individuals had attacked Lin Pingji and Yu Lingshan on the outskirts of the Huashan Sect, only to be vanquished by Ling Huchong, who lay concealed in the snow. This incident had fueled Lin Pingji's resolve to master the evil-repelling swordplay, culminating in the formal establishment of the Huashan Four Sisters. However, given the current circumstances, there would be no opportunity for the Huashan Four Sisters to emerge. Then I shall take your head to honor Lao Er. Sure Lao San glared furiously, swinging his long knife toward Qiu Bai with intent to kill. With Sure Lao San's movement, the battle officially commenced. Kill! 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 The crowd roared, rushing toward one another with their weapons drawn. Facing the onslaught of Sure Lao San, Qiu Bai maintained his composure, unfazed. Each strike of his sword appeared unremarkable, yet every disciple of the Demon Sect charging at him fell to his blade. In his fury, Sure Lao San wielded his long knife with great speed, slashing at Qiu Bai in rapid succession. As he observed the incoming Qiu Bai's face lit up with a joyful smile as he turned and entered the storeroom. In his eyes, the organizational structure of the Sun and Moon Demon cult bore a striking resemblance to that of modern corporate conglomerates. That IT was a system where the headquarters dispatched executives accompanied by trusted subordinates to various locales, establishing a framework before gradually recruiting local personnel to expand their influence. The demon cult operated similarly, with numerous black-clad elders sent out from Haimu Cliff, accompanied by devoted followers who had ingested the Three Corpses Brain God pill, to establish sub-branches across the land. This structure enabled the Sun and Moon Demon cult to swiftly take root in localities and develop through various business strategies, though the current court espoused an order emphasizing the roles of scholars, farmers, merchants, and laborers in times of prolonged peace. Merchants would hardly accept the lowly status akin to that of the founding era. Presently, the court was filled with dignitaries, and who among them did not have the backing of affluent merchants, or even count themselves as major landowners. Thus, it is more accurate to say that the world comprises only scholars and merchants. Without the traditional hierarchy of scholars, farmers, merchants, and laborers, the common folk endure hardships while the lords bear the blame. We must have faith in the wisdom of future generations. Young Master Qiu, come here. A guest from Qianjin Manor called out from the doorway of the second-floor room, waving with an expression of uncontainable delight. To refer to it as the second floor is somewhat misleading. It was actually an attic situated to the right upon entry, primarily utilized for account settlement and storing currency. Hearing the call, Qiu Bai and Wan Qingshan ascended swiftly to the attic. Upon their arrival, the guest experts from Qianjin Manor eagerly surrounded them, exclaiming, "Young Master Qiu, Head Wan, we've struck it rich." The attic was modest in size. Merely a single room, furnished quite simply with a desk and a chair to the center, surrounded by several guest experts from Qianjin Manor and a few porters from Yangwei Escort Agency, was a large wooden chest secured with iron nails. Its lid had already been opened, and as they peered inside, greed illuminated their faces, their throats moving as they swallowed in anticipation. Goodness, this chest of silver must weigh 700 or 800 jin. Wan Qingshan stepped forward, gazing at the glistening silver within the chest, and exclaimed in admiration, "The demon cult has truly suffered a significant loss this time. They must have just received the payment when we stumbled upon them." Nearby, a guest expert from Qianjin Manor rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming as he looked at Qiu Bai, chuckling, "Young Master Qiu, could you spare a little more for the brothers? Dividing the money is easy to discuss." Qiu Bai raised his gaze towards Wan Qingshan, his voice deep as he said, "Head Wan, you're an old hand at this. How do you propose we allocate it?" Wan Qingshan's eyes scanned the faces of the others in the room, his expression grave as he hesitated, saying, "Everyone, please gather the brothers at the door. Young Master Qiu and I will determine a fair distribution of the gold and silver." "All right, we'll go gather them." The guest expert from Qianjin Manor exchanged glances, resignedly shrugging their shoulders. They were seasoned wanderers of the Jianghu and understood Wan Qingshan's meaning all too well. It simply meant they were to step outside, leaving the particulars of distribution to the two of them to negotiate. Though somewhat reluctant, they dared not voice their discontent, for they had witnessed Qiu Bai's prowess. They could only follow the porters of Yangwei escort agency out with a sense of reluctance. Once the crowd had vacated the attic, Wan Qingshan furrowed his brow, his demeanor serious as he regarded Qiu Bai, stating solemnly, "Young Master Qiu, this chest of silver is worth at least 10,000 taels. The matter of distribution is quite complex." "What you say is indeed true, and I share the same concern." Qiu Bai nodded slightly, his expression similarly grave, while he believed that providing more money would foster greater trust among these individuals, potentially allowing him to recruit them under his banner. He was acutely aware that if he handed out too much, they might very well abandon their efforts. Overly generous compensation would be counterproductive to their motivation. Though it was an unpleasant truth, it remained a fact. Should they receive a larger share, they might squander it in brothels or gambling dens, or use it to purchase land and homes, thereby transitioning into self-sufficient farmers. After all, who would risk their lives without sufficient means? "Young Master Qiu, I understand you are a disciple of the gentlemanly sword master, Mr. Yu, who espouses principles of chivalry, but..." Wan Qingshan gazed intently at Qiu Bai, his expression contemplative as he continued, "The brothers have fought valiantly against the disciples of the demon cult. It is only fitting they receive a fair share, but there must be limits, or else they may take the money and cease their efforts. According to your perspective, how much do you think would be reasonable?" Wan Qingshan's willingness to speak so openly with Qiu Bai demonstrated his sincerity. Such candidness could lead to repercussions for him, yet he chose to express it nonetheless. Qiu Bai appreciated this quality in him. Seeing that Qiu Bai took his words to heart, Wan Qingshan's face brightened, and he furrowed his brow in thought. According to industry standards, the basic fee for a mission was 5 taels, an additional 5 taels for injuries, regardless of severity, 50 taels for fatalities, and an extra 10 taels for confirmed kills. This is quite substantial. Qiu Bai was taken aback by the figures Wan Qingshan presented. During his time at Huashan, his master provided him with only a few taels of silver each month, leaving him in dire straits. The base fee for a single mission outside was already 5 taels, hardly worth the trouble compared to staying on the mountain. However, upon reflection, he could understand the rationale. After all, the Huashan Sect had but a handful of disciples. While their martial prowess surpassed that of these porters and the men of Qianjin Manor, they were still of average caliber at best. Should luck turn against them, it was conceivable one could lose their life in a single encounter. If they were to recruit new disciples in the future, would they need to follow the same method as Qiu Bai, with the master personally training them? They were the flames of the Huashan Sect. "Young Master Qiu, that's not entirely fair." Wan Qingshan shook his head, sighing as he added, "These efforts come at the cost of lives. The brothers involved in this operation, including those from Qianjin Manor and the porters from Yangwei Escort Agency. Total 50 individuals, 10 of whom were injured and 20 who perished." Wan Qingshan looked at Qiu Bai, counting on his fingers as he stated, "The base fee amounts to 250 taels, plus 50 taels for the injured and 1,000 taels in compensation for the deceased, bringing the total to 1,300 taels. The 3 guest expert from Qianjin Manor ought to receive 100 taels each, right?" "Yes, they have indeed contributed, so 100 taels seems fair." Qiu Bai nodded gently. Contemplating, this brings the total to 1,600 taels. "Indeed, that is the sum," Wan Qingshan affirmed before continuing. "The eradication of the demon cult sub-branch has been successfully accomplished, and the brothers deserve recognition for their contributions, so we ought to allocate an additional sum as a reward to be shared among everyone. What say you, young Master Qiu?" "Certainly," the brothers toiled valiantly. "So an extra reward is warranted," Qiu Bai replied, furrowing his brow. "What do you think would be an appropriate amount for this reward?" "It shouldn't be too much. ensuring the brothers receive around 30 or 40 taels each would suffice. Wan Qingshan pondered. With that amount, they would have a decent incentive to continue working. Let's set it at 500 taels. 500 is too low. It should be at least 10%. Wan Qingshan shook his head, gazing earnestly at Qiu Bai, stating gravely, given that we are all individuals of the Jianghu, presenting 1,000 taels would be more fitting. Very well, then 1,000 taels it is. Qiu Bai nodded in agreement, accepting Wan Qingshan's proposed distribution plan. Reflecting on the earlier incident in Zhongze, where the Huashan Sect had granted him 2,000 taels along with a 50-tael token of appreciation, he now realized that the amount given by the Huashan Sect had been somewhat lacking, considering he was far stronger than the guest experts from Qianjin Manor at that time. Today, as the guest experts received 100 taels each, he had only received 50 taels, which indeed felt like a loss. At that moment, he had refrained from inquiring with others. After all, the token of appreciation was a private matter, and it would be impolite to ask about it. Then it's settled. Wan Qingshan beamed, saying, "Young Master Qiu, let us proceed to distribute the rewards and bring joy to the brothers." Agreed. Qiu Bai nodded, and together with Wan Qingshan, they approached the door of the attic, smiling at the assembled and porters below. One cannot deny that the combat prowess of the demon cult followers was formidable. In total, there were only about 30 of them at this sub-branch, yet they managed to achieve nearly a 1-to-1 casualty ratio despite being outnumbered. The last few individuals who fought to the death against Qiu Bai could have potentially caused even greater losses had they not been so desperate. Upon seeing Qiu Bai and Wan Qingshan appear, the crowd's eyes sparkled with excitement as they looked up at them, their voices a cacophony of anticipation. Wan Qingshan turned to Qiu Bai, taking a moment to reflect before discreetly stepping back, allowing Qiu Bai to take center stage. "Brothers, you have worked hard." Qiu Bai stepped forward, addressing the throng below with a resonant voice. "Regarding your rewards, I have already conferred with Head Wan and reached an agreement. It's not too arduous. Young Master Qiu, just be generous with the rewards." "Indeed, young Master Qiu, a little extra for us would be wonderful. Young Master Qiu comes from a prestigious lineage. He surely would not shortchange us." Upon hearing Qiu Bai's words, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of voices, each clamoring in unison. The various opinions converged into a singular demand: an increase in remuneration. Qiu Bai maintained his composure, a warm smile gracing his countenance. After a brief pause, he raised his hands to quell the din. Observing this gesture, the crowd fell into silence, their eyes fixed upon him. According to established protocol, each individual was to receive 5 taels. Those injured would receive an additional 5 taels. The families of the deceased would be granted 50 taels, while the 3 from Qianjin Zhuang were entitled to 100 taels each. Qiu Bai scanned the assembly with a sweeping gaze and declared in a resonant voice, "This time, all of you have exerted considerable effort in the crusade against the demonic sect. Thus, I shall allocate an additional 1,000 taels as a reward to be distributed among you." Upon hearing Qiu Bai's pronouncement, the crowd erupted in cheers. Though the sum was not as substantial as they had hoped, it would suffice to sustain them comfortably for a time. Once again, Qiu Bai gestured for silence. And when the crowd quieted, he waved his hand, instructing them to line up to receive their payments. The crowd cheered enthusiastically, forming a queue that led to the loft. Qiu Bai accepted the silver from Wan Qingshan, placing it into the hands of each attendant and porter, his expression serene. After the distribution was complete, Qiu Bai turned to Wan Qingshan with a smile, remarking, "Distributing funds can be rather taxing. That if I were to do this daily, I would hardly find it burdensome." Wan Qingshan responded with a grin. "After this, let a few brothers remain here to oversee the silver and then decide how to allocate it back at the inn. Old Wan, take whatever you require." Qiu Bai nodded at Wan Qingshan, chuckling. "There are still over 7,000 taels in cash, and the value of the goods in this trading post is uncertain." Wan Qingshan shook his head, scrutinizing the abundant merchandise and furrowing his brow. "The value of these goods is difficult to ascertain, but should not be less than 3,000 taels. That's quite profitable," Qiu Bai remarked, somewhat astonished by the contents of the trading post. "Indeed, it is evident that working for others yields little profit. Were it otherwise, the demonic sect would not engage us so fiercely." Wan Qingshan chuckled, shaking his head. "Young Master Qiu, I will arrange matters below and send someone to bring the boxes down shortly. No need. Qiu Bai waved his hand dismissively, smiling. A mere few £100 is nothing. Leave it to me. Wan Qingshan's lips twitched slightly, casting a look of mild resentment at Qiu Bai. After all, a few £100 is hardly an insignificant weight. Meanwhile, as Qiu Bai was distributing the funds, at Huashan Sect, an unexpected message arrived that a pigeon fluttered its wings as it landed in the backyard. Yue Buqun, who had been practicing an esoteric sword technique, ceased his movements and hastened to the back. Upon reaching the study, he grasped the pigeon and retrieved a scroll from a slender tube on his leg. Unrolling the paper, a line of text came into view as Yue Buqun read the words. His brow furrowed in distress, his expression icy. The Jinshi Escort Bureau has been annihilated. The perpetrator is suspected to have employed Huashan's sword technique. Chapter 47. Remnant's Master. What has transpired? Ning Zhongze, noticing Yue Buqun's solemn demeanor, approached with concern. She understood her master to be a man of composure, rarely displaying such an expression. Thus, when he did, it signified a grave matter. Yue Buqun seated himself across from her, lifting his teacup to take a sip. His demeanor grave as he uttered, "The Jinshi Escort Bureau has been wiped out." What? Ning Zhongze gasped, her hand trembling as she nearly spilled the boiling water onto the table. Master, it has been scarcely 10 days since the Jinshi Escort Bureau departed from our Huashan. How could such a catastrophic event occur? Her expression turned serious, her tone urgent. They had just severed ties with us to align with the Huashan Sect, and now they have been obliterated. This situation is dire. No, that is not the gravest aspect. Yue Buqun shook his head, his brow furrowed deeper, his voice low and serious. Friends in Luoyang have relayed news that the assailant is suspected of utilizing Huashan's sword technique. Huashan's sword technique? Ning Zhongze stared incredulously at Yue Buqun, disbelief evident in her eyes as she struggled to comprehend his words. Yue Buqun nodded slightly, his expression grave as he explained, "Neither you nor I have ventured far from the mountain. Currently, only Chong'er, Qiu Bai, and Lu Daiyou are wandering the Jianghu. Given Chong'er's capabilities, it would be utterly impossible for him to annihilate the Jinshi Escort Bureau. While Qiu Bai possesses such prowess, he is presently with the people of Qianjin Zhuang and Yangwei Escort Bureau, making it implausible for him to be involved. Therefore, it is clear that someone is deliberately framing us. But who could be so depraved as to commit such a heinous act? Ning Zhongze clenched her fists tightly, her knuckles turning white from the pressure as she gritted her teeth. Such calculated machinations against our Huashan Sect must be driven by ulterior motives. Indeed, ulterior motives are a certainty. Yue Buqun rose, pacing slowly through the snow-covered ground, his expression gradually calming as his mind raced to devise a response that a flurry of potential names flashed through his mind, each one ultimately dismissed. Master, allow me to take Liang Fa and Shi Daisy down the mountain to investigate the scene in Luoyang. Perhaps we can uncover some clues. Ning Zhongze, sensing Yue Buqun's contemplation, stepped forward with resolve, her eyes gleaming with determination as she declared, "I will find that rogue and restore our Huashan Sect's honor." Sister, aside from us, who else possesses knowledge of the Huashan sword technique? Yue Buqun did not respond to Ning Zhongze's request, but raised an eyebrow, seemingly struck by a sudden realization. Upon hearing this, Ning Zhongze's eyes brightened, and she smiled. Our Huashan Sect swordsmanship is merely a combination of the Qi Sect and the Sword Sect, since it is not one of our Qi Sect practitioners. It must be a remnant of the Sword Sect from years past. There were indeed many disciples who abandoned the sword to live in seclusion. Perhaps one of those brothers has come forth to seek their vengeance upon us. Not only remnants of the Sword Sect, but possibly. Yue Buqun began, then abruptly ceased, chuckling lightly. I estimate that Qiu Bai is still in Chang'an. Send Liang Fa down the mountain immediately to inform Qiu Bai. Master, do you mean for him to handle this matter? Ning Zhongze furrowed her brow, a flicker of doubt crossing her features as she hesitantly inquired, shouldn't we allow our capable disciples of Huashan Sect to take the lead? Yue Buqun appeared to grasp the intricacies of the situation, returning to his seat beneath the eaves, lifting the still warm teacup to drain its contents. He turned to Ning Zhongze. We cannot continue as before. With you and I handling every affair ourselves, can we? Your words resonate profoundly. Though Ning Zhongze harbored some reservations, she nodded in agreement, her expression serious as she stated, "Very well, I will arrange for Liang Fa to descend the mountain and seek out Qiu Bai. Sister, you must convey the gravity of the situation to Qiu Bai and advise him to proceed with caution." Understood. Acknowledging Yue Buqun's instructions, Ning Zhongze turned and hastened out of the study, her steps brisk. Watching her retreating figure, Yue Buqun sighed heavily, gazing up at the overcast sky as a somber voice escaped his lips. Lingshan, could it be that you orchestrated the events surrounding the Jinshe Escort Bureau? In Huazhou, at the Uli Inn, the affairs concerning the Donglai trading post had reached a temporary conclusion, though it could only be said that a portion had been resolved. Numerous matters awaited attention. However, Qiu Bai had no intention of personally attending to these issues, that he sought to ascertain Wan Qingshan's reliability. Fortuitously, the goods left behind by the demonic sect within the Donglai trading post were plentiful, prompting Qiu Bai to delegate this matter to Wan Qingshan, eager to observe his decision-making. Should he manage well, Wan Qingshan would become an ally. Qiu Bai had faith in his judgment, confident that he would not misjudge a person. "Young Master Qiu, please." Wan Qingshan reverently presented a cup of wine to Qiu Bai, his face earnest as he said, "This is a token of respect from the brothers." Qiu Bai shifted his gaze from the cup before him to the surrounding attendants and porters. He accepted the cup with a smile and nodded in acknowledgement to all present. "Let us drink this cup." "Cheers!" The crowd echoed in unison, raising their cups and draining their contents. With the cup in hand, Qiu Bai cast a sidelong glance at Wan Qingshan before also downing the wine in one gulp. The spicy liquid flowed down his throat, bringing with it a warmth and a sense of exhilaration. "You know, young Master Qiu, I truly envy you disciples of the righteous sections after a few cups." Wan Qingshan's face flushed slightly, his eyes filled with admiration as he remarked, "I endured considerable hardships to master this heavenly net staff technique." "Wan Biao too. You speak as though our Huashan disciples have it easy." Qiu Bai gently shook his head, chuckling. "You may not realize, young Master Qiu." Wan Qingshan sighed deeply, his face reflecting a profound sentiment. "For those of us wandering the Jianghu without the heritage of a prestigious sect, learning any martial skill is an arduous endeavor. Unlike your esteemed lineage from the Huashan Sect, which boasts a systematic martial arts legacy and the meticulous guidance of mentors. Such a privilege is something I can only dream of. Wan Biao, your words carry a heavy weight. We each face our own trials." Qiu Bai picked up his chopsticks and placed a piece of braised beef into his mouth, savoring the rich flavor as he pondered. To emerge from a prestigious school also comes with its challenges. One must constantly act with the sect's reputation in mind, which is no easy task. Indeed, it is true that everyone has their difficulties. Wan Biao nodded with a smile and poured Qiu Bai another cup of wine, stating solemnly, "Though you hail from a renowned lineage, you also face numerous adversaries. And the task of eradicating the demonic sect is far from simple." "Haha, it is merely the way of chivalry," Qiu Bai replied as he clinked glasses with Wan Qingshan, tilting his head to down the drink. Laughing, "The term young hero is merely a burden to bear. Furthermore, were it not for your assistance this time, I would find it exceedingly difficult to uproot this sect of demons. Therefore, the sect's reputation matters little. What truly counts is possessing a heart devoted to upholding justice." "You speak wisely, young hero," Wan Qingshan exclaimed joyfully. "Indeed, to traverse the rivers and lakes, one must possess a sense of righteousness. Although I, Wan Qingshan, may be of limited strength, I am duty-bound to uphold justice in our realm." Observing the wildness of Wan Qingshan, Qiu Bai couldn't help but smile faintly. He truly appeared to be a commendable man. Chapter 048. Promotion of entries. These fellows can indeed drink. Qiu Bai sat on the edge of the bed, shaking his head as a sense of dizziness washed over him. Although the wine was not particularly potent, overindulgence certainly had its consequences. That he approached the table, poured himself a cup of water, and sipped slowly, hoping to alleviate the effects of the alcohol. Qiu Bai's gaze inadvertently fell upon the chest across the room, within which lay over 7,000 taels of silver, gleaming before him. Even with his steadfast resolve, he couldn't help but be moved. However, he had more pressing matters at hand, matters far more significant than silver. That was to tally the entries he had garnered from today's battle. Rubbing his face, Qiu Bai settled cross-legged on the bed, channeling his inner energy as his mind gradually descended into the sea of consciousness. In today's skirmish, Qiu Bai had vanquished 7 foes. Among them, the black-clad Elder Mo was the most formidable, followed by Shi Lao San. The rest were of little consequence. Nonetheless, the plundered entries were quite noteworthy. Desperate fighter, green risking life for life, triumphing through peril, increases minor damage. 3. Profound breath, blue, deep internal breath. Each inhalation slightly enhances inner strength. 1. Master of swordsmanship, blue, profound understanding of sword techniques, vaguely touching upon a higher realm. 1. Resilient flesh, white, more able to endure blows than others, difficult to kill. 5. Expert in blade techniques, green, well-versed in blade techniques, mastering a specific style. 3. Strong and sturdy, white, robust physique, full of strength. 5. Swordsmanship aficionado, green, well-versed in swordsmanship, enhancing the power of techniques. 2. Vibrant energy, green, full of spirit, robust health, stable inner breath. 1. Penniless and destitute, white, without a single coin. Merely this lowly life. 5. Exceptional arm strength, green, powerful arms capable of lifting hundreds of pounds. 1. Tasteless as chicken rib, white, flavorless to eat, yet regrettable to discard. 3. 3 corpse divine jump, green, infected with 3 corpse brain pill. No antidote, certain death. 7. Gazing at these entries, Qiu Bai felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. The entries acquired from this battle appeared utterly unsatisfactory, particularly the 3 corpse divine jump entry, which made Qiu Bai wish he could drag the system out and give it a good thrashing. What was the point of acquiring this useless entry? Why would the system store it in his inventory, as if it desired him to remain loyal to the Sun-Moon demonic sect? At that moment, the system's AI prompt sounded. Host, entries with similar attributes can be fused to enhance progress slightly. Can they be fused? Qiu Bai's eyes brightened as he quickly surveyed the inventory. The entry for penniless and destitute had amassed 18 copies. He wondered what would result from their fusion. System, fuse the penniless and destitute entries. Qiu Bai instructed eagerly. Host has chosen to fuse the penniless and destitute entry. Fusion successful. As the system's AI prompt concluded. A flash of light enveloped Qiu Bai, revealing a brand new entry before his eyes. Well off, green, ample provisions and clothing, enhancing spirit. This entry is rather intriguing. Qiu Bai chuckled at the newly formed entry. He had not anticipated that penniless and destitute would upgrade to well off. Moreover, it could enhance his spirit. This was indeed a pleasant surprise. Following this fusion, Qiu Bai noted that 8 copies of penniless and destitute remained in his inventory. In other words, 10 white entries combined to form 1 green entry that IT seemed to follow a tenfold system. Qiu Bai stroked his chin thoughtfully, and oh wonder, despite learning the Dugan 9 swords, the Master of Swordsmanship entry had yet to upgrade. It seemed that experience was lacking. With that in mind, he decided to fuse the Master of Swordsmanship entry. His gaze fell upon the plundered Master of Swordsmanship entry, which appeared on the verge of upgrading. If he fused it with his own Master of Swordsmanship entry, would it yield a qualitative transformation? Without hesitation, Qiu Bai commanded, System, fuse the Master of Swordsmanship entry. Host has chosen to fuse the Master of Swordsmanship entry. Fusion successful. As the system's AI prompt resounded once more, a flash of brilliance appeared before Qiu Bai, revealing a brand new entry. Swordsmanship Grandmaster, purple mastery over sword techniques, able to draw parallels across disciplines. Though the entry's description was succinct, Qiu Bai understood that many underlying meanings were not explicitly conveyed, such as an increase in drawing speed and the enhancement of sword technique power. After all, to bear the title of Grandmaster was certainly no small feat had he not mastered the Dugan 9 swords. Facing the black-clad Elder Mo would have taken significantly longer, potentially placing Wan Qingshan in peril. Qiu Bai's gaze shifted, finally resting upon the profound breath and expert in blade techniques entries. He possessed both. However, profound breath had been fully refined from the snake gallbladder's power, and he had not possessed it for long. Even fusion would not yield a qualitative leap, merely a slight increase in experience progress. Nevertheless, Qiu Bai chose to fuse these entries without hesitation. As he had anticipated, these 2 entries did not achieve a qualitative leap like the Master of Swordsmanship had. He pondered when he might plunder some entries of greater quality. Qiu Bai mused inwardly. Presently, his appearance seemed overly youthful. Prior to his transmigration, he had not been a person of great significance, resulting in a markedly weak aura of authority. Although he had participated in several significant events, his aura of authority had yet to develop, which posed a bit of a challenge. After all, in the world of martial arts, possessing both formidable skills and a commanding presence was crucial. Only with a sufficiently strong presence could one command any situation. P.S. I was arguing in the group about whether Mimi's feet are beautiful. I think they are, while others disagree. We debated for quite some time, and almost forgot to update. Yet, I truly believe that Mimi's feet are quite lovely, although I playfully joke about her feet being smelly. Upon closer inspection, they are rather impressive. Chapter 049. Liang Fa that night passed in tranquility. Apart from the gently falling snowflakes, there was no other sound. Even the anticipated counterattack from the demonic sect did not materialize. Qiu Bai stretched his body, standing quietly by the window as he gazed at the morning streets. He observed those common folk, some bearing loads or carrying, hauling 300 to 400 pounds of firewood, braving the wind and snow to enter the city and sell their wares for a living. This scene reminded him of a line of poetry. Those adorned in fine silks are not the silk farmers. However, Qiu Bai was also acutely aware that regardless of how the world might change, one constant remained. The lords would always sit high above. What difference is there between those selling firewood and those erecting tall buildings? It has always been so, and it remains unchanged. No, there is a distinction. The shade cast by their lords ensures that they will not go hungry, that they will not be without clothing, and that they can live decently. Day after day, he found himself lost in such thoughts. Despite having transmigrated, he remained restless. Qiu Bai self-deprecatingly slapped himself, then hurriedly closed the window, turned, and picked up a ladle from the bucket of hot water, pouring it into the basin before splashing the warm water onto his face. The warmth of the water revived him, bringing clarity to his mind. After mentally reviewing the tasks he needed to accomplish today, Qiu Bai adjusted his attire and descended to the inn's lobby. Upon seeing Qiu Bai, everyone greeted him. Young hero Qiu, good morning. Young hero Qiu, are you having breakfast too? Young hero Qiu, come sit at our table. Qiu Bai smiled faintly, nodding in response before heading straight to the table where Wan Qingshan was seated. Old Wan, I leave the finishing tasks here in Huazhou to you. Qiu Bai picked up a steaming bun, took a bite, and gazed leisurely at Wan Qingshan, asking, Are you all right? Wan Qingshan was momentarily taken aback. His eyes filled with astonishment as he looked at Qiu Bai, seemingly unable to fully comprehend the situation. For many years at the Yangwei Escort Agency, he had been under the command of Chief Escort Yang, merely responsible for leading the escort team. Thus, hearing Qiu Bai suggest that he independently handle the concluding matters in Huazhou genuinely surprised him. What's the matter? Are you unwilling? Qiu Bai raised a bowl, slurping some soybean milk, and looked at Wan Qingshan with a gentle smile. Wan Qingshan's eyes widened as he patted his chest, declaring earnestly, Rest assured. Young hero Qiu, I, Wan Qingshan, will undoubtedly handle this matter with utmost diligence. That's good to hear. I await your favorable news, Qiu Bai said, tearing the bun into pieces and soaking them in the soybean milk, smiling at him as he raised an eyebrow, adding, I will return to Chang'an later with the silver to attend to other matters. Very well. You can trust me with this, Wan Qingshan replied cheerfully, assuring I promise to manage it splendidly, ensuring you, young hero Qiu, are not disappointed. By the way, the injured and deceased brothers must be properly taken care of, Qiu Bai said, stirring the contents of his bowl, his gaze fixed on Wan Qingshan as he spoke solemnly. After all, they came out with me and represent the dignity of the Huashan Sect. I would not want to distribute their compensation only to have it swallowed by others. Young hero Qiu's benevolence is commendable. You truly embody the spirit of a gentleman's sword, Wan Qingshan said, looking at Qiu Bai with deep admiration, his lips moving as he added gravely, You can rest easy. No matter whose brothers they are, I will arrange everything properly, ensuring that your noble intentions are not tarnished. With your word, I feel reassured. Qiu Bai nodded in satisfaction, smiling as he said, I leave the affairs here in your capable hands. I will await you in Chang'an. Young hero Qiu, you may depart for Chang'an without concern. Huashan said, thumping his chest with confidence. Leave everything here to me, and you can rest assured. After finishing breakfast, Qiu Bai rose to return to his room to gather his belongings. Simultaneously, he selected 5 or 6 of the escort agency's porters to accompany him back to Chang'an with several hundred pounds of silver. 3 days later, at noon, sunlight pierced through layers of leaden clouds, cascading onto the streets of Chang'an, yet it could not dispel the chill of winter. In front of the Yangwei escort agency, Qiu Bai, holding his horse, slowly lifted his head to gaze at the robust characters on the signboard, a thought crossing his mind, better than his own writing. Young hero Qiu, your actions are indeed swift. Chief Escort Yang strode out from the agency with great energy, a broad smile on his face as he fixed his gaze on Qiu Bai, exclaiming, you returned in just 7 days, having thwarted the Demonic Sect's branch, far surpassing even the Huashan Sect. Chief Escort Yang, your praise is unwarranted. Qiu Bai chuckled softly, shaking his head, his demeanor humble as he replied, Masters with strength is profound and unfathomable, far beyond what I can compare to. Besides, last time, only Master Zhong went to Zhongze. Qiu Bai did not take Yang's flattery to heart. He was well aware of his own capabilities that if he wished to confront Lingshan, he still had a considerable journey ahead. Such flattery was merely for entertainment. Young hero Qiu, I hold no intention of flattery. Chief Escort Yang, slightly astonished, hadn't anticipated that the young man before him, after achieving such significant feats, remained so grounded. Yet he did not dwell on the matter. Merely smiling and gesturing, young hero Qiu, please, it is not proper to stand outside. If word gets out, others might claim the Yangwei escort agency lacks hospitality. Indeed not. Chief Escort Yang waved it aside. With a smile, Qiu Bai entrusted his horse to the porters of the Yangwei escort agency and entered the agency alongside Chief Escort Yang. In this land where every inch of space was precious. The Yangwei escort agency boasted a spacious 3-courtyard layout, indicating that its business was thriving. Young hero Qiu, please take a seat. Chief Escort Yang invited him to sit down, then beckoned to a servant standing nearby, saying, bring tea. Looking at Chief Escort Yang seated at the head, Qiu Bai smiled and said, might I trouble you, Chief Escort Yang, to send someone to inform Qianjin Zhuang that I have returned? It is only right to let them know. Is it not? That is indeed reasonable. Chief Escort Yang nodded with a smile, promptly summoning a porter to relay the message. Turning back to Qiu Bai, he hesitated, asking, young hero Qiu, why didn't T1 Qingshan accompany you back? I instructed one to handle the concluding matters in Huazhou. Qiu Bai explained with a smile, I returned first with the recovered silver dough. And you have silver? Chief Escort Yang exclaimed in surprise. I hadn't anticipated that the Demonic Sect had such a knack for making money. Should this reach the ears of the Demonic Sect spies, I fear they might not rest until they silence you. Qiu Bai quipped. Hearing this, Chief Escort Yang laughed heartily, pointing to the tall flag raised outside, confidently stating, if I were afraid, I would not have collaborated with the Huashan Sect, not even paying a single fee, would I? Chief Escort Yang's assertion held merit. Qiu Bai observed Chief Escort Yang's demeanor, raising the hot tea offered by the servant, smiling as he remarked, the Huashan Sect appreciates friends like you. The journey from Qianjin Zhuang would not take long. Qiu Bai and Chief Escort Yang chatted casually. Just as they finished their tea, the sound of a carriage could be heard approaching outside the Yangwei escort agency. You see, one cannot speak too soon, as if summoned. Here they come, Chief Escort Yang said, rising with a smile to greet the approaching figure of Master Hua, saying, come in and have a seat. Let us prepare some tea. Master Hua nodded, smiling as he replied, tea can wait. I have a more pressing matter at hand. Oh, what could be so urgent? Chief Escort Yang asked, glancing behind Master Hua, where he spotted a man dressed in a cotton coat entering, his face etched with urgency, upon seeing Qiu Bai seated in the hall. The man cupped his hands towards Chief Escort Yang and hurriedly made his way to the main hall. Recognizing the newcomer, Qiu Bai was equally astonished, rising with a look of surprise and confusion on his face. Third senior brother, what brings you here? Junior brother Qiu. Liang Fa rushed to Qiu Bai's side, his face filled with anxiety as he opened his mouth to speak. Qiu Bai placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, maintaining a calm smile, saying, Third senior brother, there is no need to rush. Let us first address the matter of the distribution of funds. But Liang Fa attempted to continue. Qiu Bai tightened his grip on his shoulder for a moment before releasing it, striding steadily towards Master Hua. Master Hua, your timing is fortuitous, Qiu Bai called out, smiling as he said, I have returned from the Huazhou branch with a sum of silver. How shall we divide the profits? Dividing the funds? How much is there? Master Hua's eyes lit up, grinning as he replied, let us follow the rules of the Jianghu and agree on a 5. Master Hua, that is not correct, Chief Escort Yang interrupted impolitely, smiling at Qiu Bai and praising. In this endeavor to subdue the demonic sect's branch, it was primarily young hero Qiu who took charge. If we adhere to the Jianghu rules, it would appear as if we are exploiting the smaller party. Then according to Chief Escort Yang's opinion, how should we divide the profits? Master Hua turned to Chief Escort Yang, a hint of anger flickering across his face as he scoffed. You propose a plan. According to my suggestion, it should naturally be a 70-30 split, Chief Escort Yang said, raising 3 fingers with a smile. Yet you accuse me of exploiting the smaller party. Is this not even more excessive? Master Hua huffed, displeased as he retorted, we take 70% and leave 30 for young hero Qiu. Your appetite is rather insatiable. Master Hua, what are you thinking? Chief Escort Yang chuckled, shaking his head as he turned to Qiu Bai, saying, it should be 70% for young hero Qiu and 30 for us. 30%. Master Hua's eyes widened in agitation, exclaiming, am I to beg for alms then? In his view, given the risks taken and the manpower provided by Qianjin Zhuang in the subjugation of the demonic sect's branch, receiving only 30% was entirely insufficient. Qiu Bai maintained a gentle smile, his gaze calmly fixed on both Master Hua and Chief Escort Yang, patiently waiting for them to finish speaking before he addressed the matter. In this endeavor to eradicate the demonic sect's branch, my ability to eliminate Elder Mo, as well as the Third Elder, is deeply indebted to the support and collaboration of my brothers. This is something I hold dear. Young hero Qiu, you claim to have killed Elder Mo? Just as Qiu Bai paused, Master Hua looked at him in astonishment, hesitating as he said, Elder Mo is a master on the verge of reaching the pinnacle. Have you truly slain him? If he had wished to escape, it would not have been an easy feat. Qiu Bai smiled, responding, but within the merchant's establishment, it was inconvenient for him to flee. In narrow encounters, only the brave prevail. With my return, he naturally met his demise. A hero emerges in youth. Yang Zongbiao, with a look of surprise painted across his face, clapped his hands and exclaimed, Qiu Xiaoxia, as a distinguished pupil of Master Yu. To have slain an elder of the Demon Sect and eradicated a branch of the cult at such a tender age is truly a testament to the adage that a great teacher begets a great disciple. Truly, Qiu Xiaoxia is remarkable. Hua Zhuangzhu, with a slight tug at the corner of his mouth, took a breath and smiled, saying, your ability to vanquish Elder Mo is indeed a mark of youthful heroism. It is impressive. It was merely luck, Qiu Bai replied with a smile, his gaze sweeping over the 2 men as he spoke in a solemn tone. I have no desire to disrupt the rules of the Jianghu. This joint effort in besieging the Demon Sect's branch is our first collaboration, and we must avoid any discord. Qiu Xiaoxia, how about this? Hua Zhuangzhu said, furrowing his brow in contemplation. In this operation against the Demon Sect's branch, you undoubtedly deserve the lion's share of the credit. The goods in the Huazhou trading post are likely valued at 3,000 to 4,000 taels, and with the 7,000 taels you're bringing back, we can set the total value at 10,000 taels. What do you think? That works. Let be 10,000 taels, Qiu Bai replied, a slight smile gracing his lips as he did not contest Hua Zhuangzhu's words. After all, he was well aware of the quantity of goods in the Huazhou trading post. Either they had dealings with the Demon Sect or had been keeping a watchful eye on him. Let's not adhere strictly to Jianghu customs this time, Hua Zhuangzhu said, his expression grave as he looked at Qiu Bai, raising 4 fingers to declare, I shall take a step back, and we shall split the profits 60-40. How about I take 6,000 taels in cash? Qiu Xiaoxiao proposed. Very well, 6,000 it is, Hua Zhuangzhu agreed. Qiu Bai cast a discreet glance at Hua Zhuangzhu before turning to Yang Zongbiao with a smile, stating, There are approximately 7,400 taels remaining in the box. I shall take 6,000 in cash and 200 as a service fee, leaving the remaining 200 for Wan Biao. Is that acceptable? Of course, that is perfectly acceptable. Yang Zhongbiao nodded with a smile, adding gravely, Qiu Xiaoxia, do you have a reputable money house you are familiar with? If not, I can provide you with 6,000 taels in banknotes here. Third senior brother, which money houses does master usually deal with? Qiu Bai inquired, genuinely unaware of the connections between the Huashan Sect and any money houses. Huayin City has only 2 money houses, both of which have branches in Chang'an. Liang Fa replied thoughtfully. Our Huashan Sect's funds primarily flow through these 2 establishments. Those 2 money houses in Huayin City. Yang Zhongbiao exclaimed, perfect timing. We have dealings with them as well. I shall go fetch the banknotes for you. Then I shall trouble you. Yang Zhongbiao, Qiu Bai said, smiling and cupping his hands in gratitude. As Yang Zhongbiao walked away, Zhongze chuckled and remarked, Qiu Xiaoxia. Please do not take offense at today's events. Not at all. Had it not been for Zhongze's assistance, my task would not have been so smooth, Qiu Bai responded lightly. It's good that you understand. Zhongze nodded with a smile, sighing, business is difficult these days. Otherwise, I would not quibble over these few thousand taels. Times are indeed hard. Qiu Bai smiled but chose not to engage further in the conversation. Were it not for the decades-old friendship between Qianjin Zhuang and the Huashan Sect, he would have been less accommodating. Forcing the old fellow to accompany him to Huazhou was out of the question. When asked to send some manpower, he hesitated, while Yang Zhongbiao himself readily offered 30 men and even dispatched Wan Biao to assist. The disparity between individuals was stark. Before long, Yang Zhongbiao returned with a stack of banknotes, handing them to Qiu Bai while cheerfully stating, Qiu Xiaoxia, take a good look at these. Once you leave this door, I shall no longer be responsible. Yang Zhongbiao, I still trust you, Qiu Bai chuckled, arching an eyebrow at Yang Zhongbiao and jesting. If they turn out to be counterfeit, I shall have to accept my fate. After all, I can't very well kill you like I did Elder Amo, can I? Qiu Xiaoxia truly has a way with words, Yang Zhongbiao said, his mouth twitching before he smiled and added, how about joining me for a simple meal tonight? I wouldn't want to trouble you, Yang Zhongbiao, Qiu Bai replied with a smile, waving his hand. He then turned to Liang Fa, shrugging and saying, my third senior brother has business to discuss with me, so I must attend to that first. Very well, I shall not disturb you further, Yang Zhongbiao said, cupping his hands in farewell. Then I shall not see you off. Too kind. Qiu Bai waved to the 2 men as he left the Yangwei escort agency with Liang Fa. Watching their retreating figures, Yang Zhongbiao inquired with a smile, Zhongze, do you think Liang Fa seems unusually anxious? Do you know if something is amiss? Zhongze shook his head, frowning. Though Liang Fa appears honest, no amount of subtle probing will elicit a response from him. How strange. What could have transpired? Chapter 051. Borrowing people. Third senior brother, I notice your earlier urgency. Why the sudden silence now? Seated by the window in the dining hall, Qiu Bai leisurely lifted his teacup and took a sip, observing Liang Fa across the table, his brow arching. What has happened? Please elaborate. Liang Fa set down his chopsticks, his expression solemn as he looked at Qiu Bai and slowly replied, Qiu Shitty, Master asked me to inform you that the Golden Lion Escort Agency has been annihilated. The Golden Lion Escort Agency has been annihilated? Qiu Bai exclaimed, his face a mask of shock, his brow furrowing deeply. This unexpected news took him by surprise. He vividly recalled the day at Jinhua Palace when the Golden Lion Escort Agency declared they would no longer pay fees to the Huashan Sect, opting instead to pay the Zhongze Sect. Little did he expect that in the blink of an eye, the Golden Lion Escort Agency would meet such a tragic fate. Their haughty demeanor on Huashan seemed as if their wealth granted them invincibility. But in the face of death, money is of no avail. Were it not for the fact that he was on Huashan, Wu laughed heartily, exclaiming who the capable master was behind such a splendid deed. Regaining his composure, Qiu Bai fixed his gaze on Liang Fa, asking, Third senior brother, do you know the specifics? Why was the Golden Lion Escort Agency destroyed? He recalled only 2 previous incidents of escort agencies being annihilated, the Fuwei Escort Agency and the Longmen Escort Agency. The former was due to the evil-repelling sword technique, while the latter faced destruction because they mistakenly delivered a shipment to the wrong recipient. But he had no idea what had befallen the Golden Lion Escort Agency. "We are not entirely clear," Liang Fa replied, his expression heavy as he shook his head. Recalling what his Shermu had said, he continued, "Shermu informed me that the Golden Lion Escort Agency had just returned to Luoyang shortly after leaving Huashan before they were annihilated." Just returned and then annihilated. Qiu Bai furrowed his brow, speaking in a grave tone. "This complicates matters." "Not only that," Liang Fa said, his face filled with rage as he gritted his teeth. "Rumors from Luoyang suggest that the martial arts used by the assailants resemble the sword techniques of our Huashan Sect." "Good heavens, this is a tangled web." Qiu Bai set down his teacup, his expression grave as he gazed at Liang Fa, hesitatingly asking, "Did Shermu mention Master S' thoughts on this matter?" Liang Fa tilted his head in contemplation. Responding thoughtfully, "Master is well aware of the character of our Huashan disciples, and thus believes this incident is a setup to frame us." "Indeed, that is a certainty," Qiu Bai nodded, pressing further. "What happened next?" "Shermu initially intended to descend the mountain personally, taking me and Shi Daisy to Luoyang to investigate the situation. However, Master believed that your martial skills have improved significantly, and you should contribute more to Huashan. Using this opportunity to hone your skills, so he sent me down the mountain to inform you and entrusted this matter to your handling." "Entrusted this matter to me?" Qiu Bai looked at him in astonishment, uncertainly questioning, "Third senior brother, are you certain that's what Master said?" "Uncertain. I did not see Master myself." Liang Fa shook his head, his expression resolute as he stated, "This is what Shermu conveyed, but Master S' meaning should not be far from that." Qiu Bai took a deep breath, striving to calm himself, his fingers gently tapping the table as he stared at the darkened snow blanketing the street, lost in thought. The annihilation of the Golden Lion Escort Agency and the assailants employing Huashan's sword techniques intertwined, leading to a web of implications. Given that the Golden Lion Escort Agency had turned to the Huashan Sect, outsiders might easily deduce the situation. Huashan Sect, displeased by the Golden Lion Escort Agency's defection, sent disciples to eliminate them. This causal chain was easily surmised. Yet, was this seemingly reasonable inference not precisely what the true culprit wanted the public to perceive? A clever ruse to mislead and conceal their identity. Qiu Bai turned to Liang Fa and asked, "Apart from the Golden Lion Escort Agency, are there other escort agencies in Luoyang?" "Certainly, there must be," Liang Fa replied with a wry smile, "in such a vast city like Luoyang. It is impossible for the Golden Lion Escort Agency to monopolize the market. There must be other escort agencies present. If the Golden Lion Escort Agency has been annihilated, does that not leave a void in the market they once occupied?" Qiu Shitty, what do you mean?" Liang Fa looked at Qiu Bai, perplexed by his words. Qiu Bai smiled and waved his hand, showing no desire to explain, merely stating nothing, just pondering certain matters. "Third senior brother, the day is growing late. After we finish eating, you should secure 2 rooms at the adjacent Qiu Bai noticed the waiter bringing over the dishes. He cheerfully added, "I have some matters to attend to, so you rest well at the inn. We shall set off early tomorrow." However, Liang Fa furrowed his brow, filled with confusion and unable to comprehend what Qiu Bai was contemplating. Given the urgency of the case at hand, should they not be hastening to Luoyang to swiftly clarify the matter? "Third senior brother, you need only heed my arrangements," Qiu Bai declared, extending a bowl brimming with rice towards Liang Fa, smiling as he added, "Rest assured, I shall thoroughly investigate the affairs of the Golden Lion Escort Agency. Yet there is no rush at this moment." "Very well, as you say," Liang Fa shrugged, accepting the bowl with both hands and chuckling softly. "After all, the Master S' wife has instructed that this matter be handled by you." Although he found it utterly perplexing, he recalled the Master S' wife's explicit admonition for Qiu to take charge of the situation when they descended the mountain. Liang Fa held immense admiration for his junior brother's martial prowess. While he could not discern Qiu Bai's intentions at present, he understood that Qiu Bai must have his own rationale for his actions, and thus refrained from further inquiries. After finishing their meal, Qiu Bai bid farewell to Liang Fa and turned towards the Yangwei Escort Agency. Upon arriving at the Yangwei Escort Agency, Qiu Bai found them just finishing their lunch, seeing Qiu Bai's arrival. Yang Zhongbiao greeted him with a beaming smile, warmly ushering him into the main hall and inquiring with curiosity, "Young hero Qiu, with your comings and goings, I wonder what affairs the Huashan Sect may be embroiled in." "Nothing of great concern," Qiu Bai replied with a shake of his head, smiling as he continued, "Surely, if there were any pressing matters, whispers would circulate throughout the martial world." "You make a valid point." Yang Zhongbiao nodded, observing Qiu Bai as he remarked, "I saw your senior brother in quite a flurry, and I thought perhaps something monumental had occurred that required your return to oversee matters." "My senior brother is always thus. There is no need for the chief escort to be overly concerned." Qiu Bai waved his hand dismissively, raising an eyebrow as he said with a smile, "To be candid, I've come to borrow a person from you." "Chief escort? Borrow a person? Are you planning to engage in combat with someone?" Yang Zhongbiao exclaimed in surprise, hesitating as he remarked, "Didn't we just recently eliminate the demon cult's outpost in Huazhou?" "Chief escort, I am not a warmonger. I would not act in such a manner," Qiu Bai responded, somewhat exasperated by Yang Zhongbiao's reaction. Even a formidable sect like Songzhan would only initiate new offensives after a considerable interval. Once the outpost of the demon cult had been eradicated, unless it was firmly secured, it would inevitably be reoccupied by the cult. Unless they could uproot the demon cult entirely, this would become a protracted tug-of-war. Yang Zhongbiao let out a sigh of relief, chuckling as he said, "I do not fear you laughing at me, young hero Qiu, but my Yangwei escort agency has only about 100 or so hands. We cannot withstand much commotion." Qiu Bai fixed his gaze on Yang Zhongbiao, speaking solemnly, "Rest assured, Chief Escort, my request to borrow a person is not for the purpose of combat, nor will I require many." "Then, whom do you wish to borrow, young hero Qiu?" Yang Zhongbiao inquired, furrowing his brow as he spoke with a slightly grave tone, "Even if it means putting my old bones on the line, I would not hesitate." "Haha, I would not dare to impose that upon you," Qiu Bai chuckled, responding candidly, "I wish to borrow one Lingshan for a task." Chapter 052, Green Bamboo, Lane Luoyang, situated at the heart of the realm, lies by the banks of the Luo River. Qiu Bai, accompanied by Liang Fa and one Qingshan, settled into it upon their arrival in Luoyang. By chance. This particular inn was also named Yue Yin, and its business was thriving. After refreshing themselves, the trio convened in the inn's lobby, preparing to indulge in a meal. While awaiting the arrival of their dishes, one Qingshan, unable to contain his curiosity, turned to Qiu Bai and inquired, "Young hero Qiu, where do you intend to begin your investigation?" "Let us first visit the Golden Line Escort Agency," Qiu Bai replied, sipping his warm tea, his brow slightly furrowed as he continued. "We must ascertain whether any traces remain at the scene, particularly those pertaining to swordsmanship." The sudden nature of this incident had rendered Qiu Bai's foresight ineffective, heightening his vigilance in the original narrative. He recalled that the Huashan Sect could scarcely afford the expenses for their travels to Fujin, relying instead on the hospitality of Lin Ping's relatives. It was evident that, apart from the annihilation of the Golden Line Escort Agency, other smaller forces that had been paying tributes to the Huashan Sect would likely face similar repercussions.